Thunder rumbled ominously. A sudden, deep rumble echoed through the sky, as the previously clear horizon was abruptly shrouded by a gathering of ominous dark clouds, as black as ink and as heavy as mountains, plunging the entire sky into a profound abyss of darkness. The Iron Wall, the mightiest defense of the southern civilized lands, stood as humanity's most formidable bastion. Soldiers atop the walls, trembling and wide-eyed, gazed in horror at the distant, darkening sky, their legs quaking beneath them. "Captain, can we hold this position?" Clutching their weapons tightly, the soldiers cast fearful glances toward the far horizon. Beneath the shadowy expanse of the heavens, towering orc warriors clad in iron armor marched forth, their silent, unwavering steps appearing endless as they surged from the obscured earth, an unstoppable tide. Simultaneously, behind the orc horde, thousands of cannons were lined up, their dark, gaping muzzles seeming to open the gates of hell itself. Chapter 1. The Wandering Knoll. The forest, post-rain, had become oppressively humid, the air thick with a foul stench emanating from decaying leaves, swiftly decomposed by microorganisms. Mosquitoes and flies buzzed incessantly from unseen damp corners, biting mercilessly and leaving painful welts. Winnie, the Knoll chief, wandered despondently through the woods, indifferent to the biting insects that feasted upon him. He leaned on a bone as tall as himself, pushing aside the serrated grass to forge a path ahead, his tattered garments stained with blood. Trailing behind him were 6 or 7 of his kin, all emaciated and listless, one of whom was a mother cradling a Knoll pup, scarcely a few months old. Knolls mature swiftly, capable of speech and movement akin to a 2 or 3-year-old human child within mere months. However, the arduous journey had taken its toll, compelling the weary mother to carry her child in her arms. This was a ragged band of fugitives, enveloped in a shroud of sorrow, uncertain of what lay ahead. Even the young Knoll was affected, her timid gaze scanning the unfamiliar woods. With the adults silent, she too remained mute, clinging tightly to her mother, her stomach grumbling from a day devoid of food, resorting to nibbling her finger to pretend she was eating. The Knoll mother, clearly malnourished and frail, sensed her child's movements. Aware of the hunger, she fumbled in her pocket and produced a shriveled fruit. The little Knoll's eyes initially sparkled, but upon seeing the desiccated fruit in her mother's hand, disappointment washed over her. The fruit was bitter and sour, barely an improvement over tree roots, impossible for her to swallow. The Knoll mother, momentarily at loss, felt the weight of her frail body, utterly powerless in that moment. Winnie, leading the group, witnessed this scene, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. Once, they had belonged to an orc tribe nestled in the forest 100 miles to the north, their status slightly above that of slaves, yet they managed to scrape by on meager rations. However, not long ago, they were cast out as pawns in the power struggles of their tribe's upper echelons, forced to seek a path to survival. Yet the outside world proved far more merciless, fraught with ferocious beasts, harsh living conditions, and a dire scarcity of food, pushing this band of Knolls to the brink of extinction. "There's a lake ahead, let us rest there and search for food," Winnie proclaimed. Upon hearing their leader's words, the Knolls collectively exhaled in relief. After such a long journey, their exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Emerging from a thicket, the Knolls arrived at the lake's edge. The body of water was small, akin to a mere pond, its crystal-clear surface revealing numerous fish darting below. Yet, no Knoll dared to plunge into the water to catch them, not even to collect drinking water without first cautiously probing the depths. The lake lay eerily still, and past experiences had taught them that tranquility often concealed the gravest dangers. Surrounded by towering, unfamiliar trees, Winnie led a few of the younger Knolls to search for prey, careful not to wander too far. Meanwhile, the Knoll mother remained with her child, and an elderly Knoll with an injured foot, gathering dry branches to kindle a fire, solemnly retrieving their clan's most precious possession, a stone bowl carved from rock, to boil water. Yes, she tidied the area, clearing away the hazardous grass that could easily inflict injury. A makeshift camp began to take shape. "Mother, where are we going?" It was only after the Knoll mother had kindled the fire and brought the water to a boil that the timid child finally spoke. "Do not worry, Nina, we are heading to a good place, where we shall always be well fed," the mother replied gently, stroking the little Knoll's head. Will we have bones to eat every day? Nina's eyes widened, her pupils reflecting the sunlight, sparkling with hope as she instinctively drooled at the thought. The bones referred to the last meal they had enjoyed 10 days prior, which, while technically meat, consisted mostly of bones, remnants of a hunt long past, reduced to a dry, gritty paste. By that time, the Knoll mother, suffering from malnutrition, could no longer produce milk, forcing her to wean Nina prematurely. That had been the most satisfying meal Nina had ever had, and since then, she had survived on the bitter, sour fruit. Yes, from now on, we will have bones to eat every day, and we shall never go hungry again. The Knoll mother felt a pang of emotion as she pulled Nina close, holding her tightly. Unbeknownst to the child, tears streamed down her gaunt face. She could not reveal to her child the uncertainty of their future, the looming threat of starvation, or the possibility of falling prey to some ferocious beast. She could only hold her tightly, suppressing her own fears. Behind them, the elderly Knoll with a broken leg stared blankly at the scene, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. This was the lament of the weak in the Kava forest, where life was precarious and each day was a struggle for survival. This band of defeated Knolls, frail and afflicted, faced an uncertain future, destined to vanish into some forgotten corner of the forest. They're back. Moments later, Winnie and the gathering of Knolls who had ventured out to forage returned, their spirits lifted, each carrying several plump gray rabbits. The rabbits squirmed vigorously but were held firmly in Winnie's grasp, while the other Knolls bore unknown fruits. Their joy was undeniable. The forest surrounding the lake was a treasure trove, and after half a month, they could finally enjoy a hearty meal. Following their satisfying feast, the Knolls sprawled across the ground, reveling in the rare bliss of a full stomach, the firelight flickering nearby. Winnie languidly reclined on a bed of straw, basking in the sun, a piece of grass held between his teeth. Why not stay here? This place is a veritable paradise. Delicious fruits abound, rotting on the branches, and those gray rabbits are so foolish, we could catch several in a single go. This is indeed a slice of heaven. Winnie mused, his thoughts tangled in excitement. Yet such a paradise was not one that their weak kin could claim were there not fierce predatory beasts lurking nearby. Upon this realization, and fueled by a hearty meal, Vini summoned the innate abilities of his canine kin, his nose delicately probing the air. Yet, as he inhaled, a surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting Vini to leap into action. The scent beckoned him toward an ancient tree, towering several dozen meters into the sky. Have you finally uncovered the truth? My little dog-headed friends, have you trespassed into my domain with my consent? A voice, ancient and commanding, laced with a hint of mockery, reverberated like distant thunder, unleashing an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain descending upon Vini, leader of the dog-headed beings, forcing him to prostrate himself upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Perched upon the high branches of the colossal tree, a shadow unfurled its immense membranous wings, emanating a spectral blue glow. Sparks of electricity crackled upon the jagged scales, and the expansive wings obscured the sunlight, casting a profound shadow that enveloped the entire assembly of dog-headed creatures beneath its dark veil. Chapter 2. The Blue Dragon. Austin Dragon. Dragon. All the goblins were crushed to the ground under the terrifying, oppressive might of the dragon. An instinctual fear emanating from their very beings caused their bodies to tremble violently, overwhelming their minds with an innate terror that rendered them utterly blank. At that moment, the goblin leader, Vini, felt as though his heart had plummeted into an icy abyss, a chilling despair rising from the depths of his soul. It was over. He had never imagined that after fleeing so far, he would meet such a fate. In the depths of his despair, Vini was overcome by an indescribable bitterness. No wonder this place was so peaceful. No wonder the food was so abundant without a trace of fierce predators. It turned out to be the territory of a dragon. In the past, with their keen noses, they would have sensed the dragon's presence before entering its domain. However, having barely escaped to this place in a state of hunger and desperation, they had no strength left to analyze or remain vigilant. Alas, it was too late to lament. Everything was finished. Just as Vini closed his eyes in resignation, the blue dragon Austin unfurled its membranous wings atop a great tree, stirring a tempest in the forest as it gracefully descended to the ground. I ask you, little goblins, do you dare to invade my territory? Are you prepared to be devoured? The enormous blue dragon loomed above, its voice laced with mockery. Though only 2 years out of its hatchling stage, the dragon's body had unnaturally grown to nearly 2 meters in height. Standing before these frail goblins, it resembled a colossal beast capable of tearing them apart with ease. And no, great dragon, we. Under the pressure of survival, Vini forced himself to lift his head, his mind racing to concoct an excuse for the dire situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Great dragon, we have come to seek your favor. Your renown has spread throughout the forest, and we have braved numerous dangers to arrive at your domain, hoping to become your loyal subjects. In a moment of desperation, Vini spoke without stuttering, puffing out his chest as if he were truly sincere in his allegiance. Austin circled around Vini, its gaze causing the goblin to break into a cold sweat. The dragon did not believe a word of it. Just 2 years prior, he had been an ordinary man, toiling away in a concrete jungle for a meager wage, indulging in novels and living a lethargic life. Then, one fateful day, he awoke in a cold, dark place. After a desperate struggle to break free from a white-walled prison, he found himself transformed into a creature, a blue dragon. The moment he saw the sunlight, his draconic heritage revealed his name, Austin. What had become of his unreliable parents? Why had they cast a dragon egg into a cold corner of the grass? Such thoughts had long since faded from his mind. Over the past 2 years, his sole focus had been to survive in this new world. Although the memories of his draconic lineage told him that dragons were favored by the gods and would inevitably become rulers of the skies, that was only true after reaching maturity. As a hatchling, Austin was far from formidable. After consuming his dragon eggshell, he could barely generate a volt of electricity, and his combat prowess was akin to that of a mere house cat. To survive, he had been cautious, stealing bird eggs, gnawing on tree bark, and resorting to desperate measures, even eating dirt when starving, thus reducing the proud identity of a blue dragon to a shameful existence. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to have a good reputation, especially considering the myriad of magical beasts lurking in the forest. For 2 years, his movements had been limited to a 10-mile radius until his rapid growth granted him some combat capability, allowing him to purge nearby beasts and claim dominion over an area of about 1 kilometer. The goblins before him appeared to have stumbled into his territory in a panic. Should he eliminate them? A fleeting thought crossed Austin's mind as he gazed down at the prostrated goblins. His steady growth over the years was undoubtedly tied to his cautious and unassuming approach. If word spread of a blue dragon residing in a particular area, it would attract not only those seeking the title of dragon hunter, but also the magical beasts eager to taste dragon flesh, leaving him vulnerable to being devoured. Contemplating such a terrifying scenario, Austin's gaze deepened as he looked at the goblins, causing Vini's head to lower even further. Fortunately, Austin ultimately decided against exterminating them. Instead, he spread his wings and declared with a voice imbued with draconic authority, "Very well, I accept your fealty. However, you must understand that only those of value are worthy of my protection. Should you fail to prove your worth one day, I shall consume you. Do you comprehend?" The menacing head of the dragon leaned closer to Vini, arcs of electricity crackling across its azure scales. The goblin was left speechless, his mind blank. "I understand. Excellent. Follow me." With a powerful flap of his wings, Austin stirred the air into a whirlwind, lifting himself into the sky. He did not glance back at his newly acquired subjects, yet he could sense their elation as they hurried after him through the forest, racing toward the dragon's lair. In the draconic heritage, goblins were regarded as one of the lowest races on the continent. Even a large goblin tribe would be scorned if they sought to serve a dragon, let alone this ragtag group. For those struggling on the brink of survival, becoming a vassal of a powerful being was a stroke of fortune. Austin's acceptance of these goblins was not born of sympathy. He had his own motives. Perhaps it stemmed from 2 years of solitude and a yearning for intelligent companionship. Yet more significantly, it was a reflection of Austin's desire for growth and strength. Bloodwolf Pack, you are finished. The thought of his sworn enemies ignited a glimmer of dark determination in Austin's eyes. Chapter 3. The Art of Management. A formidable pack of blood wolves, numbering in the hundreds, prowled through the adjacent forest, led by a blood wolf chief who had ascended to the realm of low-tier magical beasts. A year prior, Austin had nearly fallen victim to this very pack during a hunting expedition, an experience that had etched itself into his memory as the most perilous moment of his life. Since then, he had encountered the blood wolves multiple times, each time retreating in disarray. In a one-on-one confrontation, Austin felt a confident 80% assurance that he could dispatch even the low-tier chief. However, the Blood Wolves always attacked en masse, making it impossible for Austin to face them alone, intensifying his animosity towards them. Their rampant presence had severely disrupted the local ecosystem, compelling Austin to devise a means to eliminate them. The goblins would serve as his most effective soldiers against these beasts, provided they underwent military training. Leading the group of goblins, Austin arrived at a secluded cliff base. This steep precipice, adorned with lush trees, concealed a hidden cave entrance high above, shrouded by dense foliage that rendered it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. This cave would become Austin's sanctuary. From its entrance, one could gaze over expansive green forests, the view remarkably picturesque. The 6 or 7 goblins, filled with enthusiasm, established their new home at the foot of the cliff. As time swiftly passed, 10 days elapsed. In the initial days, Austin imposed no demands on the goblins, allowing them to fend for themselves and settle in. They scavenged for dry twigs and constructed a rudimentary wooden dwelling in the branches of an ancient tree towering over 100 meters high. Given the prevalence of snakes, insects, and rodents on the ground, and the potential for rain to wash away their shelter, they opted to build above ground. They thatched the roof with reeds, resulting in a makeshift nest that resembled a chaotic abode in the trees. This, however, was merely a temporary shelter. Should they find permanence here, they would undoubtedly build something more substantial. Beneath their makeshift dwelling, Nina stood on tiptoe, struggling to assist her mother in hanging large vines to dry. These materials were collected at Austin's behest, and though the goblins were unaware of his purpose, they understood their duty to obey their lord's commands. They diligently gathered the vines, fulfilling Austin's solitary order. "Mother, will we always live here?" Nina paused, her small hands hesitating as she spoke softly to her mother. "Yes, Nina." The goblin mother turned, surprised to see Nina's earnest gaze. "Mother, I like it here. Can we stay with the great dragon lord forever?" Thanks to Austin's periodic elimination of predators within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius, food was abundant. Various fruits and numerous small herbivores ensured that each outing led by the goblin chief resulted in bountiful returns. Although the customary convention on Ceta continent dictated that vassals must surrender at least 80% of their spoils to their lord, the remaining 20% was still an immeasurable improvement over their previous existence as nomads. Austin accepted their contributions, not out of necessity, but as part of the art of management. In his past life, Austin had encountered a classic case illustrating this principle. 2 startups, one offering a monthly salary of $10,000 and another offering $3,000. The first company, despite initially winning employee gratitude, faced dissatisfaction when salaries stagnated. Conversely, the latter company, which began with a lower salary but regularly increased pay, fostered loyalty even amid hardships. This lesson held true in the present. Austin could have outright rejected the goblins' tribute, but such an act would have sown discord in his future reign. Unbeknownst to the goblins, they harbored immense gratitude towards Austin, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a benevolent dragon lord. While they were mandated to surrender 80% of their bounty, many others faced far harsher expectations, often surrendering 90% or more. Nina, weary of the bitter and astringent fruits, the rough tree bark, and the damp grass piles, timidly gazed at her mother. For Nina, these past few days had been an unprecedented experience of happiness, akin to a dream. The comfort of residing in a home, the satisfaction of a full belly, and the realization that the world offered more than mere bones. These were revelations she cherished. Having lived in constant flight, enduring hunger and uncertainty, she yearned for this newfound stability to persist. Nina, the goblin mother, bent down, embracing her daughter, her voice catching in her throat, unable to articulate her emotions. As time flowed steadily, devoid of conflict or war, the goblins, having enjoyed ample nourishment, began to regain their strength, shedding the gauntness of their former selves. Once they had sufficiently recuperated, Austin initiated his military training regimen for the goblins. Chapter 4. Training, Part 1, a month later. As the cadre of kobolds had sufficiently recovered and settled beneath the dragoness lair, Austin chose a splendid day to gather them together. "From the moment you resolved to become my kin, your lives are no longer solely yours. While you bask in my protection, you must also pay a worthy price. I have no need for those of little value. To remain here, you must demonstrate your worth." With the cerulean membrane of his wings unfurled and accompanied by a commanding declaration, Austin commenced the initial phase of training for his newfound kin. Memories inherited from the dragon lineage revealed to him that they resided in the Kawa forest, located in the southern expanse of the Ceta continent, stretching over tens of millions of square kilometers. The oppressive climate of the tropical rainforest deterred the northern populace, and even the forest-loving elves shunned this vast wilderness. It was a realm of savagery and untamed wilds, where magical beasts roamed freely in the depths of the forest. Only the most destitute orc tribes, avaricious adventurers, and the unfortunate wanderers, broken by the ceaseless wars of civilization, dared to seek sustenance at the fringes of the Kawa forest. The activities of sentient beings were gradually encroaching upon this seemingly boundless expanse. Austin was keenly aware that the dangers of this world far surpassed imagination. Despite harboring a mature soul within, his growth as a young blue dragon had been a struggle. As he matured, the demand for sustenance and magical crystals necessary for his development would increase significantly. In this realm, the nurturing of young dragons was typically the responsibility of mature dragons. Yet Austin was merely a fledgling who had emerged from an egg discarded by unknown, negligent parents. Henceforth, he would have to rely on himself. During the juvenile phase of dragons, the consumption of various magical resources required for growth amounted to astronomical figures. The combat prowess of a young dragon was insufficient to gather such resources independently, and Austin was no exception. To secure his future and to eradicate the detestable blood wolves from his territory, he had no choice but to harness the strength of his kin. Alas, what else could a dragon orphan do but forge his own army? Austin understood that, compared to other sentient beings or formidable magical beasts, his greatest advantage before reaching adulthood lay in the memories of his past life. Knowledge of modern military training methods, the principles of industrial civilization, and weaponry such as gunpowder were invaluable, though currently, only the military training methods were applicable. Within the innate memories of his draconic heritage, he discerned that the combat paradigms among the races in this world were reminiscent of the Western medieval era. Even with the existence of extraordinary beings like warrior mages on the Ceta continent, when two lords waged war, apart from a small contingent of elite core troops, the majority of the army consisted of recently conscripted serfs wielding pitchforks, engaging in primitive brawls. Perhaps the powerful kingdoms of the northern lands had evolved, but in the Kawa forest, a disciplined army could easily sweep away the defeated and the destitute scattered throughout. The power of unity was boundless. Coupled with the extraordinary forces of this magical world, if Austin could organize a disciplined army, he would certainly establish a foothold within the vast Kawa forest. However, the development of firearms, gunpowder, and industrialization would necessitate a stable base from which to grow. Thus, Austin placed immense importance on the training of his first cadre of kin. If he could cultivate them into a force imbued with modern military discipline, it would be akin to planting a seed, which could flourish as his kin multiplied. This small step marked the first monumental stride toward his conquest of the Ceta continent. Austin brimmed with confidence and ambition. Yet, it was not long before his enthusiasm waned. The reality proved that Austin had underestimated certain aspects of the task before him. After a full morning of shouting, growing increasingly exasperated to the point of losing his voice, he experienced a painful epiphany. There was a reason lords drove untrained serfs with pitchforks onto the battlefield in medieval times. Those serfs, whose daily lives revolved around mere survival, were rendered dull and ignorant by their oppressive existence. Cultivating discipline in them was hardly easier than nurturing a knight from childhood. Is your brain filled with nonsense? How many times must I repeat myself? Why can you not discern left from right? Austin fumed, leaping in anger and bellowing. Below him, the kobolds trembled, yet it bore no fruit. They could barely manage to turn in unison, let alone march in formation. Previously, Austin had been oblivious to the meaning of a disorganized mob, but now he understood all too well. Aligning 7 kobolds in a straight line and instructing them to take 2 steps forward resulted in utter chaos. Most infuriating was that when he raised his voice in reprimand, the kobolds quaked in fear, only to forget his words the moment he turned away. More than once, Austin found himself tempted to end their lives with a single bite. The first day of training yielded dismal results, with no progress whatsoever. As the sun set, Austin returned to his lair after a day of relentless torment, lying in the cave and gazing despondently at the stars beyond. In the past, when reading novels, he had thought little of the protagonist training an army, flipping to the next chapter only to find success. Yet, now that he faced the reality, He fully comprehended the arduous nature of the endeavor. At times, Austin wished for a system within him, akin to a game, where a mere flick of his finger could summon a well-trained army. Alas, he possessed no such luxury. Once more, he reminisced about his days on Earth, where fulfilling his duties required no thought, allowing him to languish in a state of complacency. How he longed for the simplicity of his previous existence. He pondered who the irresponsible individual was that had thrust him into this predicament. Each day was a struggle, and even the simplest tasks felt insurmountable. This dragon bore a grudge, and if the opportunity arose, he would surely confront that individual face to face. Lying on the ground, he snorted and muttered to himself, "Dragon Lord, are you there?" Just then, a youthful voice emerged from below the cave entrance. Austin peered out to see Nina, the only kobold child among his kin, grasping something in one hand while straining to hold onto a tree branch at the cliff's edge, slowly making her way up. Chapter 5, Training, Part 2, Little Imp. What brings you here? Aren't you afraid I might devour you? Austin peered from the cave's entrance, adopting a fierce demeanor as he extended his neck and opened his jaws to lift Nina into the lair. When the menacing dragon had approached, Nina flinched momentarily, but soon regained her composure, allowing Austin to carry her into the dragon's nest. Upon landing, Nina curiously surveyed her surroundings. The cavern was a vast expanse, approximately 8 or 9 meters high, with a smooth ceiling and a floor covered in a layer of dry twigs. On top of the twigs lay a bed of withered grass, forming a rudimentary dragon nest. Nina appeared somewhat disappointed, for in her imagination, a dragon's lair should be adorned with treasures of gold and silver, glistening crystals scattered about. However, the nest before her seemed rather impoverished. "Hey, little imp, what does that look in your eyes mean? Speak quickly about your purpose here, or I shall change my mind and swallow you whole. Are you truly unafraid?" Austin huffed, shaking his head in annoyance, baring his teeth. "Not at all, for Lord Dragon is a benevolent dragon," Nina replied timidly. "Ha ha ha, a benevolent dragon. Little one, if word of that spreads, you might find yourself the subject of ridicule by dawn." Austin laughed heartily. In this world, dragons were not considered malicious beings. Yet they could hardly be deemed virtuous. It was not uncommon for adult dragons to obliterate human villages on a whim, especially for one like him. A blue dragon branded as evil by humans. "Pray tell, in what manner am I benevolent?" Austin mocked, looking down at the anxious little imp. I. Nina stood there, hands clasped, appearing as nervous as a schoolchild caught misbehaving before a teacher. "Forget it. If you have nothing of importance to say, be off with you." Austin's gaze at Nina reminded him of the unpleasant encounter earlier that day, as those foolish goblins exhibited a similar demeanor when they erred. His spirits waned, and he lost interest in toying with the little goblin. Nina took a deep breath and produced a small piece of cooked rabbit meat wrapped in leaves, offering it to Austin. "Lord Dragon, I come to apologize for the disappointment my companions caused you today." Her eyes reflected a clear reluctance as she held out the meat, which was likely her portion of food. To Austin, it seemed scarcely enough to satisfy a dragon, yet to Nina, it was a treasured morsel, saved with care. Perhaps in her world, meat was the ultimate source of happiness, capable of dispelling troubles and bringing joy to all, particularly to the blue dragon. What a wretched world, Austin thought, recalling children from his past life, sheltered and unaware of hardship, and contrasting them with Nina, who had struggled for survival from birth, finally achieving a semblance of stability amidst the storms of life. He could not help but curse inwardly. "Very well, I am not angry. You may take it back." Austin waved his paw dismissively, feigning indifference. "Is the Lord Dragon not sending us away?" Nina's eyes sparkled with joy, her tone filled with delight. "Humph, I have sheltered you for over a month. If I were to send you off now, I would be at a loss. You have been feasting on my resources within my territory. You shan't leave until I have recouped my losses," Austin declared haughtily, lifting his head with pride. "Thank you, Lord Dragon." Overjoyed, Nina tiptoed and planted a kiss on one of Austin's scales, then blushed and hurriedly fled. Though the cliff was steep, it was adorned with trees, their branches intertwined. Austin, having navigated the terrain before learning to fly, had carved a path. Watching Nina safely descend through the branches, he retracted his neck. "Blast it! I, a traverser of realms and a scholar well-versed in countless tomes, shall not be thwarted in my ambitions." Though frustrated with the results of his training earlier, Austin forced himself to sleep. Reflecting on the day's events, he realized he may have been too aggressive initially and devised a strategy to address it. The next day, Training resumed. Unlike the first day, the second day focused solely on fundamentals, with the sole exercise being proper standing. Having learned from yesterday's lessons, Austin understood that mastering standing was essential to learning to walk. Standing at attention not only rectified the goblins' laziness, but also began to instill a sense of teamwork among them. Austin was not above employing incentives. For instance, he promised reduced food rations for those who stood properly for several hours. This enticement significantly boosted the goblins' training efficiency. Under the pressure of rewards and consequences, they practiced standing at attention for 3 days. By the end of this period, the 7 goblins had finally managed to exude a semblance of discipline, even if they fell apart upon movement. The next step was to teach these foolish goblins the concepts of left and right. This proved challenging for the illiterate goblins, who would forget after a few repetitions. Regardless of Austin's attempts at persuasion, ultimately, he recalled an amusing anecdote from his past life about soldiers who struggled with left and right during a revolution, leading a general to remove the left shoe of the soldiers to help them learn. Austin adapted this method, tying a vine to the left hand of each goblin to aid their understanding. The third step was to practice marching in unison. With the foundation laid, the goblins quickly progressed, and after several days of effort, they could march in formation, resembling a disciplined troop. This transformation yielded remarkable results, and within a few days, the goblins had internalized their understanding of left and right. The final step was to practice wielding wooden spears, focusing on basic combat movements. Thanks to the groundwork laid earlier, these military drills proved far more effective than before. Before long, the goblins became adept, executing the motions with remarkable proficiency. Thus, a month passed, and in the expansive forest clearing, the goblins stood in neat rows, each gripping a wooden spear, moving in unison and exuding an aura of trained ferocity. After nearly a month of effort, Austin's 1st Battalion had finally taken shape. Chapter 5. Before the cold winter, Austin had exerted tremendous effort in assembling the troop of goblins. Yet the true extent of their combat prowess remained a mystery even to him. Nevertheless, their mere presence commanded a formidable aura. In comparison to the elite knightly orders of the civilized lands, the disciplined demeanor of these goblins was equally impressive. Austin understood well that the formation of any army necessitated the crucible of blood. Only those forged in the fires of battle could be deemed elite. As Austin pondered this matter, the goblin leader, Vinny, timidly approached him. "My lord Austin," he began, his face a mask of concern, "the cold winter is fast approaching. May we pause our training for a few days to stockpile sufficient provisions for the season?" The relentless training over the past month had hampered the goblins' agricultural activities. Even though Austin had alleviated their tribute due to training rewards, the time spent training had severely encroached upon their productive efforts. As of now, they had yet to amass enough food to survive the winter. In this other world, the cyclical nature of the seasons diverged significantly from that of Austin's former life. In his previous world, the seasons were governed by the tilt of the Earth and its elliptical orbit around the Sun, with summers occurring when the Sun directly illuminated the Tropic of Cancer and winters when it shone on the Tropic of Capricorn. However, in this realm, the climate fluctuations of the Ceta continent were attributed to the periodic influence of magical tides. For instance, in the Kava Grand Forest, 9 months of the year were dominated by fire element magical tides, enveloping the forest in a sweltering heat. Simultaneously, the southern waters continuously eroded the land with water element magic, creating a stark contrast that resulted in substantial rainfall and the unique tropical rainforest ecosystem. Yet, in the final 3 months of the year, the fire element magic receded, and water element tides surged from the ocean, drastically cooling the air. During this period, the Kava Grand Forest would be shrouded in the chilling embrace of water element magic, with snow blanketing the ground and ice covering vast expanses. Despite the existence of this extraordinary magic, certain trees within the forest would not shed their leaves en masse under the cold's onslaught, maintaining a semblance of lushness. However, food scarcity during the 3 months of winter was an unavoidable reality. Cold winter, indeed. Austin mused inwardly. Each year, this season marked both the most perilous and the safest time in the Kava Grand Forest. Predators that failed to stockpile sufficient food during the summer would be driven to madness by hunger, frantically scouring the icy expanse for sustenance. Starving and wounded beasts were often the most dangerous of all. Yet, within the snow-blanketed landscape, where all traces were obscured, remaining hidden in a cave could ensure safety. Austin recalled the previous year's cold winter, a time when his understanding of this world was limited and his preparations inadequate, nearly resulting in his demise as a dragon carcass. "Your request is granted," he declared with authority, "but we shall conduct concentrated training every 3 days. Moreover, prepare yourselves for a hunting expedition tomorrow. Our quarry will not be mere rabbits. A single misstep could prove fatal." The weight of his voice echoed ominously, and as Vinny, the goblin leader, stood in the shadow of Austin's imposing figure, he swallowed hard and replied, "I shall obey your command, my Lord Austin." With that, Vinny respectfully retreated. Cold winter. Perhaps this is an opportunity, Austin thought, not forgetting the adversaries who still thrived undeterred. The blood wolves, his grievances against them must be avenged. During the summer, the dense foliage of the kava forest had obscured any trace of these beasts. However, in the cold winter, tracking the blood wolves would be considerably easier. For these magical beasts lacked the habit of food storage, necessitating hunts even in the frigid season. Though the goblins had undergone commendable training, facing 100 blood wolves led by a low-tier magical beast remained perilous. Before that confrontation, these goblins needed ample blood to solidify their training. Austin had already identified the first adversary to provide such a baptism of fire. If they could engage in sufficient real combat beforehand, this winter would herald the end for the blood wolves. With a flash of ferocity in his eyes, Austin turned and retreated to his lair. Time passed swiftly, and upon receiving the command to mobilize, the goblins appeared somewhat flustered. Nonetheless, their month of training had yielded positive results. They had learned to follow orders. The next day, as the sun rose, 7 goblins stood in formation, holding their long wooden spears, awaiting Austin's arrival, exuding a formidable presence. Among them, the only goblin child, Nina, sat anxiously within a treehouse, peering down below. During training, all goblins had participated, including even the old, limping goblin. This time, only Nina remained behind while the others prepared for battle. Austin spread his wings and descended from the dragon's nest, surveying the army he had painstakingly forged. A sense of satisfaction welled within him. However, the issue of weaponry remained a significant concern. Both Austin and the goblins were undeniably impoverished, collectively. They possessed not a single iron tool. The goblins had resorted to crafting their implements from stone. Their spears were painstakingly fashioned from sturdy, straight timber, hewn with stone knives and sharpened on stone. In Austin's vision, these goblins should wield wooden shields in one hand and spears in the other, transforming into a relentless machine of slaughter. To facilitate this, he had previously instructed them to gather vines for reinforcing their wooden shields. However, as the time approached, he realized that they lacked suitable iron tools to craft proper wooden shields. Ultimately, they had to make do with wooden spears for training. Time is of the essence. I must expedite the development of copper and iron metallurgy. With this thought, Austin landed with a thud, the gust of air kicking up a cloud of dust. This mission aimed to eliminate the crocodiles inhabiting a nearby lake. With your training, working together to tackle those foolish beasts should pose no problem. I expect no accidents. Do you understand? His authoritative voice thundered like a storm, instilling a sense of dread. The goblins stirred at the mention of their target. Yet the discipline cultivated over the past month quickly restored their composure. Very well, let us depart. Austin nodded with satisfaction, unfurling his azure membranous wings, causing his form to swell dramatically. With a powerful gust of wind, he took to the skies, leading the formation of goblins in his wake toward the designated lake. Chapter 6. A preliminary test. Austin's destination was the lake where the goblins had first encountered the dog-headed creatures. Initially, the dog-headed beings were not mistaken. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the lake lurked immense danger. Concealed within its depths were a ferocious group of ghoul-headed crocodiles. These crocodiles bore grotesque faces reminiscent of malevolent spirits, hence their ominous name. Measuring between 1 and 2 meters in length, the ghoul-headed crocodiles lay in wait beneath the water. When large herbivores approached the shore to drink, they would suddenly erupt from the depths, revealing rows of monstrous teeth. Their formidable bite could snap the neck of their prey in an instant, dragging it into the watery abyss. Such ruthless predators lurking beneath the surface would, under normal circumstances, present a challenge even to Austin and his hard-won goblin army. If they were to plunge directly into the water, it would matter little whether there were 7 dog-headed creatures accompanied by a juvenile blue dragon or many more. To the ghoul-headed crocodiles, they would merely be morsels falling from the sky, devoured without a trace of bone. Austin was not foolish enough to lead his goblin troops into the water to confront these savage beasts head-on. In the realm of nature, perfection is a myth. Even the mightiest of predators possess vulnerabilities. The ghoul-headed crocodiles were no exception. While they could remain submerged for hours, they were ultimately amphibians, not true fish, and could only endure for a limited duration underwater. Periodically, they needed to surface to breathe and find sheltered nooks along the shore to rest. Moreover, these ghoul-headed crocodiles harbored a perilous weakness. They were prone to rage and held grudges. Once, in a moment of desperation, Austin had attempted to seize a meal from one of these creatures, only to be pursued furiously to the base of his dragon's lair. Had his lair not been perched upon a sheer cliff, the crocodile might have continued its relentless chase. Even then, it lingered beneath the cliff for several hours before departing. Now, that very weakness had transformed into Austin's most potent weapon, instilling him with confidence in his ability to contend with these beasts. Of course, Austin would never admit that his choice of these ghoul-headed crocodiles as the goblins' inaugural combat target stemmed from the vendetta established by their prior encounter. The lake housed at least 100 of these creatures. If he could eliminate them and turn their flesh into jerky, it would suffice to feed the goblins for over a month. Moreover, by cleansing the lake of these predators, it would become a vital food source during the harsh winter months. Gripping a sturdy branch of a great tree at the lake's edge, Austin stood aloft, gazing down at the placid waters, silently contemplating his purpose. This venture was not merely about avenging an earlier slight. It was also a strategic move to prepare provisions for the impending winter and future endeavors. Beyond the flesh of the hundreds of ghoul-headed crocodiles, the fish residing beneath the surface represented a bountiful treasure. When winter's chill encased the lake in ice, a simple hole drilled into the frozen surface would allow schools of oxygen-deprived fish to rise, easily becoming a crucial food source for Austin and his followers. Furthermore, with the crocodiles eliminated, the lake would transform into an essential fishing ground, continuously providing sustenance. From his vantage point, Austin surveyed the lake, while below, his trained goblin army, armed with wooden spears, awaited with bated breath. Time passed slowly, the lake remaining undisturbed, with only the occasional glimpse of fish darting beneath the translucent surface. Austin remained unhurried. According to the ghoul-headed crocodile's routine, this was their prime hunting hour. With sufficient patience, he knew he could wait for them to surface for air. As anticipated, moments later, a disturbance broke the lake's tranquility, a murky surge of water indicating the approach of a crocodile. Revitalized, Austin focused intently as a menacing head broke the surface, nostrils flaring, exhaling misty vapor. Most of its body remained submerged, only its head visible as it gasped for breath. After a brief respite, the ghoul-headed crocodile began to glide toward the shore, ultimately crawling into a concealed corner shrouded by tall grass, rendering it momentarily invisible. Sensing the opportunity, Austin grinned wickedly, signaling his goblins to prepare. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the air, seizing a stone weighing a couple of pounds. After circling above, he dove toward the thicket. With a whoosh, the wind whipped through the trees as he calculated his trajectory, releasing the stone with tremendous force as it plummeted into the underbrush. At that moment, the crocodile, having just settled down to rest, was caught completely off guard as the stone struck its head. Dazed, it barely registered the second stone that followed swiftly, crashing down upon it once more. Roaring in fury, the ghoul-headed crocodile charged from the thicket, its rage ignited by the unexpected assault. Before it loomed a blue dragon, defiantly extending a finger in a mocking gesture, as if to challenge it to come closer. Though the crocodile could not comprehend the provocation, the insolent display only fueled its wrath, its eyes turning crimson with fury. With an earth-shaking rumble, it charged forward, kicking up dust like a tank barreling toward Austin. However, just as it neared, Austin unleashed a powerful flap of his wings, stirring a tempest that lifted him into the air. He shouted, "Pierce!" The ghoul-headed crocodile, caught off guard, could not halt its momentum as several sharp wooden spears hurtled toward it. The tremendous force of the impact rendered the spears unstoppable, piercing through the crocodile's thick armor with ease. With a series of muffled thuds, 6 or 7 spears intersected, swiftly penetrating its body, leaving it utterly incapacitated. Chapter 7. The Purge. Huff. The dog-headed leader, Vinny, gasped heavily as he gazed upon the lifeless, blood-soaked carcass of the menacing beast before him. Though the creature lay dead, its fierce visage still instilled a profound terror within Vinny. causing his legs to tremble and his hand, grasping the wooden spear, to shake uncontrollably as crimson droplets dripped to the ground. The moment the ghastly crocodile charged, its ferocious momentum nearly convinced him of his impending demise. As one of the lowest races on this vast road, the dog-headed beings were not without cause for their fearful demeanor. Their naturally slender physiques rendered them at a disadvantage in conflicts, nurturing a cautious and timid nature that made them skittish at the slightest disturbance. Consequently, in the eyes of other intelligent beings, the dog-headed were synonymous with cowardice, perhaps only slightly better regarded than goblins, as the once bold and valiant dog-headed warriors had likely perished long ago. In times past, even Vinny, as the leader of his kind, would have fled at the sight of such a rampaging beast. However, after more than a month of rigorous training, when faced with the onslaught of the ghastly crocodile, his mind blanked, yet instinct, honed through training, compelled him to remain steadfast and, upon receiving Austin's command, instinctively thrust his spear forward. Had Vinny been alone, the force of the charge would have sent him and his spear flying, but with the support of his 6 companions, they withstood the crocodile's assault with relative ease, leveraging its immense momentum to pierce the creature's flesh, achieving their first kill against the ferocious beast. Drip, drip. Blood oozed from the wound, trickling down the spear and pooling on the ground. At this moment, the group of dog-headed warriors remained in shock. Such a simple thrust had felled a beast that could previously annihilate them with ease. Staring at the silent, fearsome corpse of the ghastly crocodile, the dog-headed felt as though they were in a dream. Excellent. I feared your first battle might yield unforeseen complications, but you performed admirably. A voice, deep and thunderous like rolling thunder, resonated in their ears. Unbeknownst to them, Austin had descended beside them, stirring the air in swirling eddies. Quickly, dispose of this creature and prepare to hunt the next. I hope you will maintain this momentum. Observing the dog-headed warriors slowly regaining their composure, Austin silently nodded in approval. Whether it was merely his illusion or not, it seemed that after tasting blood, the dog-headed underwent a subtle transformation, their gazes sharpening significantly. To Austin, it felt as though this band of warriors, through the crucible of their first hunt, had successfully evolved into a competent army. With their initial success, the subsequent purges progressed smoothly. The routine remained consistent. When the ghastly crocodile emerged, Austin would leap into the sky to draw its attention, and the dog-headed would unite to bring it down. The training over the past month bore fruit in the field. Their coordination grew increasingly refined, and the once fearsome, ghastly crocodiles met their demise before they could even reach the dog-headed. The repeated slaughters fostered a growing synergy among the dog-headed, akin to a video game where experience points surged above their heads in a flurry of ones. 3 days later, at the same reservoir, after 3 consecutive days of relentless hunting, the number of ghastly crocodiles lurking beneath the reservoir had dwindled to a mere handful, nearing extinction. The ground beside the reservoir was stained a faint dark red, a testament to the copious blood of the ghastly crocodiles that had flowed and congealed there. The scent of carnage lingering in the air. To date, 132 ghastly crocodiles had perished here, their flesh transformed into hanging smoked meat adorning the fronts of the dog-headed's abodes, and their skins fashioned into armor worn by the tribe. All right, take a moment to rest and sharpen your spears. After today, we should be able to clear this reservoir. Having just slain another reckless and irascible ghastly crocodile, Austin cast a glance at the dog-headed behind him, his voice low and somber. The dog-headed skillfully extracted their wooden spears from the carcass and disposed of the remains into a nearby wicker basket filled with the bodies of ghastly crocodiles, before each found a stone to sharpen the dulled tips of their weapons. This process had been repeated countless times over the past 3 days. Even though these spears were crafted from resilient wood akin to iron, they were still ultimately wood and would not withstand many uses before breaking. It was precisely due to these wooden weapons that the extermination of the ghastly crocodiles had stretched over 3 days. Damn it! I wonder if there are any copper or iron mines nearby. We must expedite the establishment of metallurgy. The inefficiency of their efforts clearly vexed Austin, as the limitations of wooden weaponry were apparent, far inferior to those of copper or iron. To bolster the strength of his subordinates, the acquisition of these metals was imperative. Time passed swiftly, and soon the dog-headed had rested and sharpened their spears. Very well, prepare yourselves, we shall commence. Gazing at the neatly aligned ranks of dog-headed warriors, Austin felt a swell of pride within him. After 3 days of rigorous training, Merely standing there, these warriors exuded an air of ferocity born of bloodshed, instilling Austin with greater confidence in his plan to exterminate the blood wolves during the harsh winter. Following their established routine, they once again dispatched 3 ghastly crocodiles, yet thereafter, the reservoir fell into an unsettling stillness, devoid of any further disturbances. Lord Austin, could it be that the ghastly crocodiles in this reservoir have been entirely eradicated? At that moment, the bloodstained Vinny approached Austin cautiously, inquiring. Having waited for the better part of the day, as dusk approached, not a single ghastly crocodile surfaced, and instead, the fish in the lake seemed to sense the absence of their fearsome predators, floating to the surface in schools to gulp for air. All signs indicated that the ghastly crocodiles in this reservoir had indeed been thoroughly vanquished, rendering the area safe, for these amphibious creatures could not remain submerged for extended periods. As the sun set, golden ripples danced across the lake's surface, creating a scene of serene beauty. Yet, inexplicably, a shadow of unease loomed over Austin's heart. Chapter 8. Beasts. A peculiar sensation enveloped Austin as he crouched by the lake, having vigilantly awaited for the better part of the day. Logically, he surmised that the ghastly crocodiles, having long surpassed their capacity to remain submerged, should no longer inhabit the reservoir. Yet, an instinctual trepidation gnawed at him, suggesting that beneath the placid surface lay a formidable danger. Was it a genuine threat, or merely a figment of his imagination? Austin gazed at the still waters, lost in contemplation. Beside him, the leader of the gnolls, Vinny, remained silent, dutifully awaiting any command from his master. The experiences of recent days had fostered an unprecedented admiration and loyalty towards Austin. Initially, when Austin trained them, the gnolls harbored unvoiced grievances. The seemingly pointless drills consumed their time meant for foraging, leading them to perceive the young blue dragon as a mere instigator of chaos. However, upon witnessing their collective prowess in vanquishing the very beasts that once threatened their lives, their discontent vanished instantaneously. It dawned upon them that even they, the naturally feeble gnolls, could triumph over creatures of far greater ferocity. The realization of their latent strength was astonishing. The reverence they held for Austin, the one who had bestowed upon them this transformation, now bordered on the divine. Vinny silently wished that the lake would never run out of crocodiles. The ease with which they had hunted recently, the exhilaration of the weak overcoming the strong, captivated him. Moreover, the bounty they had reaped in merely 3 days was sufficient to sustain them for a month, even after a portion was offered to the benevolent blue dragon. The gnolls expressed no dissatisfaction over their tribute. Rather, they were profoundly grateful, recognizing Austin's magnanimity in claiming only half of their spoils. If their loyalty had once been quantified at 100, it had surely soared beyond measure, reaching an astonishing 110. As Vinny indulged in visions of a prosperous future, Austin suddenly commanded in a low voice, "Fetch me some live prey, gray rabbits, mountain chickens, anything will suffice." "Yes, my lord," Vinny replied, departing to fulfill the order, despite his ignorance of Austin's intent. Though the arrival of the gnolls had affected the local fauna, it had not led to their extinction. Soon enough, 2 gnolls returned, triumphantly bearing a flapping wild chicken and a struggling gray rabbit. They bound the creature's feet with vines and tossed them into the lake. Vinny, without questioning the rationale behind the act, complied with Austin's instructions. The animals floundered on the surface, creating splashes as they desperately fought to stay afloat. On the shore, a hush fell over the onlookers, all captivated by the unfolding scene. As the creatures grew weary, their movements waned, and just as Vinny contemplated whether to retrieve them, a tremendous splash erupted from the water. A crocodile, twice the size of those they had previously slain, surged forth from the depths. Its armored skin glistened like dark steel, and its gaping maw, lined with serrated teeth, reflected a chilling glint as it devoured the 2 hapless animals in one swift motion. The water surged violently as the monstrous beast submerged, stirring the sediment and clouding the lake. The gnolls stood in shock, their minds blank in the face of this behemoth, far more formidable than any crocodile they had encountered. Cold sweat trickled down Vinny's brow as he realized how mistaken he had been to think the reservoir was devoid of such a terrifying predator. He cast a glance at Austin, filled with admiration. Unbeknownst to the gnolls, Austin's heart sank. A true beast, he thought. In the past 3 days, he had not encountered this creature, indicating it had lain in wait for at least that long. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a magical beast. capable of transcending the limitations of its biological nature, an amphibian thriving in aquatic depths as if it were a true fish. Should he abandon the pursuit? Austin pondered. This crocodile was undoubtedly a leader among its kind, akin to an elite monster in a game, and with its size, he felt uncertain of his ability to subdue it. Nevertheless, his original intent to clear the reservoir was driven not only by a desire for revenge and winter sustenance, but primarily to establish a reliable source of fish. To relinquish that goal after investing so much effort felt intolerable. Weighing the risks and rewards, Austin resolved to take the gamble. The crocodile possessed immense strength, and its leader would likely be even more formidable. A single misstep could lead to severe injury, or worse. Yet, he understood that greater risks yield greater rewards. This was no ordinary beast. It was a creature of magic, and Austin sensed his own magical powers burgeoning, yearning for more potent resources. If he could conquer this crocodile, he believed his strength would ascend to new heights, perhaps even unlocking a second magical talent. Moreover, beasts, unlike humans, were not devoid of weaknesses. Intelligence was the defining characteristic that set them apart. Chapter 9. The Hunt. Austin, the young blue dragon, reflected on the situation and speculated that the chief of the ghost-headed crocodiles likely possessed two vulnerabilities. Firstly, over the past 3 days, he had led a band of goblins to strangle the ghost-headed crocodiles in the lake, yet the chief had not made an appearance nor exhibited any signs of alarm, allowing its kind to be slaughtered without any sense of urgency. This suggested a probable deficiency in its intelligence and a diminished sensitivity to danger. Secondly, as a ghost-headed crocodile itself, the chief likely retained the common traits of its kind, including a propensity for rage and vengeance. Having identified these weaknesses, it was now time to devise a battle strategy. Time swiftly passed, and soon the next day dawned. The sun hung high in the azure sky, casting a brilliant blue hue reminiscent of a colossal, crystalline ice block, immaculate and pure. This was the prelude to the cold winter's arrival, as icy currents from the sea were set to overpower the fiery energies of the land, sweeping across the vast expanse. At that moment, near the edge of the lake, approximately 20 meters from the water's surface, Austin was overseeing the goblins as they camouflaged the traps they had dug overnight with a thick layer of leaves. You are well aware of the ferocity of magical beasts. We shall proceed according to plan, but should the situation turn dire, I permit you to retreat, Austin stated gravely. After witnessing the formidable presence of the ghost-headed crocodile chief the previous day, he felt no absolute certainty in their ability to hunt it down. The prospect of losing the goblins he had painstakingly trained was something he wished to avoid. Very well, let us commence. With Austin's command, 2 goblins began placing chunks of bloody meat, each the size of a fist, at intervals along the ground leading to the lake's edge. They then tossed the last few pieces into the water before swiftly retreating. For a brief moment, the lake lay still, but soon the sound of rushing water broke the silence as a current surged from the depths, stirring up a cloud of silt. Lured by the scent of food, the chief of the ghost-headed crocodiles could not resist the temptation and emerged, devouring the meat. Just as it prepared to submerge again, it spotted another piece on the shore. Perhaps due to its position as the apex predator of the lake, having faced no threats for years, the chief possessed no caution. Consequently, it climbed onto the shore with an air of arrogance, devouring the meat before spotting another piece in the distance. Following the trail of food, the chief gradually slithered away from the lake, eventually fixing its gaze on a pile of fallen leaves where a fresh deer leg lay in wait. Without a moment's hesitation, it made its way over. The dark scales of the crocodile shimmered with a metallic sheen, and in this realm, it was the undisputed sovereign, untroubled by the thought of adversaries. Thus, it was no surprise that the chief fell directly into the trap. With a resounding crash, the ground collapsed beneath it, revealing a deep pit lined with sharp wooden spikes. The chief, caught off guard, plummeted into the pit, rolling down and colliding with the deadly spikes below. However, contrary to expectations of bloodshed, the crocodile's formidable scales absorbed the impact without sustaining any injury. The spikes merely bent under the weight of its massive body. Prepare yourselves. Charge. At that moment, with a commanding shout from the goblin leader, Vinny, a line of goblins sprang up from the nearby brush, rushing to the edge of the pit. Seizing the opportunity while the chief was disoriented, they thrust their wooden spears downwards. Yet, their efforts proved futile, as the wooden weapons failed to penetrate the crocodile's armored hide. Sensing the pain inflicted upon it, the chief raised its head, glaring at the goblins above wielding their spears. Although the discomfort was negligible, it felt thoroughly insulted, an affront that ignited a torrent of fury within. With a guttural roar, its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, revealing its sharp, cold teeth as it bellowed. The ground trembled under the force of its roar, sending the goblins staggering backward, nearly losing their footing. But that was not the end. The chief, enveloped in a dark aura, struck the walls of the pit with its claw, causing the sturdy earth to crumble like tofu. In an explosive display, the crocodile burst forth from the pit, sending clouds of dust swirling in the air. Just as the goblins were regaining their composure from the bone-chilling roar, they were met with the sight of the enraged chief tearing free from the pit, barreling toward them like an uncontrollable armored vehicle. Retreat! Attack! Vinny's panicked command echoed as the goblins instinctively readied their weapons. As the wooden spears aimed at the rampaging crocodile, its fury intensified. With a powerful swing of its tail, akin to a steel hammer, it smashed through the barrage of spears. The sound of splintering would fill the air as the goblins were sent sprawling, their hands aching from the impact. The goblins fell to the ground, wailing in distress, as the chief advanced relentlessly, its massive form resembling a titan of iron. Just as it was about to reach the goblins and exact vengeance upon those who dared to challenge it, a vast shadow descended from the sky without warning, enveloping the beast entirely. In that instant, an acute sense of danger surged within the chief, its instincts warning of impending doom. Yet, before it could react, the young blue dragon, having patiently awaited the opportune moment, descended like a bolt of black lightning. With a fierce gust of wind, he landed upon the crocodile's back, his iron-like claws piercing precisely into the creature's spine, ensnaring it with a grip as unyielding as steel. Chapter 10. The Beast's Core Roar. Blood splattered forth as excruciating pain surged from the back of the crocodile leader, driving it into a frenzy. Tendrils of dark magic emanated from its body, unleashing a terrifying howl that shook the very earth. The force of its roar created a tempest, sending the parched leaves on the ground spiraling upwards, while the surrounding foliage swayed violently, bowing under the onslaught. In the distance, the dog-headed creatures, who had finally regained their footing, were caught unprepared by this wave of sound. Akin to facing a tsunami, they stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Yet this was merely the beginning. The unprecedented agony had obliterated the crocodile leader's remaining sanity. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless thundering echoed like rolling thunder as the leader pounded the earth, shattering it as if it were mere tofu. Each strike sent tremors through the ground, unleashing a cloud of dust that enveloped the area. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the distant dog-headed creatures could not muster the courage to re-enter the fray. The crocodile leader writhed violently, attempting to throw the young blue dragon off its back, but to no avail. Its massive form and joints rendered it incapable of twisting its tail or maneuvering against an adversary perched upon its back, leaving it defenseless against such an opponent. At that moment, the blue dragon, with its claws gripping the crocodile leader's spine, lunged forward, sinking its fierce jaws into its neck. Simultaneously, an arc of electricity sparked across the dragon's deep blue scales, releasing a cascade of electrical energy that surged into the crocodile leader, causing it to convulse and tremble uncontrollably. The paralysis from the electric shock was Austin's first awakened magical talent, the only spell he had mastered thus far. Though it appeared weak, it was this very ability that had allowed him to grow exponentially over the past 2 years, as he consistently honed his physical form through its application. In that moment, this spell became a formidable weapon against the crocodile leader. Roar! The old wounds were compounded by new injuries, and under the relentless blows, the crocodile leader descended into utter madness. It pounded the ground with such fervor that the forest trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The earth cracked in vast segments, spiderweb-like fissures sprawling outward, resembling a rampaging heavy truck. Snap! Snap! Trees were uprooted and shattered, splintering into fragments as dust clouds billowed into the air. Yet this was merely the crocodile leader's final, desperate act. Sure enough, after demolishing 3 massive trees, it was utterly spent, its strength dissipating like a flood. It staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Throughout this ordeal, the young blue dragon remained firmly affixed to the crocodile leader's back, showing no signs of loosening its grip. Observing the fading life force of the crocodile leader, Austin did not immediately release his hold. Instead, he waited several minutes until he was certain of its demise before finally withdrawing his teeth and claws. "Your Highness Austin, are you unharmed?" The dog-headed leader approached. Bracing himself against the discomfort, his gaze fixed on the lifeless giant beneath Austin's feet, his eyes still reflecting lingering fear. "I am well, and you have performed admirably." The first time he encountered these dog-headed beings, they had been timid and fearful, yet after months of transformation, they had evolved into a competent force. Faced with such fierce adversaries, they had not faltered but rather organized two counterattacks, bravely confronting their formidable foes. Had other dog-headed creatures in this world witnessed the crocodile leader, they likely would have fled in terror at first sight. The seed has been sown. Austin cast a glance at the dog-headed leader, Vinny, silently acknowledging his thoughts. In due time, as he gathered more followers, he would center his training around these dog-headed creatures, ultimately forging an indomitable legion. Of course, that was a prospect far in the future. The young blue dragon redirected its gaze to the carcass of the crocodile leader, feeling a peculiar stir within, an insatiable desire, a yearning to consume. After a moment's contemplation, the blue dragon opened its sharp jaws and clamped down on the crocodile's head, pressing its massive claws onto the corpse. With a swift tug, the head tore away like a ragged cloth. Inside the gory remains, a gelatinous sphere, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, glimmered with a dark sheen, tendrils of magic wafting outward as wisps of black mist. The beast's core? No, merely a nascent core. This creature is on the verge of crystallizing its magical essence. Austin's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly followed by a surge of excitement. From the inherited memories, he understood that in this world, magical beasts were classified into 9 tiers based on their internal magical potency. Amongst creatures of the same tier, their combat prowess varied significantly, and those capable of forming a core were the elite among their kind. Estimating the crocodile leader's magical capacity, it fell within the 2nd tier. However, if its core fully matured, it could awaken a latent magical talent, elevating its combat power to that of a Tier 3 beast. Yet for Austin, the crocodile leader's potential advancement was of little consequence. What mattered was that this core represented a rare reservoir of magical energy. The growth of young dragons depended on the consumption of vast quantities of magical resources. Without hesitation, the blue dragon seized the immature core and swallowed it whole. Boom. The moment the nascent core entered the blue dragon's belly, its formidable digestive capabilities immediately began to break down the magical crystal, releasing a torrent of magic that coursed through its veins. Roar! At that instant, Austin felt as though a volcano erupted within him, the intense pain provoking an involuntary roar. As the overwhelming magic circulated throughout his body, his essence soared, stirring up a tempest in the surrounding area. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity danced around him, crackling with life, akin to a cacophony of birds chirping in unison. Chapter 11. The second magical talent, a surge of arcane energy coursed through Austin's body like molten lava, penetrating his veins and permeating every part of his being. As this magical force flowed within him, it seemed as though the young blue dragon had crossed a threshold. An overwhelming aura erupted forth, catching the nearby goblins off guard and sending them reeling backward. His Highness Austin. The goblins stared, wide-eyed, at the spectacle before them. They beheld arcs of electricity dancing around him, and none dared to approach. Yet, before long, Austin's aura began to stabilize, and the extraordinary phenomena around him dissipated. Strangely, whether it was merely an illusion or not, the young blue dragon appeared noticeably more robust, his scales deepening in hue. As he slowly opened his eyes, a wave of enlightenment surged within him. He had just awakened his second magical talent. Lightning strike, perhaps. With a mere thought, the magic within him began to flow through a fixed circuit, causing the air ahead to swirl with energy. In an instant, a deafening thunderclap resounded as a bolt of lightning descended from above, seemingly tearing the sky asunder, and struck a nearby tree. In that fleeting moment, blinding light erupted, and the tree ignited violently, its branches and leaves reduced to ash in mere seconds, leaving behind only a few charred trunks that stood silently, emitting wisps of smoke. What power! Even Austin was momentarily taken aback by the display. This newfound talent was exponentially more formidable than his initial, lackluster ability of electrical paralysis. The sheer force of the lightning strike was such that had he unleashed it upon the earlier crocodile leader, it would surely have left it either dead or gravely wounded. Regrettably, while the power of the lightning strike was impressive, its consumption was equally significant. To use it even once in battle would be considered fortunate. Feeling as though half of his magical energy had been depleted, Austin could not help but chuckle wryly. Nevertheless, having awakened this second magical talent had substantially augmented his strength, granting him a potent weapon for the challenges ahead. Reflecting on the bloodthirsty wolf pack lurking nearby, a glimmer of determination flashed in Austin's eyes. The crocodiles in the reservoir had been eradicated. Now it was time to clean up the battlefield, particularly the carcasses that needed to be processed before they decomposed. This preservation technique was a product of Austin's past life knowledge, which he sought to apply in this new world. The goblins, lacking effective methods for food preservation, were unable to store surplus meat. For the lower-tier races on this continent, mere survival was a daily struggle. During harsh winters, their sustenance consisted primarily of foraged nuts, starchy roots, fruit seeds, and wild grains, often resorting to grasses and tree bark to stave off hunger. Without the need to preserve meat, they naturally lacked the know-how for such processes. Had it not been for Austin's guidance, the corpses of the crocodiles would have started to rot days ago. Continue with your tasks. Do not mind me. Also, you have all performed commendably today. Aside from the crocodile leader, the rest of the spoils shall serve as your reward for bravery, Austin declared, gesturing towards the crocodile carcasses on the ground, addressing the goblin leader, Vini. Being a magical beast, the crocodile leader's body retained a significant amount of magical energy, which Austin had no intention of wasting. Your Highness Austin, we are grateful for your generosity, Vini exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and appreciation for the young blue dragon. Under Vini's leadership, the goblins efficiently gathered the carcasses of the fallen crocodiles into baskets to transport back to their makeshift settlement. They would proceed to gut the creatures, smoking the robust meat into jerky while also preparing the durable hides for armor, ensuring that even in times of scarcity, they would be ready for the harsh winters ahead. In the meantime, the goblins did not neglect the internal organs. After extracting the remnants from the intestines, they boiled them into a stew, even if the taste paled in comparison to the meat. Yet, for these often starving goblins, it was a rare delicacy. Before long, beneath the young blue dragon's lair, the nascent village constructed by the goblins was bustling with activity. Even the young goblin girl, Nina, did her utmost to assist, as each individual prepared for the winter ahead. Wisps of smoke rose into the air, and though the village consisted only of a couple of humble grass huts, it radiated a warm, homely atmosphere. Meanwhile, as the goblins strategized for the winter, Austin, having confirmed that no fierce predators lurked in the reservoir, plunged into the water, diving to the lake's depths. This reservoir, capable of nurturing a crocodile leader powerful enough to possess a magical core, might conceal further secrets beneath its surface. As Austin submerged, the water was murky and dim, obscuring his vision. However, his draconic eyesight compensated for this deficiency, allowing him to discern shapes even 10 meters away. In the shadowy depths, a colossal silhouette descended, scattering the nearby fish in a panic. Observing the density of fish below, Austin calculated that even if he refrained from fishing throughout the winter, the reservoir's aquatic resources would suffice to sustain him. Yet, Austin was not there merely to fish. The lake was deep, and after descending for over 100 meters, the bottom remained elusive, though the fish around him grew increasingly larger. So deep, Austin furrowed his brow. He was no fish. And even a dragon's robust physique could not withstand the pressures of such depths indefinitely. What could have formed this lake? As he pondered the lake's astonishing depth, he recalled its geographical position. Surrounded by vast plains with only a narrow river feeding into it, it was evident that this reservoir could not have formed naturally. Gazing into the profound darkness below, Austin deliberated for a moment before steeling himself. With a powerful flap of his wings, he propelled himself downward, sending a cascade of water splashing as he shot towards the lake's depths like an arrow. Chapter 12. The secrets beneath the lake. As Austin descended to a depth of 200 meters, the pressure of the water surged exponentially. Just as he felt he could no longer withstand it, a flicker of dim blue light emerged from the pitch-black lake bed. Could it be? The young blue dragon's face brightened with excitement as he hastened towards the lake bottom. In mere moments, Austin found himself enveloped in a fantastical world. On the lakebed, dandelion-like plants swayed gently with the current, emitting a ghostly blue glow. One after another, they formed a radiant tapestry that illuminated the entire lake floor. Simultaneously, seeds from these dandelion-like blooms detached from their parent plants, gathering in the water to create shimmering trails, reminiscent of a starlit river. spiraling above the ethereal blue realm and ascending with the wind. As the sparkling lights rose to a height of 10 to 20 meters, they seemed to exhaust their energy, extinguishing their glow. Suddenly, a school of fish, appearing from nowhere, darted down and devoured them in an instant. The blue dandelions thrived by consuming unknown energies from the lakebed, spreading their seeds, which were then consumed by peculiar fish, forming an extraordinary symbiotic system. What is this? The mesmerizing blue light flooded Austin's vision, illuminating the entire world. Those who have not witnessed such a scene could hardly fathom the vastness and surreal beauty of this realm. Even Austin was left in awe for an extended period. What exactly are these dandelions? What lies beneath the lake to sustain the growth of such extraordinary plants? A flurry of questions surged through Austin's mind, and with a powerful beat of his wings, he propelled himself towards the lakebed. However, just as the young blue dragon entered the realm of blue light, the dandelion seeds drifting towards him suddenly burst open, releasing ethereal blue flames that spread across his scales. The flames surged ominously, as if intent on engulfing him entirely. This is bad. Feeling a sharp sting, Austin's expression shifted dramatically. Just as the blue flames were about to envelop him, he flapped his wings vigorously and soared upwards. The tumultuous waters roiled until he finally escaped the dazzling light of the ethereal river, at which point the flames dissipated entirely. Yet, despite this, the scales on Austin's body turned pitch black, as if scorched by fire. What on earth is this? Noticing the extensive burns on his body, Austin gasped in shock. No wonder the fish above eagerly consumed the extinguished dandelion seeds. It turns out these seeds were perilous. Even as a member of the dragon clan, Austin found himself in such a predicament. Ordinary fish would surely have perished instantly. Austin gazed intently at this dreamy, fairy tale world beneath him. Were it not for his first-hand experience, no one would believe that beneath this dazzling brilliance lay such terrifying danger. The radiant sea of light continued to sway gently with the current, silently radiating its splendor. The previously disrupted trails of light returned to their original order, as if nothing had transpired. After observing for a long while, Austin felt an overwhelming sense of threat and an inexplicable sensation emanating from the luminous sea. Yet he discovered nothing more. Perhaps it is futile. I currently lack the ability to unravel this mystery, but one day, I shall uncover the truth. Just as Austin felt he could no longer endure this underwater realm, he cast one last glance at the sea of light before turning to depart. The blue dandelions continued to quietly emit their twinkling glow, extinguishing after ascending over 10 meters, only to be consumed by the eager fish below. Everything appeared normal, as if nothing had occurred. However, unbeknownst to Austin, the fish that had devoured the dandelion seeds momentarily flashed with a faint blue light beneath their scales, a fleeting glimpse. As time passed, the cold winter approached. The vast blue sky grew ever clearer and bluer, resembling a massive ice slab. A visible chill spread across the heavens, as if the entire sky had been frozen. The dog-headed folk busied themselves daily, filling their schedules with activities. After their morning drills, they tirelessly gathered food, having already amassed sufficient provisions to survive the harsh winter. Yet, their instinctive nature compelled them to continue their efforts. Memories passed down from their ancestors warned them that each cold winter brought insatiable hunger. Only by preparing more food could they endure the arduous winter. To shield against the encroaching snowstorms, their crude homes in the trees were moved to the ground, secured with wooden stakes, reinforced with sturdy branches, and thatched roofs woven with vines tied to the posts. Beside the dwelling, a small warehouse was hastily constructed, its floor lined with dry straw. Upon this straw lay hardened crocodile skins, and above them were baskets brimming with cured meats, wild nuts, seeds, and a variety of grains foraged from the forest. As the cold winter set in, the trees in the forest began to yield the fruits born from 9 months of summer's energy, marking the peak of food abundance in the Kawa forest. Each time the dog-headed folk ventured out, they returned laden with supplies, rapidly filling the warehouse, far exceeding their winter needs. As they watched their food reserves swell, it was said that one day, the oldest and most frail dog-headed elder opened the warehouse doors, gazing at the overflowing supplies, and could not help but weep. Such a sight felt like a dream. In the elder's many years, he had never imagined that the events of his dreams would manifest in reality. Everything was improving, and while there was still time, the dog-headed folk erected a fence around their dwelling, finally resembling a proper tribe. Thus, time meandered on, and a few days later, the world transformed overnight. Chapter 13. The arrival of the cold winter. Throughout the night, the howling of the cold wind echoed like a wailing specter, and a frigid chill swept across the heavens and the earth. All living beings trembled beneath the formidable might of nature. The pitch-black sky seemed poised to collapse, as the piercing winds howled, mingled with sharp, knife-like ice and snow that lashed down. Countless creatures unprepared for winter perished in the depths of that dark night. A fierce blizzard raged on for the entire night. When dawn broke, the sun rose, and Austin peeked his head out from the cave. What met his eyes was an expanse of blinding white, with even the sky shrouded in white. The once vast and endless green sea was now cloaked in a thick layer of white snow and ice. From the ancient trees that had yet to shed their leaves, long icicles hung down, shimmering like sharp ice spikes. Should any animal pass beneath and inadvertently brush against the branches, it would likely find itself impaled by the densely falling icicles, resembling a porcupine. In a single night, the world had changed colors. Just yesterday, the sun had shone brightly, and although the sky had taken on a color reminiscent of ice, the warmth had still lingered, making one sweat. Yet today, the endless expanse of the earth lay blanketed in a thick layer of snow. This miraculous transformation from summer to winter, witnessed by Austin, who had traversed this realm for over 2 years, filled him with fascination. Indeed, this winter was undeniably cold. On the first day of winter's arrival, remnants of the frigid air carried by the water elemental magic still lingered in the atmosphere, rendering the initial days particularly chill-inducing. Even Austin, with his formidable dragon physique, felt the icy breath striking against his scales. Well, there was still ample food for these days. Perhaps it would be wise to remain cozily nestled in his lair for a while longer. As Austin contemplated retreating back into his warm den for a prolonged slumber, a resounding military call echoed from the base of the cliff. 121, 121. Austin emerged from his hiding place and beheld the scene below. Wisps of smoke rose from the modest village comprising just a few wooden huts, while in the open snow-covered ground, the goblins, perhaps accustomed to their month-long military training, did not slacken in the face of winter-esque chill, but commenced their morning drills as usual. They stood at attention, marched in formation, executed left and right turns, and practiced tactics including spear drills. The bone-chilling winds swept through the air, and their breath condensed into icy mist. Despite the fur that shielded them from the cold, the goblins shivered slightly while standing at attention. Yet, even in Austin's absence, the goblins trained with unwavering diligence, showing no signs of slackening. Before long, their bodies warmed up, and perspiration formed, creating white vapor that rose into the frigid air. The goblin leader, Vinny, gazed at his fellow tribesmen, who persevered through training even in the harsh winter, feeling quite satisfied. During the previous month of training, Austin had instilled in them a sense of discipline. Though their physical prowess was lacking, they had undeniably formed the rudiments of a true army. Under Lord Austin's guidance, the goblins' glory would ultimately illuminate the entire continent. Having experienced various events over the past month, Vinny firmly believed this to be true. This conviction was not merely a figment of his imagination. The other goblins shared this sentiment wholeheartedly, believing that under Lord Austin's leadership, they would surely stride toward a brighter future. It was only after residing in the so-called Great Tribe in the north that the goblins realized the depth and respect commanded by Lord Austin's knowledge. No one could fathom that a group of seemingly weak goblins, after merely a month of training, could undergo an unprecedented transformation and successfully slay beasts far more ferocious than themselves. Nor could anyone have imagined that, through Austin's simple guidance, the goblins would navigate the cold winter with ease, free from the worry of food scarcity. Well done today, everyone. Dismissed. With the completion of their tactical drills, Vinny concluded the morning exercises. In the cold winter, the goblins would typically avoid venturing outside unless absolutely necessary. They would huddle together to conserve warmth and reduce food consumption, enabling them to survive the dreaded winter. However, having relocated here and become Austin's subordinates, they had ample food reserves and no longer needed to curl up in corners to hibernate. To better establish their village, the goblins planned to venture into the forest to fell suitable trees with stone axes. By the time summer arrived, these would be appropriately dried for building materials. Additionally, they needed to gather more firewood to enhance the living conditions of their rudimentary village against the biting cold. Just as Vinny prepared to leave for work, a colossal shadow suddenly descended from the sky, swirling a tempest of snowflakes. Lord Austin, Vinny exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the blue dragon, quickly transitioning to a respectful address. Yes, you have done well. I have seen your efforts from above. Your perseverance in maintaining morning drills during the winter clearly demonstrates that this group of goblins possesses commendable military qualities, making future tasks much easier. All glory belongs to you. Lord Austin, Vinny placed his right hand over his heart, his voice imbued with reverence. Do not be modest. I have merely set the foundation. Austin shook his head. Initially, he had personally conducted the training, but as the goblins became familiar with the content, he had entrusted most of it to their leader, Vinny. Austin was not one to seek undue credit. As Vinny opened his mouth to respond, Austin continued, By the way, Vinny, do your goblins possess any cultivation techniques or combat skills? This question had just occurred to Austin. Indeed, during his confrontation with the head of the ghostly crocodiles, he had recognized the limitations of the goblins, their physical frailty. Even with rigorous training, they could not withstand the might of formidable magical beasts. The only solution lay in elevating these goblins to extraordinary beings, akin to how ordinary humans become knights through cultivation, acquiring extraordinary powers to truly confront such powerful entities. However, achieving personal growth through cultivation was no simple feat. One of the greatest challenges lay in the need for suitable techniques. Regrettably, the dragon lineage offered only knowledge about the world, and due to the unique nature of dragons, they required no techniques to ascend to legendary realms. Thus, Austin possessed no understanding of this aspect, prompting him to inquire with Vinny if Vinny indeed possessed goblin cultivation techniques. One could only imagine the formidable army that would emerge if all his subordinates were goblin knights. Chapter 14. The search when Austin first encountered Winnie and the other goblins. They resembled a weary band of refugees. The techniques and combat skills capable of significantly enhancing one's prowess are not possessions of the ordinary, according to Austin's estimation. Even among the myriad orc tribes scattered throughout the vast Kawa forest, only the medium to large tribes with populations exceeding 1,000 could truly possess such abilities. Thus, Austin harbored little hope for Winnie, merely wishing to glean some information from him. Combat skills. Indeed, upon hearing this, Winnie fell into a moment of contemplation before shaking his head. I apologize, Your Highness. When we fled, we were merely lowly members of that orc tribe and are not privy to detailed knowledge. However, I did hear that the leader of our tribe, Chief Xiong Pai, has attained a high rank in bronze. If it is that tribe, they might possess combat skills and similar techniques. A high rank in bronze corresponds to a combat strength akin to that of at least a level 3 magical beast. Even the current Austin would not stand a chance against such a foe. However, it would also be impossible for that leader to retain Austin. Yet, individuals with such extraordinary abilities are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Perhaps a siege by 1,000 or 2,000 could exhaust his strength enough to defeat him. Nevertheless, if the tribe Winnie mentioned indeed possesses combat skills, it stands to reason that the leader would not be the only extraordinary individual. There would likely be other elite beings among them, not to mention the multitude of ordinary orcs within the tribe. This level of power is not something Austin could provoke at present. However, there will surely come a day for confrontation. Despite recognizing the disparity in strength, Austin could not help but feel a lingering attachment, though it may seem that there is little conflict between them now. The large tribe where the goblins once resided would inevitably become an obstacle in the future. To prepare for that eventuality, Austin inquired about the circumstances of that orc tribe. Yet, he overestimated the knowledge of this group of goblins. As one of the most marginalized races on the continent, they too were at the bottom of the hierarchy in that large tribe, struggling daily on the brink of survival. Their impressions of the tribe were limited to its filth, odor, and sheer size. Winnie was unaware of how many extraordinary professionals resided there, nor could he estimate the size of the tribe or its population, other than to say it was substantial. The results of his inquiries were almost entirely fruitless. No, not entirely, at the very least. Austin learned that a formidable neighbor lay to the north, situated at least 100 kilometers away. This information was deduced from Winnie's account, indicating that they had been expelled from the orc tribe. While he could not measure the exact distance, he noted that their journey southward had taken nearly 2 months, suggesting a distance of at least 100 kilometers. This could be seen as a rare piece of good news, as the considerable distance would alleviate concerns of conflict prior to Austin's growth. Furthermore, the large orc tribe could serve as a barrier, repelling the encroachment of adventurers from the Central Plains and the various destitute farmers seeking fortune in the Kawa forest, thus providing Austin with a degree of safety for his development. However, While the presence of a large orc tribe offers significant safety, it simultaneously restricts local growth. It seems prudent to seek out nearby areas to see if smaller tribes can be assimilated, though the orc tribe ahead has warded off many dangers. It also obstructs the influx of fresh blood, relying solely on the 7 adult goblins under Austin's command, even with their strong reproductive capabilities. Organizing a 1,000-strong army would take at least a decade or two, an unacceptable timeline for Austin. Fortunately, the Kawa Forest is dotted with numerous tribes, with countless orcs eking out a living, forming various clans. Thus, with a modicum of effort, Austin should be able to find sufficient numbers to foster his growth. Very well. You may return to your duties. With that thought, Austin casually instructed before unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky, the gusts of wind stirring a flurry of snowflakes. Understood, Lord Austin. After bidding farewell to the young dragon, Winnie turned to join the efforts of building their home. High above, the cold wind howled. The remnants of the frigid currents that lingered after the passing of the cold front scattered across the heavens, posing a risk that one could unwittingly become an ice sculpture if caught within. However, the formidable physique bestowed upon Austin by his draconic lineage allowed him to disregard such dangers. At most, he might grumble about the chill when faced with the cold currents. But his life would not be in peril. At this moment, the young dragon was flapping his wings, gliding hundreds of meters above the ground, his large copper-colored eyes scanning the snow-covered terrain below. To increase his retinue and bolster his forces, Austin had ventured out into the snow, seeking traces of the smaller orc tribes on the outskirts of his territory to gather them under his banner. Strength in numbers. With the goblins he had trained at the core, he could swiftly elevate his power by training and transforming the new recruits. What a breathtaking view. Alas, the opportunity for free movement would only last for the first month or two. The heavy snow blanketed the earth like a thick quilt, cloaking it in white. Gigantic ancient trees stood adorned with crystalline icicles, reflecting dazzling light. Now was the onset of the cold winter season, and due to the sudden drop in temperature, the fearsome magical beasts had settled into their dens, reluctant to emerge. This marked the safest time of the year in the Kawa Forest. As time passed and the beasts consumed their fat reserves, those unprepared would be compelled to leave their warm shelters, facing the choice of either succumbing to the icy elements or, by sheer luck, encountering other starving creatures, leading to a savage struggle for survival. This would be the most perilous time in the Kawa Forest. Austin had nearly perished during his first cold winter after his rebirth. This snow is excessively thick. I hope to find other traces before it's too late. The young dragon sighed inwardly, flying northward for over 20 miles, yet finding no sign of any villages or tribes. Perhaps some existed, but the snow had concealed all traces, leaving Austin empty-handed. While the cold winter brings safety, the heavy snowfall also hampers the search for other orc tribes on the ground. I'll proceed another 10 miles. If I uncover nothing, so be it. Resolute, the young dragon flapped his wings and soared swiftly toward the horizon. Chapter 15. The retreat, a 30-kilometer radius, is quite substantial. Comparable to the size of a city in my previous life, and even by vehicle, it would take an hour or two to traverse. However, perhaps due to the onset of a frigid winter, all creatures lie dormant in their abodes, revealing no traces of their presence. Consequently, the young azure dragon, Austin, found little success during his flight. It appears I must rely on the kobolds to continue their search at a more leisurely pace. With nothing to show for his efforts, Austin chose to refrain from further exploration and began his return journey. He estimated that he would soon arrive at the large tribe mentioned by the kobolds, as he had no intention of confronting them just yet. On his way back, Austin did not retrace his original path, but instead opted to take a wider detour, returning from an alternate direction. Despite the slim chances of discovering other tribes, casting a wider net in his search could prove beneficial. Austin felt a surge of gratitude for his decision when, as he neared his lair from a different angle, he spotted thick plumes of smoke rising from a nearby mountain. In this cold winter season, the likelihood of a natural fire occurring is nearly non-existent. The presence of fire and smoke indicates that intelligent life must be active in that area, likely orcs or humans, though given the circumstances of the Kawa Forest, it is clear that orcs are in the majority. However, the smoke was unusually voluminous. With numerous thoughts swirling in his mind, Austin hastened his flight toward the source. Soon, he soared above the mountain where the smoke billowed. Below him lay a village recently ravaged by conflict. The pristine, snow-covered ground had been trampled into a muddy mess, with dirty snow mingling with water and forming ice, stained with dried blood, yet devoid of any corpses. This tribe appeared to have recently endured a battle. The victors, evidently frugal, had removed all useful items, dismantling the few rickety wooden huts that remained. Everything that could be salvaged had been taken. Even the supporting beams of the structures had been disassembled and dragged away, leaving behind only the remnants which were ultimately reduced to ashes by a great fire. After circling the area several times, Austin found nothing of value nor any signs of life. It seemed the inhabitants had completely evacuated. After contemplating his observations, Austin descended to the ground. The surroundings were chaotic, and while he was no detective, he could surmise from the remains of the structures that the population at most numbered 30 individuals. Whether they were primarily orcs remained a mystery to the Azure Dragon. Though there were traces of blood, they were minimal, suggesting that not many lives had been lost. It appeared more likely that the defeated had been expelled from the tribe, or perhaps all had been captured. If a brutal conflict had transpired, the battlefield would not have been so easily tidied. Determined to investigate further, Austin took to the skies once more. If he could locate any scattered individuals, integrating them into the kobold ranks would significantly bolster his forces. Even if the tribe had been captured and assimilated, tracking down the victors could yield fruitful opportunities in the future. After all, acquiring populations through conquest is far swifter than the kobold's natural reproduction. In the air, Austin turned and followed the footprints on the ground. Meanwhile, in the kobold village beneath the Azure Dragon's lair, the kobolds were preparing for lunch. On a stove constructed from mud bricks, a massive stone pot simmered over a roaring fire, bringing the water within to a boil. 8 pieces of smoked crocodile meat were retrieved from storage, unwashed to preserve the flavorful oils, and placed directly into the pot. Alongside, wild grains and some dried vegetables were added, stewing for about half an hour. When the wooden lid was lifted, a large pot of aromatic stew was ready. Due to the smoky exterior of the meat, the concoction appeared somewhat dark, and the unhulled grains lent it a rough texture, making it somewhat difficult to swallow. To Austin's discerning palate, this dish was a dismal culinary creation, yet for the kobolds, it represented a feast. With oil and meat, they could satiate their hunger, an experience they had not enjoyed before. Especially in these cold winter months, they had previously subsisted on a meager diet of roots and hay. The stew was ladled into the wooden bowls of each kobold, who then gathered in small clusters to relish their meal, the enticing aroma wafting through the air for hundreds of meters. At that moment, just a mile away from the kobold village, a ragged band was fleeing through the dense forest. Chief, called Quick, a fox-faced creature, hastening to catch up with the panicked leader, a robust lizard man. We've run far enough. Simon and his crew shouldn't be able to catch us. Let's take a moment to rest. Quick's expression was pained. This tribe had only just been established this year, led by the formidable lizard man, Rodney, who had once demonstrated his prowess by slaying a forest lion with his bare hands. It was Rodney's strength that had convinced Quick to assist in forming this small tribe, gathering other beasts to endure the perilous winter months together. However, as fate would have it, with the arrival of winter, a nearby pack of wargs claimed that Rodney's group had encroached upon their territory and launched an attack on the village that had taken them much of the summer to build. The warg leader, Simon, was an extraordinary being of the bronze tier, a formidable presence even among the beasts. The mere transformation of his physique rivaled that of Rodney, the lizard man chief. Unsurprisingly, Rodney's fledgling tribe was easily defeated by the wargs and expelled from their home, losing all the provisions collected during the summer. Were it not for the wargs' greater concern for their food than for annihilating the remnants of the defeated, they likely would have been exterminated. Even so, Rodney and his followers dared not linger and fled in disarray for nearly 10 kilometers. Lord Rodney, everyone is exhausted. Let us find a place to rest. Chapter 16. The assault. Let us pause for a moment to rest. In the aftermath of the previous war, Rodney, still haunted by the terrifying sight of the werewolf leader, Simon, found himself in a state of disarray, his gaze wandering as if fearing an ambush from lurking werewolves. It was only when the fox-faced Quake tugged at him that he managed to regain his senses. Yet, the pressing question remained. What about food? Quake's expression darkened further, causing him to doubt the wisdom of their earlier decisions. Casting a glance behind, he noted that apart from the lizard man leader Rodney, there were 2 more lizard men, 7 dog-headed creatures, 10 goblins, and himself, a solitary fox-faced being. This constituted the entirety of their tribe's remnants. Originally, their clan had boasted over 30 members, But the war against the werewolves had decimated their ranks, leaving barely 20 to escape. In times of hardship, numbers can be both a boon and a bane, particularly during the frigid winter months when sustenance is scarce. With insufficient food and the roots of the wild buried beneath heavy snow, the prospect of hunting was bleak. In such circumstances, their demise seemed inevitable. Food. We can simply seize it. There must be orc tribes nearby, and I refuse to believe that every tribe is as formidable as the werewolves, Rodney declared fiercely, brandishing his axe with a whoosh. At that moment, the morale of the group lifted slightly. However, Quake felt a deeper despair, while raiding seemed a viable plan. They still needed to locate a target. The smaller tribes were adept at concealing themselves, and in this icy wilderness, most had retreated into hibernation, avoiding any trace of their existence. In the stark, white landscape, how could they possibly find someone to rob? Just as Quake was about to voice his concerns, he suddenly caught a whiff of something tantalizing. The scent of food, the aroma of meat. Turning his head, he realized the others had noticed it too. Truly, fate has not forsaken us. Let us seize this opportunity, my comrades, Rodney exclaimed, laughing heartily as he raised his axe, leading the group towards the source of the enticing fragrance. Quake, wanting to offer a word of caution, found his stomach growling in protest, the pangs of hunger silencing his thoughts. Cautiously, the ragtag band moved through the forest, the scent intensifying and making their mouths water. Typically, to be able to feast on meat at the onset of winter would imply that the tribe had ample food reserves, suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Yet, the gnawing hunger overpowered their dread of potential foes. Emerging from the thicket, the group of beasts crouched behind a small hillock, stealthily observing a large tribe nestled at the base of a cliff. How many orcs are there? What is their strength? Rodney inquired, tapping Quake beside him. Though driven by hunger, Rodney retained his wits, aware that recklessly storming into an enemy camp could lead to their demise. They needed to assess their adversaries. Rodney, their leader. What do you see? Quake hesitated, peering down at the rudimentary settlement. It appears they number only 7. No, 7.5. 7.5? Are you jesting? No, I have counted. There are indeed 7 dog-headed creatures, and a small one among them. The village has only 2 huts. One is likely a food store, and the other a wooden shelter that could barely accommodate 10 individuals. I am certain of my count. 7 dog-headed creatures? How could they possibly possess such abundant provisions? Rodney, along with Quake, expressed disbelief. The dog-headed beings rank among the lowest of all races on the Ceta continent. They are frail and lack any notable skills. How could they be thriving enough to have meat? No matter. The lizard man leader Rodney turned to his weary companions. Raising his voice, you see, before us are but 7 dog-headed creatures. For the sake of food, let us charge together. With that, Rodney leapt from the hill, axe raised, and the famished horde followed suit, surging downwards in a chaotic rush. The motley crew of warriors, united in their desperation, surged forward, creating an imposing spectacle akin to 1,000-strong army. The dog-headed creatures, feasting on their meal, felt the tremors beneath them and quickly recognized the approaching threat. An ambush. To arms. The dog-headed leader, Vinny, was the first to react, hastily tossing aside his wooden bowl and seizing a spear from the wall. Grab your weapons. Form ranks. At Vinny's command, the dog-headed creatures instinctively grasped their spears, aligning themselves in formation with pointed tips readied. In the meantime, Lizardman Rodney had already thrust himself into the fray. Howling with fury, charge, he bellowed, raising his axe with ferocity as he barreled toward the dog-headed beings. Surprisingly, these creatures, though smaller in stature, did not flee. Instead, they stood their ground, executing peculiar maneuvers. Rodney remained undeterred, believing that if he could penetrate their ranks and slay a couple of dog-headed foes, the remainder would surely scatter, leaving their provisions ripe for the taking. He felt invincible. After all, what threat could mere dog-headed creatures pose? Then, he was met with sudden bewilderment. With a resounding cry, the line of spears thrust forth, and Rodney found himself momentarily blinded. Thud, thud, thud. The spears pierced through the air, entering his body, and a spray of blood erupted as the force of their attack launched him into the air. Rodney, robust and swift, had initially outpaced his companions. But as he collided with the dog-headed warriors, his followers stumbled back in shock, tumbling helplessly onto the snow. Chapter 17, or in the wars on the civilized lands. The elite knight orders serve as the backbone, supported by a multitude of peasant soldiers wielding pitchforks. forming vast armies to engage in decisive battles where the outcome often hinges on the prowess of these knightly factions. But what of the conflicts among the numerous small tribes nestled within the depths of the Kava Great Forest? The situation there is quite different. At the heart of these skirmishes lies the mightiest tribal chieftain, who charges forth with a few trusted allies, eschewing any semblance of discipline or strategy. What matters most is the overwhelming presence of their leader. If the chieftain can fell a few foes in the initial clash, the morale of the tribe surges, and the warriors rush in to vanquish their enemies. In truth, this resembles the brawls of Austin's previous life, where nothing else matters but sheer bravado. Once the momentum is established, victory is almost assured. Thus, when Rodney beheld the orderly formation of the goblins, understanding their formidable strength, he leapt forth with unshakable confidence. In his mind, his superior stature and the hard-won iron weaponry would allow him to dispatch a couple of goblins, thereby securing victory with ease. Fueled by this thought, Rodney charged ahead. However, he soon found himself battered and bloodied against the disciplined ranks of the goblins. While he could easily defeat a single goblin, facing a multitude exhibiting military discipline and seamless coordination was an entirely different matter, leading to his inevitable defeat. At the moment Rodney was struck down, chaos erupted among the charging orcs, their advance abruptly halted. Though merely 7 goblins stood before them, their organized formation and towering spears presented an insurmountable barrier, akin to the gates of hell, instilling a profound sense of dread. After all, their leader, the mightiest lizardman Rodney, had just been grievously wounded and sent flying. From that moment onward, the goblins remained unyielding, their formation intact. In a state of panic, the rushing orcs skidded to a halt, some tumbling and rolling on the ground, causing the entire group to descend into a frenzy akin to a swarm of headless flies. Seizing the opportunity, Vini wasted no time, commanding, "Raise your spears, charge." The goblins lifted their weapons in unison, maintaining their formation as they surged forward with deadly intent. This ironclad unit cut through Rodney's Orcish ranks like a hot knife through butter, causing his warriors to shatter and scatter in disarray. Yet, having just escaped the crushing defeat at the hands of the wargs, the orcs were already fatigued and could not flee far. Many collapsed in the snow, exhausted, only to be captured by the goblins. This skirmish, rather than being a clash between Austin's goblin subordinates and the defeated remnants of Rodney's tribe, resembled a brutal street brawl. Within less than a minute, Rodney's forces were utterly defeated and taken prisoner. Go to the corner, hands on your heads, and no looking around. Over 20 orcs were confined by the goblins in a corner, with 7 goblins patrolling to prevent their escape, vigilantly watching over the captives. As for the fate of these captured orcs, only Austin's return could dictate their outcome. Meanwhile, several miles away from the dragon's lair, within a distant mountain range, a young blue dragon soared through the sky, its keen eyes spotting a rudimentary village nestled halfway up the mountain. Had it not been for the footprints on the ground and the thin plume of smoke rising from the village, Austin would never have located it. A tribe comprised of wargs? Perched on a large tree on a distant hill, Austin contemplated the village nestled on the mountainside. Generally, orc tribes that manage to survive in the Kava Great Forest are mixed with various kinds of orcs. It is rare to find a tribe composed solely of one species. Unless there is something unique about this warg tribe. He noted it down for future consideration. Estimating the tribe's size, it seemed there were around 100 wargs residing within, an impressive force. Even though Austin's 7 trained goblins were formidable, no amount of discipline could hold against such overwhelming numbers. Moreover, in terms of physical prowess and combat capability, goblins were clearly inferior to wargs. This warg tribe was not something Austin could easily conquer at present. However, the proximity of this tribe to his territory posed a potential threat. He needed to strategize an ambush before they discovered his goblin's presence. Austin knew that if the wargs noticed the young blue dragon nearby, they would undoubtedly prepare for a confrontation. He did not delude himself into thinking that his mere appearance would command their submission. If he had been a fully grown dragon, perhaps they would have sought to align themselves with him. But as a juvenile, his strength was insufficient, and as a wild orphan dragon, his overall capabilities were diminished. In this world, strength reigned supreme, particularly for intelligent beings striving to survive in such savage lands. The only means for Austin to subjugate these wargs was to capture them and bring them under his command. Though the wargs exhibited greater strength, he remained unhurried. Having discovered a tribal gathering, he could seek out smaller orc tribes to assimilate first. Resolute in his decision, Austin took flight, preparing to return to his lair. Yet, just as he soared into the air, his gaze fell upon an irregularly shaped stone, roughly the size of a basketball, half buried in the earth and glistening green. Initially overlooked, it suddenly struck him. A green stone? Is this not copper ore? The young blue dragon swiftly reversed course, landing to examine the stone more closely. Indeed, it was copper ore. Furthermore, as Austin recalled something, he began to excavate the ground with his claws, unearthing several more pieces of copper ore, and discovered even larger deposits buried beneath the soil, nearly merging with the entire mountain. Chapter 18. Transformation copper ore exhibits a plethora of hues, such as yellow, gold, azure, and green, among others. However, what left the deepest impression on Austin was the verdant copper ore before his eyes. This was largely due to a video he had once watched in his previous life, showcasing a remarkable individual who skillfully crafted various tools and smelted copper and iron in the wild. His admiration for the video's creator was profound, resulting in Austin's vivid memory of the intricate processes and techniques demonstrated. He had often fantasized that if he were ever to traverse back to a primitive world, possessing such skills might enable him to usher the primitive people into the Iron Age, thereby dominating that realm. Little did he anticipate the capriciousness of fate. He found himself in a situation where this knowledge would indeed be applicable, albeit not in the primitive world he had imagined. To his astonishment, copper ore was present here, and it appeared to be plentiful. Austin gazed intently at the copper ore, his eyes shimmering as thoughts raced through his mind. In this remote, uncivilized expanse, metals such as copper and iron were exceedingly precious commodities. Many large tribes, consisting of over 1,000 individuals, were still entrenched in the Stone Age, with the few iron weapons they possessed being inferior remnants traded from the civilized mainland. Austin recalled the steps of copper and iron smelting from that extraordinary individual in his past life. If he could seize this location and establish a flourishing copper and iron industry, he envisioned a future where his kin would wield copper weapons and don copper armor. Supported by a well-trained army, could they not sweep through the entire Kawa Great Forest? Thus, this territory could not be relinquished lightly. Initially, Austin had contemplated waging war against the Wolfman tribe only when his forces had grown significantly stronger. However, it now seemed imperative to integrate the Wolfman tribe into his strategic ambitions sooner rather than later. I shall return. The blue young dragon cast a lingering glance towards the distant Wolfman tribe, unfurling its wings and soaring into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, the Wolfmen, reveling in their victory, remained blissfully unaware of the impending developments. Within the Dragon Nest territory, the dog-headed man Vini approached Austin, expressing gratitude for the successful defeat and capture of the invading enemies. Your Highness, the captured foes are at your mercy. Shall they be slain or spared? The decision rests with you. Vini, having reported the recent events in the territory, awaited Austin's response with bated breath. Austin looked at Vini, the dog-headed man, who wore an expression of deep respect, and felt a pang of exasperation. He had ventured forth to seek out resources to bolster the population of his kin, only to return empty-handed. Although he fortuitously discovered copper ore, it had cost him considerable effort and exposure to the cold over many miles. Meanwhile, the dog-headed men had simply remained at home, feasting while captives were delivered to their doorstep. The arduousness of dragon life is indeed filled with unpredictability. The plan was to first transform these captives and then incorporate this group of beastmen into his ranks. Among the captives were a gravely wounded leader, a lizard man named Rodney, a fox-faced individual, 2 robust lizard men, 7 disheveled dog-headed men, and 10 goblins. Altogether, 21 beastmen. Should Austin successfully assimilate them, the strength of his kin would triple in an instant. Once these beastmen were integrated into the dog-headed men's ranks, Austin would be capable of organizing a formidable army of nearly 30 beastmen, instilling in him absolute confidence against the nearby Blood Wolf pack. Even the Wolfman tribe not far off seemed well within his reach. Transformation? Vini, of course, could not fathom Austin's thoughts. The term transformation puzzled him. In his prior experiences, captured foes were either executed by their victors or relegated to slavery among the tribe. But what did transformation entail? Indeed, transformation was the objective. For Austin, manpower was an invaluable resource, and he could not afford to squander it. Reducing captives to mere slaves would yield even lower productivity, a strategy Austin deemed unworthy. The optimal course of action was to reform and integrate them into the existing dog-headed army structure, thus benefiting his cause immensely. Consequently, under Austin's directive, the arduous process of transformation commenced for the captives. In the initial days, the captives were organized into 3 teams based on their species, receiving only half rations daily while laboring under grueling conditions from dawn until dusk, collapsing into sleep the moment they returned to their shelters. Tasks such as chopping wood, constructing shelters, and crafting wooden spears left the captives in a state of utter despair, particularly on one occasion. When Austin observed the new captives had left the nearby forest strewn with excrement, he ordered Vini to establish a latrine at a distance, a task that elicited a chorus of grievances from the captives. In Austin's strategy, he aimed for his kin to surpass the 30-member threshold. Within the kilometer of territory he could control, sustaining the old foraging lifestyle was untenable. Thus, elevating these beastmen from a hunter-gatherer civilization to an agrarian society was imperative. The bountiful Kawa Great Forest was rich with wild grains like rice and wheat, which had previously served as the primary winter sustenance for the dog-headed men. Given the forest's climate, if Austin could gather rice seeds for collective planting and complement it with communal animal husbandry, he could yield sufficient resources to sustain the burgeoning population of his kin. Following the harsh winter, Austin planned to teach these kin the techniques of slash-and-burn agriculture to cultivate the land and support an increasing populace. The construction of the latrine was not merely for sanitation. It was a crucial component of the forthcoming agricultural efforts. In a world devoid of fertilizer industries, these excrements represented the finest fertilizer of the era. Yet, during the frigid winter, the ground was frozen solid, akin to iron, making it nearly impossible to penetrate with mere sticks. One such stick barely succeeded in creating a hole the size of a cooking pot. Fortunately, the lizard-man leader Rodney possessed an iron axe, a trophy from the dog-headed men, which enabled the creation of more wooden tools, sparing the captives from resorting to stone and their bare hands for digging. Nevertheless, even with these tools, the captives returned each day utterly exhausted from their labors. This aligned perfectly with Austin's initial intention to exhaust the captives' strength, for he could not allow them a moment's respite. After several consecutive days of intense exertion, the captives had drained all their spirit and will to resist. With the village beneath the dragon nest finally taking shape, the majority of the tasks were nearing completion. The next phase of transformation was about to commence. Chapter 18. Military training in the frigid winter. The sky was adorned with a flurry of snowflakes, and lingering outside for too long would transform anyone into a snowman. At this moment, within the village beneath the dragon's nest, amidst the vibrant snowfall, stood a multitude of shivering figures resembling snowmen. You worthless debris, living only to pollute the air, and in death, you squander the land. Are your brains filled with excrement? The dog-headed leader, Vini, stood before a group of captives, vociferously berating them, brimming with self-importance. At this moment, confronted by the trembling captives and their fearful, reverential gazes, Vini felt that he had reached the zenith of his canine existence. Despite his ignorance of the true meanings behind polluting the air and squandering the land, those insults were merely echoes of lessons learned from Austin. Yet, he relished the act of reprimanding others, reminiscent of how he and his comrades had endured Austin's scorn during their own training, leaving them to question their own worth. Now, he reveled in the fact that others could share in the same misfortune he once experienced, akin to the refreshing delight of consuming an ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. Little did Vini know, within the dragon's nest, his every action was being observed by Austin. Watching Vini's inflated pride and self-satisfaction, Austin subtly shook his head, contemplating whether to impose additional burdens on this individual during future training sessions. At this juncture, the transformation of the captives had progressed to its second phase. After exhausting their minds through arduous labor, the next step was military training. In Austin's previous life, such training was a prerequisite before entering middle school, high school, or university. This practice not only fostered camaraderie among new students, but also instilled a sense of discipline, yielding numerous benefits. Thus, Austin deemed military training essential for the captive's second phase of transformation. Through rigorous training, he aimed to cultivate a collective sense of discipline among the captives. Moreover, enduring the shared hardships of military training would instill in these newly acquired captives a sense of collective honor towards the Dragon's Nest village, strengthening their bonds and facilitating their integration into Austin's dominion. This approach was also the swiftest means for the young dragon to assimilate the group of orc captives. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, a line of figures commenced running around the perimeter of the dragon's nest territory, chanting as they went, "Strive for transformation. Be reborn." Among them, the goblin Gulu inhaled deeply. The biting cold air felt like ice slicing through his throat, yet his exercising body was warm and sweaty, making his lungs feel as if they were ablaze. The juxtaposition of ice and fire was surprisingly invigorating. Upon completing the fifth lap, a command rang out: "Form ranks. Return to position." The orcs, having just finished their morning run, instinctively arranged themselves into 3 orderly lines, from shortest to tallest. Gulu, nestled among his fellow goblins, effortlessly returned to his place in the formation without any confusion. Although he could not recall his specific position, he instinctively found it as soon as the ranks were established. Initially, Gulu had been oblivious to his place, and the other orcs were similarly disoriented. When the instructor Vini ordered them to form ranks, they had haphazardly gathered in a disarrayed cluster. Unsurprisingly, Vini had erupted in fury, resulting in the orcs enduring hunger throughout the morning. However, that day marked a turning point. They all learned a lesson they would not forget. In the Kava forest, food was the ultimate necessity. Hunger was the prevailing theme for the lower races inhabiting this continent. Orcs possessed a formidable reproductive capacity, particularly among the goblins and dog-headed tribes. Yet, despite their prolific breeding, these lower races had not claimed dominion over the Kava forest. Instead, they remained confined to isolated corners due to the omnipresent specter of famine. Each year during the harsh winter, half of the orc population perished from starvation, as nature enforced its cruel laws to maintain life cycle. The insatiable thirst for sustenance was ingrained in the very bones of these orcs. Thus, when Vini deprived them of their morning meal, every orc desperately committed to memory the formation positions, subsequently completing Vini's demands with astonishing efficiency. Regrettably, although Vini rewarded them with a meal of meat for their newfound efficiency, he frequently resorted to starvation threats, leaving the orcs in a state of despair. Nevertheless, under this effective regime and with the assistance of 7 seasoned veterans, the orc captives underwent a remarkable transformation within just a month, evolving into a semblance of a military unit. This nascent army could seamlessly integrate with the previous 7 dog-headed troops, creating a cohesive collective that significantly bolstered Austin's subjugated forces. Attention, at ease, attention. Gazing at the rows of orcs standing rigidly like trees, Vini nodded slightly before casting his gaze towards the rising sun, mentally calculating the time. It wasn't yet time. They could stand for a few more minutes. Following the morning run, breakfast would typically follow. But it was evident that the orcs had completed their exercise a tad too swiftly, and mealtime had not yet arrived. However, a brief pause would suffice, serving to instill discipline and fortitude in these orcs. What a splendid outcome. Yet, in stark contrast to Vini's leisurely inspection, Gulu felt a profound yearning for death. Within the village, a fire blazed in the kitchen, and the tantalizing aroma of food simmering in stone pots wafted through the air, infiltrating his nostrils and stirring the insatiable hunger within him, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Roots, wild fruits, grains, and perhaps meat? Before these orc captives could formally join the ranks of the young dragoness kin, they would not be afforded lavish meals. Their rations primarily consisted of edible roots, fruits, and a large pot of boiled wild grains, sustenance merely sufficient to stave off hunger. Yet today, it seemed they had been granted the rare luxury of smoked meat. By the ancestors of goblins, why does time crawl so slowly? Gulu dared not move a muscle, while internally he lamented his predicament. Chapter 19. The food crisis. Upon the completion of their training, it was breakfast time. The orcs, each clutching wooden bowls, formed an orderly line to the kitchen to serve themselves their morning meal. However, the first to receive their portions did not immediately begin to eat. It was not due to a lack of hunger or any other reason, but rather the collective consciousness described by Vini. They were a unified group. Thus they would partake in their meal together. Only when all their companions had gathered and seated themselves upon 2 long wooden benches would they commence their ravenous feast. The breakfast was exceptionally delightful. Burp. The goblin Gulu let out a burp, a misty white vapor escaping from his lips. Since the day of his birth, he had never experienced the sensation of fullness. His memories were perpetually filled with hunger. Yet during these days of captivity and transformation, Gulu finally savored the taste of a full meal. Though this life of captivity was far from pleasant, filled with endless exertion until exhaustion, Gulu undeniably preferred this period of captivity over his previous days. He even found himself wishing that such days could last forever. Those accustomed to hunger, once they have tasted the satisfaction of a full meal, are loath to return to their former state of deprivation. Indeed, the Blue Dragon Prince was exceptionally benevolent. Reflecting on the political lessons, Gulu recalled the words of the Goblin Chieftain. All our blessings stem from His Highness Austin. Only he can save us. It is due to His Highness's benevolence that we enjoy a life of happiness and prosperity. Gulu felt in overwhelming agreement with these sentiments. However, unbeknownst to Gulu, through relentless indoctrination, both he and the other orcs, including Chieftain Vini, had developed a genuine admiration for the young blue dragon. As time progressed, this admiration would inevitably evolve into an unparalleled fervent devotion to Austin. While Gulu reminisced about his past sufferings, Chieftain Vini approached Austin with a pressing dilemma. Your Highness Austin, if this continues, we shall run short of food. Should we reduce the rations for the captives by half? Otherwise, we may not survive the harsh winter ahead. Vini's expression was troubled as he carefully articulated his report to the young dragon. Prior to the winter, the goblins had prepared sufficient provisions to endure the cold season. But the arrival of approximately 20 orcs who had fled their clan had altered their circumstances. Austin's decision to integrate them into the goblin military structure had nearly tripled their population, leading to a corresponding increase in food consumption. Although they had initially amassed an ample supply of food from the hunt of the ghost-headed crocodiles, and despite the goblins' preparations, the sudden increase in numbers had quadrupled their expected food requirements. Yet, the young dragon was unwilling to reduce the rations for the captives. Thus, the goblin tribe faced a food crisis. A food crisis, indeed. After listening to Vini's detailed account, Austin pondered quietly. To be honest, he had not noticed this situation either. However, it was not insurmountable. There was no need to diminish the rations for the captives. As for the food shortage, there were plenty of fish in the reservoir from which they had previously hunted the ghost-headed crocodiles. After training each day, they could spend some time fishing to supplement their food supply. This had been Austin's original intention when they had eliminated the crocodiles, to rely on fishing during the scarcity of winter. Furthermore, he contemplated the possibility of establishing aquaculture in that reservoir after the winter. Fishing? But the lake's surface has already frozen thickly. Even if one were to break a hole in the ice, no one would dare plunge into the water in such weather. Vini envisioned the scene, a group of orcs wielding rocks and wooden sticks, smashing through the ice, then selecting one orc to dive in and fish, only for that unfortunate soul to be instantly frozen by the frigid water, struggling to climb out only to emerge like a popsicle. Vini quickly shook his head, casting aside that dreadful thought. Your Highness Austin, this method simply won't work. Vini's voice trembled as he considered the prospect of losing an orc each time they attempted to fish. Austin regarded Vini with a sidelong glance, as if observing a simpleton. You need not jump in. Simply burn a hole in the ice, and the fish beneath will rise to the surface. You can also pour warm water through the hole to attract them. The cold winter has deprived the fish of oxygen, and if you can create an opening, they will naturally gather. The icy grip of winter had sealed the lake's surface, depleting the oxygen for the fish below. By opening a hole in the ice, the oxygen-deprived fish would instinctively flock to the site. As for the warm water, the frigid temperatures were intolerable for the fish. Thus, the heated water, richer in oxygen than the icy depths, would draw them closer. Austin had learned this technique from television in his past life. Is that truly all it takes? Vini's tone was tentative, doubt evident in his voice. Will the fish really be so gullible? Just follow my instructions. If it fails, return to me, Austin replied, shaking his head, unwilling to elaborate further. It was no wonder that the various orc tribes in the Kava forest lived in perpetual hunger, their potential untapped and mired in ignorance, their existence akin to that of ancient primates in Austin's former life. Did you not have plenty of vines left over from your gathering? Use those to weave a basket. You can scoop the fish up with it. After a moment's thought, Austin continued, and when you finish fishing, do not forget to seal the hole with ice before you leave. Otherwise, you will find nothing on your next attempt. Sealing the hole would ensure that the fish beneath would once again be deprived of oxygen, facilitating their aggregation for future fishing. Moreover, your training must accelerate. Time is of the essence. The enemies we face this time will not be as easily vanquished as the ghost-headed crocodiles, and a moment's carelessness could lead to fatalities. Over a month had passed since winter's end, yet the blood wolves, whom Austin had intended to exterminate, continued to roam freely around their territory. Chapter 20. Ice cutting on the lake. It was not merely Austin's pettiness or grudge that prompted him to act. the Bloodwolf pack, which had once nearly left him stranded, posed a significant threat as they roamed within his territory. For the Dragon Nest village to thrive and expand in the future, the Bloodwolf pack had to be eradicated. The frigid winter was the most opportune time to track their movements. As predators, Bloodwolves did not store food for the winter. Even in the depths of winter, they ventured out to hunt, providing Austin with the ideal opportunity to locate them. The sooner he could eliminate the Bloodwolves during this cold season, the better. Recently, while hunting in the skies, Austin had already observed the tracks of these famished and ferocious predators. If he were to engage the Bloodwolves and inadvertently attract other starving and frenzied beasts, it would spell trouble. The longer he delayed his actions, the more perilous the situation would become. Fortunately, the orc captives had nearly completed their training and had integrated into the goblin army, significantly bolstering the strength of Austin's subordinate clans. With their numbers greatly increased, their confidence against the Bloodwolves had risen considerably, while the young blue dragon contemplated how to deal a decisive blow to the Bloodwolves. The Dragon Nest village began making efforts to address their food shortages. The following day, the snow ceased to fall, and the clouds dispersed, revealing a vast expanse of blue sky, resembling a colossal slab of ice. The village conducted a joint military exercise that morning, with the previously enlisted goblins participating as well. Rows of warriors stood in perfect formation, their spears waving in unison, executing simple, yet visually striking movements accompanied by the resonant sounds of exertion that echoed through the air. Although the newly integrated orcs had yet to witness bloodshed, they trusted the seasoned goblins and believed their combat abilities would not be lacking. After the drill, the anticipated military training for the orcs did not proceed as expected. Instead, at the command of goblin leader Vinny, they picked up tools and headed toward a nearby frozen lake. Mother, is winter fishing really that simple? Among the group, young goblin Nina was also present, assisting by dragging a wicker basket made of vines, which was taller than she was and swayed as she walked. Despite its unwieldy size, she refused assistance, feeling restless during the cold winter when there was little to do. Thus, she volunteered to help. This was a directive from His Highness Austin. It should be fine, right? The older goblin hesitated, but those who had joined Austin's ranks early on had already come to revere the young blue dragon like a deity, firmly believing in his words. Though they were skeptical about the simplicity of catching fish, they nonetheless followed Austin's instructions without hesitation. Indeed, Lord Blue Dragon's words must be true. Nina nodded eagerly, for sometimes a child's convictions are more innocent than those of adults. In a sense, the initial batch of goblin followers, under Austin's deliberate cultivation, had already begun to take on the semblance of fervent devotees. The lake reservoir was not far from the Dragon Nest village, and soon the orcs arrived at the frozen lake. The biting cold of winter had created a thick layer of ice covering the entire surface. Vinny walked around the lake, discovering that the ice beneath his feet was remarkably solid. He looked at the wide expanse surrounding him and exhaled into his palm, releasing a cloud of mist that quickly dissipated in the cold wind. Where should I dig the hole? He mused. Oh well, since His Highness did not specify, I suppose I will just find a random spot. Reluctantly, he chose a location near the shore, fearing that breaking the ice might cause it to shatter, allowing anyone who fell into the frigid waters to climb back out. Under Vinny's command, the orcs divided into 3 teams, each forming circles not far apart as they began to chip away at the ice. The holes did not need to be large. Having too many creatures clustered together would hinder their efforts, so 3 teams were just right. However, after the orcs vigorously struck the ice, they found that even the strongest lizard men, wielding sharp stones, could only create a hole the size of a bowl, with still a considerable distance to the water below. As for the smaller and frilier goblins, the task proved even more arduous. Staring at the ice, which was as hard as steel in the depths of winter, Vinny was left speechless. It was no wonder that no orc had discovered this fishing method before. When winter arrived, they typically huddled in their dens. And even if hunger drove them outside, who would waste energy digging holes in the ice? Yet how had Lord Blue Dragon come to learn of this technique? Countless thoughts flitted through Vinny's mind but were quickly cast aside. The most pressing concern was to dig a hole and catch fish, or else the winter would be unbearable. Fortunately, Austin had provided another method for creating holes in the ice. Initially, Vinny had planned to simply use stone tools to knock out a hole, but that clearly was not working. Let's gather some fallen branches from the forest and use fire to burn through, he decided. Reluctantly, he resorted to the method suggested by Austin. Before long, An orc returned from the woods carrying a bundle of dry branches, which, given the winter conditions, had lost much of their moisture and made for decent firewood. However, once the bundle was placed on the ice, Vinny faced a significant problem. He could not ignite the fire. In the bitter cold, the wind howled, and the heat generated by the stones quickly dissipated into the frigid air, making it nearly impossible to spark a flame. Ultimately, he had to send an orc back to the Dragon Nest village to fetch wood to start the fire. In the meantime, due to various mishaps such as running too fast or the kindling burning out too soon, the fire extinguished several times before reaching the lake reservoir. Yet, after much trial and error, they finally managed to ignite the fire on the ice. As the flames blazed, the ice beneath began to melt, and the orcs hurriedly used leaves and other materials to remove the melting water. After approximately 10 minutes of this laborious process, a pit approximately the size of a stone basin appeared on the ice, about 10 centimeters deep. Through the thin layer of ice at the bottom of the pit, they could already see the lake water below. "Bring me a wooden spear," Vinny commanded. They removed the firewood and grabbed a spear, thrusting it into the thin layer of ice at the bottom of the pit. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the last remaining layer of ice broke apart like glass, revealing the flowing water beneath. The orcs leaned in eagerly, peering into the newly formed opening. "The hole is ready. Will we succeed?" Chapter 21. Successful capture. How goes the endeavor? Are there any fish approaching? One by one, the orcs peeked out, their gazes filled with anticipation as they stared at the cave entrance. Within the stone basin-sized, icy opening, the lake below lay still and undisturbed. Not a single ripple to be seen, as if even the water had succumbed to the chill. The orcs held their breath, not daring to make a sound. A minute passed, then 10, then half an hour. Yet, nothing stirred. A group of orcs waited eagerly by the cave entrance, snowflakes falling, almost transforming them into snowmen. It cannot be said that there was absolutely nothing. Shadows occasionally glided beneath the surface, moving lazily, each fish roughly the size of a dog-headed creature. However, the imagined scene of countless fish rushing to the cave for oxygen remained unrealized. The fish that had gathered here scarcely revealed themselves, darting away at the slightest disturbance. During this time, a goblin managed to spear a plump fish weighing half a pound. But that was all. This was not without merit, as daily vigilance by sharp-eyed orcs at the cave entrance yielded some meat. Orc leader Vinny felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the bountiful harvest envisioned by Prince Austin had not materialized, at least it represented a source of sustenance. In the harsh winter, merely having food to survive was a considerable achievement. Orcs should not be overly greedy. "Leader Vinny, what shall we do next?" The orcs turned their eyes toward him, awaiting his next directive. "First, we need to widen this cave entrance and assign a few individuals specifically for fishing here." This matter also required reporting to Prince Austin, but given the pressing need to navigate the food shortage during winter, he would likely not oppose it. However, the cave's icy opening seemed rather small and required expansion for convenience. Thus, while this endeavor did not completely resolve the food crisis in Dragon Nest Village, discovering a relatively stable food source in the bitter winter was commendable. Indeed, Prince Austin's knowledge was astonishingly profound, befitting one of noble dragon lineage. Just as Vinny prepared to lead the group back, a thought suddenly struck him. Hot water. Yes, hot water. He had been so anxious that he had forgotten this crucial detail. During their conversation yesterday, the young blue dragon had mentioned pouring hot water to attract fish more effectively. But, would this truly work? A flicker of doubt arose in Vinny's mind, yet he quickly extinguished it. Prince Austin was undoubtedly correct. What he believed must be true. "You lot, return to the village and fetch a barrel of hot water," he commanded, casually pointing to a few dog-headed creatures. While the goblins hurried back to fetch the water, Vinny led his fellow orcs in broadening the cave entrance. With a larger opening, they began to break the ice along the edges. The process quickened considerably once they had created a gap, eliminating the need for fire. Soon, they managed to create an opening approximately half a meter wide. Vinny then ordered the team to submerge the wicker baskets they had brought into the lake. The baskets, bound with vines, would allow them to catch fish by pulling them up once the fish entered, a method far superior to spearing. However, the fish beneath the surface were not foolish. After a few captures using this technique, it would become increasingly difficult to catch more. Vinny hoped fervently that the hot water method would prove effective. Before long, several dog-headed creatures rushed back, carrying a steaming barrel of hot water. "Good. Hurry over and pour it in," Vinny instructed, clearing a path for the orcs to make way. The goblins approached the icy cave entrance. lifting the steaming barrel and pouring its contents into the opening. Splash! A violent cascade of water erupted, creating a thick mist that nearly engulfed everyone present. What is happening? Did we achieve results? The orcs quickly leaned forward, peering through the mist at the cave opening. As the tumultuous ripples gradually subsided, the fog over the water began to dissipate. Yet, despite their eager anticipation, nothing remarkable occurred in the lake's depths. Sighing, Vini noticed the orcs around him wore expressions of deflation. It appeared that the hot water strategy had failed. Let us return, he decided. Just then, a sudden splash erupted. The water within the cave surged noticeably. What was that? Vini barely had time to process it when another wave of splashes arose. This time not dissipating immediately, but instead creating a cascade of ripples. Fish! Fish! Shadows darted swiftly from beneath the ice, converging at the cave entrance. The surrounding orcs pointed excitedly at the teeming school of fish, exclaiming joyfully. Beneath the ice, the lake was suddenly filled with fish, some leaping out of the water. While one unfortunate fish flopped onto the ice, quickly caught by an eager orc nearby. Success! Orc leader Vini exhaled deeply. Food for the cold winter season was now assured. Though he did not understand the mechanics behind it, nor why pouring a barrel of hot water had attracted such a multitude of fish, it did not diminish Vini's resolve to act upon Prince Austin's guidance, reaping the rewards of this unexpected bounty. Bring up the baskets. Seizing the moment, Vini commanded that the previously submerged wicker baskets be retrieved. Splash! Water cascaded from the gaps in the baskets as they were pulled up, revealing a lively assortment of fish thrashing about within. Excellent! As the baskets emerged, Vini peered inside, seeing them filled to nearly half with fish of varying sizes, and he could not help but smile. Meanwhile, the fish that had gathered at the cave entrance seemed oblivious to the loss of their kin, continuing to swarm eagerly, filling the void left by their captured companions, leaping out of the water sporadically. Witnessing this scene, all the orcs felt a surge of reassurance. It seemed they would indeed manage to survive the cold winter. An indescribable joy welled up within each orc, a harvest of delight, an excitement for the promise of better days ahead. Since their birth, every memory of winter had been steeped in hunger, but now, the hope of feasting on meat daily ignited their spirits. Simultaneously, their admiration for Prince Austin, the one who had proposed this method, grew, elevating his status even further. Chapter 22. The onset of crisis in the midst of a frigid winter, the bountiful harvest ignited a wave of excitement throughout Longchow village. The prospect of obtaining ample food resources during such a resource-scarce season was almost unfathomable for the Orcish inhabitants. Yet, the reality was astonishingly successful. The sight of the fish swarming beneath the lake's surface promised an unending supply, sufficient to sustain the tribe through the harsh winter. It felt like a dream. The abundance from the lake signified that the orcs need not fear starvation during this cold season, and it also meant that before the arrival of the sweltering summer, they could expand their population by allowing the birth of offspring. A group of orcs, laden with baskets brimming with fish, made their way back to Longchow village. Following their earlier methods, the orcs continued to fish until the warm water had completely dissipated into the cold, causing the fish to scatter. Even after just a few attempts, the catch was enough to sustain them for nearly 10 days. The orcs were in high spirits. Unlike their hesitant departure, each face now bore a smile, and they spontaneously broke into song. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the white landscape in a warm glow, casting elongated shadows of the departing orcs. Upon returning to Longchow, the village buzzed with activity, despite the cold winter acting as a natural refrigerator. Prolonging the freshness of their catch, the fish still required processing. While the orcs busied themselves in the icy wilderness, the kobold leader, Vini, approached Austin to report on the day's events. Is that so? The warm water did indeed attract the fish, rather than the oxygen from the opened ice cavern, Austin pondered, beginning to grasp the reasons behind their success. Perhaps the unique environmental conditions of this world, coupled with the mysterious plants at the lake's bottom, resulted in a less oxygen-deprived atmosphere beneath the ice. It seemed plausible that the fish, instinctively drawn to warmth, had congregated in response to the warm water, their reactions dulled by the cold, making them easy prey for the orcs. You have performed admirably. After such a long day, take a rest. There is no need for training today. Yes, Your Highness, your kindness is appreciated. As Vini departed, the young dragon contemplated how to deal with the blood wolves prowling nearby. During his outing, he had spotted tracks left by the beasts, though he had not seen them. Austin was convinced their approach was ill-intentioned. With winter stretching over a month, food was becoming increasingly scarce, and he resolved to eliminate them in the coming days. Having made his decision, Austin stifled a yawn. He had felt unusually drowsy lately and sensed growth within his body, a gradual increase in his magical energy. Was he on the verge of slumber? The young dragon recalled from his kin's memories that sleep was a necessary phase for growth, often lasting years. Yet, unlike those nurtured by parents, Austin could not afford such prolonged dormancy. He would likely perish among the wild beasts if he slept for even 1 or 2 years. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to control his state. Perhaps due to his unique circumstances, Austin's mind was stronger than that of an average young dragon, enabling him to resist the pull of sleep. He could remain active during this period, although his nocturnal rest grew longer. Enough, I shall rest now. The matter of the blood wolves can wait. Though staying awake during this phase would not hinder his development, the drowsiness was indeed tormenting. Soon, Austin resolved firmly and lay down within the dragon's nest, drifting into deep slumber. Meanwhile, within Longchow village, the orcs had finally cleaned and processed their bountiful catch. Despite the biting cold that froze their hands and feet, each orc wore a satisfied smile as they admired the fish, now suspended on sticks, hardened by the frigid air. They gathered around a large bonfire in the village center, using the leftover fish entrails to host a primitive feast. In the depths of winter, they savored warm food, singing and dancing around the fire. This was a harvest worthy of celebration. A few orcs even engaged in spirited wrestling contests, while some couples, lost in the flickering firelight, disregarded the presence of others in their fervor. Among the orcs, there existed no sense of human modesty. Their actions were primal, as devoid of decorum as their early practices of waste disposal. Had it not been for Austin's irritation and subsequent decree to construct latrines, enforcing hygiene among the orcs, the village would likely have been overwhelmed with filth. The atmosphere of the feast was joyous, continuing late into the night until the orcs retired to their homes, surrendering to sleep. As the last orc lay down, tranquility enveloped the village, the firelight dancing gently. Outside, the howling wind grew louder, its eerie wails echoing like the cries of phantoms. Unbeknownst to the sleeping orcs, a slow, sinister occurrence was unfolding. The fishy scent produced during the processing of their catch wafted through the cold air, carried over snow-capped mountains and forests, reaching the noses of lurking predators hidden beneath the snow. Led by a colossal figure resembling a wild bull, its body cloaked in fiery red fur, a pack of shadows stealthily approached the source of the scent. It wasn't long before the tranquil surroundings of Longchow village were disturbed by the subtle movements of these dark forms, converging from all directions, their eyes glimmering with predatory intent. Silently, the oblivious orcs remained in their slumber, completely unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 23. Night Raid in the Dead of Night. A chilling wind howled, echoing with a ghostly wail. Amidst the darkness, within the blood wolf pack, the leader, as robust as a calf and adorned with fur resembling flames of crimson, gazed intently at the flickering lights of the village ahead, revealing a menacing grin that showcased its razor-sharp teeth. Surrounding it, hundreds of blood wolves shifted their piercing azure gazes towards their leader, eager for the command to pounce upon the seemingly vulnerable settlement. This day marked an auspicious occasion for the blood wolves. After 3 days of fruitless hunting, their hunger had reached a fever pitch. In pursuit of sustenance, the blood wolf leader had even ventured into the dreaded territory of the Blue Wy Rim. Unexpectedly, shortly after entering that realm, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, guiding them to this very spot. The alluring scent of food emanated from the village, causing their mouths to water in anticipation. With around 30 orc inhabitants and an abundance of provisions, this promised to be a grand feast. The blood wolf leader exhaled a misty breath, corrosive droplets falling to the ground. A low growl resonated through the air, signaling the impending attack. Though the 30 orcs posed a challenge, the wolves were confident in their ability to annihilate the adversaries and seize the fresh fish that would sustain them through the frigid winter. Despite the repugnant scent surrounding the village, the blood wolf leader dismissed such concerns. With a commanding howl, shadows surged forth from the darkness, stealthily encircling the dragon's nest village. They moved with uncanny grace, emitting not a whisper, and within moments had crossed the rudimentary fence, stealthily approaching the wooden huts. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness enveloping the scene. An ominous aura of impending doom seeped into every crevice of the darkness, as danger loomed quietly. Inside the huts, the orcs remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching peril, lost in dreams filled with soft snores. As the pack surrounded several huts, preparing to leap inside and dispatch the orcs, the door creaked open. A goblin, Galoo, rubbed his eyes and stepped out into the biting cold. "Brr, it's freezing. Why must His Highness the Blue Dragon insist on having a toilet? We used to just relieve ourselves in our nests," he grumbled to himself. Roused from sleep by the urgent need to urinate, caught off guard by the frigid breeze, Galoo hesitated, only to be struck by a chilling sight. Shadows loomed across the white ground, encircling the village, with pairs of eyes glinting with an eerie blue light fixated on him. Stunned, Galoo froze, while the approaching bloodwolf pack stood equally transfixed. The air grew tense. "Wolves. There are wolves." Galoo suddenly bolted back inside, slamming the door with a resounding thud, his terrified scream piercing the night. The wolves outside quickly regained their composure, with two powerful blood wolves lunging forward, crashing against the door. Bang! Bang! The flimsy wooden door trembled precariously, threatening to splinter, sending Galoo into a panic as he braced himself against it. "Hurry up! There are wolves! Wolves!" His frantic cries and the pounding of the door jolted the sleeping orcs awake. Weenie, the dog-headed leader, was the first to rouse. Peering through the door's crack to witness the wolves circling the hut, his eyes narrowed in alarm. "All hands, stand up. Form ranks." At the sound of his commanding voice, the orcs instinctively sprang into action, quickly shaking off the remnants of sleep. "Rodney, Dickens, Eleanor, you three grab the wooden staves and charge out. The rest follow closely." The three strongest lizard men, summoned by Weenie, moved without hesitation, their month-long training instilling in them an instinctive obedience to commands. Each towering nearly 2 meters, they seized the wooden stumps used for sitting and burst through the door. The blood wolves, caught off guard by the sudden emergence of the hulking figures, were struck by the makeshift weapons, sending them flying. The surrounding pack recoiled, momentarily intimidated, emitting low growls as the orcs surged forth, clutching their training spears tightly. "Form up, defend yourselves." With a rallying cry, the orcs quickly organized themselves, shorter warriors at the front and taller ones at the back, forming a formidable barrier of spears. The blood wolves encircled the orcs, prowling at the edges while growling ominously, asserting their dominance. Meanwhile, the blood wolf leader, concealed within the throng, felt an unsettling instinct, sensing something amiss. Unlike previous encounters with orc tribes, these orcs did not display the typical chaotic response. In past skirmishes, the strongest orc would charge forward, followed by a disorganized mob, scattering once their leader fell. Yet now, the mightiest among them remained still, brandishing wooden clubs, resolute in their stance. A wave of unease washed over the blood wolf leader, but the hunger gnawing at its belly quelled its trepidation. "They are merely orcs." It howled defiantly, summoning its pack to madness. With a resounding cry, the blood wolf leader unleashed its fury, igniting the pack into a frenzy as they charged towards the orcs with ferocious intensity. In an instant, the shadows surged forth like a tide. Chapter 24. Retreat before his unexpected journey. Austin was neither a military enthusiast nor an expert in warfare, and thus, his understanding of military tactics was limited. Yet, even a novice could grasp the fundamentals of simple formations through the influence of modern society. For instance, the circular spear formation employed by the dog-headed warriors was the most effective strategy against the encroaching wolf pack. Initially, one of the objectives of Lan Yulong in gathering his kin was to confront the blood wolves prowling nearby, and he frequently drilled them in this circular formation, maintaining an air of composure. The long spears stood tall, with over 30 orcs arranged from short to tall, resembling a colossal hedgehog. The Kava Great Forest remained an undeveloped wilderness, and the secluded corner where Lan Yulong had made his nest had never before encountered such a formation. The blood wolves misinterpreted this display as a bizarre act of fear among the orcs, growling softly as they charged forward. Had these wolves been familiar with the prowess of military formations, they would never have dared to assault such a tightly knit array, but alas, these blood wolves were not so enlightened. Consequently, they collided with the spear wall to disastrous effect. The sound of spears piercing flesh echoed, accompanied by the warm splatter of blood. The first fierce blood wolves that charged were swiftly impaled by the sharp spears, transforming into lifeless corpses, while the subsequent waves of wolves continued their relentless assault but found themselves thwarted by the bloodied spears, unable to advance an inch. After 3 fruitless charges, The blood wolves finally recoiled, gazing at the fallen bodies beneath the dense spear formation. The remaining wolves halted, slowly retreating to a safe distance, casting fearful glances at the ironclad defense, emitting low growls. The blood wolves roamed, but dared not charge again. The orcs remained motionless. Beneath their feet lay the corpses of over 20 blood wolves, blood saturating the ground. Yet not a single orc had been injured, nor had any wolf breached their formidable array. As both sides faced off, the leader of the blood wolves seethed with unprecedented fury upon witnessing the undamaged orcs. In prior encounters with orc tribes, they had never suffered such significant losses. The death of over 20 subordinates was a grievous blow to their clan. With a deafening roar that shook the earth, the blood wolf leader seemed to ignite in crimson flames, transforming into a bolt of lightning that dashed forth from the throng of wolves. Among ordinary wolf packs, the alpha is the most cunning, orchestrating from the shadows and rarely engaging directly. However, this blood wolf pack was not ordinary. They retained their wolf-like instincts while being a breed of magical beasts. Among magical creatures, strength reigned supreme, and the alpha wolf was the most formidable entity within the blood wolves. "Be cautious," commanded Vini, stationed at the center of the orc ranks. He barely registered the flash of blood-red lightning before the massive form of the blood wolf leader loomed before him. The orcs, taken aback by the menacing presence of the alpha, instinctively wielded their spears, launching several wooden javelins toward the blood wolf leader. Yet this time, they faced a true magical beast. With a swipe of its claws, the blood wolf leader shattered the incoming wooden spears, the force of the impact sending several orcs flying backward. A gap appeared in the spear wall, and the blood wolves, sensing the opportunity, howled in unison, their green eyes gleaming with madness as they surged forward behind their leader. If the blood wolves breached the opening, the entire spear formation would surely collapse, leaving the orcs as helpless lambs at their mercy. Fortunately, the seasoned dog-headed warriors, having previously survived assaults from the ghost-headed crocodiles, quickly reacted and rushed to seal the breach. The blood wolf leader, having just smashed a wooden spear and sent several orcs tumbling, leaped away, but the following blood wolves, unable to halt in time, crashed into the wooden javelins, impaled like candied hawthorns. With each death of its kin at the hands of the peculiar wooden spears, the blood wolf leader was consumed by rage. A thunderous roar erupted from it, sending shockwaves through the air and stirring a tempest upon the ground. At that moment, the orc ranks, already teetering after the breach, felt the pressure of the blood wolf leader's wrath, threatening to unravel completely. Should the leader launch another assault, the spear formation would likely falter, engulfed by the blood wolves. In this dire moment, a voice like thunder resonated from the sky, casting a rapidly expanding shadow. "You beasts dare to intrude upon my territory." Austin, roused from his slumber by the blood wolf leader's roar, descended from his lair in a furious flurry. Initially, he had intended to deal with these beasts in a few days, but he was taken aback that they had sought him out first. Unbelievable. With colossal wings carrying formidable force, he swooped down from the heavens, arcs of electricity crackling between his scales, whipping up a tremendous gust of wind. Thud! Several blood wolves, caught off guard, were sent flying like rag dolls, crashing into the snow-covered ground, silenced forever. The blood wolf leader, observing the imposing figure that had landed among them from a distance of 20 meters, felt a mixture of anger for the losses incurred during this raid and the pressing need to retreat, especially with the arrival of that troublesome giant. With a decisive howl, the blood wolf leader signaled a retreat. The echo of its howl reverberated through the air, and the once encircling wolves, intent on attacking the orcs, glanced at their leader and swiftly scattered, the once dense pack dissolving like a tide into the shadows. Damn it! Austin glared at the vanishing blood wolves in the dark forest, yearning to pursue them, but ultimately restraining himself, casting a resentful gaze towards the direction they had fled. If this was a ploy to lure him away, his hard-earned orc army would be at risk of annihilation. The paramount concern now was to ascertain the extent of the orc casualties and mitigate the losses. Chapter 25. Aftermath. What is the situation? At this moment, the village lay in ruins, with the lifeless bodies of blood wolves strewn across the ground, their crimson blood staining the earth. Several humble wooden huts had been shattered by the ferocious onslaught of the wolves, cold winds howling through the gaping holes. The orcs were diligently clearing the debris, carrying the injured orcs into the huts, and using rudimentary tools to repair the damage inflicted by the wolf pack, at least temporarily sealing the breaches. As Blue Young Dragon descended into the scene, he surveyed the tragic state around him, suppressing his fury as he addressed the dog-headed leader. Vini, in a low voice, how many of our people were injured? Reporting to your highness, 3 of our warriors are severely injured and unable to move, while 11 others have sustained minor injuries from the Blood Wolf's claws. Fortunately, they should recover without serious complications. Vini explained. The severely injured were those who confronted the Blood Wolf leader head-on, while the lightly wounded were primarily those who rushed out of the huts unarmed and were attacked during the chaos. Although the tightly arranged line of firearms proved effective against the wolf pack, the intensity of the assault inevitably led to some orcs being wounded. Thankfully, a goblin had discovered the presence of the blood wolves while stepping outside to relieve himself. Otherwise, if they had infiltrated the huts unnoticed, the consequences would have been dire. Recalling this incident, Vini could not help but feel a shiver of fear. Had the beasts silently entered the huts, the orcs would have faced devastating losses, likely unable to mount any defense before being overwhelmed by the wolf pack. The guards in the village have grown complacent. We must ensure that personnel are assigned for night watch in the future. I do not wish for us to be caught off guard again. And we shall commend the goblin who first raised the alarm. This incident served as a stark reminder for Austin that the vast Kava forest was far from a peaceful haven. Though he had chosen a somewhat secluded location for their lair, surrounded by relatively safe terrain, encounters with danger were not uncommon in this environment. The blood wolf attack had been fortunate in timing, as it coincided with the goblin's restroom break. Otherwise, while the orcs slept, they would have been caught unawares. Yes, Lord Austin, but there is one more matter. Vini lowered his head, a hint of hesitation in his tone. What is it? While we were cleaning up, we discovered that the food supplies in the storeroom had been taken by the wolf pack. The catch from our long day of fishing, along with the smoked meat from the ghost-headed crocodiles, has mostly been carried off by the blood wolves. Even during their retreat, the blood wolf leader did not forget to seize our provisions, and amidst the chaos in the village, we did not notice until we began to tidy up, finding the storeroom nearly empty, save for some grain husks. Humph, those wretches. Upon hearing Vini's account, Austin finally understood why the blood wolves had attacked the tribe. It was no wonder he had previously detected their presence nearby. They were likely driven by a lack of food to encroach upon their territory. The scent of fish from the orcs' activities during the cold winter had drawn them in. With the keen sensitivity of a blood wolf's nose, they would undoubtedly have caught wind of Austin's presence, yet they still boldly intruded. Clearly, they held little regard for the blue young dragon. For the time being, the corpses of these blood wolves would sustain the orcs, and if that proved insufficient, they would fish from the nearby lake. With over 20 blood wolves, sustaining the orcs for several days would pose no challenge, especially as the injured warriors healed. When they recovered, the time would come for retribution against those beasts. The following days were devoted to recuperation. This assault resulted in 3 orcs sustaining severe injuries, one of whom, a key combatant among them, had been struck by a wooden spear wielded by the blood wolf leader, akin to a hammer crashing upon the orcs. Several ribs had been shattered, leaving him to gasp for breath on the ground. Fortunately, the orcs possessed remarkable vitality, and after a period of 10 days to half a month, recovery would not be an issue. Austin personally visited the injured, instructing Vini to take exceptional care of the 3 severely wounded orcs, for they were heroes of Dragon Nest Village, deserving of a swift return to health. Unbeknownst to Blue Young Dragon, his seemingly casual admonition had instilled a profound sense of loyalty among the captive orcs within Dragon Nest Village. In the unforgiving Kava forest, being severely injured equated to a death sentence. In other orc tribes, those who lost their ability to move and acquire food would be deemed worthless, left to perish from starvation or the agony of their wounds. No tribe would squander their scarce resources on those deemed unworthy. Yet Austin was different. His soul hailed from another world, where certain ideals diverged markedly from those of this realm. Moreover, under his guidance, sufficient food could be procured even amidst the harshest winters, without the need to deprive the injured orcs of sustenance. Furthermore, Austin's foremost objective was to continually expand the ranks of his loyal followers. Once winter passed, he would require a substantial population to cultivate the land in the vicinity of his territory, making it unthinkable to abandon any orc. The 3 injured orcs received exemplary care, creating a significant stir within Dragon Nest Village. Their past experiences had taught them that injured or incapacitated orcs were typically cast aside, left to fate. In stark contrast, Prince Austin not only visited them personally to offer comfort, but he also praised their valor and specifically instructed Vini to ensure their well-being. All of this unfolded before the eyes of the gathered orcs, their collective gaze fixed upon Austin. In that moment, an indescribable feeling surged within the hearts of all present orcs. From that instant onward, an overwhelming sense of belonging took root within them, and their loyalty to Austin blossomed into something unparalleled. If the orcs' prior allegiance to Dragon Nest Village had stemmed from the assurance of adequate nourishment, they were now deeply moved by Blue Young Dragon's actions, hearts completely captured by Austin. The saying, "A soldier dies for the one who understands him," perfectly encapsulated the sentiment of every orc present. Each orc felt a tiny seed of loyalty planted within them. And as time progressed, this inner strength would undoubtedly grow into a towering tree. In time, wherever their spears pointed, nothing would stand unbroken. Chapter 26. Provocation in the Snowy Expanse. The Blood Wolf leader casually bit down on a small deer that had ventured out in search of food, extinguishing its life. Shaking his head, he gazed across the vast, white landscape, where the sun sank low on the horizon, casting its final rays of light before gradually fading into obscurity. Time was slipping away, and the harsh winter was nearing its conclusion. The last moments before dawn were evidently the darkest, and during this fleeting period, food scarcity drove the famished beasts from their dens, roaming the terrain in search of any living creature to hunt. Even the Blood Wolf pack, despite their ferocity, dared not roam freely. They huddled in their lairs, minimizing their excursions. However, as the apex predators in the vicinity, the Blood Wolves had little to fear. With their agility, they could easily escape from equally matched hunters, should they encounter any. The true threats lay in the skies above, from formidable beasts capable of crushing them with ease. Yet, such menaces were scarce within the vast expanse of the Kava forest. And should they indeed cross paths with these adversaries, it would spell doom for the entire pack. Ascending a snow mound, the Blood Wolf leader surveyed his scattered subordinates, nodding in quiet approval. Nearly 10 days had passed since their last raid on Dragon Nest Village. Despite that attack resulting in significant losses for the pack, the spoils had been bountiful. With the storerooms filled with meat, his subordinates had grown considerably stronger, alleviating their previous food crisis, a true windfall. Perhaps, when food ran low again, they could venture once more into the dragon's territory. He wondered how dragon meat would taste. A sudden thought flickered in the leader's mind. The next time they made a move, confidence would be on their side. Had it not been for that insidious goblin alerting the dragon, their losses would not have been so severe. Moreover, after witnessing the orcs' phalanx, the Blood Wolf leader had grown wiser, vowing never to charge recklessly into battle again. He would not allow himself to be ensnared a second time. Howling loudly, he cast aside his myriad thoughts, calling forth his pack. With the sun setting, it was time to return to their den. Shadows flitted through the forest, retracing their steps when suddenly, whoosh, a fierce wind erupted, and a colossal shadow descended from the snow-laden trees, its massive iron claws rending the air, crackling with sparks. Before the pack could react, the shadow snatched a Blood Wolf and soared into the sky. With a brutal twist, the captured wolf's bones shattered with a sickening crunch, its spine obliterated, and its cranium fractured, rendering it lifeless. The shadow then released its prey, sending the lifeless wolf plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Thud! The corpse rolled several times in the snow, scattering flurries in all directions, while the surrounding wolves scattered in terror. Yet, the immense shadow turned and swooped down once more, targeting another gathering of blood wolves. They had no time to evade. Another wolf was seized, and the shadow repeated its gruesome method, snapping its neck before discarding it from the sky. Roaring in fury, the Blood Wolf leader unleashed a primal scream, creating visible shockwaves that rippled through the air. The ominous shadow above was none other than Austin, the Blue Dragon. The leader seethed with rage, recognizing the despicable tactics employed by the Blue Dragon, who had previously dealt them a harsh blow. It was a year ago that they had suffered greatly at the hands of this audacious creature. Had it not been for their cunning retaliation, the Blood Wolves would have been incessantly tormented, like an incessant fly buzzing overhead while they hunted. The return of such a vile strategy ignited the Blood Wolf leader's ire once again. However, his wrath proved futile as Austin continued his assault, effortlessly claiming another unfortunate wolf. Finally, the beleaguered pack regrouped, forming a dense formation, ready to retaliate. Should Austin descend again, several wolves would surely leap upon him to engage in a fierce battle. Austin, undeterred by the gathering of wolves, leisurely circled above, The united front of the pack was no match for a solitary wolf. This formation was one that even Austin dared not dive into recklessly. Despite their inability to fly, the Bloodwolves possessed remarkable agility and could utilize their kin as springboards for powerful leaps. A year prior, they had almost succeeded in catching him off guard. Patience was key. After all, the Bloodwolves lacked ranged attacks, and an opening would inevitably present itself. As Austin soared above, relishing his advantage, the Bloodwolf leader roared in frustration, yet his anger bore no fruit. After nearly half an hour of aerial maneuvers, Austin perched atop a great tree, refraining from any further assaults. After enduring a standoff for a considerable time with no effect, the Bloodwolf leader reluctantly led his pack back to their den. However, as they moved, a lapse in vigilance allowed Austin to strike again, swiftly dispatching a lone wolf that had strayed too far from the group. This pattern continued, and Austin ultimately claimed 9 Bloodwolves, each time throwing the decapitated corpses back at the leader, taunting him with his audacity. This relentless provocation pushed the Bloodwolf leader to the brink of reason. 9, exactly 9, each slain by this insufferable blue dragon's underhanded methods. With a roar that echoed with fury, the leader declared war on Austin. From that moment forth, they would not rest until this shameless blue dragon lay dead. Seeing Austin take flight in fear, the enraged Bloodwolves gave chase, heedless of the snow beneath them. Today, they vowed to transform this dragon into a lifeless husk. Chapter 27. The trap. The azure dragon soared through the heavens, casting a shadow that swept across the snow-covered ground, where a relentless pack of Bloodwolves pursued it closely. Despite the azure dragon's aerial advantage rendering it a negligible threat, the Bloodwolves, incited by Austin's provocations, remained undeterred in their chase. In a fleeting moment, the azure dragon approached a crucial canyon, flanked by towering cliffs that rose steeply on either side, creating a narrow passage akin to a sliver of sky. Though the Kawa forest was the largest primeval forest in the southern expanse of said continent, its terrain was anything but uniform. The landscape was a tapestry of mountains, hills, canyons, cliffs, and basins, all cloaked in a verdant canopy of ancient trees, giving the forest an illusion of flatness. Such canyon formations were not uncommon within the Kawa forest. Without a moment's hesitation, Austin angled his body and swooped into the canyon, generating a tremendous gust of wind. Enraged and irrational, the Bloodwolves followed suit, their fury blinding them to caution. Once the last of the Bloodwolves plunged into the canyon, a vigilant goblin perched on a nearby cliff seized a sharp stone knife and struck a taut vine with force. The vine snapped with a resounding crack, triggering a cascade of stones, ice blocks, and snow from the mountaintops, which thundered down into the canyon. In an instant, the very ground seemed to quake. The deafening roar of the landslide echoed as the canyon entrance was completely sealed off by the debris. The tremendous upheaval jolted the previously furious Bloodwolves into a state of panic, halting their advance as they floundered like headless flies. The Bloodwolf leader gazed upward, only to witness the path behind them utterly blocked by the fallen rubble. A sense of foreboding washed over the leader, who, despite its limited intellect, sensed the impending doom. That audacious azure dragon must be orchestrating some sinister plot. As if confirming its fears, a battalion of orcs, armed with spears, emerged at the narrow exit of the canyon, effectively sealing off their only escape. The orcs marched in disciplined formation, their spears poised, advancing steadily toward the trapped wolves, an oppressive force that loomed like a mountain. The Bloodwolf leader's pupils dilated in alarm. The harrowing lessons from their previous encounter remained vividly etched in its memory. Confronted with such a formidable spear formation, they had suffered grievously. This daunting assembly was their natural nemesis. Yet now, with their retreat cut off and their path forward obstructed, flanked by sheer cliffs, they found themselves ensnared with no alternative routes for escape. Their only chance for survival lay in confronting the Orcish phalanx head-on. Only by breaching their ranks could they hope to survive. As the Orcish troops advanced with an unyielding cadence, the Bloodwolves instinctively began to retreat, haunted by the memories of their past defeat. Meanwhile, high above the canyon, the azure dragon performed an aerial maneuver, landing gracefully on a protruding rock, and gazed down with a predatory grin at the Bloodwolves, cornered and being forced back by the advancing orc ranks. Your demise is inevitable, Austin thought, having invested considerable effort to annihilate this pack of Bloodwolves. Unlike the previous encounter with the aggressive gator-like creatures that had ruled their watery domain, the Bloodwolves were cunning predators. following their last failed ambush. They would not be foolish enough to repeat the same mistake against a disciplined formation. As long as the orcs maintained their formation, the wolves would avoid confrontation rather than recklessly charge into certain death. With their remarkable agility, should the blood wolves choose to evade battle, the orcs would be powerless to engage them. Thus, to leverage his troop strengths, Austin needed to drive the wolves into a corner where they had no choice but to assault the Orcish ranks, providing a glimmer of hope for their eradication. Fortunately, his prior fascination with the romance of the Three Kingdoms had equipped him with nearly flawless strategies, evoking a sense of pride within him. The blood wolves, no matter how cunning, could not outwit human ingenuity. Regrettably, the terrain was not conducive. If only he could cover the entrance and exit with debris and snow. While having the orcs bombard the cliffs with stones, their victory would be more assured. The narrow canyon was not a uniform structure. The walls widened from the entrance to the exit. While the entrance could be obstructed with various objects, the exit remained vulnerable to ambush. However, this strategy inevitably risked casualties. Alas, perfection is an elusive concept in this world. To bury this pack of beasts here is already a victory, Austin mused, recalling an earlier failed attempt to leverage his aerial prowess. When the blood wolves had gathered in a pack, his previous dive had resulted in them leaping up and viciously attacking him, nearly leading to his demise. Having invested so much effort into luring the blood wolves into this dead end, he now realized that as long as he could eliminate them, any losses endured by the orc army would be bearable. Moreover, with him observing the blood wolf leader from above and the orc troops being well trained, any casualties would not be catastrophic. Kill! Austin roared, his colossal form descending from the sky, stirring a fierce whirlwind. The orc ranks, having received their orders, surged forward, their sharp spears raised, advancing steadily toward the beleaguered blood wolves. Chapter 28. The bloodshed. The orc ranks advanced relentlessly, pressing closer, while the panicked pack of blood wolves retreated in disarray. Yet their escape route was ultimately obstructed by a tangle of stones and snow, rendering flight impossible. A howl erupted from the blood wolf leader, its eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, a clarion call that resonated through the skies, in order for the wolves to charge. With no retreat left, they had no choice but to carve a bloody path forward. The sound of pounding paws echoed as the wolves, responding instantly to their leader's command, coalesced into a fierce mob, surging towards the horde of orcs ahead. Their snarling jaws gaped wide, resembling a tide of fury as they crashed against the orc formation. In the face of the onslaught from over 100 wolves, other orc tribes within the Kava forest would have likely succumbed to panic and fled. Yet, the Austin kin, having undergone rigorous training and seasoned by countless battles, stood resolute as if forged from steel. As the blood wolves drew near, a command rang out, and the sharp spears thrust forth in unison. The foremost blood wolf collided with the makeshift barrier like a battering ram against an iron wall, blood erupting as several wolves fell beneath the spears. This, however, did not deter the relentless tide of wolves, which continued to surge forth, eager to breach the orc formation. Had this occurred days prior during a nocturnal raid, the blood wolves would have undoubtedly torn through the orc ranks with such fervor. However, in preparation for this confrontation, Austin had made strategic adjustments to the orc formation. Due to the width of the canyon, his orc forces were arranged in 3 lines, with the front line consisting of 10 diminutive goblins. Armed with spears in one hand and rudimentary wooden shields in the other, they served as a makeshift phalanx. Their stature meant they would not bear the brunt of the offensive, primarily tasked with halting the advance of the blood wolves while safeguarding the lower ranks. Behind them, the second and third lines comprised taller dog-headed and lizard-folk warriors, responsible for delivering the offensive strikes against the blood wolves. The shorter goblins did not hinder the thrusts of the spears from the rear ranks, allowing for a seamless interplay of attacks. Thus, the 3-tiered formation transformed the orc army within the canyon into a relentless meat grinder, advancing mercilessly against the blood wolves. The blood wolves continued their assault, but upon crashing into the synchronized weaponry of the orc ranks, the canyon floor quickly became a crimson tableau, littered with the corpses of the fallen. In a mere 10 minutes, the blood wolf pack had sustained significant losses. In the rear, the blood wolf leader finally succumbed to panic. With a thunderous roar that sent shockwaves through the air, it launched itself into the fray, cutting through its subordinates as it aimed to breach the orc formation. During the previous assault on the Dragon's Nest village, the leader had nearly cleaved a gap in the orc ranks with a single strike. This time, it sought to replicate that success, intent on obliterating the orc forces before it. Yet, just as it leapt high, blood-red phantoms swirling around its claws, a shadow suddenly descended from above the canyon, a massive, steel-like claw that tore through the air, aiming directly at the soaring blood wolf leader. Before the leader could react, it was struck by an overwhelming force, sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball. It crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times, and left momentarily dazed. Just then, Austin, emboldened by the tide of battle, swooped down from above, claws poised to grasp the blood wolf leader's head. However, upon witnessing their leader in peril, the surrounding blood wolves sprang into action, leaping to intercept the descending blue dragon. Realizing the imminent threat, Austin could not afford to be ensnared in their assault and flapped his wings, surging upward. Meanwhile, the dazed blood wolf leader shook its head and gazed up at Austin, its crimson eyes burning with fury. Yet, it did not succumb to madness. Instead, it shifted its focus back to the advancing orc ranks, its body trembling as a low growl erupted. A mist of crimson energy began to rise from its form, its blood-red fur billowing as an invisible pressure spread, causing the surrounding blood wolves to recoil, creating space around their leader. The blood wolf leader seemed to ignite with a fiery aura, radiating an astonishing might. Its jaws agape as its form exuded a fierce and savage demeanor. Is this a gifted spell? Austin, hovering in the skies, suddenly felt a wave of foreboding. Beware, he called out urgently. At that moment, a ball of yellow flame erupted from the leader's mouth, blasting forth like a cannonball. The orcs had little time to react before the basketball-sized fireball streaked through the air, striking the orc formation. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated upon impact, unleashing a wave of flames that surged up to 3 meters high, generating a tremendous heat wave. Though the fireball struck the wooden shields held by the goblins, the sheer force and searing flames tore through the orc ranks, creating a breach and leaving several goblins sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. While nearby orcs suffered severe burns. With a triumphant howl, the remaining blood wolves became frenzied, once again charging towards the orc formation. Simultaneously, the blood wolf leader unleashed another torrent of crimson mist, gathering energy in the air. Damn it! Austin, hovering above, prepared to dive. But the ordinary blood wolves surrounding their leader remained vigilant, fixated on him with eager anticipation. It was clear that if he descended to a sufficient height, they would recklessly leap at him, attempting to ensnare him completely. Furious, Austin contemplated his next move. As he prepared to engage, he noticed the blood wolf leader, eyes closed in concentration, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, and an idea began to take root in his mind. Chapter 29. Annihilation. If it were merely an ordinary pack of wolves, Austin alone would suffice to eradicate hundreds of them without fear of being harmed in the chaos of battle. Although he was only a 2-year-old super hatchling, dragons are, after all, dragons. Their scales provide a defense that ordinary beasts cannot breach. However, this blood wolf pack was no ordinary pack of wolves. Within these blood wolves resided a palpable aura of magical beasts, and Austin's underdeveloped scales could indeed be torn by their bites. The classification of magical beasts signifies a significant departure from that of common wild animals. While Austin could disregard 1 or 2 blood wolves, if a group were to pounce upon him, even the blue hatchling would have no choice but to flee. Should he be ensnared by 4 or 5 blood wolves, he would be vulnerable to an attack from the blood wolf leader, whose destructive power was akin to that of a third-tier magical beast, making escape impossible. It was precisely due to his apprehension of the elite guards surrounding the blood wolf leader that Austin refrained from descending recklessly. Yet at that moment, upon witnessing the blood wolf leader closing its eyes to gather its innate magical ability, he suddenly recalled that he was no longer the defenseless hatchling he had been a year prior, lacking any means of long-range attack. Back then, the blue hatchling had merely awakened its first innate spell, electric paralysis, which had compelled him to engage in close combat. Now, however, he had awakened a second innate spell. The preparation for the Thunderstrike spell was quite conspicuous, making it likely that this cunning creature could evade it. Yet perhaps there was a way. In his prior strategizing, Austin had contemplated whether he could directly employ his newly awakened second innate spell to severely injure the blood wolf leader. However, considering the leader's cunning nature, using that spell outright could lead to failure if it were to dodge, and in his prime state, he could only cast Thunderstrike once or twice at most. Thus, he had not intended to resort to that innate spell. But now, circumstances had changed. Perhaps he could use it for a surprise attack. With this thought in mind, the blue hatchling soared into the air, gliding down with the assistance of the wind, crashing against the rocky walls on either side. His claws, as hard as steel, tore through the rock strata like they were mere tofu, causing large chunks of stone to plummet from above, crashing down upon the Bloodwolf pack. Startled by the commotion, the Bloodwolf leader glanced up, vexed, as debris rained down upon them. Although it did not inflict significant harm, it interrupted the concentration required for its spell. A low growl escaped the Bloodwolf leader, yet it did not let itself be provoked by the blue hatchling's antics. Instead, it stood its ground, refocusing its magical energy, indifferent to the chaos above. Observing the leader's disregard for the changing events, Austin could not help but smirk. Unbeknownst to the Bloodwolf leader, beneath the veil of falling debris, the magical energy within the blue hatchling began to swirl, and the moisture in the air began to rise. Between the tumbling rocks, arcs of electricity flickered, illuminating the air as it ionized, a terrifying force coalescing silently. At that moment, the Bloodwolf leader remained still, strands of magical energy emanating from its body and coalescing into a fiery orb that radiated intense heat, growing larger as it distorted the very air around it. The orc formation, already on the brink of collapse due to the pressure from the Bloodwolf pack, was about to be overwhelmed. Just as the fireball was about to be unleashed, a thunderous clap rang out, reverberating through the canyon. The Bloodwolf leader sensed an impending danger, a chill running down its spine as it felt the specter of death loom closer. However, before it could react, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, tearing through the air and striking it directly. The thunderbolt struck the Bloodwolf leader, arcs of electricity radiating outward, incinerating the surrounding elite Bloodwolves. The leader, hit by the bolt, was engulfed in a torrent of electricity, flames erupting from its body as the fireball it had gathered lost control and detonated. The explosion reverberated through the air, flames surging 8 to 9 meters high, and a shockwave rippled outward like a flood, cracking the ground into spiderweb-like fissures. Debris flying in all directions. Dozens of blood wolves were caught in the blast, thrown into the air, their fates uncertain. In the skies above, Austin's eyes gleamed with triumph. His thunderstrike had not only grievously wounded the Bloodwolf leader, but also triggered a catastrophic explosion that obliterated it, severely injuring nearly a third of the remaining Bloodwolf pack. With the leader slain and the pack in disarray, the morale of the previously faltering orc army surged, charging forward like unleashed tigers against the panicked Bloodwolves. Meanwhile, having lost the leader's threat and exhausted from battle, Austin descended to join the orcs in their slaughter of the remaining Bloodwolves. Now devoid of their leader and cornered, the remaining Bloodwolves fought frantically. Yet the combined strength of the orcs and the blue hatchling was far beyond what they could withstand. Before long, the entire Bloodwolf pack was utterly annihilated, with not a single survivor left. Regrettably, had these creatures been sentient beings capable of communication, they might have been tamed. However, as mere beasts, they were doomed to perish. Within the canyon, wolf carcasses littered the ground as the orcs began to clean the battlefield. Austin stood amidst the carnage, licking the blood from his claws, gazing at the sanguine landscape, letting out a soft sigh. Until the very end, the Bloodwolves had fought savagely, leaving no possibility for negotiation or capture. They had to be slain. The Bloodwolf pack likely had pups in their den. Perhaps the notion of raising these magical beasts was not merely a daydream. A thought flickered through Austin's mind, solidifying his resolve to explore the wolf den. However, the most pressing matter remained. He shifted his gaze toward the charred corpse of the Bloodwolf leader, noticeably larger than the others, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 30. The Harvest. With a resounding flap, the young blue dragon soared into the air, effortlessly crossing a distance of over 10 meters to land beside the carcass of the Bloodwolf leader. Throughout its growth, the young dragon required a substantial intake of magical crystals and ores. It was through the consumption and digestion of these potent magical resources that adult dragons ascended to the pinnacle of this world. While other young dragons relied on their parents for sustenance during their formative years, Austin was an orphan dragon, forced to fend for itself. Initially, Austin chose to nest in this area largely due to the scarcity of resources and the absence of fierce predators, which provided a relatively safe environment for its development. This advantage allowed the young blue dragon to survive until the age of 2, yet the aridity of the locale also presented its drawbacks, particularly the lack of magical resources. Over the course of 2 years, aside from the occasional discovery of potions and the magical core devoured from a previous hunt of a ghost-headed crocodile, Austin had not ingested any other sources of magical energy. The more magical resources consumed and digested, the stronger a dragon could become. The Blood Wolf leader before him was at least a peak second-tier entity, with combat prowess nearing the third tier. And the magical energy contained within was undoubtedly superior to that of the ghost-headed crocodile leader, perhaps even yielding a magical core. With a fierce roar, the young dragon tore open the head of the Blood Wolf leader, and indeed, within its skull floated a core radiating a faint red glow, a true magical core, unlike the rudimentary one found within the ghost-headed crocodile leader. Without hesitation, Austin swallowed the core whole. The digestive capabilities of dragons were formidable, enabling the young blue dragon to assimilate this vast source of magical energy. After consuming the magical core, Austin cast a glance at the carcass of the Blood Wolf leader and quickly devoured chunks of its flesh. The potent, energy-laden meat entered his belly, where it was swiftly digested, and simultaneously, the previously consumed Blood Wolf core began to dissolve within his stomach. Waves of immense magical energy surged through his veins, flooding into his muscles. In an instant, Austin felt as though molten lava coursed through his bloodstream, an intense heat enveloping his mind like a tsunami. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from his being, causing the surrounding air to ionize, with arcs of electricity dancing and crackling in the atmosphere. A tempest swept outward in all directions. After a considerable time, the strange phenomena dissipated. Austin surveyed himself, feeling as though he had grown several centimeters taller, his scales deepening in hue. With flickers of electricity racing between the gaps in his armor, reminiscent of sunlight reflecting off water, the magical energy within him had increased by at least 20%. Acknowledging the sheer force coursing through him, Austin mused that if he had previously been able to utilize his lightning spell only once or twice in battle, he could now employ it 2 or 3 times, with enhanced control and potency. Moreover, he sensed that the scales on his body had hardened significantly, elevating his overall strength by at least 30%. Yet, this was merely a portion of his potential. The magical core and the flesh of the Blood Wolf leader had not been fully digested. The core had only melted partially, and there remained a substantial amount of meat to assimilate. Once Austin completely consumed and digested the Blood Wolf leader, his strength could increase by 50%. Although he had not unlocked a third innate spell, this enhancement was already remarkable. Indeed, consuming magical substances was the most effective means for a dragon to grow before reaching maturity. Of course, excessive consumption would necessitate periods of slumber for digestion, which would subsequently slow the growth process. Shaking his head, Austin cast aside distracting thoughts. The immediate priority was to manage the aftermath of the battle. "Vini, what is the status of our casualties?" the young blue dragon inquired, turning to the goblin leader overseeing the battlefield. "Your Highness, Austin, aside from one goblin who was burned to death by the Blood Wolf leader's innate spell, 6 others are severely injured, 11 lightly injured, and the rest are mostly unharmed." Vini responded respectfully. After consuming the Blood Wolf leader, Vini instinctively felt an intensified pressure emanating from the young blue dragon, even perceiving a hint of draconic majesty within its aura. "Excellent. You have all performed admirably. The casualty rate exceeds my expectations," Austin nodded, accepting the losses given that the Blood Wolf pack was no ordinary foe. "Clean up the battlefield and prepare to return. Do not forget to retrieve the fallen goblin. They died for us. We shall construct a grave near the Dragon Nest village to honor these brave warriors who sacrificed their lives." With Austin's command, the orcs swiftly set about tidying the canyon. Each orc assumed their role, and soon the battlefield was cleared, the victorious group marching triumphantly towards the Dragon Nest village. The corpses of the fallen wolves were bound with vines and lashed to makeshift sleds, while the injured were similarly transported on wooden shields, pulled back to the village by their uninjured comrades. Fortunately, their return journey was uneventful, with no fearsome predators to hinder them. Although the scent of blood attracted a few famished hyenas, they fled in terror upon spotting the descending young blue dragon overhead. The orc army returned safely to the Dragon Nest village. Once back at the lair, Austin selected several keen-nosed goblins to track the Blood Wolf pack's movements, leading them to the pack's den. Unexpectedly, within the Blood Wolf's lair, the young blue dragon discovered a tree, vibrant and green amidst the snow, adorned with several crimson fruits teeming with magical energy. Perhaps the formation of the blood wolf pack was related to this tree, still thriving in the harsh winter. Austin resolved to return with the goblins after the winter to transplant the tree to his lair for protection. In addition to the magical tree, he also found a gaunt female blood wolf and several starving pups whimpering in their den. Whether it was due to Austin's newfound strength and hint of draconic authority or the absence of the blood wolf pack, the mother wolf growled fiercely upon seeing the young blue dragon approach. However, as Austin advanced, she eventually yelped and lay down, surrendering. Thus, the young blue dragon took the mother and her pups back to the dragon nest village to rear them, knowing that come the summer, these fierce predators would bolster Austin's power further. Chapter 31. The Situation. The blood wolves, the most cunning and brutal of predators, in the depths of a frigid winter marked by extreme hunger, would even resort to tearing apart and killing the elderly and weak within their tribe for sustenance. Among the blood wolves, there exists no notion of family, only a strong sense of collective. Thus, Austin is filled with confidence in taming these young wolves. Once these juvenile blood wolves mature, they will not only aid the orcs in eliminating various ferocious beasts near their territory, but, as the tribe of blood wolves grows in both number and strength, select robust orcs can be trained to become wolf cavalry, armed with bows and arrows. Combined with the formidable mobility of their wolf packs, this advanced unit would undoubtedly become a lethal weapon within the jungle, capable of sweeping through any opposition. However, realizing this vision of wolf cavalry is still a distant goal. After providing sustenance to the emaciated mother wolf and her 10 ravenous pups, the young wolves became less hostile towards Austin and the dog-headed orcs. Led by the blue young dragon, they returned to the dragon nest village with the mother wolf and her pups. This harsh winter, marked by a significant victory over the blood wolves and the bountiful catch from the lake reservoir, ensures that the dragon nest village lacks for neither food nor resources to sustain these new additions. Before departing, the orcs thoroughly searched the blood wolf den. Regrettably, aside from a few bones, the den yielded little of value. However, Austin discovered numerous fruit pits on the ground, remnants of fruits from a nearby enchanted tree. These pits appeared devoid of value and lacking magical essence, yet Austin instructed his fellow orcs to collect them. Once the harsh winter passes, these pits could be planted, potentially yielding more magical trees and their enchanting red fruits, thus providing a rich source of magical resources. As for the tree adjacent to the blood wolf den, Austin plans to leave it undisturbed, contemplating its relocation next summer to the vicinity of the dragon nest territory. With the den thoroughly cleansed, Austin and the orcs returned to the dragon nest tribe, entering a phase of recuperation. The fierce battle had entirely eradicated the blood wolves that roamed the vicinity, rendering the dragon nest territory free from threats. However, the orc tribe suffered considerable losses. Despite only one goblin perishing from a direct hit by the blood wolf leader's innate spell, many others sustained significant injuries. Following the breach in their formation, the orcs were subjected to frenzied assaults from the blood wolves, leaving several wounded and diminishing the overall strength of the dragon nest village. Fortunately, the recent conflict had eradicated over 100 wolves, resolving the immediate food scarcity for the village, while the pelts provided warmth throughout the bitter winter, alleviating any pressing concerns. As the second month of winter approached its end, hunger-driven beasts began to roam the area, attacking the village, though no magical beasts appeared. In response to the previous night raid by the blood wolves, the villagers had erected simple wooden fences around the perimeter, and orcs took turns standing guard each night, successfully detecting and fending off several beastly incursions without any losses. Despite these precautions, Austin instructed the orcs to limit their outdoor activities, focusing their efforts within the dragon nest territory, preparing for the plans that would follow the winter's end. Relying solely on hunting and gathering is insufficient for sustaining a large population. The historical evolution of human civilization reveals that for any fledgling faction to flourish, settling down and developing agriculture is imperative to support a growing populace and enhance their civilizational strength. However, within this world, in the vast Kawa forest, various orc tribes struggling to survive have yet to embrace agricultural development, remaining entrenched in a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Even the larger tribes active along the forest's edge, bordering human domains, lack any concept of farming. As learned from the fox-faced quake, these larger tribes often find themselves unable to procure sufficient food from the forest, compelling them to surge into human territories during winter's onset, raiding for sustenance. For millennia, The cyclical violence has stained every corner with blood, rendering the borderland between the Kawa forest and human civilization a dreaded crimson line. Over these 1,000 years of conflict, humans gradually constructed a colossal wall spanning thousands of miles, fortifying their defenses against the incursions from the southern Kawa forest. According to Quake, with the successful establishment of this blood-red wall and the formidable Iron Blood Dukes stationed at the frontier, the large orc tribes have struggled to breach the Crimson Line in recent years, resulting in a decline in their fortunes. Furthermore, due to poor harvests in recent years, several major orc factions to the north of the Dragon Nest have engaged in conflicts and skirmishes. However, these matters hold little relevance for Austin, who refrains from inquiring how Quake possesses such knowledge. Those orc factions boast populations exceeding 100,000, including formidable figures of legendary status, far beyond the capabilities of Austin and his modest band. As the final days of winter unfold, while Austin has advised the orcs to remain vigilant against predatory beasts, they are not idly confined to the Dragon Nest village. In addition to their daily training and fishing, the orcs have taken on an additional task, crafting tools such as hoes and spades for the upcoming planting season. Simultaneously, they are felling trees from nearby woodlands, preparing for the spring thaw when these logs can be dried and burned to create fertile ground for cultivating various wild grains. Chapter 32. Land reclamation adhering to the principle that a rabbit does not eat the grass near its nest. Lan Yulong refrained from allowing the orcs to indiscriminately fell trees near the Dragon Nest village. At most, he permitted a modest clearing around the village, as such slight alterations would benefit the orcs' living conditions without compromising the natural barrier that the surrounding trees provided, which remained an effective protective measure. As for the land designated for cultivation, a flat area not far from the village and near a water source was selected, approximately 20 acres, where they planned to commence farming in the coming year. Under Austin's command, the orcs laboriously felled ancient trees in the vicinity. Fortunately, during the earlier assault on the Dragon Nest village by the Lizardman chieftain Rodney, Lan Yulong had seized an iron axe from him, which significantly expedited the tree-felling process. Without such iron tools, even clearing a mere 10 acres would have taken the orcs an entire month with their primitive stone and bone implements. In the icy depths of winter, a small clearing had emerged on the flatland. Several robust orcs fashioned ropes from vines and secured them to the treetops. The enormous trunks of the ancient trees had been nearly severed, and as the orcs grasped both ends of the ropes, the goblin commander Vini issued the order. 1, 2, 3, pull. With synchronized shouts, the orcs exerted their strength on the ropes. The already weakened tree let out a mournful creak as it broke at the notch, crashing down with a thunderous roar, prompting the orcs to scatter to safety. Excellent. Let us rest a while before continuing, Vini declared, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow as he observed the visibly fatigued orcs. Despite the frigid winter, the exertion had left each orc drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The great Kawa forest had stood for countless years, and these towering trees were at least as thick as a person could embrace. Although equipped with the iron axe, felling a single tree still demanded immense effort. Fortunately, once the trees were down, they would require no further attention. According to Lan Yulong, the fallen trees would dry out after winter, making them easy to burn. However, the remaining tree stumps posed a challenge, as they stubbornly remained embedded in the ground. Following Lan Yulong's plan, this area would be cultivated with wild rice and similar crops. But the roots would obstruct the soil preparation. Ultimately, they would have to navigate around them, allowing the roots to decay over the years. Could farming truly be feasible? Vini pondered, observing the resting orcs scattered around him. The notion struck him that agriculture was an exclusive knowledge of the civilized humans from the northern continents. In his experience, he had never encountered an orc capable of farming. Orcs traditionally procured food through hunting, gathering, or plundering other tribes, with no reliance on agriculture for sustenance. This was inherently tied to the orcs' way of life and their environment, compounded by their coarse nature, which rendered them incapable of grasping the meticulous agricultural techniques of humanity. However, despite his doubts regarding Lan Yulong's plan, Vini remained resolute in executing it. Recent experiences, battling the ghastly crocodiles, ice fishing, encircling the blood wolves, had fostered an unwavering faith among the orcs in Lan Yulong. Even if Austin's decisions proved erroneous, they would steadfastly follow through. Let us resume our labors. Once we finish this tree, we shall dine, Vini proclaimed, rising after a brief respite. He spotted another snow-laden tree and initiated another round of work. Meanwhile, Atop a nearby hill, Austin surveyed the orcs laboriously clearing the trees from the flatland. 2 days had passed, and only minimal progress had been made. It was clear that the development of metallurgy was urgently needed. Currently, aside from the battle axe acquired from the lizardman chieftain Rodney, the orcs were equipped only with rudimentary stone, wood, and bone tools, severely hampering their efficiency. While Lan Yulong possessed the strength to dramatically accelerate their efforts, capable of incinerating a tree with a single lightning strike, he was their lord, not a laborer. A lord should not partake in the toil of the common folk. Moreover, the endeavor of farming was a vital source of sustenance for the orcs' future, yet for Lan Yulong, it was of little consequence. The clan's development hinged upon their own efforts and determination to overcome challenges and reap rewards, rather than relying on Austin's interference, which would only hinder their growth. Even if the goal of cultivating 20 acres remained unattainable during this harsh winter, Austin would never step in to assist. The difficulties faced by the orcs, although easily resolvable by Lan Yulong, were essential for fostering their independence and resilience against future challenges. While contemplating their development, Austin recalled the necessary techniques for smelting, yet the absence of or posed a significant dilemma. Although he remembered the steps to extract copper and iron from his past life, without the raw materials, he could accomplish nothing. The only lead he had was the presence of abundant copper ore in the mountains near the nearby warg tribe, which, according to the orc captives, boasted a population of over 100, with formidable leaders that the orcs could not easily contend with. Population growth, how to achieve it? As Lan Yulong pondered, he suddenly noticed Quake, the fox-faced man, patrolling the area with a few goblins, ensuring that the orcs' reclamation efforts did not attract the attention of ravenous beasts. An idea sparked in Austin's mind. Perhaps Quake knew a way to rapidly increase the tribe's population. Chapter 33. Methods of attracting population. Not long ago, when the orc captives were fully integrated into the Dragon Nest village system, the young blue dragon, Austin, staged a political display by meeting and conversing with each of the newly joined orcs. He learned that the fox-faced Quick served as a military advisor in the Lizardman tribe and, during their conversation, inadvertently gathered information regarding the current situation along the blood-red border of the northern Kawa Great Forest. At that time, Austin sensed that Quick had some background. Yet since the fox-faced individual chose not to elaborate, Austin refrained from inquiring further. Now, upon seeing Quick, Austin suddenly recalled that Rodney's small gathering tribe seemed to be organized by him, undoubtedly knowledgeable about methods of population gathering, a detail he had unwittingly overlooked. With this thought in mind, Austin unfurled his membranous wings and soared towards Quick. The commotion caused by the orcs clearing the land and felling trees was considerable, likely attracting famished beasts. Thus, Quick and his companions were patrolling the vicinity to prevent sudden attacks from ferocious wildlife. As Quick led a few goblins in vigilant patrol, a sudden chill swept over him, and assuming it was a beastly assault, he looked up to see a colossal shadow descending from the sky. It was none other than the Lord of Dragon Nest, the Blue Dragon, Austin. "Your Highness," several orcs bowed in respect, their reverence apparent, and Quick followed suit. For the simple-minded goblins, gremlins, and lizardmen, joining Dragon Nest not only ensured their bellies were full, but also occasionally allowed them to feast on meat, leading to an increasingly prosperous life. The success of 2 conflicts had solidified Austin's elevated status among the orcs. Although they lacked the eloquence to express it, their feelings towards the young blue dragon were imbued with profound respect, admiration, and support. Quick, however, perceived a deeper essence. This blue dragon was unlike other tribal leaders. He recognized immense potential for growth within this humble dragon nest. Thus, Quick had previously revealed some of his insights, hoping to capture Austin's attention. It appeared he had succeeded. "Continue your patrols," Austin commanded upon landing and retracting his wings, his tone authoritative. "Quick, stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you." "Yes," the goblins replied respectfully before departing. Turning to the attentive Quick, Austin got straight to the point. "I have heard that when Rodney established the tribe, you assisted in organizing it. Now, I wish to increase the population of Dragon Nest. What do you suggest?" Instinctively, Austin sensed that Quick harbored ulterior motives. Unlike the other orcs who were rather straightforward, he seemed more adept at scheming. Remarkably, he had swiftly risen to the position of leader of the patrol squad. Nevertheless, as long as his allegiance lay with Dragon Nest, and he refrained from treachery, Austin had no qualms. However, the inherent differences among the orc races were apparent. Currently, Their small numbers did not reveal much, but as the population grew, the complexity of different orc types would necessitate structured management. A thought flickered through Austin's mind, yet he deemed it unnecessary to act urgently. Presently, the military training and unified management were functioning adequately without the need for reform. Your Highness, the most effective method to increase population would be to annex other orc tribes, Quick pondered before responding. I have previously ventured out to scout, but aside from the Wolfman tribe you defeated, I have yet to discover any other settlements. Do you have leads on nearby tribes? Quick's response indicated he was already formulating a plan. As expected, he continued, Indeed, I am aware of several tribes within 100 miles surrounding Dragon Nest. If we could absorb them all, forming a large tribe of 1,000 would pose no challenge. In the Kawa Great Forest, various tribes are scattered across the hills, though most consist of merely 20 to 30 individuals banding together for survival. For a tribe like Dragon Nest, with a blue dragon at its helm, they do not present a significant threat. How far are the nearest tribes? Austin inquired, considering the distance required for annexation regardless of their strength. Well, Quick hesitated. I recall 2 or 3 goblin tribes nearby, consisting of about 10 to 20 individuals each. However, my last encounter with them was over a year ago. I am uncertain if they have migrated or perished. Beyond those, it seems the wolf village is the closest. Excellent, Quick. I entrust you with a task. Reach out to the goblin tribes you mentioned and see if they can be integrated into our community. As for the wolf village, we shall address that later. If they cannot be persuaded to join voluntarily, we will simply conquer them and take them as captives. Regardless, military training is a prerequisite for all. Is there any other method? Austin asked, having previously scoured the vicinity during the onset of winter. He had only stumbled upon the Wolfman tribe, finding no further discoveries. The harsh winter had kept the orc tribes largely confined, making them difficult to locate. And Austin held little confidence in the tribes Quick mentioned. Another option would be to create smoke signals to attract orcs, Quick suggested. However, those drawn in this manner are typically the weak and infirm, seldom robust orcs. Smoke signals? What is that? Austin inquired, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. After a thorough explanation, Austin learned that this method was unique to the Kawa Great Forest for gathering stray orcs. The technique involved burning damp wood at a height to create a towering column of smoke visible from afar, akin to a coordinate lighthouse. When wandering orcs spotted the smoke, they would know there were people nearby, prompting those in dire straits or suffering from hunger to converge towards that direction in hopes of finding acceptance within the tribe. Chapter 34. The Pillar of Smoke. In the vast expanse of the Kawa Forest, the orc tribes that inhabit this realm generally possess defined territories. As their populations flourish, once the numbers surpass sustainable limits, a portion of the tribe's members will naturally disperse, wandering to seek their fortunes elsewhere. These orcs, whether frail or robust, form a multitude of drifters traversing the Kawa Forest. Typically, after enduring a period of hardship, these wanderers begin to vanish into the forest's hidden corners, either becoming prey for ferocious beasts, succumbing to starvation beside stagnant waters, or falling victim to toxic fruits, ultimately returning to the earth as fertilizer. Only a fortunate few manage to find suitable lands to settle and thrive, or are accepted into other orc tribes as members. The flames that rise skyward produce a towering column of smoke, serving as a beacon for these wandering orcs scattered throughout the forest. The dense smoke generated by natural fires starkly contrasts with that produced by the cunning hands of intelligent beings. When distant orcs catch sight of the smoke column, they instinctively recognize it as a sign of orc activity nearby. Legend has it that in the beginning, the destitute orcs, clad in rags and suffering from hunger and cold, would gravitate towards the flickering flames, for they symbolized the presence of a tribe, offering a glimmer of hope for survival. Over time, this custom evolved. Larger tribes, when faced with food abundance and a lack of inhabitants, would ignite great bonfires at their thresholds, ensuring that the wandering orcs could see them from afar and seek refuge. Through many years of transformation, this unique method of recruitment became entrenched within the Kawa Forest. However, employing such a conspicuous strategy inevitably risks attracting the attention of rival tribes, thus inviting peril. At this juncture, Quake discreetly cast a glance at Austin, choosing not to elaborate further. It was evident that if this method were to be used for recruitment, the Dragon's Nest settlement would easily become the target of the nearby Knoll tribe, thus courting danger. There was no need for concern regarding the Knoll tribe. Austin was resolved to act boldly. Even though the Knoll leader was a bronze-level extraordinary practitioner, Austin felt confident that with sufficient investment, he could indeed annihilate them. Having absorbed the Blood Wolf leader, he was now significantly stronger than before. Unless the Knoll settlement possessed exceptionally sharp iron weaponry, they would struggle to breach his defenses, leaving only the Knoll leader capable of posing any real threat. Given this disparity in strength, should the Knolls dare to attack, Austin, bolstered by his own might and that of his followers, would be more than capable of vanquishing them. If they sought trouble, it would be inevitable that he would consume them, so he might as well strike preemptively. With his newfound strength, Austin no longer harbored the trepidation he once felt towards the Knoll tribe. Moreover, should he manage to recruit sufficient manpower during this period, he would lead an expedition to conquer them, regardless of whether they initiated an assault. Yes, Your Highness Austin. Quake, the fox-faced man, had no objections to the Lord's decision. Thus, with the collective effort of the orcs, they set about felling trees on a nearby elevated hill and constructed a chimney-like structure from mud. The idea for this chimney originated with Austin. Quake initially intended to simply ignite dry wood within and pile wet straw and branches atop to create smoke. However, Austin deemed this method inefficient, considering his future plans to establish a copper smelting furnace. Consequently, they crafted an actual furnace that would not only produce smoke from burning wet wood, but also generate quality charcoal. During this time, Austin recalled that in ancient times, armies communicated via smoke signals. Therefore, he instructed his men to retrieve wolf dung from the abandoned blood wolf lair to enhance the smoke when igniting the furnace, maximizing visibility for those far away. After several days of labor, the first fire was finally lit within the furnace. On that day, with little wind, a massive plume of smoke billowed skyward, visible from over 10 miles away in the forest. May all go smoothly, Austin silently wished as he gazed upon the 2 to 3 meter high furnace they had toiled to construct. With everything in place, they could now await the arrival of hopeful wanderers. During this season, many tribes were likely facing food shortages, prompting numerous orcs to leave their clans in search of sustenance in the frigid wilderness. Absent any fortuitous encounters, those expelled orcs would either perish from the cold or starvation, with scarcely one in 10 surviving until winter's end. For those famished and freezing orcs, the smoke column would serve as a beacon of hope, ensuring that they would not lack for company. However, the quality of the orcs drawn in this manner would likely be low, consisting mostly of the frail and ailing. Additionally, should too many orcs arrive, it could strain the food resources of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Quake was not entirely in favor of this recruitment tactic, yet he would, of course, defer to Lord Austin's decision. The location chosen for the Dragon's Nest was indeed remote. Although Austin had encountered wandering orcs during his 2 years of hunting, he had been too preoccupied with his own struggles for survival to pay them any mind. In truth, only the dog-headed beings, such as Vinny, had ventured close to his lair. As for Rodney and his band of strays, they were merely drawn by the scent of fish caught by the dog-headed folk, illustrating the cunning nature of Austin's chosen nesting site. While this secluded location provided an excellent environment for growth, it simultaneously hindered his followers from expanding their ranks and strengthening their power. Thus, on the first day the smoke column ascended, it attracted the attention of the wandering orcs in the Kava forest. Chapter 35. Siblings cold and hungry. The world around them lay blanketed in an expanse of white. As far as the eye could see, thick layers of ice and snow clung to the towering trees above, sharp icicles hanging down like daggers. Beneath this frost-laden canopy, a diminutive wolf-like creature struggled onward, carrying another small wolf upon its back, laboring through the deep snow. Each step sank into the thick drifts, the snow resisting their progress, leaving the smaller wolf's toes numb and unfeeling. Yet, with clenched teeth, it held tightly to its burden, refusing to let go. "Brother, will we survive?" A frail voice emerged from behind, like a flickering flame in a tempest, so faint that Monbai could barely sense his sister's breath. In that moment, his heart twisted, overshadowed by a profound despair at the endless expanse of white before them. "Fear not, Aisha. We shall endure," Monbai declared, his jaw set tight, lips tinged with a bluish hue. He stifled his ragged breaths and spoke with resolute strength. "Aisha, you must hold on. Don't you love meat? Soon, we will feast. We'll find a warm nest, light a bonfire that will blaze throughout the night, and then we shall no longer fear the cold. Do you remember those red flowers? I recall the valley you adored, where the wind would turn the landscape into a sea of crimson. Winter shall soon pass, and when the snow melts and warmth returns, the valley will bloom again, And you can run like the wind amidst the flowers. As he spoke, Monbai's eyes grew moist. His teeth clenched as he fought back the tears. His weary feet trudged through the snow, trembling as if they might falter at any moment. Nevertheless, he stood firm, each step deliberate, leaving a trail behind him. Is that valley still there? Aisha's weak breath suddenly illuminated her sunken eyes. As if she had glimpsed that vibrant sea of flowers, the mountain breeze dancing across the land, and herself running joyfully therein. It was a time of pure happiness. Long ago, when their parents were still alive, and she had wandered into that valley, blissfully unaware of the looming shadows. Back then, their den was warm, food was plentiful, and she could frolic through the flower-laden fields, her brother always close behind. When had it all changed? The light in Aisha's eyes gradually dimmed. War erupted suddenly. Another tribe attacked, and their parents were lost in the chaos. She and Monbai became captives, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Treated not as prisoners, but as slaves, forced into relentless toil, without sustenance. The victors saw no need to kill them. Instead, they let hunger and exhaustion do the work. Had it not been for Monbai's desperate foray into the chief's storeroom during the chaos, where he pilfered a large piece of jerky, they would have succumbed to starvation long before the harsh winter arrived. Yet, food inevitably dwindled, and even the meager rations of roots and bark could not sustain them indefinitely. The new tribal leader refused them any sustenance, and soon after the onset of winter, it became clear that they were to be sacrificed as provisions. Monbai overheard this grim fate and seized the opportunity to flee with Aisha while the guards were distracted. But the new tribe was a living hell, and the merciless winter offered no reprieve. In the midst of the frozen wilderness, orc tribes often expelled some of their own to fend for themselves, and even the strongest among them faced dire odds in such conditions. What hope did two young wolf-like siblings possess? Cold, hunger, and thirst loomed like ferocious beasts, each danger threatening to claim them in the snow. They survived on the bark and roots, meandering southward without direction, without purpose, uncertain of what tomorrow might bring. Had they not fortuitously encountered the frozen carcass of a thin wolf during their flight, they might have perished long ago in the storm. Yet, fortune is a fickle companion. Not long after, battered by wind and frost, Aisha fell ill, her strength waning in the absence of nourishing food. Monbai refused to abandon her. If she could not walk, he would carry her. But what good was that? Nature's cruelty does not yield to determination. It remains cold and unyielding. Now, the two siblings found themselves at the precipice of life and death. Brother, let me go. I cannot go on. Without me, you might yet survive. Even in her frail state, Aisha understood their grim reality. She knew her brother loved her dearly, yet continuing this way would only drag him into the abyss. Aisha, I will not hear such words. Trust in me. I will lead you to a place of comfort, where we will feast and dwell in warmth, free from hunger and cold. I promise you, such a place exists. Monbai's eyes were now red-rimmed, tears cascading down his cheeks, his voice cracking with emotion. Do not deceive me, brother. Let me go. I know. I will not survive this winter. If you have the chance, please return to that valley of red flowers for me. It was I who first discovered it. Aisha's pale face bore a flicker of pride. Yet her voice grew weaker, fading like a whisper. Her head swam in a fog, on the brink of slumber. Aisha, hold on, please. You must endure. Monbai's voice trembled, as the biting wind howled around them, and he felt something slipping away. He understood her need for rest. In this bitter cold, she required a warm fire and nourishing food. But he had nothing, nothing at all. The desolate expanse of white was a chilling embodiment of despair. In the depths of his hopelessness, a magnificent plume of smoke suddenly rose from a nearby hill. Chapter 36. Recruitment. Mungbi stood frozen, his entire being momentarily suspended in disbelief. Then his eyes widened with exhilaration. Aisha, wake up. Do you see the plume of smoke on that mountain? We have a chance. We can survive. His pupils dilated, as if he had discovered a glimmer of hope amidst despair. In this frigid landscape, the smoke could not be a natural phenomenon. The presence of fire signified human habitation. Previously, he had heard elders among the beastmen speak of great tribes that, in times of expansion, would ignite massive bonfires on nearby peaks, sending up towering columns of smoke for days on end to signal their intent to recruit new members. In this icy wilderness, Mungbi's feet were numb and swollen from the cold, yet as he gazed toward the rising white smoke, he felt a newfound vitality and direction. Aisha blinked weakly, lacking the strength to speak. Hold on, Aisha. I will rescue you. Mengbi clutched his sister tightly and trudged toward the distant mountain, where the smoke billowed steadily. He did not pause for rest, despite his exhaustion. Having survived solely on roots and tree bark, he was near the brink of collapse. He feared that if he sat down, he might never rise again. Aisha was his only hope, and the only way to save her was to reach the mountain and plead for sanctuary among the beastmen. Each step felt as though he were wading through lead, his feet sinking into the deep snow, while the weight of his sister felt like 1,000 pounds. Fatigue surged over him like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf him. Yet, his footsteps never faltered. His heart was fueled by a single breath, urging him onward to save Aisha. One step, another, and yet another. His vision began to blur, the biting cold creeping up from his feet, chilling him to the bone. Mengbi swayed precariously, as if on the verge of toppling over. Never before had he felt the distance to his goal seem so insurmountable. His consciousness waned, his body moving like a machine, sustained only by an unyielding will deep within. Time slipped away, and Mengbi lost track of how long he had been walking or the distance he had covered. When he finally stumbled upon the base of the mountain, he inadvertently tripped over a stone hidden in the snow, collapsing into the white expanse. The summit was tantalizingly close. Damn it, am I destined to fail? His vision blurred further, a wave of bitterness swelling in his heart as he lay on the ground, facing the peak, weakly extending his hand. Yet ultimately, his hand fell back to the snow, and consciousness slipped into darkness. In that final moment of awareness, he seemed to hear a voice. Captain, it appears there are people over there. A few days after the white smoke began rising, the mountain attracted numerous wandering beastmen from the Kawa Great Forest seeking refuge. Goblins, gnolls, gremlins, centaurs, and various other beastly tribes arrived, and within 5 days, nearly 20 had congregated. However, these beastmen were primarily the elderly, weak, and infirm. Individuals their tribes could no longer support. Each was gaunt and emaciated, clearly having endured prolonged hunger. Several collapsed en route, fainting in the snow, but the patrol teams rescued them. Despite their poor physical condition, Quake regarded them as a waste of resources, merely adding to the food burden of the Dragon Nest tribe. Nonetheless, Blue Young Dragon decided to take them all in. The hunted blood wolves had provided ample sustenance for the harsh winter, and the frozen lakes offered sufficient fish. For Austin, food scarcity had never posed a challenge. Moreover, in his plans for the coming year, he required a considerable workforce to solidify his power. Thus, the influx of new members was fortuitous. Of course, these newcomers would not be directly integrated into the Dragon Nest village. After receiving adequate sustenance for a day or two, they would undergo rigorous training, just like the existing members of the tribe. Only after completing this military training would they be fully assimilated into the Dragon Nest. The seasoned beastmen would serve as instructors, facilitating the swift enhancement of the newcomers' capabilities. At this initial stage, Austin had no intention of implementing any other form of governance. He instituted a militaristic regime, as this world was devoid of the concepts of human rights and freedom. As long as he could provide a better life for the beastmen, their loyalty would yield immense strength. With the ascent of the white smoke, many starving and freezing beastmen began to converge toward the signal, joining the ranks of the Dragon Nest tribe. However, as time passed, the influx of wandering beastmen began to dwindle, stabilizing to a mere 1 or 2 newcomers daily. This was dictated by the visibility range of the white smoke. Initially, it attracted many, but as those within range were absorbed, subsequent arrivals depended on chance to fall within the smoke site. Meanwhile, the furnace, generating towering columns of smoke, produced abundant high-quality charcoal. Austin commanded the beastmen to construct a wooden shelter nearby to store the charcoal, preparing for future copper and iron smelting once the ore was acquired. As time slowly passed, the end of winter drew near. Under the guidance of the seasoned beastmen, the new recruits began arduous military training, while also assisting in clearing the plains of trees and constructing their dwellings. The physical labor was more demanding than anything experienced in other tribes, but the key difference lay in the ample food supply within the Dragon Nest, where meat was a staple. This delighted the new members, who eagerly counted down to mealtime amidst their work and training. With the influx of manpower, the Dragon Nest's patrols expanded, even before the famished beasts could launch an attack. The patrols sometimes took the initiative to eliminate nearby predators, significantly enhancing the safety of the Dragon Nest tribe. Chapter 37. A new day as the white smoke column beckons wandering beastmen. The fox faced quick, under the auspices of the Azure Young Dragon. embarks on a visit to several small tribes etched in his memory. Regrettably, apart from a remarkably concealed goblin tribe, dwindling to merely a dozen souls. The others have vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. Whether they have migrated or succumbed to the harshness of nature remains a mystery. Nevertheless, the presence of a dozen goblins, coupled with the wandering beastmen drawn by the smoke, has swelled the population of the Dragon Nest tribe to over 70, a number that continues to grow. An adequate workforce is the cornerstone for the expansive development of their territory, despite the surge in numbers straining the food supply of Dragon Nest Village. The elder beastmen have organized hunting parties to scour the surrounding 10-mile radius for the fierce predators that threaten their safety. This endeavor not only safeguards the tribe, but also enhances their food stores. Prior to this, Austin had meticulously surveyed the territory surrounding Dragon Nest, confirming the absence of perilous magical beasts. With the battle-hardened might of the Orcish military, the mere slaughter of wild animals was deemed inconsequential. Everything proceeded methodically: military training, deforestation, charcoal burning, fishing, and construction became the daily toils of the beastmen of Dragon Nest. In contrast to other orc tribes, which typically refrained from venturing into the outside world during winter unless food supplies ran low, the Dragon Nest tribe, armed with knowledge from past lives, seized the opportunity to accomplish tasks that could be done in the harsh cold. Every day, the signs of their industriousness permeated the village. As the Orcish folk engaged in labor with fervor, taking joy in the physical exertion even amidst the icy chill. On occasions requiring teamwork, they would break into hearty, simple songs, their spirits unyielding against the frost. Day after day, the ebb and flow of life continued. Do-do. As dawn broke, the clarion call of a whistle resonated across the sky, rousing the entire Dragon Nest village into wakefulness. The whistle, crafted from a hollow plant akin to bamboo, produced a powerful sound when blown, reminiscent of the bamboo whistles from Austin's previous life, thus repurposed by the Azure Dragon as a signal for the orc instructors. Awakened by the whistle, Mungbi stirred from slumber. Gone were the frigid confines of his straw nest, and his belly no longer grumbled in hunger. Everything felt surreal. The urgent whistle echoed outside, and reluctantly, he left the warmth of his bedding. Despite lingering drowsiness, instinct propelled him swiftly through the door. The other orcs in the same dwelling also roused, though it was rare for them to rise so early during the cold winter months. Previously, they would sleep until the sun bade them awake. Yet under the peculiar customs of Dragon Nest, they dared not rebel, nor would they want to. For tardiness meant missing a meal, and food was paramount for these recently rescued orcs, who had once faced dire hunger. Mungbi joined the throng stepping outside. The biting wind sent a shiver through him, erasing any remnants of sleep. They hurried to the water trough at the front of the dwelling, using bamboo cups to scoop the warm water prepared by the kitchen goblin for brushing their teeth. In this icy climate, water often froze outside, necessitating that it be heated beforehand. However, even warm water quickly turned frigid in such weather, chilling their mouths to the bone. Their dental hygiene involved a slender, willow-like tool, one end chewed to soften, which they would use to scrub between their teeth with warm water. This peculiar practice was yet another of Dragon Nest's odd regulations. Just as they had to brave the cold winds to address their bodily needs in designated latrines, Mungbi often grumbled that these rituals were mere tortures devised by Lord Austin during his idle hours. Yet, despite his complaints, he held deep respect for the Lord who had saved his life and, by extension, that of his sister, Aisha. If possible, Mungbi would gladly offer his life to repay Austin's kindness. Reflecting on his sister, he gazed across the area where the new orc recruits, despite training together, were assigned different tasks based on gender. Even among orcs, distinctions existed, especially for the younger, like Mungbi and Aisha, who resided in separate quarters, converging only during training sessions. At that moment, he noticed Aisha happily conversing with a goblin girl, whom he recognized as Nina. Heartened by his sister's newfound friendship, he knew this was not the time for idle chatter. Seeing Aisha well, he hastily finished his morning rituals, splashed water on his face, returned the bamboo cup, and dashed to his place in the village square. The other orcs swiftly completed their morning routines, forming ranks before the whistle ceased. Stand at attention. Right face. Left face. Count off, barked the stern goblin instructor, Galoo, as the whistle fell silent. The entire assembly briskly aligned, establishing a precise formation. With their ranks in order, they were set to embark on their morning run, followed by breakfast, heralding the dawn of a new day. Chapter 38. In the shadows of observation, newly joined stray beastmen formed a team under the rigorous training of the elders in the Dragon's Nest tribe. Gradually integrating into this great collective, Austin's initial plans finally bore fruit. The arduous efforts to transform the first 7 dog-headed men into a legitimate army were now yielding results. The training methods he established were akin to seeds, taking root and flourishing from the core of the Dragon's Nest tribe, uniting it into an unprecedented cohesive whole. Although many terrains within the Kava forest were unsuitable for collective assaults, the orc army trained with modern concepts could split into various tactical squads for coordinated attacks, effortlessly defeating most orc tribes of similar size. Furthermore, during defensive phases, they could form a clustered gun line in open spaces, making it nearly impossible for even vastly superior numbers of orcs to overwhelm them. A single chopstick is easily broken, but 10 gathered together are much harder to snap. This illustrates the power of unity and discipline, in stark contrast to the disorganized orc tribes in Kava Forest, which charged blindly under their leaders. The trained orc army of the Dragon's Nest tribe was virtually unassailable. The relentless training, labor, and hunting kept the entire Dragon's Nest tribe in a flurry of activity. While the Dragon's Nest tribe thrived and continued to develop, a few pairs of keen eyes lurked amidst the snowy landscape on a distant mountainside. Several wargs concealed themselves beneath the underbrush, quietly observing. Moments later, a figure swiftly darted past, arriving before the wargs. "Lord Hog, we have ascertained that the master of this territory is a young blue dragon, with a population roughly half ours." A few days prior, the column of white smoke rising from the mountaintop had indeed caught the attention of the wargs from over 10 miles away, prompting them, led by Hog, to venture forth under the orders of Chief Simon to gather intelligence. They were among the elite of the warg tribe and, after carefully avoiding the hunting patrols of the orcs, had hidden nearby, surveilling the recent activities of the Dragon's Nest tribe. The wargs grew increasingly puzzled by the sight of the orc tribe, which, despite the harsh winter, was so actively engaged in such endeavors. Roughly half. Captain Hog intently regarded the scene of the orc army training in the distance, reminiscent of ants, pondering deeply. The warg tribe numbered over 200, while the blue dragon tribe should consist of fewer than 100 orcs. Given the wargs' inherent bloodlust and martial prowess, they deemed the ragtag orc army an easy target. However, the troublesome factor was the young blue dragon, which typically would be cared for by an adult dragon. The presence of an adult blue dragon nearby could complicate matters significantly, jeopardizing their plans. Hog furrowed his brow. As a high-ranking member of the warg tribe, he was acutely aware of the tribe's purpose and certain secrets. He and Simon had not arrived in this remote place to establish a village like the other stray beasts driven from their former tribes. Their mission was deliberate. "We must continue our reconnaissance. Their weapons are merely wooden spears, correct? And what of the young blue dragon's general strength? Are there any signs of an adult blue dragon nearby? We must clarify all these details." At this age, a young dragon typically would not gather followers so soon, unless it were an orphan dragon. If it were simply an orphan dragon, Hog mused, he might suggest to Simon that they bring forces to annex this Dragon's Nest tribe. If they could slay this young dragon, they would be dragon slayers, and the precious materials left behind could even allow for their evolution into subdragon forms, drastically enhancing both potential and strength. The only true obstacle lay in the young dragon's power. As for the foolish dragon attracting a horde of ragtag orcs through extravagant displays and daily antics, Hog dismissed them entirely. He was confident that once the wargs mobilized, the orcs would be decimated in a single strike. The young dragon alone posed a genuine challenge. "You will remain here to gather information on the Dragon's Nest tribe, focusing on that young blue dragon. Be sure to conceal yourselves well. If discovered, you may pose as stray beastmen to blend in. I will return to report to the chief." With a decisive command, Hog dispatched his subordinates. Despite leaving others to monitor, he understood that the warg tribe would not initiate war against the Dragon's Nest tribe in the near term. Their tribe had recently annihilated several small tribes before the arrival of the cold winter, securing enough food to last through the season. Moreover, once the cold winter passed, the herbivores would awaken from hibernation, providing an opportune time for hunting that Chief Simon would not overlook. Furthermore, given the uncertainty surrounding the young dragon's situation, Simon would be unlikely to act hastily. Nonetheless, Hog was certain that before the next cold winter, the annexation of the Dragon's Nest tribe was inevitable. Having issued his orders, Hog departed the mountainside, heading toward the Werg tribe. Meanwhile, the remaining Wergs conferred briefly before dispersing. As time flowed on, the smokestack atop the mountain continued to emit thick plumes of white smoke, attracting more stray beastmen to this location. They underwent unified training, gradually increasing the population of the Dragon's Nest tribe to nearly 100. The implementation of militarized collective management maximized the efficiency of the orcs, leading to further expansion of the village, including the construction of several wooden and grass structures and erecting wooden walls around the village to fend off wild animal attacks. Preparations for the coming year bore fruit as well. Atop the mountain, ample quality charcoal was produced, and nearly 30 acres of land were cleared along the riverbanks, awaiting the spring fire to cleanse the land of weeds and trees, thus creating new farmland. The Dragon's Nest tribe evolved and expanded daily, with orc activities intensifying around their territory. Shortly thereafter, the tide of fire magic from within the Ceta continent surged over the water magic tide from the ocean, causing the air temperature to rise and the snow to melt. The cold winter had come to an end. Chapter 39. Growth. The bitter winter is receding. Overnight, warm air envelopes the snow-covered land, heralding a 9-month period of growth in the Kava Great Forest. The cold wave has been dispelled by the warm currents, causing vast expanses of ice and snow to melt and fall away. The flora, having endured the harsh winter, eagerly sprouts tender shoots, unfurling to infuse the world with a vibrant hue of green. Concurrently, warm and cold air masses collide in the sky, generating a thick layer of clouds, while a gentle drizzle begins to fall, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning darting through the depths of the clouds. Austin stands atop a cliff, gazing at the overcast sky, occasionally split by lightning. Suddenly inspired, he spreads his expansive, membranous wings and ascends into the clouds. The humid vapor surrounds him, and he keenly senses the electrical phenomena generated by the friction in the air. With his intrusion, the balance among the clouds is disrupted, resulting in the neutralization of positive and negative charges that release an abundance of light and heat, manifesting as lightning that pierces the air and strikes him. Yet, the young blue dragon remains unscathed, as if he has merged with the environment, thriving in it like a fish in water. In a subtle manner, Austin feels a connection to the storm clouds in the sky, as though he has become a part of them. However, this connection is faint, merely allowing him to sense the nearby storm without exerting any influence over it. He understands that this ability to harness thunder and lightning amidst a storm is an innate talent of blue dragons, a means by which they reign supreme in this world. Folklore speaks of the blue demon descending from the dark storm clouds, bringing thunderous retribution to the world. This refers to the malevolent adult blue dragons. The blue dragon possesses the innate ability to command thunderstorms, yet this power is intrinsically linked to the dragon's strength. At present, Austin is merely a young dragon of 2 or 3 years, capable only of faintly sensing the storm clouds, but unable to exert any control over them. To influence the phenomena of nature, one must at least reach juvenile dragonhood to access a fragment of power. Only an adult blue dragon can fully harness the might of nature's storm clouds, despite lacking a carefree environment for growth. This very challenge has led to Austin developing significantly stronger than his peers. In the memories passed down to him, young dragons are typically nurtured by adult dragons, spared from the arduous task of hunting for sustenance and magical resources. They spend their days eating and sleeping, with much of their time devoted to slumber to digest the various magical substances within them. As the saying goes, life thrives on movement. Perhaps this truth holds in other realms as well. Unlike other young dragons who enjoy a carefree childhood, Austin toils daily for survival, venturing from his nest to hunt, returning home late, and striving to stay alive. This constant activity, rather than languishing in sleep, has accelerated his growth compared to other young dragons, allowing him to digest magical materials with remarkable speed. Moreover, drawing from insights gained in a past life, Austin diligently employs his innate spell of electrical paralysis to stimulate himself daily, perhaps due to the differing races in this world. This method seems to substantially enhance the activity of his cells, significantly reducing his need for sleep while accelerating cellular growth and division, resulting in his size surpassing that of his peers. At this rate of growth, he anticipates wielding the storm clouds and possessing the power to alter the weather before he reaches the age of 30. 30 years, in the long lifespan of dragons, is but a brief slumber. However, Austin's soul is not of a dragon. To endure 30 years in a realm devoid of computers, mobile devices, or entertainment, only to gain a modicum of self-defense, is indeed a daunting prospect. He sets a modest goal for himself, perhaps to increase his clan's population to 100,000. To rapidly enhance his strength, various magical materials such as magical ore, magic crystals, and beast cores are essential. Gathering these precious resources alone proves arduous. Thus, expanding his subordinates' influence becomes vital for amassing more magical resources swiftly. Consequently, developing the Dragon Nest tribe's power emerges as Austin's foremost priority, especially since a formidable clan can safeguard his dragon god's safety. With numerous thoughts swirling in his mind, the young blue dragon flaps his wings and soars into the clouds. As the ice and snow outside begin to melt, a gentle drizzle falls from the sky, and the entire world appears damp. As creatures that have endured a long winter emerge from their burrows, joyfully feasting on the fresh shoots of the earth. Meanwhile, predators, hungry and hidden in the thickets, patiently await the moment their prey lets down its guard. The Kava Great Forest is once again enveloped in a new cycle of growth, marking the beginning of a new year. Simultaneously, within the Dragon Nest territory, plans for the new year commence. The tribe's first order of business is not to cultivate the land, but to eliminate the ferocious beasts within their domain. As early as the cold winter, the Dragon Nest tribe dispatched small teams to patrol the vicinity and purposefully eliminate the hungry beasts, preventing them from attacking the tribe. However, they only managed to slay a fraction of the predators. Now, with the cold winter behind, various animals venture from their dens, and those that had been hibernating awaken, seeking sustenance. To protect the Dragon Nest tribe's surroundings and enrich the biological resources within their territory, it becomes imperative to hunt down these newly awakened beasts. Moreover, with the thawing of the ice covering lakes and reservoirs, the tribe can no longer lure fish using ice drilling or hot water methods, resulting in the loss of a crucial food source. Although Austin knows that the orcs weave nets from vines to catch fish in nearby rivers, this method is significantly more labor-intensive and yields far fewer catches than the previous ice fishing technique. With the Dragon Nest tribe's population surging, a food shortage has arisen. Therefore, before the temperature rises sufficiently, the entire tribe must mobilize for a large-scale hunt. Chapter 40. The hunt. Although cultivating the fields was a significant strategy for Austin in the new year, in reality, foraging was an indispensable phase of food acquisition. Moreover, with the ice and snow of the earth just beginning to thaw, it was far too early for planting. The climate of the Kawa forest, while generally classified into cold winters and hot summers, could, upon closer inspection, also be divided into seasons akin to spring and autumn found on Earth. However, these spring and autumn periods were exceedingly brief, lasting merely 10 days or so, and were deemed inconsequential by the predominantly illiterate beast-like inhabitants of the Kawa forest, who regarded the fleeting transitions between winter and summer merely as a passage of time, without assigning them any specific names. Thus, the Kawa forest was commonly understood to possess only the 2 seasons of winter and summer. With the differences in climate came varied seasonal markers, leaving Austin unable to apply his previous knowledge of seasonal cycles to this world. He was utterly oblivious to when to sow or plant. But this dilemma could be easily resolved by emulating the growth cycles of the wild rice, as the so-called seeds were, after all, those wild grains. At present, the wild rice had yet to sprout, and thus, the young blue dragon would not sow the grains in this early period to commence agricultural endeavors. Taking advantage of the brief interlude of spring, compounded by the ferocious beasts that roamed in search of food following a harsh winter, which posed a threat to the safety of the Dragon Nest tribe, it was only natural that this hunting expedition was to take place. In the woods, small creatures frolicked about, nibbling on tender grasses, their large ears twitching constantly to detect any sounds of danger. At this moment, as life began to stir once more, the Kawa forest was reawakening, particularly within the territory of the Dragon Nest, due to Austin's deliberate interventions and the orcs' targeted hunts during winter. The population of herbivorous animals had surged. Rabbits, deer, and wild buffalo were seen bouncing through the woods in greater numbers, and even during the earlier deforestation, the orcs occasionally caught sight of wild rabbits leaping from the underbrush, only to be swiftly captured and roasted over a fire. Of course, while the Dragon Nest tribe's extensive extermination of top-tier predators had allowed for the proliferation of these animals, it had not reached a point of overpopulation. In the absence of their natural predators, the orcs continued to hunt them, effectively replacing the previous wild beasts in the food chain with the orc hunters from the Dragon Nest tribe. Amidst the dense forest, the ground was still blanketed by the remnants of ice and snow, while fresh shoots began to emerge from the thawed soil. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the thicket, nimbly leaping over stones scattered across the ground, swiftly fleeing into the distance, closely pursued by 8 or 9 of its kind. These were hyenas, the rogues of the food chain, the bandits of the wild. In truth, hyenas did not solely rely on stealing the prey of other beasts for survival. They often cooperated to hunt down herbivorous animals that roamed near water sources, marking them as one of the lower-tier predators in the Kawa forest. Though they occupied a lower position in the hierarchy, hyenas could, through collaboration, wrest food from the jaws of lions and tigers. Yet on this day, these ferocious hyenas, who were unafraid even of lions and tigers, found themselves in a disarrayed flight, vanishing in an instant. Moments later, the forest was abuzz with commotion as a group of orcs, armed with spears and leading 2 half-grown blood wolves, pursued them relentlessly. The 2 adolescent blood wolves kept their heads low, their noses twitching as they sniffed the air for lingering scents, maintaining a steady pace in pursuit of the direction in which the hyenas had fled. After more than a month of nurturing, coupled with the formidable presence of Austin, the superior being, these blood wolves had fully integrated into the Dragon Nest tribe. Although the blood wolves were still young and few in number, they were nonetheless useful for the task at hand, such as tracking prey. During the frigid winter, the orc patrols had relied heavily on the keen senses of these blood wolves to locate and eliminate nearby beasts. "Keep up," commanded Rodney, the leader of the hunting party, a lizard man who had once led a tribe that was defeated by the gnolls and had fled to the Dragon Nest territory, where he launched an attack on the local kobold village. Unexpectedly, as he charged forward, he collided headlong into a line of kobold spears, sustaining grievous injuries. After being defeated and captured by the kobolds, he was subsequently thrown into military training upon recovering. Though it was a difficult period, Rodney emerged with a profound sense of belonging to the Dragon Nest tribe. Reflecting on his earlier days, when he had sought to establish a tribe for safety and sustenance, he found his current circumstances, shielded by the young blue dragon Austin and surrounded by loyal orc comrades with ample food. A far cry from the precarious existence he once led. As a lizard man with little ambition, Rodney had completely submitted to Austin, becoming one of his many loyal followers. Throughout the previous hunts against the blood wolves and the winter purges, Rodney's exceptional physical prowess had distinguished him among the orc warriors, leading to his appointment as a squad leader. He was now tasked with the responsibility of cleansing this territory of all carnivorous predators, be they snakes, weasels, or various wolves and leopards. With the assistance of the blood wolves, they quickly achieved impressive results, yet they soon encountered trouble in the form of a pack of hyenas. Unlike the reckless attacks of wolves or tigers, these hyenas did not blindly charge at the orcs only to be impaled by their spears. After losing a few companions, they retreated without allowing Rodney the opportunity to display his strength. Though the orcs possessed commendable stamina, they could not outrun the 4-legged hyenas. Nevertheless, Rodney was determined to eradicate them. "Stay alert. Our pace has fallen behind the first and second teams. If we don't catch up, we'll be at the bottom of this training exercise. Pursue those beasts with all your might," Rodney shouted, panting heavily, as the orc warriors responded with roars, swiftly chasing after the direction in which the hyenas had disappeared. Chapter 41. The cave cursed these wretched scoundrels. "May I never lay eyes on you again." Captain Rodney, the lizard man, sat upon a stone, panting heavily, accompanied by a group of orcs who were equally breathless. Ultimately, they had failed to catch the hyenas, which had managed to escape. This was hardly surprising. Although the orcs were physically superior to humans, they were no match for the nimble 4-legged creatures accustomed to fleeing through the forest. "Captain Rodney, let them flee. If they venture too far, they may encounter other tribes," advised one of the orc soldiers, gasping for breath. They had been in pursuit of the hyenas for over 10 miles, and straying further from the Dragon's Nest territory could expose them to peril. "Very well, if that is the case, let it be. Those damned thieves will likely think twice before returning to this vicinity. Let us rest and prepare to return." Rodney sighed deeply, weighing his options. Though reluctant, he acknowledged that they could not risk pursuing further into dangerous territory. Moreover, the hyenas had been driven away from the Dragon's Nest, causing no further trouble. After resting for a while, the orcs prepared to depart. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, and dark clouds unleashed a torrential downpour. Rain cascaded upon the leaves of the forest, creating a symphony of sound, while thunder rumbled ominously, shaking the very earth. Rodney looked up at the deluge and cursed. This accursed weather. The chill of early spring lingered, with remnants of snow still melting on the ground. The air remained frigid, and being drenched by this icy rain would leave one feeling utterly miserable. "Let us find shelter from this rain," Rodney bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. The orcs immediately scattered in search of refuge. "Captain, there's a cave over here." Soon, an orc soldier called out from not far away. The group hurriedly made their way through the forest, craning their necks as they followed the sound. The cave lay hidden beneath a towering cliff, its entrance obscured by foliage. Stalactites hung from the irregular ceiling, a testament to nature's artistry. The orcs quickly scanned their surroundings and, finding no venomous creatures, settled into the cave to rest. Outside, the rain continued to pour, and the damp orcs shivered in the cool breeze that swept through the cave. "Damn it! Someone start a fire in this wretched weather." Rodney's grumbling echoed as several orcs quickly gathered dry twigs and leaves from the cave floor, igniting a fire. Fortunately, the cave had endured for countless years, providing enough dry material to kindle the flames, which dispelled some of the cold. "Captain Rodney, remember when you were punished by General Winnie for your gluttony and confined to the small dark room? Weren't you going to make him pay for that?" One orc jested. "Damn it, Alyosha, don't bring that up again. Next time you act foolishly, I'll send you to the dark room and see how cocky you remain." Laughter erupted among the orcs as they huddled around the fire, sharing stories and reveling in camaraderie. The military training they had undergone forged a bond among them, a brotherhood unlike any other. Suddenly, a rustling sound pierced the air. What was that? Despite their jovial banter, some orcs were quick to notice the noise. "You're imagining things." "There's nothing here," replied another, dismissively waving off the concern. However, one orc retrieved a burning branch from the fire, holding it aloft to illuminate the cave's interior. What they beheld was horrifying. In the dim recesses of the cave, countless pairs of eyes glimmered with a sinister light, lurking in the shadows. Their grotesque forms elongated by the flickering flames, resembling demons poised to pounce. Spiders, larger than orcs. They infest every corner. The sight was enough to chill the bravest heart. As the light revealed more of the cave, they saw a grim collection of bones scattered across the ground, ensnared in webs, with tiny spiders crawling amidst the silken strands. The atmosphere turned palpably sinister. As time passed, the Dragon's Nest village entered a phase of rapid development. With the harsh winter behind them, impoverished tribes began to migrate, and some orcs became separated during their journey, dispersing into the vast kava forest, becoming wandering orcs. They were drawn to the rising columns of white smoke, eventually joining the Dragon's Nest tribe. Though the smoke rising from the kava forest did not unequivocally signal prosperity, some malevolent tribes resorted to this method to lure in starving orcs to use as food. It was a risk worth taking for those perilously close to starvation. Thus, with the passing of winter, the number of wandering orcs attracted by the smoke increased rather than diminished. The influx of new inhabitants provided the Dragon's Nest tribe with ample productivity. The orcs, having undergone military training, exhibited remarkable discipline and teamwork. Austin imparted various hunting techniques he had learned in his past life, and through coordinated efforts to hunt within the Dragon's Nest territory, they secured an abundance of game to meet the food demands of their growing population. However, the young blue dragon understood that such extensive hunting, while providing immediate sustenance, would not sustain their needs indefinitely. The depletion of local wildlife would make future hunts far more challenging. Nevertheless, Austin remained unperturbed. His primary objective in culling the secondary predators near the Dragon's Nest was to establish a safer environment rather than merely to procure food. In his plans for the year, if he could achieve one or two goals, coupled with the resources gathered from hunting and foraging, the tribe would be well positioned to weather any hardships brought on by the lingering cold. Chapter 42. New food sources: cultivating agriculture, raising livestock, and developing metallurgy. These are the three grand plans Austin aims to initiate in the new year. The first two ventures are self-evident. The successful execution of either will furnish the Dragon's Nest tribe with a continuous supply of sustenance, liberating them from the specter of hunger. The final endeavor, metallurgy, promises to significantly bolster the tribe's military prowess and hasten the advancement of productivity. If we consider the Dragon's Nest as the center of a territory extending 10 miles in radius, The current population of over 100 beast folk cannot rely solely on foraging and hunting within the forest for sustenance. The land is simply insufficient to support such a populous community. Moreover, as smoke rises from the mountaintops, an influx of wandering beast folk is drawn to join the Dragon's Nest tribe. Hence, the establishment of agricultural practices is imperative. Austin had already laid much groundwork during the frigid winter of the previous year, clearing land near a river and crafting a plethora of rudimentary farming tools, preparing for an ambitious endeavor once the cold subsides. Of course, there remains a considerable period before the cultivation of rice yields results. Yet, for Austin, this is not a concern. He understands that the beast folk inhabiting the Kawa Great Forest have languished in a state of primitive civilization for millennia, primarily because they are perpetually hungry and thus lack the luxury to contemplate other pursuits. Ironically, the forest is replete with edible resources. Each year, the beast folk suffer numerous deaths from starvation, largely due to their ignorance of available food sources. What constitutes the diet of the beast folk dwelling in the Kawa Great Forest? It primarily consists of foraged fruits, wild grains, starchy roots, tree roots dug up in times of scarcity, and the occasional luck in hunting. Beyond this, their diet is severely limited. In Austin's previous life, he was accustomed to a world where the sky yielded flying delicacies, the land provided running game, and the waters brimmed with treasures from the sea. Had a chef from his past life arrived here, he would undoubtedly discover a plethora of edible items within the confines of the Dragon's Nest territory. Though Austin was not a chef in his former life, he possesses a trace of culinary curiosity from that gastronomic empire, allowing him to speak knowledgeably about certain foods. For instance, bamboo shoots, tinder ferns, and mushrooms are all overlooked by the beast folk. Bamboo shoots, when consumed raw, present a bitter and unpalatable experience, while tinder ferns offer a slimy texture akin to that of a slug. Consequently, these foods are dismissed. However, if one were to boil these items in water first, extracting their bitterness, both bamboo shoots and tinder ferns transform into delightful delicacies. Austin has lived in rural settings before and is well acquainted with the dishes that can be prepared using these ingredients. It is precisely the absence of this preliminary boiling process that causes the beast folk to overlook these hidden food sources. As for mushrooms, the beast folk who attempt to consume them often select the most vibrant and alluring specimens without discernment, leading to unfortunate consequences. Over time, this has fostered the myth that all mushrooms are poisonous. Yet, Austin knows that the more vividly colored mushrooms are often the most toxic. While some inconspicuous varieties may also possess toxins, a simple taste test could reveal their safety. Bamboo shoots and tinder ferns are both nutritionally rich and can regenerate when a section is broken off, providing a sustainable food source. Moreover, a sizable bamboo grove lies nearby, and ferns flourish abundantly across the landscape. As for mushrooms, finding a suitable moist area and ensuring ample spore supply in the humid climate of the Kawa Great Forest poses no significant challenge. Just these three resources could substantially alleviate the food shortages faced by the beast folk of the Dragon's Nest. While these three items may be categorized as vegetables, they can significantly alleviate the food pressure on the tribe. Coupled with the ample game acquired from recent hunts, the tribe's food supply is secured for an extended period. Food is the foundation of any community's survival. With this concern alleviated, the Dragon's Nest tribe, under Austin's guidance, embarks on a period of considerable development. At this juncture, the Dragon's Nest tribe is no longer the rudimentary settlement it once was, characterized by a solitary thatched hut. Beneath the cliffs of Dragon's Nest, the beast folk have cleared an area, erecting several distinct wooden structures from timber, totaling 9 in number. At the center lies an altar dedicated to the Blue Dragon, Austin, who oversees the tribe's affairs and symbolizes the authority of the Dragon's Nest. Flanking the altar are 2 rows of houses, with a spacious plaza corridor at the heart, where the tribe gathers for morning exercises. In a remote corner of the village stands an unusual building, somewhat out of place. This is the privy, commissioned by Austin. Adjacent to it, a series of dug pits are said to be intended for planting fruit seeds brought back from the Bloodwolf Den, as per the Blue Dragon Lord's instructions. Surrounding the village, tall wooden stakes, sharpened at the top and bound with vines, form a rudimentary wall, ensuring the settlement's protection. These timbers were sourced from the cleared land where Austin initially intended to burn the trees after the winter. However, recognizing the need for materials for the village's expansion, he repurposed them instead. The high walls and orderly houses, though appearing somewhat rudimentary and exuding a primitive charm, reflect the nascent form of the village as Austin remembers it. Expansion is certainly on the horizon. Regarding the construction of these homes, Austin prefers using brick and tile to create a true village. Unfortunately, the beast folk are currently occupied with numerous tasks, and with the 3 grand plans still in their infancy, the production of bricks and pottery must be postponed. Nevertheless, within a year, Austin has transformed the dragon's nest from a single thatched hut inhabited by 7 dog-headed beings into a burgeoning settlement housing over 100 beast folk. The village, though small, is indeed a microcosm of completeness. Chapter 43. The choice of land cultivation in the plains by the river. A group of orcs gathered under Austin's command, diligently uprooting the weeds from the ground and collecting the branches and leaves they had cut down. They buried the stumps and set a fire. Taking advantage of the clear weather, Austin aimed to tidy up this expanse of land before turning to plowing and other tasks. The branches and leaves, having dried out after being left for over a month, ignited fiercely as the flames roared upwards. The nearby orcs, having just cleared the weeds, tossed them onto the fire, resulting in a thick plume of smoke billowing into the air. Despite the clearing of the land, the numerous stumps remained stubbornly in place, their twisted roots protruding from the earth, causing Austin a slight headache. Although the young blue dragon yearned to remove these remnants, extracting the stumps from the soil proved an impossible task, as the extensive roots spread far and wide, making it infeasible for the orcs to dig them out. They could only leave these obstructions to decompose slowly in the earth. Bending down, the blue dragon scratched at the dry, grayish soil. It was evident that this land was not particularly fertile, bordering on barren. This was to be expected, as the nutrients had long been absorbed by the great trees that once grew here, combined with the region's predominantly tropical rainforest climate for most of the year, which rendered fertility a rare occurrence. The only option was to attempt growing some kudzu or similar crops. Gazing at the impoverished soil beneath him, Austin silently reflected. Initially, his intention in clearing this land was to plant rice this year, but after careful consideration, he decided against it and opted to cultivate kudzu on the 20 acres of newly cleared land. The kudzu referred to here was not the sweet potato vine known from his previous life, but rather edible roots similar to kudzu that the orcs had unearthed from the forest. The orcs had not named these plants, so for simplicity's sake, Austin referred to them as kudzu. Kudzu belongs to the legume family and is known to enrich the soil. After a year or 2 of cultivation, along with the application of sludge and manure as fertilizer, even the most barren land could be transformed into fertile ground. Regrettably, he had not discovered plants like potatoes or sweet potatoes. Otherwise, the situation would have been even better. In truth, the kudzu in this world yielded far less and contained significantly less starch than the kudzu from Austin's past. But he concluded that it was the most suitable crop to plant in this untamed land. The newly cleared land was still quite barren, and planting rice or other grains could lead to poor yields due to soil issues. Moreover, in the unpredictable environment of the kava forest, with its tempestuous storms and rain, concentrating on rice cultivation could easily result in crop failure from being flattened by strong winds or suffering from pestilence and disease. Having grown up in a rural southern environment before moving to the city, Austin retained some knowledge of rice cultivation. Although the types of grains and their growth habits varied in each world, the basic environmental requirements for rice remained relatively consistent. Furthermore, the scattered stumps littering the newly cleared plains were not conducive to the meticulous care that rice required. This initial attempt at cultivation held significant importance for the dragon nest territory, bearing the weighty responsibility of securing the tribe's food source. The blue dragon believed it prudent to plant crops that were resilient and hardy. Kudzu, with its underground growth and non-discriminatory environmental preferences, exhibited a tenacity superior to that of rice, making it more suitable for this first endeavor. Progress must be made step by step. While the yield of kudzu may not match that of rice, even if the 20 acres could not fully satisfy the needs of the entire dragon nest tribe, the hardiness of kudzu would reduce the risks of natural calamities. Once harvested, supplemented by other foraged foods, it should suffice. After a year or 2 of cultivating kudzu and transforming the wild land into arable soil, they could eventually plant rice or other more bountiful grains. Though Austin decided to proceed cautiously with rice cultivation, he did not entirely abandon the idea. He considered the possibility of utilizing the wild rice growing in nearby ponds. Sending orcs to clear the surrounding weeds, level the water bodies, and sow rice seeds there, treating these ponds as experimental fields to gather experience before embarking on larger-scale cultivation. As Austin envisioned a promising future, the temporarily appointed village chief, the kobold Vini, struggled with a peculiar wooden shovel, tossing a clump of weeds onto the fire. Lord Austin has begun issuing those nonsensical orders again, he thought. Indeed, from Vini's perspective, the commands to fell trees and clear land seemed like pointless antics, a sentiment shared by many orcs within the Dragon Nest tribe. Despite the seemingly absurd nature of their tasks, the orcs, driven by the ingrained belief in obedience instilled during their military training, followed Austin's directives without question. They lacked an understanding of the significance of agriculture, but they would come to appreciate its importance once the harvest arrived. Hence, Austin's actions appeared to the orcs as little more than trivial games. Nevertheless, the absolute prestige earned by the Blue Dragon through various accomplishments ensured that, even if they found his antics frivolous, the orcs, including Vini, would remain committed to assisting him. Vini, however, hoped that Austin's playful enthusiasm would soon wane. In his kobold mind, even military training would be preferable to the current chaotic endeavors. Chapter 44. Tilling the soil. Military training can enhance the combat capabilities of the subordinate orcs, while group activities such as hunting beasts can provide sustenance for the Dragon Nest tribe. In Vini's view, both endeavors hold far greater significance than engaging in mundane games. Just as he anticipated the completion of burning the heaps of grass, signaling the time to embark on hunting or training, his wishes were ultimately unfulfilled. Vini, your next task is to lead your subordinates in wielding shovels to turn over this land, commanded the young Blue Dragon, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he gazed at the vast expanse of land before him. This marked the initial step of a grand journey. If they could commence well, the subsequent efforts would surely be smoother. Austin spoke, yet the orc kin raced off as if their legs were on fire. With a wry smile, Vini, accompanied by a throng of orcs, found a suitable spot and directed them to begin tilling the soil. Covering 20 acres, almost the size of 2 playgrounds, was no small task. And despite the gathering of over 50 orcs, it would take a full day to completely turn over the land. With each thrust of the shovel, the sturdy earth was overturned. Tilling was indeed labor-intensive, and although the orcs possessed significantly greater stamina than ordinary humans, it was not long before they were panting and drenched in sweat. After laboring fervently for over half an hour, they had merely turned a corner of the field. It appeared that in the future, they might need to tame some wild buffalo or horses. Otherwise, this pace was simply too sluggish. Observing the orcs' strenuous battle against the soil, Austin pondered quietly. With only 20 acres of land cleared, and considering the yield of kudzu, it was evident that it would not suffice for the orcs' sustenance. After cultivating this plot, expanding their territory would be inevitable, although the orcs would be quicker in their next endeavor with experience. It could not compare to the efficiency of draft animals. If they could domesticate cattle and horses, it would significantly aid both the initial clearing and future development. Having chosen kudzu as their first crop, there would be no need to seek land near rivers, for kudzu could thrive even in arid, rocky terrains. This realization would greatly alleviate the challenges of land clearing. As Austin contemplated future plans, he noticed the orcs were visibly fatigued from their relentless toil. Vini, the village chief, ordered a brief respite for the orcs to sit and hydrate. Meanwhile, he wrestled with his thoughts before finally approaching Austin with hesitation. Your Highness Austin, to turn over all this soil in a single day is unattainable. We have yet to complete our training and hunting today. What do you suggest? Vini spoke with hope, clearly preferring to abandon the seemingly futile task of tilling in favor of more meaningful training and hunting. You have performed admirably in your military training. Prior to the upgrade of your weaponry, simply running 5 kilometers each morning and evening, along with practicing stances and turns, will suffice. After months of training, the orcs had shed their previous lethargy. Following several bloody battles, when they assembled as a force, they exuded a fierce aura, their spears forming a forest, an embodiment of discipline and exceptional prowess. Nonetheless, Austin was aware that the orcs, armed with mere wooden staffs and spears, had reached their limits. Further training would yield minimal increases in combat effectiveness. It would be wiser to invest time in agricultural pursuits. Only when the Blue Dragon could forge bronze and iron would each orc don bronze armor and wield metal weaponry, significantly bolstering the fighting capacity of his forces. As for hunting, the smoked meat from their recent catches had sufficed for over a month's worth of sustenance for the Dragon Nest tribe. The population of beasts within their territory had dwindled considerably, thus there was no need to expend further energy. If they executed their assigned tasks successfully, future hunger would no longer be a concern for the tribe. As the saying goes, excess can be detrimental. Even in hunting, one should not deplete resources entirely. The beasts within the dragon nest territory no longer posed a threat, and once they repopulate, the orcs could hunt again to reap substantial rewards. Vini found himself puzzled. What connection did tilling the soil have with preventing hunger? Despite his confusion, he refrained from questioning further. Obeying orders was paramount. If His Highness Austin deemed it possible, then it surely was. Reinvigorated, Vini returned to his team, relaying Austin's words to the orcs present. The previously weary orcs instantly revitalized, their spirits soaring. Under the leadership of the Blue Dragon, they had feasted well and enjoyed a life previously deemed unattainable. Throughout this journey, all the orcs had developed profound admiration for Austin. Since these words came from him, they were unquestionably valid. Observing the orcs, once exhausted, now bursting with energy, Austin found himself at a loss for words. It was not unfounded to say that the orcs possessed simple minds and were rather straightforward. However, this very trait facilitated Austin's leadership, allowing him to navigate their affairs with relative ease. As the young Blue Dragon monitored the orcs' tilling efforts, a frantic goblin approached, exclaiming as if he had seen his savior, "Your Highness, Austin, I have finally found you." "What is the matter?" Austin inquired, his voice steady as the goblin hurriedly drew near. "Trouble has arisen. The third team returned from hunting, and many orcs are injured." At this, the surrounding orcs paused their work and turned their attention to the goblin, who struggled to catch his breath as he recounted the unfolding events. Yesterday, the third team had ventured south into the dragon nest territory to hunt beasts, but had not returned overnight. Today, they finally returned, yet nearly every orc was injured, with the team leader, the lizard man Rodney, barely clinging to life. According to the orc members, they had entered a cavern and encountered spiders, massive, terrifying, and numerous. The orcs described the large spiders within the cave as seemingly possessing innate magical abilities. Chapter 45. Poison Wounds. Before the cold winter concluded, the population of beastmen in the dragon nest territory had already exceeded 100. Such a substantial number could not be managed effectively under the previous rudimentary system that focused on individual oversight. To facilitate daily management and trainings, Austin implemented certain reforms within the dragon nest tribe. He selected the larger and stronger wolfmen and goblins from the beastmen tribe to form 3 combat teams, each consisting of 12 warriors, with a designated leader responsible for hunting, exterminating wild beasts, and potentially launching attacks on rival villages in the future. Those beastmen who did not make the cut, along with smaller races such as goblins and gremlins, were organized into a civilian production corps, primarily engaging in activities such as fishing with nets, constructing dwellings, foraging in the wild, and cultivating the land. In essence, the 3 teams represented the regular military, while the remainder constituted the main production militia. However, these 3 teams were not entirely detached from production. They also participated in daily labor. Although their primary focus remained on training and hunting, the production corps, too, was not merely engaged in routine tasks. They underwent military training each morning and evening to ensure they could be swiftly mobilized in the event of war. Particularly in the current vulnerable state of the Dragon Nest tribe, every bit of strength needed to be consolidated. The 3 teams led by the lizard man Rodney ventured out for patrol and hunting, but suffered significant casualties. This was no trivial matter, as they constituted the elite force of the Dragon Nest tribe, and Austin could not remain indifferent. Such a grave incident necessitated immediate attention. Thus, ongoing land-clearing operations were halted. At the sound of a sharp whistle, beastmen engaged in collecting vines and fishing hurriedly returned to the village, seizing their spears and remaining on high alert, patrolling the vicinity of Dragon Nest to guard against enemy incursions. Meanwhile, in the village square, numerous beastmen lay on reed-covered wooden planks, their bodies swollen with purple-blue lumps. Cries of agony echoing in the air. Quake, the fox-faced man, was perspiring profusely as he continuously examined the wounds, surrounded by a throng of beastmen. What is the situation? A sudden gust of wind swept through the sky, and a massive shadow descended, prompting the onlookers to scatter and clear a large space in the square. Your Highness, these toxins are extremely potent, unless a beastman shaman is present otherwise. Upon seeing Austin arrive, Quake hurried over to report, Occasionally glancing at the numerous wounds on the beastmen, his eyes filled with sorrow. The young blue dragon remained silent, stepping closer to scrutinize the 6 beastmen lying on the reeds. It appeared as though they had been viciously attacked by a swarm of wasps, their bodies swollen and bruised, with fist-sized contusions protruding from their skin, revealing tiny black wounds that spread like dark spiderwebs. Moreover, the beastmen bore strands of white and gray silk, their fur coated in dust, as if they had emerged from a long-sealed ancient dwelling. Can anyone provide a detailed account of what transpired? Austin scanned the lightly injured members of the 3 teams nearby and asked in a low voice. Previously, the beastmen who had sought him out had stuttered through a vague description of the village's circumstances. But Austin only learned that they had been attacked by spiders in a cave, with little clarity on the specifics. Observing the injuries before him, he could still sense a residual trace of magical energy. Only true magical beasts could inflict such wounds. Your Highness, it is as follows. A slightly trembling wolfman, who had been resting nearby with lighter injuries, stepped forward, his tone laced with fear as he recounted the events. It turned out that yesterday, while they were hunting in the western forest, they encountered a pack of hyenas. During the hunt, a significant portion of the hyenas managed to escape. Team leader Rodney led a pursuit, but ultimately, the hyenas evaded them. Following this, a heavy rain began to pour, and they sought shelter, intending to wait until the rain subsided before returning to the village. They found a cave to take refuge in. However, unbeknownst to them, the cave was the lair of a group of mutated spider monsters. For reasons unclear, the spiders launched a frenzied attack on them. Team leader Rodney organized a defense, but it proved futile. The large spiders could even spew toxic mist, obscuring the beastmen's vision. Countless fist-sized black spiders surged forth, nearly overwhelming them. Had it not been for Rodney's timely decision to charge out when the situation turned dire, the spiders would not have followed them out of the cave, and they might have been left to become a pile of bones. An entire cave infested with spiders? Austin pondered silently, contemplating the implications. According to the Wolfman's account, the spiders occupying that cave were undoubtedly magical beasts, and given their ferocity, they posed a serious threat. Otherwise, the 3 teams would not have faced such dire straits. The toxic mist they had encountered likely stemmed from the innate abilities of these giant spiders. But why would a single cave harbor such a multitude of spiders capable of producing such formidable magical beasts? A flurry of thoughts surged in Austin's mind. Yet, he quickly cast aside these musings. The pressing concern was the injured elite beastmen before him. Quake, is there truly no way for you to aid them? Within the Dragon Nest tribe, despite the influx of wandering beastmen, Quake remained the most knowledgeable among them. If even he could not assist, did it mean these severely injured beastmen were destined to perish? Your Highness, I am not a beastman shaman. It is beyond my capabilities. Quake's expression revealed his distress. For those of their lower status, injury often equated to waiting for death, with no means of healing. Unless they could find a beastman shaman or a priest among the humans, there was simply no hope. It appeared they could only resort to desperate measures. Austin felt a slight headache, but recognized there was little choice. While professions such as alchemists existed in this world, doctors did not. Ordinary people who fell ill without the means to seek a priest or purchase potions could only await their demise, if humanity faced such a plight. It was even more dire for the less civilized beastmen. However, despite not being a doctor in his past life, Austin possessed some knowledge of rural remedies. Chapter 46. The Spider Cave. The wounded individuals, aside from being poisoned by the toxic mist, bore numerous bite wounds from venomous spiders. In his previous life, during his elementary school years in a rural setting, Austin had learned about the treatment for snake bites. While he could not recall the exact method, he remembered that it generally involved constricting blood vessels to prevent the spread of venom to the heart and making a cross-shaped incision to expel the toxin. Both spiders and venomous snakes are classified as highly toxic creatures, and thus, the treatment should be somewhat similar. Under Austin's direction, the orc warriors hastily took knives to incise the wounds, hoping to force out some of the venom. However, perhaps due to the passage of time, the toxins had already infiltrated the muscle cells, rendering it impossible to expel the spider venom from the flesh. Additionally, it might be attributed to the orcs' unique physiology. The venom that had entered their bodies became trapped within the swollen muscles. It was likely this very circumstance that prevented the deadly toxins from flowing into their hearts, allowing these orc warriors to survive against the odds. Yet, such a condition could not endure for long. These warriors had already inhaled the toxic mist expelled by the spiders, and had succumbed to the effects of the poison. Should the concentrated venom within their wounds fully permeate the swollen muscles and enter the bloodstream, they would be beyond salvation. "Fetch some bamboo," Austin commanded. Realizing that the method of incising the wounds to expel the toxins was ineffective, he did not lose hope but instead resorted to traditional cupping techniques. Soon, some orcs returned with several bamboo stalks. Under the guidance of Blue Young Dragon, they cut the bamboo into tubes and smoothed the edges. Then, they ignited some tinder to create a flame and briefly heated the insides of the tubes before swiftly applying them to the swollen, bruised wounds. Due to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, the bamboo tubes adhered tightly to the orc warrior's skin. The orcs quietly awaited the outcome, and after approximately 5 to 10 minutes, they removed the tubes. Dark, thick blood mixed with venom flowed from the wounds, and the swelling appeared to have slightly diminished, with the bruising fading considerably. It worked. With the orcs diligently performing cupping therapy, those lying on the straw began to breathe more easily and fell into a deep slumber. The orcs present sighed in relief. Although the wounded warrior's lips remained a purplish-black hue, they appeared far better than when they were moaning in agony. The toxins in their wounds had been effectively cleared, alleviating the unbearable pain that had tormented them throughout the day. "Your Highness, they are truly better," Quake observed Rodney and the others, who had transitioned from their previous cries of distress to a peaceful slumber, his words nearly escaping him. In the vast Kawa forest, the lives of orcs were often deemed worthless, especially for those of lower status. Illness or poisoning typically meant a slow death. Yet now, Austin had not only refused to abandon his seemingly doomed companions, but had also successfully employed a straightforward method to treat them, achieving remarkable results. For a moment, Quake was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with gratitude. Not yet, Austin shook his head. Even though the wounded had fallen into a deep sleep, he understood that the situation was far from resolved. They were merely exhausted from the torment of the spider bites. Cupping had only addressed the superficial symptoms. The pallor of their faces indicated that the poison still lingered within them, unrelieved. "It is enough, Your Highness. With your kindness, Rodney and the others will surely overcome this ordeal," Quake sincerely expressed to Austin. As the leader of the tribe, his dedication to their welfare was a rare occurrence in the Kawa forest. In all of Quake's life experiences, he had never witnessed a tribal leader who genuinely cared for the health of the foot soldiers. "Take the first and second teams. Prepare the troops. I wish to explore the spider cave," Austin commanded, not commenting on Quake's suggestion to leave Rodney and the others to fend for themselves. An elder from his village once said that where venomous snakes dwell, an antidote is sure to be found within 10 paces. While Austin was uncertain of the truth behind that saying, the spiders resided within the cave, suggesting that if any plants or creatures could survive there, they might possess some immunity to the spider venom. Such flora or fauna could potentially aid in relieving the poison afflicting Rodney and the others. Moreover, an area teeming with magical beasts likely harbored magical resources. For both personal and communal reasons, Austin felt compelled to investigate. After arranging for the orcs to remain behind, Austin led 2 elite teams toward the spider cave. After nearly 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the cave's entrance. "This is it, Your Highness," the wolfman guiding Blue Young Dragon stammered, his voice wavering as he gazed at the darkened cave entrance, resembling the gates of hell. His complexion was pale, and fear filled his eyes. Poor child, he would likely develop claustrophobia from this day forward. Observing the ominous cave entrance, Austin noted remnants of scattered footprints on the ground, clearly left by Rodney and the others in their panicked escape. From within the cave, he sensed an awakening of magical energy. "Second team, gather some torches," he ordered. The cave was dark and deep. Without torches, visibility would be impossible. Spiders feared fire, and it was likely that Rodney and his companions had been drawn into the cave by the flames. If they entered boldly with torches, they would likely attract the same attention. However, this might align with Blue Young Dragon's intentions. This exploration served both to seek an antidote and to gather intelligence on their adversaries. With his presence, Austin felt little trepidation. Before long, the second team lit 5 or 6 torches, and under Austin's direction, the orcs and the young dragon cautiously stepped into the cave. Uncertainty loomed regarding the potential discovery of magical crystal ores or other magical materials within. The presence of spiders suggested that such resources must exist to sustain their survival. With myriad thoughts in mind, Blue Young Dragon slowly entered the cave. Fortunately, the entrance was sufficiently spacious for Austin's frame, or they would have encountered considerable difficulty. May fortune grant us a bountiful harvest. Chapter 47. The confrontation. Monstrous creatures seldom occupy a barren land without reason. The presence of a horde of mutated spiders within this cave suggests the likely existence of magical or similar treasures within its depths. This prospect is one of the motivations that drives Austin to explore the spider lair. The group cautiously enters the cave, attentively scanning their surroundings. Apart from the remnants of burnt-out campfires left by Rodney and his companions, there are no signs of disturbance. The flickering flames illuminate the rugged cavern walls, which are not smooth, and stalactites hang from the ceiling, casting shadows that dance across the uneven stones. The cave itself is quite spacious, with a width and height of approximately 10 meters. Even Austin feels dwarfed by its vastness. However, the orcs remain vigilant, their eyes darting around, unwilling to let their guard down. The deeper recesses of the cave are shrouded in impenetrable darkness, and a profound silence envelopes the air, broken only by the faint sound of footsteps on the ground. Suddenly, a shadow descends from above. Watch your heads. Stab. The orc warriors immediately raise their spears in unison, thrusting them towards the descending shadow. Contrary to their expectations, there is no splatter of viscous fluid. Instead, the spears become ensnared in a massive spider web, the web's powerful adhesive rendering their weapons nearly immovable. From the depths of the shadow, a swarm of fist-sized black spiders emerges, surging forth like a tide of darkness towards the orcs. The sheer density of these creatures would instill terror in even those untroubled by arachnophobia. As the orcs struggle to retrieve their spears, they realize that even if they manage to do so, their weapons will be ineffective against the countless spiders that now surround them. Use fire. Block their advance. At Austin's commanding voice, the orc at the front, clutching a torch, hurriedly thrusts it towards the ground. The flames engulf the blindly charging spiders, causing many to curl up and become motionless, while others leap back in panic at the sight of the flames. In mere moments, the air is filled with the scent of charred flesh, and a significant number of lifeless spiders lie scattered on the floor, over 1,000 having succumbed to the inferno. The remaining spiders, witnessing their kin's demise, appear to retreat, no longer daring to approach. Yet Austin remains unyielding, his gaze fixed on the inky depths of the cave. Soon, the darkness recedes, accompanied by a rustling sound, as a colossal shadow, over 1 meter in height, emerges from the gloom. With formidable limbs, a grotesque visage, and glistening fangs. This giant spider is far more terrifying than the smaller ones encountered earlier. Its multitude of eyes fixates on the orcs, causing each warrior to break out in a cold sweat. But this is not the end. Another rustling noise heralds the arrival of 3 more equally massive spiders, standing before the orcs, their glowing eyes locked onto the group as if regarding them as mere prey. While 4 of these monstrous arachnids have appeared, they are likely not the leaders of this lair, merely elite foes among many more hidden deeper within. The prospect of confronting the ultimate spider overlord is daunting. Nevertheless, the immediate concern is to eliminate the current threat. Everyone, on my command, hurl your spears. Taking advantage of the earlier chaos, the orcs have successfully burned the webs that ensnared their weapons. At Austin's signal, they bend low and launch their spears towards the 4 giant spiders. A swift chorus of whistling fills the air as the spears pierce through, striking the massive creatures. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the spears have no effect. The chitinous exoskeletons of the spiders are as resilient as hardened leather, yielding only slight indentations before the weapons are deflected. While many spears miss their mark, some manage to skewer smaller spiders, achieving notable success. The giant spiders, though unharmed, emit shrill cries of pain, their fury palpable. Suddenly, plumes of azure smoke erupt from their mandibles, filling the air. The noxious vapors corrode the dry leaves on the ground, and even the cave walls begin to erode, creating an atmosphere of dread. Austin notices peculiar white weeds resembling 4-leaf clovers emerging from the ground, untouched by the corrosive mist, even appearing more vibrant in its presence. These plants might hold the potential for an antidote. However, the immediate priority remains to navigate through this perilous situation, as the horde of smaller spiders, driven mad by the cries of their larger kin, rushes towards the orcs amidst the poisonous haze. The 4 titanic spiders continue to launch webs overhead, forcing the orcs to use their spears to fend off the descending strands. Retreat. As the torchlight dims amidst the encroaching poison, and the front lines of orcs find themselves enveloped, Austin urgently commands. At that moment, he channels his innate magic, causing a sudden gust of wind to swirl within the cave. Arcane energy crackles along the surface of his scales, igniting sparks that dance through the air, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming aura of power. The four giant spiders sense the impending danger, their limbs twitching restlessly as if contemplating retreat, while the smaller spiders freeze in place, darting about aimlessly like headless flies. Lightning strike. Chapter 48. Escape. As the magical energy within began to circulate, the air stirred, and currents began to spiral upward. The ionized air drifted into a vacuum, silently expanding, creating a formidable electric pressure field that rendered the cave's atmosphere terrifyingly oppressive. The naturally perceptive swarm of spiders sensed impending doom and swiftly scattered in all directions, while four large spiders attempted to retreat by moving their limbs. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying surge of electricity erupted in the air, piercing through the atmosphere and transforming into a colossal electric serpent that crackled through the cave. Blinding white light illuminated the entire cavern, with arcs of electricity leaping and sprawling outward as they struck the ground. A deafening clap of thunder resonated, causing the ears of all present orcs to ring, and the cave trembled as small stones fell from above. As the lightning struck, it split into hundreds of slender arcs, leaping among the swarm of spiders, which instantly became a sea of electric light. In that moment of unleashed voltage, the intense heat and light incinerated the tiny spiders, turning them to ash, while the fate of the four larger spiders was no less grim. These colossal creatures, dozens of times larger than their ordinary counterparts, attracted a more fearsome lightning. A thick electric serpent danced wildly in the air, swiftly scorching their bodies through their limbs, filling the cavern with the unmistakable scent of charred flesh. My lord. Behind him, the orc warriors had already retreated under Austin's command, avoiding the lightning strike's wrath. Yet, the sight of thousands of spiders, alongside several massive ones, being obliterated in an instant left the orc forces in awe. The admiration for strength was innate to their nature. Had it not been for the unwavering loyalty of the dragonskin among the orcs, this spectacle would have significantly heightened any orc's inclination to submit. Quickly, clear the area and bring back those four large spiders. Also, collect any herbs from the ground and leave immediately. Although Austin had annihilated the spider swarm with his second innate spell, a sense of unease lingered within him regarding the deeper, darker recesses of the cave. This swarm of spiders was surely not the entirety of the forces dwelling in this subterranean lair. Moreover, the torches held by the orcs were nearly burned out. Under Austin's direction, some orcs hastily scoured the ground for the unknown white herbs growing in the corners, while others prepared to transport the corpses of the large spiders. Despite the immense power of Austin's lightning strike, several large spiders were merely singed rather than completely charred. The orcs quickly fashioned a makeshift litter using long spears and vines to carry the four massive spiders. At that moment, Austin noticed something peculiar as an orc uprooted an unknown herb from the corner. Beneath the roots lay exposed soil revealing stones that shimmered with a dim, eerie glow. Although faint, this discovery piqued Austin's interest. Wait, gather those glowing stones. The blue young dragon realized that in this cave, which had long been shrouded in darkness, the existence of such plants was extraordinary, hinting at something mystical. These luminescent stones could very well be the reason these plants thrived in such an inhospitable environment. Furthermore, when the stones were unearthed, Austin sensed a subtle magical fluctuation emanating from within. Thus, the orcs energetically resumed their digging, using their spears to unearth the faintly glowing stones. However, just as they had excavated 20 or 30 of these stones, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the dark depths of the cave, reminiscent of surging waves. Bad news. Retreat immediately. The innate sensitivity of dragons alerted Austin to an overwhelming sense of danger approaching from the shadows. Despite their confusion, the orcs instinctively obeyed the command and hurried towards the cave's exit. Meanwhile, the rustling grew increasingly loud, and under the dim firelight, a thick darkness spread from the cave's entrance, accompanied by a greenish, toxic mist that permeated the area. Spiders. Gigantic spiders, even larger than the previous four. Their size rivaled that of Austin himself, and alongside them swarmed several other spiders, equally formidable, emerging from the shadows to protect the colossal spider. Counting those visible, there were at least a dozen, with many more lurking in the depths beyond sight. Simultaneously, a mass of ordinary-sized spiders gathered, creating a dense, black tide that surged forth from the darkness, enveloping the walls and ceiling of the cave as they advanced towards the orcs. "Run!" Austin bellowed, his voice a low growl. As the orcs fled towards the exit, the blue young dragon stomped his feet, causing the cave to tremble. From his scales, delicate currents of electricity erupted, spreading across the ground and into the swarm of spiders, leaping among them. Electric paralysis. After consuming the leaders of the ghost-headed crocodiles and blood wolves, the blue young dragon's magical energy surged, significantly enhancing the power of his innate spell. What was once a close-range electric shock could now be unleashed as a long-range attack via the ground's conductivity. The advancing tide of black spiders quivered, momentarily halted by the electric barrier. However, as the corrosive green mist spread, the currents dissipated and the once still spiders surged forward once again. Fortunately, the brief delay allowed the orcs to put considerable distance between themselves and the spider swarm, and they soon escaped the cave. Austin followed closely behind, leaping to safety. Chapter 49. Medical care after escaping from the spider cave. The orcs breathed a collective sigh of relief as they watched the dark tide retreat from the sunlight at the cave's entrance, ultimately withdrawing deeper into the abyss. The entire unit gathered to assess their losses. Observing the surroundings, Austin noted several orcs with swollen limbs, evidently bitten by the ordinary-sized spiders during the earlier skirmish. He promptly issued orders for an inspection. The orcs quickly formed ranks as they had been trained, and the two captains began to check the condition of their comrades. Within a short time, the results were in. 6 orcs had sustained bites, primarily those in the front lines who had wielded torches against the ordinary spiders, and they had been caught in the chaos as the creatures leaped about. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. A simple application of cupping therapy should suffice. And given the orcs' robust constitution, they would likely recover swiftly. The spoils from the spider cave remained intact, including the corpses of 4 large spiders, an assortment of nameless plants collected from the cavern, and the dimly glowing crystals. However, Austin decided against conducting a thorough examination of these treasures at the moment. He would defer that to their return to the Dragon Nest tribe. With the bodies of the large spiders and the plants found within the cave, it might be possible to unravel the toxins plaguing Rodney and the others. "I shall return," he declared, casting a final glance at the enigmatic spider cave before leading his fellow orcs away. Deep within that cavern lay unfathomable horrors. And although Austin felt powerless against the mysterious spiders lurking in the shadows, he remained resolute that one day he would lead his orc army to conquer this dark domain. Upon returning to the tribe, Blue Young Dragon immediately sought out the poisoned orcs, including the unconscious Rodney. Among them, 3 orcs appeared to be recovering from their severe poisoning, thanks to the cupping therapy. However, Rodney, along with another gnoll and a dog-headed orc, were in far worse condition, their bodies turning a ghastly shade of purple from the toxins within. The orcs of the Dragon Nest tribe were profoundly shaken by the outcome. "Your Highness, your wisdom is as profound as the ocean," they marveled, witnessing the miraculous recovery of those who had seemed doomed under Blue Young Dragon's care. While the condition of the lizard folk Rodney and the others had not improved, this did little to diminish the orcs' immense reverence for Austin. In the past, any orc suffering such injuries would surely have perished without the intervention of an orc shaman or a human priest. Yet, Blue Young Dragon had utilized his knowledge and simple tools to rescue 3 orcs from the brink of death, leaving the brutish orcs in astonished disbelief. Austin merely shook his head, choosing not to comment. With differing worldviews, Blue Young Dragon regarded human effort as paramount. Although he had managed to alleviate the labor shortage in the Dragon Nest tribe by summoning wandering orcs from the nearby kava forest, the seasonal fluctuations limited their numbers. After initially drawing in a large population of wandering orcs, the nearby groups had dwindled, and even now, the smoke signals would only occasionally attract 1 or 2. According to Quake, successfully enticing over 100 wandering orcs had already reached the limits of the towering smoke signal. In contrast, the smoke columns produced by other orc tribes could only draw in 20 to 30 orcs at best. Given the current unsustainable situation, Blue Young Dragon contemplated pausing the smoke signals until a time when more wandering orcs were available. Moreover, the lizard folk Rodney was the captain of Team 3, and the poisoned orcs were vital members of the Dragon Nest tribe. It was imperative to avoid their needless depletion. The efforts to save Rodney and the others were also an experiment, an inquiry into whether a particular herbal remedy could heal. In this fantastical world, the profession of a doctor did not exist. Instead, practitioners were limited to expensive alchemists, shamans, and priests. Austin's venture into the spider cave was motivated by the hope of discovering suitable plants to serve as antidotes, aspiring to adapt the principles of traditional medicine from another world to this one. Though Blue Young Dragon was not from a lineage of esteemed traditional healers, was not the discipline itself built upon the accumulated experiences of predecessors sampling various herbs? Prior to the Industrial Revolution in Austin's past life, Western physicians primarily relied on bloodletting for treatment. Hence, for an extended period, traditional healing methods would remain the primary recourse in the Dragon Nest tribe. Blue Young Dragon envisioned a future where the nameless plants could prove effective, signifying that herbal remedies could indeed work. He planned to document various treatments for injuries and the properties of different herbs, with the aim of cultivating 1 or 2 doctors for the tribe. With the growing population, it was time to consolidate treatment methods and train medical practitioners, as the orcs often sustained injuries during their laborious tasks. With 100 or more inhabitants in the tribe, it was crucial to establish a systematic approach to healing, especially since the extraordinary practitioners remained aloof and their healing arts could only be accessed through the exchange of gold coins. Even if Austin grew more powerful and shamanic orc practitioners emerged, they could not feasibly treat every orc in such a large community. Thus, the development of traditional herbal remedies would greatly benefit the general populace. Yet, with Austin's lack of familiarity with the traditional medical system, reconstructing it from the ground up in this foreign realm would not be an overnight endeavor. It would require time and patience. As Blue Young Dragon busied himself with the fate of Rodney and the others, the unconscious lizard folk had unwittingly become subjects of a grand experiment. Having theoretically identified an antidote within the spider cave, the challenge now lay in administering it to Rodney and the other afflicted orcs. Chapter 50. The Lamb Leg. How to utilize the lamb leg for medicinal purposes, including the appropriate dosage, whether it should be consumed whole, juiced, dried into a decoction, or directly injected into the bloodstream, was an enigma to Austin, who was fundamentally ignorant of traditional Chinese medicine. Although it was theoretically posited that these plants could flourish within the spider's lair and might neutralize the potent venom produced by the arachnids, the intricate knowledge required to ensure that these substances could safely enter the bodies of Rodney and others, without causing harm, was profoundly complex. Given the pressing circumstances, there was simply no time for Austin to experiment for a year or two. Otherwise, Rodney's grave would soon be overgrown with grass. Thus, there was no alternative but to adopt a methodical approach. Rodney, being the strongest among them, was the first to receive a nameless plant extracted from the spider's den, which was ground into a paste and directly administered to him. The werewolf, being of slightly lesser constitution, was given an equivalent amount, which was juiced and fed to him. Lastly, the dog-headed man received a decoction of the same plant. Whether the nameless plants harvested from the spider's lair possessed toxicity, could effectively counteract the venom afflicting Rodney and the others, or perhaps exacerbate their condition, remained uncertain, leaving them to surrender to fate. A group of beast men and a young blue dragon stood vigil outside the sick room, anxiously awaiting either a miracle or a fruitless endeavor. An hour elapsed. The purplish hue on Rodney's face began to fade, only for his lizard-like visage to soon oscillate between shades of blue and red, displaying an eerie transformation. The werewolf's complexion similarly improved, though not as dramatically as Rodney's. Nevertheless, his breathing quickened, suggesting that the spider's venom had been mitigated, albeit accompanied by some unknown side effects. Meanwhile, the dog-headed man's cyanotic discoloration gradually diminished, albeit at a slower pace. Yet with no adverse reactions akin to those of Rodney or the werewolf, his breathing stabilized. Success. At that moment, when the effects of the wild herbs became apparent, the beast men erupted into jubilant cheers. Although Rodney and the others remained unconscious, it was evident that the venom within them was being addressed. Cheers filled the air as the beast men collectively hailed Prince Austin, their voices resonating with exuberance. Amidst the celebration, the fox-faced Quake stood by, overwhelmed with emotions that words could scarcely convey. However, the young blue dragon remained clear-headed, and under his command, several hours later, the beastmen prepared a bowl of the nameless plant's brew for each of Rodney and his companions. Judging by these 3 cases, while the efficacy of the herbal decoction was somewhat slower, the side effects were considerably less severe. The previously bitten beastmen also each consumed a bowl, and for those whose injuries were not grave, the remedy worked wonders, rapidly alleviating their swelling. clearly indicating that the toxins had been effectively resolved. This success further bolstered the confidence of Austin and his companions. Under careful nursing, the following day, Rodney and his comrades finally awoke. Although they would require at least 10 to 20 days for complete recovery after their brush with death, they were no longer in any mortal danger. That very night, the beastmen of the Dragon Nest tribe organized a celebration. Lacking wine, they substituted it with juice from coconut-like fruits, complemented by the recent bountiful harvest from their hunting endeavors. Featuring an abundance of fish and meat for all to enjoy. Perhaps the festivity was in gratitude for the revival of Rodney and the others, or to celebrate the recent hunting successes, or possibly to welcome newcomers into their midst. Regardless of the reason, it was a night of unparalleled merriment for the beastmen. Initially, the wayward beastmen who had gradually integrated into the Dragon Nest tribe still bore a hint of separation from the elder members, but this grand banquet dissolved any lingering barriers, uniting them as one cohesive entity. Austin did not hinder the celebration, recognizing the need for some relaxation, though he chose not to partake. Rather than joining in the revelry, he preferred to remain quietly atop his lair, gazing down at the brightly illuminated Dragon Nest village. Although that patch of light appeared minuscule amidst the vast darkness of the forest, akin to a solitary spark on an endless black prairie, Austin believed that one day, that flickering flame would ignite into a conflagration, illuminating the dark earth beneath the night sky with its radiant glow. At that time, he would stand at the pinnacle, his vast membranous wings casting a shadow over the land, surveying his empire below. This is my empire. However, the young blue dragon's daydream was soon interrupted by a little girl named Nina, who broke the stillness of the lair. During the banquet, noticing that her beloved Austin was absent, little Nina approached with her most cherished roasted lamb leg, offering it to the esteemed blue dragon and conveying the heartfelt greetings of all the beastmen. As Nina held the roasted lamb leg aloft, the blue dragon raised his head, snorting disdainfully. "Foolish beastmen, how could you possibly understand the pride of a true sovereign?" Then, Austin devoured the lamb leg, bone and all, savoring the exquisite taste. It had been ages since he had relished such delectable fare. He recalled a time when he clumsily struggled to even ignite a fire, let alone prepare a meal. The beastmen, similarly unrefined, were content with food that was merely edible. On a fortunate occasion, Austin discovered that Nina possessed a modicum of culinary talent. He offered her a few tips, gleaned from cooking videos he had seen in his past life, and to his astonishment, she managed to prepare a roasted lamb leg. Although the absence of salt was somewhat disappointing, the dish was fragrant and crispy, delighting Austin, who had grown accustomed to either raw or charred game since arriving in this world. Night passed swiftly, and as the sun rose the next day, a new day commenced. Rodney and his companions were still in recovery, but there was no longer a pressing concern. The wild kudzu vines had begun to sprout, signaling that it was time to plant them. Thus, Austin led the beastmen to the riverbank, where they cleared the plains to continue his agricultural endeavors. Chapter 51. Cultivation. Since the nameless plants found within the spider caves could effectively counteract the spider venom afflicting Rodney and his companions, it stands to reason that employing herbal remedies for detoxification and healing is indeed feasible. This suggests that the traditional Chinese medicinal practices known to Austin in his previous life hold some merit in this realm as well. Should Austin gather the various medicinal properties and characteristics of the wild herbs known to the orc tribes and even personally sample their effects, while also compiling the folk remedies mastered by certain orc clans into a coherent system, it would pave the way for the establishment of a medical framework akin to traditional Chinese medicine, significantly benefiting the development of the Dragon Nest tribe. However, Austin, finding the meticulous task of creating a new medical system from scratch rather tedious, entrusted this endeavor to the curious fox-faced orc, Quick. This undertaking is undeniably a colossal project. Austin merely needed to offer a few insights and share the snippets of traditional Chinese medical theories he had once overheard, guiding Quick on how to construct this healthcare system. The young dragon had no intention of personally investing extensive time in this medical framework. Subsequently, Quick began his rounds, visiting every orc in the Dragon Nest tribe, inquiring about their past ailments. He asked what herbs they had applied for injuries to their limbs, what remedies tribal elders had prescribed for abdominal pains, and what salves had been used for animal bites and headaches. Over millennia of residing in the Kawa forest, the orc tribes had stumbled upon a range of peculiar remedies through both chance and necessity. However, Only a fraction of these remedies were truly effective, necessitating systematic organization to refine them into a usable form. Establishing the medical system is not an endeavor to be rushed. After delegating the task to Quick, Austin resumed his agricultural pursuits. Although some progress had already been made on the river plains, his attention had been diverted by Rodney's predicament. Yet the elite forces of the Dragon Nest tribe continued to cultivate the lands he had initiated. Upon Austin's return to the river plains, the 20-plus acres of land had been thoroughly turned over by the orcs using wooden shovels and sticks, exposing the soil beneath. However, this did not signify readiness for planting. Tilling the land was merely the first step. The purpose of this tilling was to loosen the soil that had remained undisturbed for centuries, allowing oxygen to penetrate, which would ultimately aid in the absorption of oxygen by the kudzu roots, enhancing their yield. The next phase involved leveling the land, transforming the tilled earth into a flat expanse. While the terrain of the cultivated land was referred to as a plain, it was, in truth, undulating, with depressions and elevations that, during heavy rains, could lead to flooding in lower areas while higher spots would struggle to retain water, impacting the cultivation of kudzu. The optimal solution would be to partition the 20 acres into sections, with elevated areas forming one segment and lower areas another, akin to terraced fields, thus ensuring both yield stability and reducing the orcs' labor. However, this would necessitate meticulous planning, given the orcs' propensity for carelessness and their physical prowess, which made an increase in workload relatively inconsequential. Under Austin's guidance, the orcs fervently set to work, leveling the high ground and filling in the low-lying areas. Despite the orcs' diligent efforts and the relatively even terrain of the river plains, it took dozens of orcs working tirelessly for an entire day to consolidate the wilderness into a cohesive 20 acres of leveled land. The once untamed expanse had been transformed into a flat field, albeit with remnants of wooden stumps causing minor obstructions. Yet, the time for planting kudzu had not yet arrived. Due to the influence of magical tides, the Kawa forest experiences a predominantly warm and rainy climate for 9 months of the year, resembling a tropical rainforest. Should kudzu be planted directly on this newly leveled ground, it would likely become waterlogged during heavy rains, leading to detrimental conditions for the growth of the vines, which naturally prefer drier, elevated terrains. Therefore, a third step was necessary, to create ridges on this land. Forming ridges would allow the kudzu to receive more sunlight, enhancing photosynthesis, and improving soil aeration, thereby promoting root development. Most importantly, it would facilitate drainage, preventing the accumulation of water that could drown the kudzu. Initially, Austin assumed that creating the ridges would be the simplest task. However, he soon realized that the orc subordinates seemed to possess more grasp than brains. As they dug the furrows, they quickly veered off course, with 2 orcs even overlapping their efforts. Witnessing the crooked and unusable furrows from the outset nearly drove Austin to despair. Ultimately, he had to use vines to create a straight line, guiding the orcs to follow a single direction, marking a clear path to prevent their misalignment. After 3 days of relentless labor, the preparations for planting kudzu were finally completed, with the ridges arranged in an orderly fashion. The time had come to plant the kudzu. Given the various methods of propagation, cuttings, crown roots, layering, and seeds, Austin, in this foreign land, opted for simplicity. He cut thick kudzu vines, stripped them of leaves, and directly inserted them into the ridges, watering them to promote growth. While there are many nuances to planting kudzu in the mortal realm, Austin did not possess an infallible memory, nor did he expect the transplanted vines to yield exceptional results. He merely hoped for a successful harvest of kudzu roots. Chapter 52. The experimental field gazing at the vast expanse of land before him. Freshly cleared and ready for planting vines, Austin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. From nothing, he had surmounted numerous challenges to establish this foundation. Soon, this endeavor would herald a new era. If the cultivation succeeded, the food issues of the orcs would be largely resolved, allowing the population under the Blue Dragon's command to flourish rapidly and form a formidable force. Initially, the orcs were perplexed by Austin's decision to cultivate this land, following the directives solely due to the unparalleled prestige of the Blue Dragon. However, upon hearing that completing this task would solve their hunger, their enthusiasm was ignited, even if they remained somewhat bewildered by the Blue Dragon's intentions. As they witnessed Austin's efforts in planting the vines, the more astute orcs began to grasp his purpose. The Kava Great Forest was not entirely isolated. During the biting winter, numerous orcs would surge forth, assaulting the human fortifications to plunder their provisions. The orcs had some understanding of how humans managed to survive in the wilderness. They knew how to farm. As Austin would have articulated in his previous life, agriculture allowed humans to sustain a significant portion of their population on limited land. In the past, the orcs of the Kava Great Forest had attempted cultivation, but their methods were crude. They would scatter rice seeds directly onto the grass, only to have the seeds devoured by birds or rodents, or to struggle against the competition from the lush grass, resulting in meager yields that fell short of the original seeds. The same was true for other grains. Lacking the concept of land preparation, the orcs would carelessly throw seeds into the wild, leading to paltry harvests. Consequently, the orcs had long abandoned the idea of farming. Yet, in this vast and seemingly endless forest, anything could happen. Perhaps some tribes had fortuitously discovered suitable land for cultivation, yielding satisfactory harvests annually. But such instances were exceedingly rare against the backdrop of countless tribes within the forest. Without agricultural knowledge, and with the orc's simplistic mindset, the development of farming was bound to yield little success. Thus, upon realizing Austin's intentions, the orcs were filled not only with astonishment, but also with immense hope. Even the simplest-minded orcs could discern the difference between Austin's meticulous approach to agriculture and the reckless methods employed by other tribes. Perhaps the Blue Dragon would succeed. No, Austin would undoubtedly succeed. The various experiences and political indoctrination had fostered an unwavering faith in Austin among all the orcs. The unfolding events soon confirmed their expectations. After the vines were planted, the heavens seemed to smile upon them, bestowing several rains. Within 2 days, tender shoots sprouted from the soil, dotting the yellow land with vibrant green, exuding vitality. This surprised the Blue Dragon, for in his previous life, such rapid growth from cuttings within a mere 2 days was unheard of. Yet, perhaps the differences in this world and its species accounted for this remarkable occurrence. On the 3rd day after planting the vines, the shoots indeed emerged, heralding a promising start for Austin's agricultural enterprise. After the initial growth, little management was required until the new vines were robust enough to climb the branches. Austin, however, did not allow the orcs to rest. He sought another plain to continue clearing land. He refrained from further clearing the previous plot to avoid crowding the tree felling, which could lead to soil erosion in this rain-rich environment. Thus, he began clearing a new plot approximately 20 meters from the first. Despite the first field yet to yield a harvest, the emergence of tender shoots invigorated the orcs involved in the clearing efforts. Drawing from their experiences in the first field, their efficiency in the second clearing improved significantly. They worked in harmony, felling trees, uprooting weeds, and burning the remnants, using the ash as fertilizer for the future beds. Then, utilizing shovels to turn over the hard soil, they leveled the ground, created beds, and planted anew. The second field's clearing required little direct instruction from Austin. He merely checked on their progress occasionally and provided guidance, confident that their previous experience would ensure success. While some orcs energetically worked the second field, Austin led another group to explore the Blue Dragon's territory within a 10-mile radius. Aside from the uncharted Spider Cave, he found no other locations with concentrations of extraordinary beasts. However, Austin's primary objective was not to seek such places, but rather to locate areas where wild rice grew. Although he had chosen kudzu as the first crop for cultivation, he had not abandoned the idea of planting wild rice. Given that successful agriculture would ultimately yield far greater returns in grains than kudzu, he resolved to plant these grains directly in their natural growing areas. After 3 days of exploration, under the guidance of the orcs, Austin discovered several low-lying ponds teeming with wild rice. He decided to designate the 3 ponds closest to the dragon's nest village as experimental fields. Compared to the meticulous procedures of seedling cultivation from his previous life, Austin's methods were considerably more straightforward. He instructed the orcs to clear the weeds from the ponds and, after turning the muddy soil, to scatter the wild rice seeds directly. While future large-scale cultivation of wild rice would likely incorporate more advanced techniques, for now, it served merely as an experimental field to observe the growth habits of wild rice. By the time the first clearing matured enough to plant these grains, at least a year would have passed. Having sown the seeds in the mud, ensuring they would not be taken by birds, the experimental field for wild rice was established, awaiting the day of harvest. Chapter 53. The strength of the orcs. Having navigated through the arduous initial phase of establishment, the orcs, now seasoned in experience, naturally took charge of the cultivation of the new fields. The beginning is often fraught with challenges, yet once the foundation is laid with care, the subsequent efforts in land clearing would not necessitate constant oversight from Blue Young Dragon. It is important to note that land reclamation is not achieved in a single day. The true results will only be revealed months later when the harvest is gathered. However, Austin holds a strong sense of confidence that the yam he has planted will yield a bountiful crop. In contrast to the wild vines found in nature, the cultivated yam in the new fields benefits from meticulous care. During planting, wood ash was incorporated into the soil, and in the cold winter months, he ordered the construction of latrines in Dragon's Nest Village to provide fertilizer from human waste. With these enriched conditions, the anticipated harvest will undoubtedly surpass that of the wild yams growing outside. As for the trial fields of wild rice, their fate is left to chance. The agricultural endeavors are entrusted solely to the Orc militia, with Austin occasionally inspecting the growth of the crops and offering guidance on the reclamation efforts. The Orcs, trained in military discipline, exhibit a level of organization and order far superior to that of any other tribe, greatly facilitating the reclamation process. It is fortunate that Austin foresaw the necessity of military training before the arrival of the wandering Orcs. Otherwise, a disorganized assembly of idle wanderers would have struggled to fulfill such a demanding task. This realization sparked an epiphany in Austin. It is no wonder that larger tribes have failed to develop agricultural practices. A lack of discipline and coherent command among their chaotic ranks resembles a swarm of flies, rendering cooperation impossible. This insight also led Blue Young Dragon to understand why, despite the dragon race's innate advantages and the vast number of their kin, they have only managed to exert temporary dominance without establishing a lasting, impressive dragon empire. The root of this issue lies in disorder. The various races within their kin lack cohesion. Although the dragon race possesses the potential to expand their influence exponentially, even wielding the power to annihilate nations, the disordered kin fail to provide sustainable growth. As time progresses, infighting and conflict only intensify, culminating in inevitable collapse. For the kin, order is of utmost importance. Under Austin's policies, the Dragon's Nest tribe now boasts a citizenry capable of military service, all having undergone unified training, integrating both military and civilian elements. This highly centralized militaristic system can unleash formidable strength. In terms of productivity, the current population of 100 in the Dragon's Nest tribe rivals that of some tribes numbering in the thousands, and they may even surpass them. Future military training must persist. In this world, notions of human rights hold little value. Life is the least precious commodity. Whether among the Orc races of this savage land or the impoverished in human society, Austin is no benevolent figure. Those who benefit from his provisions must also be prepared to pay the price with their lives. Entrusting the reclamation efforts to his Orc subordinates does not imply that Austin is devoid of tasks. At this moment, he contemplates another matter, the combat capabilities of his Orc kin. Indeed, prior to the decision to cultivate the kin's strength, Austin had anticipated that the Orc kin would be of little assistance in the short term. Given Blue Young Dragon's current prowess, even with 100 Orc warriors rigorously trained, they would pose no threat to him, as wooden spears would be incapable of penetrating his formidable scales. The disparity in strength between individuals is significant. In previous encounters, while the Orcs aided Austin in confronting ordinary swamp crocodiles and blood wolves, as Austin's power grew, the Orcs struggled to keep pace. Following 2 transformations, Austin awakened a second, highly potent attack talent, and his stature has grown considerably, further enhancing the defensive capabilities of his scales. Presently, he could single-handedly confront the pack of blood wolves that once plagued him during the cold winter. Austin is acutely aware of this reality and has mentally prepared himself for the fact that, at least until the Dragon's Nest tribe acquires firearms and cannons, or until extraordinary professionals emerge, the tribe's overall combat strength will largely rest upon his shoulders. Only when the Orc kin expand to a certain scale can they begin to reciprocate Austin's growth and security. Despite this, it does not imply that Austin will remain indifferent to the Orcs reaching a developmental impasse. In the battle at the Spider Cavern, aside from Austin, his Orc subordinates were utterly defenseless, driven to a hasty retreat by the spiders. This experience further motivated Austin to enhance the combat abilities of his Orc kin. At this stage, there are 2 primary methods to bolster the Orc strength. The first is a comprehensive rearmament, replacing their wooden spears with bronze and iron weaponry. significantly amplifying their combat effectiveness. The second path involves guiding the orcs towards awakening their extraordinary potential, transforming them into extraordinary professionals. During the cold winter season, Austin had previously scouted nearby and discovered a site rich in copper ore, albeit guarded by a pack of Gnoll marauders. According to Rodney, the Gnoll tribe's leader is a bronze-tier extraordinary professional, possessing formidable strength. Although Austin does not fear him, he recently learned that the Gnoll tribe's population has inexplicably surged by over 200, bringing their total to nearly 500. This revelation has prompted Austin to temporarily set aside his ambitions to annex the Gnoll tribe, at least until the yam crop has been harvested. Engaging the Gnolls could result in significant losses, and even a victorious conquest would pose challenges in sustaining the increased population with adequate food supplies. Thus, if Austin seeks to enhance the combat capabilities of his orc kin in the short term, he must explore alternative strategies. Consequently, the second path entails devising ways for these ordinary orcs to successfully awaken their extraordinary potential and embark on the journey to becoming extraordinary professionals. Chapter 54, Electrical Stimulation. However, awakening the orcs to the path of the extraordinary is no simple feat, especially for the lowly orcs under Austin's command, whose innate talents are only marginally superior to those of humans. The disparity compared to those born as extraordinary beings is nearly immeasurable. Within the ancestral memories of the Austin Dragon clan, it is understood that human civilizations possess methods to enable ordinary mortals to attain the ranks of warriors and mages. Yet, regrettably, the specifics of these practices are entirely absent from his inherited recollections. This is hardly surprising. As a naturally inheriting species, dragons are destined to become legendary beings after merely a few centuries of existence, rendering human methods of transcending the ordinary unnecessary for them. Although Austin's subordinate orc population has surpassed 100, none of them possess any knowledge about how to embark on the extraordinary path. Quake, however, is aware of some common knowledge. For instance, Austin initially believed that those warriors were cultivating combat techniques and refining their martial energy. Through Quake's enlightening discussions, he came to realize that such techniques do not exist in this world. Regardless of the training, it fundamentally revolves around breathing techniques, supplemented by various potions that stimulate the body and unleash martial energy, gradually progressing to the ranks of silver, gold, and eventually legendary. Similarly, mages enhance their mental prowess through meditation, inscribing various spells and continuously elevating their mental strength through persistent contemplation to achieve silver, gold, and higher realms. As for the extraordinary beings among the orc race, they are either born as extraordinary creatures like the behemoths, possessing innate extraordinary abilities without crossing any threshold, or they must also acquire breathing techniques to elevate their own life levels. This realization deepens Austin's curiosity regarding the nearby Gnoll tribe. Not only has their population surged to nearly 300 in a short period, but where did their leader obtain the breathing techniques? Besides the legitimate breathing techniques, ordinary orcs can also tread the path of extraordinary practitioners through a more unconventional method: transformation and mutation by powerful extraordinary beings. Within the realms of human civilization, there exists a minor branch of the mage system known as witches. Witches specialize in bloodline refinement and biological transformation. It is said that powerful witches can extract dragon blood from within the bodies of dragons and integrate it into humans, thus creating formidable dragon-blooded warriors who, when provided with ample magical resources, can even achieve legendary status in a short span. These witches represent one of Austin's most formidable adversaries at this stage. If a witch were to discover the presence of a lone orphan dragon in this region, it is likely that the next day, those wicked and frenzied witches would come rushing in, intending to turn Austin into a specimen, extracting his bloodline, and utilizing his flesh for potions, ultimately leaving no remnants behind. Unless Austin manages to escape beforehand, his fate would be sealed. Apart from witches, there are also powerful extraordinary life forms capable of transforming humans into extraordinary beings, such as the dragon race. In fact, within Austin's ancestral memories, it is noted that dragon pearls can bestow power upon their kin, transforming subordinates like goblin spellcasters into extraordinary beings. Austin himself is a member of the dragon lineage. However, the specific methods are absent from his ancestral knowledge, rendering him at a loss. The memories indicate that only mature dragons possess the ability to enact such transformations, leading Austin to speculate whether this capability is an innate talent that awakens after a dragon reaches maturity. Nonetheless, this transformative ability remains the most promising hope for Austin to lead his subordinate orcs toward extraordinary capabilities in the near future. Perhaps the power to bestow transformation is a privilege inherently possessed by dragons? Regardless, Austin is not one to abandon his pursuits without even attempting. Although lacking knowledge on how to grant abilities to orcs through transformation, Austin does harbor a certain hypothesis. Upon acquiring his first innate spell, he had an epiphany. By utilizing the currents of magical energy to stimulate himself, he could enhance his physical constitution. In his previous life, electrical stimulation served little purpose beyond providing a fleeting sense of numbness. However, in this otherworldly realm, and as a member of the dragon race, electrical stimulation significantly augmented his physical form, rendering him larger than his contemporaries of the same age. Though he remains uncertain of the underlying principles, it is evident that electrical stimulation proves effective. Since this method benefits dragons, could it also be advantageous for his subordinate or kin? This question lingered in Austin's mind not long ago. The answer eludes the young blue dragon, yet he can validate whether this hypothesis holds merit through experimentation. If the capacity to endow abilities stems from the inherent privileges of dragon blood, perhaps his own generated electrical currents could elevate the orc's life levels, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. With this notion in mind, Austin commenced his experiments, selecting robust orcs from his subordinate dragon nest tribe, be they goblins, gnolls, or other races, to serve as test subjects. Each race contributed a portion of its members to partake in the experiments, visiting the dragon nest regularly to undergo electrical stimulation via Austin's innate spell. This electrical stimulation, being Austin's first innate spell, has now reached a level where he can regulate the strength of the currents through his internal magical energy. Thus, the fortunate orcs chosen as subjects faced no mortal peril. At most, they would merely find themselves incapacitated for several days, emitting a savory aroma, their fur standing on end. Austin's sudden surge of inspiration led to many orcs living in a state of euphoric indulgence over the next half-month. To ascertain the variables and ascertain the results, the experimental orcs underwent a myriad of peculiar tests, causing them considerable distress. After half a month within the dragon nest, Austin, now resembling a scientific zealot, found himself deep in contemplation. The results appeared promising. Following several sessions of electrical stimulation, the orcs who had undergone the process exhibited slight improvements in both speed and strength, as well as an increase in their appetite. However, Austin remained perplexed by the underlying mechanisms. He merely recognized that the currents he generated seemed to have tangible effects. Yet, upon halting the electrical stimulation, those orcs who had experienced even minor enhancements reverted to their prior states within a few days, displaying signs of lethargy. This prompted Austin to suspend his plans for the transformation of the entire tribe's orcs. The experiments confirmed that Austin indeed possessed the ability to transform the orcs. Yet without addressing this issue, the prospect of cultivating extraordinary practitioners among the orcs would remain unattainable. Chapter 55. Development. While Austin was engrossed in his transformation experiments, the Dragon Nest tribe continued to flourish without pause. At this point, the tribe had entered a phase of steady development, with several new houses constructed within the village. The surrounding weeds had been cleared away, and various stone tools were laid out on the open ground, alongside an area designated for spear weapons. This space served as a workshop for crafting an array of stone weaponry. The land reclamation efforts were ongoing. However, due to the absence of copper and iron tools, the orcs consumed a considerable number of stone tools and wooden spears daily. To enhance efficiency, the goblin leader, Vinny, under Austin's guidance, selected 6 or 7 skilled goblins from the Dragon Nest tribe to focus exclusively on crafting wooden spears and stone tools. It must be said that this division of labor significantly improved the orcs' production efficiency. Moreover, these goblins exhibited a remarkable aptitude for manufacturing, even managing to replicate some tools that expedited spear production from the occasional snippets of guidance provided by Austin. They devised a simple wooden axle to rotate grinding stones, thus hastening the shaping of wooden spears. Recently, these goblins gathered to experiment with firing clay pots, aiming to facilitate various aspects of life in the Dragon Nest tribe. After several trials, they drew inspiration from Austin's smoke tower design and constructed a rudimentary furnace. Although they had not yet succeeded, they claimed that success was imminent, promising a future supply of ceramic utensils for the tribe. The successful creation of such pottery would greatly ease daily life for the Dragon Nest tribe. Over the past month and a half, the expansion of the village had not ceased. The walls surrounding the village were reinforced once more, leaning against the towering cliffs of Dragon Nest, with a single grand entrance. Flanking the entrance were 2 low watchtowers, manned by 2 orcs each. Despite the significant reduction in wild beasts around the territory due to a previous large-scale hunt, necessary precautions remained in place. The population of the Dragon Nest tribe had reached 123, recently augmented by the arrival of 2 wandering centaurs. However, the number of stray orcs visiting the smoke tower had dwindled significantly. A month had passed since the cold winter, and the plants had burgeoned with lush leaves, heralding a period of prosperity in the Kawa forest. The orcs could now readily find sufficient food within the forest, allowing them to settle comfortably. By now, the number of stray orcs in the Kawa forest had diminished to a minimal level. Additionally, the smoke tower had produced enough charcoal to facilitate the smelting of 40 to 50 furnaces of copper and iron. Given that the nearby hills had been largely stripped of timber, reigniting the smoke column would require substantial manpower, leading to a temporary halt in operations. This reprieve from tending to the smoke column freed up some labor, thereby accelerating the land reclamation efforts. Early in the morning, following their routine training session, the orcs, under the guidance of their respective captains, formed into orderly lines. The captains received today's assignments from Vinny, the village chief of the Dragon Nest tribe, tasks that included hunting, fishing, gathering vines, sourcing stone materials, crafting wooden spears, weaving nets, and continuing land reclamation. With the day's schedule laid out, it was rare for any orc to find a moment of leisure. As the captains accepted their assignments, the orcs nearby relaxed, exchanging banter and idle chatter. One orc remarked enviously about Rodney and his companions, who seemingly had no obligations to fulfill, lounging about while enjoying ample food. If you wish, you could join them. You wouldn't be required to do much, perhaps just relax for a few days and avoid work. Plus, after the experiments, you might become stronger. How delightful. Austin's experiments on the orcs were no secret. The word had spread throughout the Dragon Nest tribe. Naturally, the kinfolk, indoctrinated through daily propaganda and enjoying a life of abundance, would harbor no grievances about sacrificing their lives for Austin. In this world, the concept of human rights was virtually non-existent, especially for the orcs, whose existence was precarious. To lay down their lives for the esteemed blue dragon was considered an honor. However, the experiments conducted by the young dragon would not claim their lives. Though the sensations experienced during the process were anything but pleasant, the electric shocks were intolerable for an ordinary orc, particularly when they witnessed Rodney emerging from the laboratory, muscles twitching and suffering incontinence. While they expressed envy, it was merely jest. Whispers circulated about the experiments being conducted by the prince, suggesting that success would grant them extraordinary powers that had previously been the privilege of leaders and elite members within their tribe. As the conversation unfolded, a palpable yearning flickered in the eyes of some orcs. Living in a realm governed by the law of the jungle, the thirst for power was an innate instinct within every creature. Gather for work. Not long after, the captains returned from Vinny's briefing, bellowing commands. One by one, the orcs rose and moved toward their respective captains, forming neat lines before dispersing throughout the Dragon Nest territory. Brother, if the prince succeeds, will we also gain extraordinary abilities? In a small contingent, Aisha queried her elder brother walking ahead. This squad comprised young orcs from the Dragon Nest tribe, assigned to manageable tasks that were unsuitable for the younger members. Aisha and her brother, Monbai, were part of this group, tasked with weeding the fields where kudzu had been planted. After half a month of growth, the vines had sprouted lush tendrils to maximize sunlight exposure. Austin had even instructed them to cut branches to insert into the mounds, allowing the vines to climb and bask in the light. Typically, labor-intensive tasks were handled by the adult orcs, while the younger orc teams tended to lighter duties, such as weeding. This is a project personally overseen by Prince Austin. Of course it will succeed. After all, Prince Austin is a magnificent dragon. How could it possibly fail? Mombai replied, ruffling his sister's hair. Then will I be able to fly? She asked eagerly. Yes, undoubtedly, he affirmed. Amidst the cheerful chatter of the young orcs, the group soon arrived at a verdant meadow. Chapter 56. Education. Perhaps due to the differing relationships among species in this extraordinary realm, after a fortnight of growth, the first patch of cultivated land has seen the kudzu flourish remarkably. Rows of branches are firmly planted in the soil, while tendrils stretch upward, vying for sunlight, creating a lush green spectacle that, from a distance, resembles a line of small trees standing 1 to 2 meters tall. Thanks to the diligent care of the orcs, these kudzu, although derived from wild sources, exhibit far superior growth compared to their wild counterparts. In the initial stages of clearing the land, the weeds, along with various leaves and branches, were incinerated into ash, which was then utilized as fertilizer during the planting of the kudzu. In the harsh winter months, Austin ordered the orcs to construct latrines and adjacent to them, a small biogas pit for fermentation. In the sweltering climate of the kava forest, the decomposition of orc dung occurs rapidly, transforming within a mere 10 days into high-quality fertilizer. Although the biogas cannot be harnessed, the residual fertilizer significantly benefits the cultivated fields. As for the initial 20 acres of land, the once gray-brown soil now exhibits signs of rich blackness, indicating an increase in fertility. Perhaps after a year or two of cultivating kudzu, it will be possible to plant wild rice thereafter. You, and you, pull the weeds from these 3 rows. You tend to those 4. The matronly figure of the pig-headed orc assigns tasks to the young orc children under her supervision. The newly born orc infants are carried by their mothers until they can walk, at which point these nurturing orc mothers, along with the pregnant ones, are assigned to a separate group responsible for weaving nets, processing prey, and cooking, tasks that do not require excessive physical exertion. Once the young orcs grow capable of walking and working, they are incorporated into another team led by the matron, where they are taught survival skills and various simple tasks, akin to a kindergarten in this otherworldly setting. However, this kindergarten does not impart literacy or cultural knowledge. Instead, it emphasizes labor and practical experience, although some rudimentary arithmetic is taught. Austin envisions that by the time this cohort of young orcs matures, they will possess knowledge equivalent to a first-grade education. After all, a modicum of mathematical understanding could stimulate their rigid minds, yet deeper academic pursuits will remain on hold for the foreseeable future. He has no intention of establishing a formal education system akin to primary, secondary, or higher education in this realm. Regarding the matter of education, Austin has not yet devised a comprehensive plan. However, he is resolute in conserving resources, as even a handful of orcs proficient in calculus would be of little utility to the current Dragon Nest tribe. For the time being, Austin requires warriors who will unconditionally obey his commands and contribute effectively. In the short term, a basic understanding of political indoctrination and rudimentary mathematics will suffice. The scarcity of educational resources is evident. The rare fox-faced orc Quake is already regarded as a high-level talent within the Dragon Nest tribe for his ability to perform arithmetic within 100. Austin has little interest in instructing them, and any potential changes to the educational framework will likely only occur once he has firmly established an empire within the Kava Forest. One of Austin's intentions in segregating the young orcs for education is to instill a sense of loyalty from an early age. Although the entire Dragon Nest tribe currently exhibits unwavering loyalty to the Blue Dragon, certain measures must still be taken. Concerns regarding the separation of mothers and their offspring are unwarranted. The Dragon Nest tribe is relatively small, and the families live in close proximity, seeing one another throughout the day. Thus, gathering the young orcs for collective instruction does not equate to severing familial bonds. In the past, while the orc mothers toiled, they also had to keep an eye on the little ones running about. Now, with dedicated caretakers, the mothers can focus on their work, enhancing productivity. In the fields, the matron has allocated tasks, and the worrisome wolfman Monbai gazes at the seemingly endless expanse of kudzu, a hint of concern etched on his face. Aisha, can you manage? Shall I assist you? Perhaps due to the climate, while the kudzu grows rapidly, so too do the weeds, which threaten to overtake the fields and compete for space. The orcs, lacking experience in farming, do not grasp the concept that weeds could hinder the kudzu's growth, but Austin is not one to overlook such issues. Thus, while conducting experiments and observing the fields, he instructs Vinny to arrange for weeding. Of course, weeding is physically demanding and cannot be solely entrusted to the young orcs. They are responsible for only a small portion, which serves as a form of labor training. Under Austin's directive, these young orcs are encouraged to try their hand at various tasks, embodying a blend of instruction and practice, thereby cultivating future pillars of the Dragon Grass tribe. No need. Brother, Aisha quickly shakes her head. Weeding may be tedious, but it is far better than enduring those days of hunger in the freezing cold. She reflects on the struggle for survival in harsh conditions, where a few days of full meals cannot erase the memories of desperate times. Compared to those bitter days of cold and starvation, the current task of weeding for sustenance while residing in a warm shelter seems like a blessing. The young orcs obediently enter the fields in batches, beginning to uproot the weeds around the kudzu. Though young, they have undergone military training and understand the importance of following orders, contrasting sharply with the rebellious nature of children from Austin's previous life. Born into hardship, they do not indulge in mischief. As the young orcs diligently weed the first cultivated patch, farther afield, the clearing work continues. Lacking sufficient farming tools, the orcs face challenges in their endeavors. Despite their superior physical strength compared to humans, after more than half a month, they have managed to clear only about 100 acres. The recently cultivated land, where kudzu was sown just days ago, has only just begun to sprout tender shoots. Soon, it too will transform into a verdant expanse of kudzu, destined to become a crucial food source for the Dragon Nest tribe in the near future. Chapter 57. Animal Husbandry. Indeed, these diminutive goblins are untrustworthy. Within the forest, a goblin from the hunting party was rummaging through the underbrush, retrieving a damaged trap ring, which he carelessly discarded on the ground while muttering to himself. This trap, purportedly devised by His Highness Austin, was said to ensnare the gray rabbits effortlessly when placed along their paths. However, upon their return today to inspect the trap set yesterday, they found it had been gnawed in half, rendering it utterly ineffective. It was somewhat acceptable, as rumors circulated that the second team had managed to catch a wild boar using a goblin-made trap, an impressive feat, considering no hunting party had previously succeeded in capturing such a creature. Another orc expressed his astonishment, describing the wild boars of this world as a mutated version, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds and charging like tanks, obliterating any trees in their path. Only Austin seemed capable of confronting such ferocity. Yet now he had faltered over a mere trap, a testament to its formidable power. After all, it was merely His Highness's guidance. Otherwise, how could these goblins have produced something so advanced? The goblin grumbled indignantly. Enough of this. Let us return to work. Our target today is 10 live gray rabbits. Came the call to action. With the intensity of their hunting efforts, the wildlife near the Dragon's Nest territory had suffered greatly. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Dragon's Nest village, beasts had become increasingly scarce. To procure sufficient prey, they would need to venture further afield. To ensure sustainability and address the meat supply issues of the Dragon's Nest tribe, Austin initiated a beast domestication program. During hunts, he instructed the hunters to bring back the offspring of wild animals, establishing a livestock pen within the village for breeding. Particularly, the young of herbivores such as wild boars and gray rabbits were ideal, being non-picky eaters with rapid reproductive rates, perfectly suited for concentrated breeding. Now, with the harsh winter just a month past, food supplies began to flourish, enabling the beasts to reproduce. Consequently, Vini allocated quotas for the hunting teams, instructing them to bring back sufficient young each day alongside their hunts. One hunting party, led by several blood wolves, soon arrived at a fist-sized cave, following the traces left by the gray rabbits. This is the spot. Observing the blood wolves digging at the cave entrance, the orcs, having acclimatized over a month, understood the wolves' intent. The gray rabbits were inside. The wolves subsequently located other exits of the cave based on scent, effectively trapping the rabbits within. In the past, capturing rabbits from such a cave would have required extensive excavation. However, with Austin as the chief of the Dragon's Nest tribe, progress had been made. During the winter, while ice fishing, he had noted the primitive hunting techniques employed by the orcs. Various traps and methods were yet to be developed. Although Austin was not a hunter in his past life, he had frequently watched survival shows and retained knowledge of simple hunting skills. Gradually, he imparted these techniques to the orcs, which included some rustic methods he had learned from rural life. Among these methods was the technique of smoking out rabbits hiding in their burrows. Recalling his childhood in the countryside, Austin remembered how he and friends would smoke out field mice by stuffing grass into their burrow entrances, lighting it, and blowing smoke inside. The mice, unable to withstand the smoke, would flee through another exit, only to be captured by waiting friends. The same method applied to the gray rabbits. The orcs placed a bundle of dry grass at the cave entrance, ignited it, and blew forcefully, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the cave. Soon, smoke began to emerge from the other exits, and the orcs stationed nearby remained vigilant. Moments later, rustling sounds echoed as two plump gray rabbits burst forth, closely followed by a throng of their offspring. As expected, the entire rabbit family was swiftly captured by the orcs, with the assistance of the blood wolves. Locating the rabbit burrows became significantly easier. Coupled with the smoking technique, the hunting party successfully captured 3 to 4 nests of gray rabbits in just one morning, although only the first nest contained young. Returning triumphantly, the hunting party netted a lively group of gray rabbits and transported them back to the village. Within the livestock pen at Dragon's Nest, there were already over 100 rabbits frolicking, with heaps of wild greens piled in a corner for them to nibble on. Excellent. This should suffice. We need not hunt for gray rabbits anymore, Vini, the goblin leader, remarked as he tossed the captured rabbits into the pen. The growth cycle of gray rabbits is remarkably brief. In the presence of ample food, they can mature in about a month. Given the current population, the pen was becoming overcrowded. Come here and assist in expanding a few more pens with wood, and reinforce the wild boar enclosure over there as well. The rabbits' extraordinary reproductive capabilities necessitated expansion. A dense population posed challenges for sanitation and increased the risk of disease. Of course, Vini's newfound wisdom was not entirely his own. He merely echoed Austin's insights. The issues with the wild boar enclosure were apparent. Although the adult boars had all been transformed into smoked meat hanging by the village, the young boars were notoriously aggressive, frequently ramming into their enclosure, which was now on the verge of collapse and required fortification. For the time being, the Dragon's Nest tribe planned to domesticate only these 2 species of young animals, as they exhibited the fastest reproduction rates and the best cost-effectiveness. With the initiation of this animal husbandry alongside the cultivation of crops, it was evident that in the near future, the Dragon's Nest tribe would achieve a self-sufficient food supply. Chapter 58. Urgency. The Dragon Nest tribe continues to flourish, its strength growing day by day. Yet, Austin's extraordinary power experiments remain stagnant, devoid of any progress. What could possibly be amiss? In the laboratory behind the village, Austin gazes contemplatively at Quake, the fox-faced man, whose body convulses after enduring a recent shock. During the electrical modifications of the orcs, Austin sensed an inexplicable resonance within him, as if his own bloodline was harmonizing with the orcs undergoing transformation. This resonance was intangible, yet palpable whenever Austin channeled his internal magic into electrical impulses to stimulate the orcs. It seemed to stem from the innate nature of dragons. The power to endow the orc kin with draconic bloodline should be a privilege inherent to dragons. Could it be that my own strength is insufficient, resulting in such outcomes? Austin found himself lost in thought. Given that the electrical stimulation temporarily enhances the orc strength, it lends credence to the hypothesis that dragons possess an innate ability to empower their kin. However, the fact that Austin could only provide transient strength to the orcs, rather than a lasting transformation, starkly contrasts with the outcomes witnessed in his ancestral memories where adult dragons endowed their kin with enduring power. In those memories, the dragon-blooded sorcerers transformed by adult dragons did not exhaust their power after merely a few days, but rather experienced a fundamental elevation in their essence, capable of continual advancement through the consumption of magical resources, potentially reaching legendary status. Yet, what about the orcs he transformed? Not only did they lack any signs of sorcerous prowess, but Austin also felt that their physical enhancements resembled a mere battery, charging during stimulation but reverting to their original state once the charge was depleted. This was far from the result of draconic transformation bestowing power. Adult dragons are destined to be beings of legendary caliber, with no need for lowly kin like dragon-blooded sorcerers. Most young dragons slumber in their infancy, safeguarded by their parents, rendering the development of kin unnecessary. Damn it, the information at hand is simply too scant. Austin felt a pang of frustration. Most of the knowledge he possessed was merely common knowledge about various worlds and continents. As for profound insights, they held little relevance for beings of legendary status. Thus, intricate principles were seldom explored. Rationally, even if Austin hesitated to acknowledge it, he understood that this was undoubtedly due to his own lack of power. If he were to assess his standing among extraordinary practitioners, he would find himself at the threshold of the silver tier, a vast chasm away from the legendary realm, making it impossible for him to create dragon-blooded kin at will. He was acutely aware of this, yet at this stage, transforming the orc kin to embark upon the path of the extraordinary was his sole means to significantly enhance their strength. Although the Dragon Nest tribe was advancing rapidly, Austin could readily discern its inherent flaws. Perhaps due to their strict discipline and military strategies, the orcs within the tribe had reached a pinnacle among ordinary orcs. Austin would dare to assert that, within the entire Kava forest, absent extraordinary practitioners, the Dragon Nest tribe's military was undoubtedly the apex force. However, this world is undeniably infused with magical powers. Take Austin himself, for instance. One dragon could easily contend against an entire tribe. The wooden and stone spears wielded by the orcs could never pierce his scales. Previously, the kin of the Dragon Nest tribe could still provide some support. Yet following Austin's 2 transformations, the orcs could no longer keep pace with him. Take the recent encounter in the Spider Cavern. The orc kin devoid of extraordinary powers were utterly powerless against the spider monstrosities, contributing nothing to the fray. No matter how many orcs were gathered, without extraordinary orc warriors, they could only hope to prevail through sheer numbers, which did little to assist Austin. Austin gathered his kin to forge a formidable force, intending to amass sufficient resources for his future endeavors, not to merely act as a caretaker for the orcs. Moreover, the sooner the extraordinary system was established, the greater the potential for enhancing the tribe's strength. This was precisely why he prioritized the initiation of extraordinary experiments over the crucial task of expanding their territory. The failure in the Spider Cavern had instilled in him a sense of urgency. If this path proved unfruitful, he would have to consider alternative methods. In the laboratory, Austin let out a sigh. Although the ability to modify orcs derived from his own powers was currently the most straightforward means for them to attain extraordinary abilities, he now faced an insurmountable obstacle on this path, leaving him with no choice but to explore other avenues. Was his only option to launch an assault on the Gnoll tribe? Yet, that tribe had recently amassed over 500 Gnolls, and as Rodney mentioned, even if the Dragon Nest tribe launched a full-scale attack, the odds would still be heavily skewed against them. The population of the Dragon Nest tribe had reached 133, but when accounting for the elderly, children, and pregnant females, mustering 100 capable individuals was already a commendable feat, not to mention that half of them were inherently weaker beings like goblins and kobolds. Even though Austin held considerable confidence in the army born from his military ideology, he still harbored concerns given the stark numerical disparity. Furthermore, within the Gnoll tribe, the Gnoll leader was a genuine, extraordinary practitioner, wielding bronze-tier power. The sudden surge in their population hinted at some significant secret within the tribe. Otherwise, such a rapid increase in numbers would have been impossible, especially if their food supply could sustain it. A tribe of this nature might harbor unexpected trump cards, and even with Austin's own strength, he lacked the assurance to take down the Gnoll tribe. As Austin pondered these matters, Quake, the fox-faced man on the experimental platform, stood up, still trembling from the aftereffects of the electrical shock, and mumbled, "Your Highness, I think I may have figured out the reason." Chapter 59. The Path of the Extraordinary. How shall I put it? The fox-faced Quake can be regarded as the sage of the Dragon Nest tribe. Possessing profound knowledge about many matters, perhaps he could indeed uncover the underlying reasons. "Your Highness, I have heard that in the realm of human civilization, ordinary humans aspiring to transcendence, whether as warriors or mages, must not only master the art of breathing, but also rely on certain potions to awaken their seeds of combat energy or magical essence. Our experimental failures could very well stem from the absence of this crucial step involving magical energy," Quake articulated cautiously, sharing his conjectures. Magical energy? Austin initially paused. Then enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, it is magical energy. Even in this fantastical world, one cannot summon existence from nothingness. To embark on the path of the extraordinary, the involvement of magical energy is indispensable. The adult legendary dragons have reached an unfathomable level. Their every movement can invoke the omnipresent tides of magical energy throughout the universe. When bestowing power upon their kin, they naturally draw upon magical energy, effortlessly transforming the essence of the Orcish life forms. However, Austin, at this juncture, was merely at the preliminary stages of silver rank. Despite his innate draconic privileges, how could he summon the magical forces from the air to enact a comprehensive transformation upon the orcs? The electrical currents generated by the young blue dragon indeed possessed the capability to awaken the latent potential within the orcs. Yet, due to the absence of magical energy, this potential would revert to its original state once the stimulation ceased, thus failing to be retained. A realization struck him. Austin felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that in the aftermath of the spider cave incident, he had been overly eager and had overlooked this pivotal aspect. Nevertheless, it was not too late. Understanding this, the extraordinary Orcish warriors could soon emerge within the Dragon Nest tribe. If transformation required magical energy, then it necessitated substances imbued with magical potency. The cores of magical beasts? Alas, they were far too rare. The crimson fruits found in the Blood Wolf's lair? However, those had only just begun to blossom. The cores of magical beasts held immense significance for Austin, and considering he had only encountered them twice, it was inconceivable to expend them on the orcs. As for the magical tree he had encountered near the Blood Wolf lair, the crimson fruits it bore might prove useful, but that tree had only just begun to bloom, and it would take no less than several months for the fruits to mature. After much contemplation, Austin finally identified a suitable item. Following the Spider Cave expedition, the orcs had not only retrieved an unnamed plant used for detoxification, but had also brought back the carcasses of 4 large spiders, along with stones that emitted a faint, ethereal glow from beneath those plants. The aforementioned plants had already been utilized to detoxify Rodney and the others, with only a few remaining, now dried and preserved by the village. The carcasses of the 4 large spiders, although devoid of magical cores, were crafted into formidable weapons due to their exceptionally hard exoskeletons. The stones, while emanating a subtle blue glow, possessed a faint magical resonance. However, Austin could not shake the mental barrier of the Spider Cave's age, where countless corpses had decayed and layers of spider excrement had coated the stones. Even after the orcs had cleaned them thoroughly, he could not bring himself to consume them, haunted by the memories of their grim origin. Moreover, the minuscule amount of magical energy they contained was of little use to Austin at his current stage of growth. Thus, these magical stones were ultimately preserved, buried at the bottom of a chest, awaiting a day when they would prove valuable. Now, it seemed that the moment to utilize them had arrived. He would use the magical stones extracted from the Spider Cave. Austin hurriedly darted outside, just as Quake, the fox-faced one, sighed in relief. Finally free from the electric shocks, Austin burst in, clutching a stone that radiated a faint, ethereal blue glow. Quake, lie down quickly. I must attempt this once more. Observing Austin's exuberant demeanor, Quake grimaced but dutifully reclined upon the experimental table, once again assuming the role of a test subject. Although Austin exercised caution to prevent any life-threatening consequences from the electrical currents, the thought of those currents coursing chaotically through one's body was hardly pleasant. Without heeding Quake's distressed expression, Austin grasped the magical stone with his forepaw and pressed it against Quake's chest. Electrical paralysis. The magical energy within Austin's body flowed along a certain trajectory, subtly stirring the air around them, instigating an unknown transformation that ultimately manifested as electrical currents. Crackling sounds filled the air as arcs of electricity danced. Irregular serpentine bolts surged forth, skimming Quake's body and radiating outward from the magical stone at its center. That familiar sensation returned, reminiscent of countless prior experiments. The essence of his blood seemed to resonate with something beyond. Simultaneously, under the stimulation of the electrical currents, an inexplicable transformation occurred within the magical stone, and tendrils of blue light began to waft from it, akin to a drop of blue ink dispersing in water, spreading across much of Quake's chest and coursing into his being. At that moment, Quake, who had been trembling from the electric shocks, his eyes glazed over and devoid of hope, suddenly widened them in astonishment. Chapter 60. The plan. As the magical energy within the gemstone was ignited by Austin's innate spell, a blue ethereal glow surged forth, suddenly coursing through Quake's body like an electric current. A tremendous scream erupted. In that instant, Quake felt as though a torrent of searing molten lava had engulfed his chest, incinerating his flesh and skin, seeping along his veins to permeate every corner of his being, akin to a river of magma flowing through his bloodstream. It was a pain that penetrated to the very core, as if every sinew and muscle were being pulverized, only to regenerate anew. At that moment, his limbs had completely lost their capacity for control, rigidly immobilized on the experiment table, his blood-red eyes wide open, enduring the excruciating agony of transformation. It is working. Observing Quake's reaction, Austin's expression sharpened. A deep-seated intuition whispered that this time, he was truly on the brink of success. The air began to swirl, forming a small vortex, visible ripples expanding outward in all directions, a sign of resonance between the magical energy and the omnipresent arcane forces in the atmosphere. An unfathomable power was at work. And had a microscope been available to scrutinize the minute details, one would witness quake cells being ruthlessly obliterated by the influx of magical energy. Yet, under the influence of the dragon's power, a fraction of the corroded cells persisted, rapidly dividing and replacing the destroyed necrotic cells. In but a fleeting moment, the magic within the gemstone had been completely unleashed, and Quake's body was wholly infused with magic, elevating him to a fundamental essence of life. How is it? Austin withdrew his hand, the once vibrant gemstone now reduced to an unremarkable stone, fissured like a spider's web, crumbling to dust that fell from his fingertips. Quake's face remained contorted, but with the rebirth of his cells, a sense of relief washed over him, as if he had opened the door to a new world. The sensation of transformation from death to rebirth was ineffable. Your Highness, it should be a success. After a brief respite, he slowly rose from the experiment table, exhaling deeply. Although no obvious changes were visible, his pupils had deepened, his fur gleamed, faintly radiating an ethereal glow, swaying gently in the breeze, resonating with the vibrations of magic. At that moment, Quake, standing before Austin, emanated an aura that seemed to have undergone a profound metamorphosis. The distinction felt akin to that between a mere piece of wood and one that shone with luminescence. The essence of life had fundamentally transformed. If Quake's life force had once resembled a spark, it was now akin to a burning ember. The experiment of the extraordinary had seemingly succeeded. Had any powers emerged? Austin regarded this potential first success with the utmost seriousness. Quake contemplated, extending his palm and closing his eyes. With focused intent, he concentrated on gathering the newfound energy within him into his palm, where tiny specks of light began to materialize, transforming into a small, ethereal blue flame the size of a matchstick. Yet, just as the flames sought to grow, it extinguished instantaneously, leaving Quake half kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as if that singular moment had drained him of all strength. I apologize, Your Highness, it is my inadequacy. The power of this flame is utterly ineffective in battle. In Quake's view, Austin's experiment had failed once more, and he had squandered what appeared to be an extremely precious gemstone imbued with magic. Feeling the weight of failure, Quake hastily sought Austin's forgiveness. No, you have done well. Exceptionally well. In stark contrast to Quake's disappointment, Austin was filled with elation. Unlike previous electric shocks that merely bolstered the physical strength of the beastmen for a fleeting moment, what lay before him now was genuine, extraordinary power. This signified that Quake had officially ascended to the realm of extraordinary life. Though he could not even conjure a single flame, in Austin's eyes, Quake's transformation into an extraordinary being was of greater significance than the population of the Dragon's Nest tribe exceeding 100. The plan may now commence. In Austin's gaze, the beast known as ambition surged forth from within, consuming his entire vision. The beginning and conclusion of extraordinary life diverged from that of ordinary existence. The beastmen of the Dragon's Nest tribe, no matter how much they trained their combat abilities, had likely reached their limits. However, extraordinary beings, with sufficient sustenance and diligent training, could achieve far more than ordinary creatures, even without a breathing technique for cultivation. Quake's acquisition of extraordinary power meant that Austin had truly surmounted the obstacles of his extraordinary plan, bestowing his subordinate beastmen with the same potential for the extraordinary. Once all of his subordinate tribesmen were successfully transformed, and following a brief period of training, a battalion of nearly 100 extraordinary beings would emerge, an entity not to be underestimated, especially on the battlefield, where the impact of a battalion of extraordinary beastmen would far surpass Austin's own capabilities. With extraordinary beastmen at his command, Austin could confidently venture beyond the confines of the Dragon's Nest territory and expand outward. At that moment, a comprehensive plan began to take shape in Austin's mind. He would exhaust all magical resources to transform his robust beastmen, then form an army centered on these extraordinary beings, sweeping west, east, and south, conquering and subjugating the various beast tribes within a 50-mile radius, gathering thousands of elite beastmen, and marching northward to utterly eradicate the enigmatic Jackal-Wolf tribe situated a mere 10 kilometers to the north. Given that the Jackal-Wolf tribe harbored a bronze-level Jackal-Wolf leader, it was highly probable that they possessed a breathing technique. Should he succeed in conquering that tribe and seizing that technique, the Dragon's Nest tribe would be poised for an unprecedented ascendance. Chapter 61. The Dragon Vein Guardians. Austin had long remained within a 10-mile radius of the Dragon Nest, refraining from any outward expansion largely due to the insufficient strength of his subordinate clan. The initial choice of this secluded area as the Dragon Nest was influenced by its relative remoteness, devoid of any beast lairs. Venturing further would likely lead to encounters with formidable orc tribes and powerful beast hordes, which could easily spell disaster for Austin's already strained forces. Now that the orcs had embarked on the path to extraordinary power, should they acquire a breathing technique that allowed ordinary beings to continually evolve, based on the extraordinary orcs, Austin was confident that he could amass a formidable empire within a decade. The success of the quick experiment invigorated Austin's spirit. Within a single day, using the successful experiment of quick as a template, Austin transformed his most elite orcs into extraordinary beings. Initially, only 10 magic stones were collected during a hasty retreat from the spider cave, and after one was consumed by quick, Austin could only transform 9 elite orcs. Upon successful transformation, Austin promptly restructured these 9 orcs, designating them as the Dragon Vein Guardians, akin to an elite guard, with a status surpassing 3 formal military units. This marked the inception of Austin's first extraordinary orc legion. While 9 orcs hardly constituted a legion, Austin anticipated that one day the Dragon Vein Guardians would burgeon to 1,000 or even 10,000, instilling fear across the entire world. Unlike the mage-oriented modifications of quick, the Dragon Vein Guardians were all warrior-type extraordinary orcs. This outcome perhaps stemmed from their innate talents, as Austin had initially selected the 9 strongest orcs, whereas Quick had chosen those with far superior intelligence, leading to differing results. Although they were warrior-type extraordinary beings, this proved to be the most suitable outcome for the Dragon Nest tribe. For instance, although the fox-faced orc Cook had embarked on the extraordinary path, his lack of mage knowledge hindered his ability to harness power. In contrast, the Dragon Vein Guardians, having successfully traversed the extraordinary path, exhibited strength and physical prowess far exceeding their former selves, their figures swelling impressively, exuding an aura of dominance over ordinary orcs. At present, the warrior-type Dragon Vein Guardians were far more beneficial to the Dragon Nest tribe than the mage-oriented Cook. 3 days later, in the clearing outside the village, the Dragon Vein Guardians, larger than ordinary orcs, hoisted a massive stone weighing a ton, taking measured steps across 10 meters before pausing at a designated line. Following the command, the orcs exhibited tremendous might, their muscles swelling and a thin mist of blood rising around them, reminiscent of flames ready to ignite. With a thunderous roar, they hurled the colossal stones into the distance. The boulders, each weighing over a ton, were flung 30 meters away with ease, and the Guardians, apart from slightly reddened faces, merely exhibited a hint of breathlessness. The ground trembled as the stones crashed down, leaving the ordinary orcs nearby in awe, their mouths agape in disbelief. After the emergence of the Dragon Vein Guardians, Austin organized a military drill against the ordinary orcs, resulting in the Guardians forming a phalanx armed with stone shields, effortlessly breaking through a formation of wooden spears wielded by hundreds of ordinary orcs. Even when several ordinary orcs combined their strength, they were utterly powerless against them. The other orcs in the territory were aware of the Dragon Vein Guardians' might, yet they were astounded to witness their capability to lift such massive stones and throw them to such distances. In the event of a conflict with other tribes, the Dragon Vein Guardians could potentially obliterate enemies from afar with their stone-throwing prowess before any engagement. Roaring in unison, the Dragon Vein orcs generated a thunderous sound that stirred the air, creating a whirlwind that swept across the ground, mingled with a faint draconic aura, overwhelming the ordinary orcs nearby. From a distance, Austin observed the exercise and nodded in approval. Following the consumption of magic stones for their transformation, the Dragon Vein orcs exhibited a qualitative difference from the earlier semi-finished products. Their very essence had undergone a fundamental change, and their enhanced strength far surpassed that of their previous forms. Moreover, as true extraordinary beings, the Dragon Vein orcs possessed not only augmented physical power, but also genuine extraordinary abilities. They awakened a talent akin to a berserk state, enabling them to ignite their blood and envelop themselves in a crimson mist, significantly boosting their strength and speed for a brief period, after which they would succumb to weakness for about a day. Proud of his successful creations, Austin dubbed this ability Blood Blaze. The Dragon Vein orcs, when in the blood-blaze state, radiated a faint red glow, aptly reflecting the name. Regrettably, the spider beasts within the cave were insurmountable, otherwise. He could have easily overrun the lair, extracted sufficient magic stones, and transformed all the orcs into dragon vein orcs. Austin lamented his insatiable desire. With the magic stones completely exhausted, he lacked resources to increase the number of dragon vein guardians. The poisonous mists within the spider cave made any attempt to eliminate the spiders unfeasible, and Austin had sensed an ominous aura lurking in the cave's depths. Given Austin's strength, sensing such a threat was no trivial matter. The dangers lurking deep within the spider cave were likely formidable. While it was currently impossible to increase the number of dragon vein orcs, it was sufficient for now. It was time to conduct a thorough cleansing to bolster the clan's numbers. Spreading his wings, Austin soared into the sky, a torrent of ambition gleaming in his eyes. All forces advance. Chapter 62. The Minotaur tribe Saru was an ordinary Minotaur living in a humble Minotaur settlement, which consisted solely of Minotaurs and had a population of around 200. Although Minotaurs were not considered the lowest tier among the orc races on the continent of Seda, they occupied a relatively modest position. The conditions within the tribe were far from favorable, as there were only a dozen crude, thatched huts perched on a hillside, surrounded by muddy waters that exuded a foul odor, while flies buzzed incessantly in the air. Orc tribes generally shared a similar plight, even in the realm of human civilization. Hygiene was scarcely acknowledged, let alone in the orc tribes nestled within the vast Kava forest. Sara's tribe had separated from a larger tribe 2 years prior. In the Kava forest, when a tribe's food supply within its hunting grounds became insufficient to sustain the entire population, a portion would inevitably venture forth to explore new territories and seek sustenance elsewhere. However, it was not a matter of choice. Few would willingly abandon their tribal lands unless forced out as outcasts. Each year, when orc populations swelled, those dispatched to find new homes faced grave dangers in the perilous Kava forest, where survival was often a matter of life and death. Fortunately for Saru and his companions, after suffering some losses, they discovered a relatively safe haven. Minotaurs excelled at herding and breeding cattle, and by bringing along a small herd of domesticated buffalo, they managed to endure the most challenging phase of their establishment. Despite losing several members during the harsh winter due to starvation, with the arrival of spring, the Kava forest began to flourish anew, providing a bounty of food that allowed Saru's tribe to overcome their crisis. However, good fortune proved fleeting. Not long after, a tempestuous tiger appeared in the eastern valley, capable of unleashing razor-sharp wind blades through its magical prowess. Several minotaurs had already perished at the claws of this tempestuous beast, and their herds suffered severe losses. Had it not been for the tiger's relatively fixed appetite, the entire tribe and their livestock might have been decimated. The tempestuous tiger posed an imminent threat to all production activities within the Minotaur tribe, and if left unchecked, it could very well lead to their annihilation. Yet, such a task was far from simple. Undoubtedly, the tempestuous tiger was a formidable magical beast. While Minotaurs were stronger than the lower-tier orcs like goblins due to their robust physiques, they were still no match against ordinary magical creatures, let alone a top-tier predator like the tempestuous tiger. With divine intervention as their only hope, they might have to consider relocating. In the cramped meeting room of their thatched hut, the Minotaur chief was deliberating with several burly Minotaurs. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. I vehemently opposed this. The uncharted regions are far too perilous. Remember when over 500 of us left the tribe? In the end, more than 300 perished on the journey before we finally found this relatively secure location. How can we so easily abandon it now? Are we to wait here for death? Or do you intend to confront the tempestuous tiger yourself? I refuse to agree. The stubbornness of the Minotaurs was evident, and their tempers flared as they nearly came to blows. Enough. Cease your bickering. The chief, already troubled, raised his voice in frustration. Just as he was about to chastise them further, calamity struck. With a thunderous roar, the thatched roof suddenly collapsed, creating a large hole. Debris and dust cascaded down like snowflakes, and a massive boulder, imbued with terrifying force, crashed down in the center of the room. The entire hut trembled, and the ground sank beneath the weight, fissures spider-webbing across the floor. What is this? The Minotaurs gazed in bewilderment at the gaping hole above and the towering stone before them. Have the stars fallen from the sky? Just as the chief and his bewildered companions struggled to comprehend the situation, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of thuds echoing from outside. shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck. At that moment, a piercing roar reverberated through the air. Enemy attack. It was only then that the Minotaurs grasped the gravity of the situation. The chief slammed his hand on a nearby wooden board, rising in anger. I shall see which fool dares to wreak havoc here. Gripping two heavy iron hammers, the chief stormed out of the hut. Chaos engulfed the Minotaur tribe. With more than half of the thatched huts having collapsed, massive stones littering the village, either crushing the huts or standing ominously in the open spaces. The casualties from the falling stones were minimal, yet the entire tribe was thrown into a state of utter panic. Who dares to disturb our peace? Stepping out of the hut, the chief raised his eyes to behold a regiment of orcs advancing in an orderly formation toward them. Kill! Accompanied by the fierce battle cries of the orcs, the front line, composed of 9 formidable warriors brandishing massive stone shields, surged forward with an intimidating presence. The sight of their disciplined ranks and pointed spears struck fear into the Minotaur chief, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. How dare a mere handful of lizardmen, a band of wirgins, and goblins come here to cause trouble? Brothers, let us give them a resounding welcome. The momentary shock faded, and upon discerning the composition of the approaching forces, the chief's anger surged. Raising his stone hammer high, he rallied his disheveled warriors and charged down toward the orc army. Chapter 63. Chaos and battle. As Austin's Dragonvein Guardians took shape, they immediately commenced rigorous training. Once these elite warriors were sufficiently prepared to coordinate with the ordinary orc armies, they swiftly set forth on the path of conquest. The Wolfman tribe, comprising over 500 members, managed to maintain a semblance of peace and stability, yet other tribes soon fell victim to the ensuing turmoil. Austin designated the Dragon's Nest as the central stronghold, establishing a territorial radius of 10 miles, within which he rarely permitted the orcs to venture. However, this did not imply that he refrained from sending scouts to investigate the conditions of nearby orc tribes. In the early days, when Austin inquired of the fox-faced Quick about ways to rapidly increase the population of the Dragon's Nest tribe, Quick suggested 2 methods. One involved igniting smoke signals to attract wandering orcs, thereby boosting the small tribe of 30 to 100 members. The other method advocated for waging war, conquering and absorbing rival orc tribes to swiftly augment the power of the Dragon's Nest. Due to various factors, including the lack of strength in the Dragon's Nest tribe at that time, Austin temporarily shelved the latter strategy, while simultaneously dispatching Quick to establish contact with struggling micro-tribes, in hopes of assimilating them into the Dragon's Nest. From early on, Austin recognized that the most effective means for the Dragon's Nest tribe to rapidly expand was through warfare. Thus, while he restricted the orc kin to operations within the territory of the Dragon's Nest, he also instructed Quick to gather intelligence on the nearby tribes, preparing for future offensives. This reconnaissance task was assigned solely to Quick, without significant exertion, at most. He would gather information about encounters with members of other orc tribes during hunting expeditions. With the emergence of the Dragonvein Guardians, the greatest shortcoming of the Dragon's Nest tribe was rectified, allowing Austin to expand rapidly in all directions. Previous records were retrieved, and this time, the entire Dragon's Nest tribe truly mobilized, launching extensive searches across the eastern, southern, and western regions, discovering several small tribes within distances of 10, 20, and 30 miles. For the time being, Austin chose not to engage the Wolfman tribe in the north. He planned to first defeat and absorb the tribes to the east, south, and west before turning his attention to the Wolfmen. Among the targets of this campaign was the Minotaur tribe, led by Saru, known for their boisterous and simple nature. The Minotaurs were oblivious to the encroachment of the Dragon's Nest tribe, and their entire tribe was initially taken by surprise by a sudden assault from above. Fortunately, the Minotaur leader was fierce and quickly rallied his subordinates, charging towards the approaching Dragon's Nest forces. Kill. Annihilate these bastards. Saru followed the chaotic Minotaur horde, wielding a massive wooden club as they surged forward. The Dragon's Nest orc army responded with fervor, their long spears raised in a formidable display, advancing with precision and unity, contrasting starkly with the disarray of the Minotaurs. However, the physical might of the Minotaurs, bolstered by their numbers of over 200, placed the Dragon's Nest contingent, predominantly composed of dog-headed orcs, wolfmen, and goblins, totaling around 100, at a significant disadvantage in both numbers and individual combat prowess. Additionally, the advantageous terrain further amplified the Minotaur's superiority. Under ordinary circumstances, The Dragon's Nest army would have formed a defensive line at the foot of the mountain rather than recklessly charging into the Minotaur ranks. Yet, at the forefront of the Dragon's Nest army stood 9 extraordinary dragon vein orcs as vanguards, rendering ordinary orcs incapable of countering their might. Austin's decision to initiate this conflict with the Minotaur tribe was largely aimed at absorption. If he could shatter the Minotaur's morale swiftly, it would facilitate their incorporation into the Dragon's Nest. As the saying goes, 1,000 men can overwhelm the heavens, 10,000 men can bring the earth to its knees. Despite the total number of orcs on the battlefield being only around 300, the scattered formation of the Minotaurs occupied the entire mountainside. Kill. The clash of arms erupted as the furious Minotaurs collided with the Dragon's Nest forces. However, contrary to the Minotaur leader's expectations of effortlessly routing the diminutive adversaries, his side felt as if they had struck an impenetrable rock. With a thunderous crash, the Minotaur leader leapt high, wielding a massive stone hammer, only to have his weapon sent flying by a stone shield that struck with the force of a tidal wave, sending him tumbling backward. Curse these wretched creatures! How can they possess such strength? The Minotaur leader gasped, cursing as he scrambled to his feet, shaking his head to regain clarity. Yet, to his horror, he witnessed his Minotaurs being torn apart like loose sand under the relentless assault of the Dragon's Nest forces, with 9 massive stone shields at the core, each thrusting long spears that toppled Minotaurs before they could even retaliate. In a short span, the Minotaur tribe suffered a loss of 1/5 of their forces without inflicting any damage on the Dragon's Nest. Panic seized the Minotaur leader as the anger that had once fueled him dissipated. Though reckless, he was no fool. Recognizing the inevitable defeat, thoughts of retreat began to surface. Withdraw. I shall find a time to teach these damned creatures a lesson. You shall await my return. The Minotaur leader glared at the dragon vein orcs, who moved with the ease of a predator in its domain, no longer caring for his demoralized subordinates as he turned to flee. At that moment, the skies darkened ominously, and an overwhelming pressure surged through the air, engulfing the battlefield. The heavens seemed to press down like a tsunami, and the terrifying weight caused the previously defiant Minotaurs to falter, collapsing like wheat before the wind, trembling under the oppressive force. The Minotaur leader faced the onslaught, stumbling backward in shock, gazing upward. He beheld the sky shrouded by colossal, deep blue membranous wings, casting a shadow that plunged the world into despair. A fearsome head descended from above, its crimson eyes radiating an aura of dread as it approached him. In that instant, the Minotaur leader felt as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss, as an overwhelming chill enveloped him. The battlefield fell eerily silent, the cacophony of combat replaced by an oppressive stillness. He stood frozen, eyes locked on the menacing visage descending toward him, a torrent of fear swelling within. Terror, unprecedented and paralyzing, gripped him as he envisioned that head suddenly snapping open, ready to sever his own. Yet, even in the depths of his fear, he remained motionless. With icy hands and feet, it felt as though every muscle in my body had been frozen, rendering even a single finger immobile. I could only watch helplessly as that grotesque head drew nearer. On the ground, every Minotaur trembled under the weight of an ominous presence, paralyzed by fear and utterly unwilling to move. This was the suppression of higher beings over their lesser counterparts, an absolute dominion of the powerful over the weak. Even the orcs of the Dragon Nest tribe, even those closely aligned with the dragon lineage, found themselves half kneeling on the ground. However, unlike the Minotaur's terror, the orcs were consumed by excitement and fervor. As the young blue dragon made its entrance, it exuded an aura of terrifying majesty, sweeping through the space like a tidal wave, commanding reverence akin to the might of dragons, compelling thousands to bow in submission. It cast a cold, ancient gaze upon the Minotaur leader, whose limbs were frozen in place. A voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated through the air, echoing the edicts of the heavens: submit or perish. Chapter 64. Conclusion. In the midst of an eerie silence, confronted by the terrifying shadow before him, the Minotaur chieftain felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he swallowed hard. I submit. Stammering, the chieftain slowly knelt, signifying his surrender. The atmosphere on the battlefield relaxed significantly. With the Minotaur leader's capitulation, the war drew to a close. Generally, Minotaurs are known for their stubbornness, but given the circumstances, their willingness to submit was not unexpected. In the earlier conflict, the Dragon Nest army, centered around the dragon vein beasts and supported by their legion, unleashed a power that far surpassed the Minotaur's expectations. Despite holding various advantages, they suffered devastating losses in the melee. The war initiated by the Dragon Nest tribe saw the Dragon Vein Guards, endowed with strength far beyond that of ordinary beasts, shatter the Minotaur tribe's assaults effortlessly. Coupled with the unwavering support of the Dragon Nest Legion, the Minotaur's morale was utterly crushed. As Austin descended from the heavens, exuding a dragon's might that swept through the land, the remaining Minotaurs lost all will to resist, making their submission inevitable. Though Minotaurs are typically resolute, the complete obliteration of their confidence, especially in the face of overwhelming power, led to their easy capture by the Dragon Nest tribe. Excellent. Rodney, Vini, gather the spoils and bring them back to the tribe. Following the chieftain's surrender, the war was conclusively over, and Austin commanded Vini to handle the various post-war affairs. The Dragon Nest tribe incurred losses of over 10 warriors in this battle. Yet due to the Minotaur's preference for blunt weaponry, most injuries were either fractured bones or internal damage, non-fatal injuries that, with the resilience of the Orcish kin, would likely heal swiftly. In stark contrast to their losses, the gains from this resounding victory were substantial. Not only had they defeated the Minotaur tribe that had long inhabited the surrounding mountains, but they had also fully subjugated them. Even with considerable casualties, around 150 Minotaurs remained intact. The actual fatalities in this conflict were few, numbering no more than 10. Consequently, the Dragon Nest tribe experienced a remarkable increase in their population, doubling to approximately 300. With 9 Dragon Vein attendants at the core and an almost universally armed Dragon Nest Legion, their combat prowess became formidable enough to rival the Wolfman tribe situated to the north of the Dragon Nest village. However, for the Minotaurs to fully integrate into the Dragon Nest community, they would need to undergo military training, during which they would temporarily not contribute to combat strength. The surge in population was not the tribe's most significant gain. For Austin, the greatest acquisition was the herd of nearly 500 wild buffalo, domesticated by the Minotaurs. Buffaloes are invaluable assets. They not only provide sustenance during times of food scarcity, but can also assist in agricultural endeavors if utilized properly. When initially contemplating land cultivation, Austin had considered the benefits of animal power, which would significantly expedite the orcs' farming efforts. Although hunting parties occasionally captured wild buffalo or horses, taming them for agricultural use remained a distant prospect. Now, with the help of the captured Minotaurs, the dawn of animal-assisted farming was imminent, greatly enhancing the orcs' land reclamation efforts. As the population of the Dragon Nest tribe grew, the demand for food would expand, and agricultural production would become one of their primary sources of sustenance. Ensure this herd of buffalo is brought back to the Dragon Nest tribe. Upon our return, let's scout the area for suitable pastures. These buffalo are crucial for our farming initiatives, Austin instructed, observing the herd of buffalo leisurely retreating across the hills, herded by the Minotaur captives. Understood, Your Highness, Vini. The goblin chieftain overseeing the packing of the tribe's spoils replied promptly. The Minotaur tribe still possessed some food supplies, primarily ripe wild fruits and starchy roots. But there was little meat, sufficient only for the consumption of around 200 Minotaurs for a day or two, a meager provision at best. The true wealth of the Minotaur tribe lay in their domesticated buffaloes. Coupled with Austin's recent initiatives regarding the domestication of sheep, rabbits, and wild boars, Vini would undoubtedly prioritize the buffalo herd. By the way, Your Highness, Wag just informed me of something, Vini added. Wag was the name of the Minotaur chieftain, and after accepting the Minotaur surrender, Austin naturally engaged in discussions with him. According to Wag, a storm tiger had recently emerged in the eastern mountains, capable of unleashing wind blades, causing considerable losses to their tribe. Based on Wag's description, it was likely a magical beast of 4th tier or higher. A flicker of concern crossed Vini's face as he relayed this news. 4th tier magical beasts, by the standards of the extraordinary, are certainly at the silver level. Magical beasts. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. We shall continue with our plans to eradicate the nearby tribes, Austin decided after a moment of contemplation. A silver-tier beast would exceed his capabilities. Even with his innate dragon strength, defeating it without loss would be improbable, especially considering the vastness of the forest, making it difficult to track. Having returned triumphantly from the war, the Dragon Nest tribe settled the Minotaurs and their domesticated buffaloes before embarking on further conquests. Within a mere 10 days, they dismantled 4 varying-sized tribes, assimilating them all into the Dragon Nest tribe, thereby boosting the population to 700. This number predominantly consisted of goblins and other minor races, with a sprinkling of lizard folk, minotaurs, and strong boar folk, although they were few. Unlike the minotaurs, most tribes were a mix of various races cohabitating for survival. Following the absorption of 5 tribes, despite detecting a few more tribes in the vicinity, Austin decided to halt the military campaign. The focus now shifted to transforming the captured tribes to facilitate their integration into the Dragon Nest community. Chapter 65. The troubles of incorporation. The population of the Dragon Nest tribe surged abruptly from over 100 to more than 700. Despite the natural advantages bestowed upon Austin as a member of the Dragon clan, and the assurance that the tribe's life would provide enough sustenance each day, the orc captives harbored little discontent. In fact, many found their existence within the Dragon Nest tribe rather agreeable and willingly submitted to its governance. However, managing the sudden influx of over 600 individuals posed a significant challenge. Initially, after Austin's transformation of the orc warriors, he was swept up in excitement and resolved to launch a full-scale assault on the surrounding orc tribes. At that moment, he had not considered the aftermath of war, leaving many aspects unprepared. The foremost issue was housing. The Dragon Nest settlement had undergone several expansions, yet the 10 rudimentary straw huts could accommodate no more than 200 orcs. To house the additional population, new structures would need to be built, necessitating the dismantling and reconstruction of the village's outer walls. During the construction of these new homes, Austin once again experienced the stark contrast between discipline and chaos. In a rush to expedite the process, the orc captives were enlisted to assist in the construction. However, instead of hastening the work, their involvement significantly hampered efficiency. The primary reason for this was their lack of discipline. The scene of the orc captives working together was chaotic and disorganized, contrasting sharply with the collaborative efforts of the disciplined Dragon Nest warriors. It became evident that the orcs required military training to eradicate their disorderly habits before they could effectively integrate into the Dragon Nest tribe. Witnessing the paradox of increased numbers leading to diminished productivity, the construction site devolved into chaos, further solidifying Austin's resolve to implement a militaristic policy. Undisciplined orcs were akin to loose sand, lacking cohesion. While such a collective, civilian military system might restrict future developments at a certain stage, it was, at this nascent phase, the most effective approach to growth. Thus, collaboration became essential. Ultimately, Austin was compelled to divide the orc captives into several groups, assigning them specific tasks such as tree felling and material transport, while leaving the construction of housing, an endeavor requiring teamwork, to the more disciplined warriors of the Dragon Nest tribe. In other tribes, the victors would treat the vanquished as mere slaves, herding them into makeshift shelters without regard for hygiene or living conditions, exploiting them relentlessly in times of peace, and sending them into battle as expendable fodder when conflict arose. Such a method incurred no pressure. However, the Dragon Nest tribe was not akin to the other orc tribes scattered throughout the Kawa Great Forest. Whereas captives in other tribes were viewed as disposable resources, Austin regarded them as invaluable assets. This was not born of any altruistic sentiment, but rather an understanding that after undergoing military training, captives could be integrated into the Dragon Nest framework, forming a cohesive military-civilian unit capable of maximizing efficiency in both warfare and daily life, a stark contrast to the archaic methods employed by other tribes. The burgeoning orc population brought numerous complications to the Dragon Nest tribe, creating a tangled web of issues related to discipline, hygiene, and housing. Beyond these concerns, another pressing dilemma loomed: food. Orcs rarely had surplus provisions, and following the cold winter, the limited supplies acquired from the eradication of nearby tribes sufficed for only a few days' worth of consumption for the orc captives. Although the Dragon Nest tribe had maintained a reserve of food, bolstered by the hunting activities of the past 2 months, which yielded a significant amount of smoked meat, as well as foraged fruits and roots, this supply became increasingly inadequate in light of the population's exponential growth. The herd of wild cattle nurtured by the Minotaur tribe proved to be an exception. These beasts were intended not only for agricultural labor, but also for the potential establishment of a mounted cavalry unit, rendering them off-limits for consumption. Consequently, while the Dragon Nest tribe had made some progress in animal husbandry, the vast food deficit remained a pressing concern. The orc captives would need to undergo military training, which would limit their time for food collection, and the capacity of the territory within a 10-mile radius had already reached its limits with the existing 200 residents. It seemed the only option was to expand outward, Fortunately, the extraordinary dragon vein orcs had already taken form, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities, alleviating some concerns regarding safety. In the initial fervor following the emergence of the dragon vein orcs, Austin had hastily initiated warfare and pursued reckless expansion, only to face a multitude of resultant hardships. Alas, I had been too eager. Just as Austin grappled with the pressing issue of food for the orc tribe and contemplated further exploration with the dragon vein orcs at the core, a piece of good news arrived, promising to resolve his current woes. After approximately a month and a half of cultivation, the first tilled field near the river plain was finally ready for harvest. Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of the foreign kudzu or the magical essence in the air hastening its growth, the first patch of cultivated kudzu had thrived. In the field, the once vibrant green vines, which had twisted along the branches, had begun to turn a pale yellow, with numerous leaves falling sporadically. The entire expanse, once lush and verdant as a summer forest, appeared desolate overnight, resembling autumn. This transformation signified that the kudzu buried in the soil was ready to be harvested. The first tilled field lay not far from the Dragon Nest settlement. Exiting the village and walking southwest for about a mile, one would encounter a meandering river beside which the field was situated. On this momentous day, the entire Dragon Nest tribe was stirred into excitement. Orcs of all sizes gathered around the field, craning their necks to observe. Even the orc captives, who were undergoing training, seized the rare opportunity to join their Dragon Nest counterparts in watching the proceedings. On this momentous occasion, the orc instructors also made their way to view the excavation. Amid the collective anticipation, Viniquek and his companions wiped their hands and grasped their wooden shovels, poised to dig. The hearts of all the orcs fluttered with uncertainty. Would this agricultural initiative succeed or fail? No one could predict the outcome, and the labor of the past month hung in the balance, awaiting revelation with the first shovels thrust. Chapter 66. A bountiful harvest. The success or failure of pioneering agriculture largely determines the future trajectory of the dragon grass tribe. The primitive mode of subsistence through hunting and gathering, as practiced within the vast Kawa forest, is insufficient to sustain numerous large tribes. In this forest, the sizable tribes of orcs, boasting populations exceeding 100,000, are primarily situated along the border where the Kawa forest meets human territories. This is due to the orcs' archaic methods of production, which are simply incapable of supporting such a large populace. The existence of these large orc tribes at the border is contingent upon their annual invasions during the harsh winter, when they raid human lands to procure enough food to sustain themselves. Should the attempt at pioneering agriculture fail, despite Austin possessing various strategies, the lack of sufficient food would complicate efforts to increase the orc population under his command. Although the cultivation of kudzu has progressed remarkably well, nurtured with care, the true outcome remains uncertain. As Vini plunged his shovel into the earth, the surrounding orcs felt a surge of anticipation. His hands trembled slightly, but with a determined thrust. He drove the wooden shovel deep into the soil, twisting the handle downward. A crisp, muffled sound emanated from the ground, and Vini sensed a resistance, as though a massive root lay hidden beneath the surface. However, this resistance was minimal against the strength of the orcs, and soon a substantial clump of earth was overturned. Alongside it emerged a large kudzu root, measuring about a decimeter and as thick as an arm. Success! All the orcs present stared in awe at the magnificent root Vini had unearthed, their faces a tapestry of excitement and disbelief. Nearby, several orcs could not contain their enthusiasm, seizing tools to begin excavating along the ridge. As the soil was turned, more kudzu roots were revealed, and the atmosphere among the orcs became increasingly fervent, culminating in a jubilant celebration. Truly, Prince Austin's vision has proven effective. This is indeed possible. From now on, I shall dedicate myself to pioneering agriculture, ensuring we will never lack for food again. The issue of sustenance is a profound burden for every orc struggling to survive in the Kawa forest. Who among them has not endured days of hunger, having returned empty-handed from foraging? While orcish intellect may be simple, they are not oblivious to the significance of this expansive patch of kudzu. Previously, they had to traverse arduous terrain to find kudzu roots, which were scarce and uncertain. Now, they can cultivate and harvest them from a designated land, establishing a reliable food source. Moreover, having unearthed such a bountiful yield from just a small section of the land, the size and quantity far exceed those of wild kudzu. Contemplating the vast expanse of kudzu, if all could be harvested, the yield would be monumental. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking orcs were unable to resist the allure of participation, eagerly joining the excavation efforts with fervor. As the orcs continued to dig, the kudzu roots piled higher, resembling small hills. Once the 20 acres of land were fully excavated, the yield was estimated at around 10,000 pounds, with an average yield of 5 to 600 pounds per acre. This output starkly contrasts with the 2,000 pounds per acre of cultivated kudzu from Austin's past life, which had been specially bred and nurtured with superior fertilizers, unlike the rudimentary conditions here. Furthermore, the time from planting to harvesting in his previous life spanned nearly 6 months, whereas in this realm, it could be accomplished in a mere month and a half. The kudzu cultivated through careful management would yield several times more than its wild counterpart. Even if the entire dragon nest tribe devoted a month to foraging for wild kudzu, traversing a radius of several dozen kilometers, they might not amass 10,000 pounds. Yet now, a mere 20 acres had produced such a bounty, leaving the orcs in awe. Moreover, once the land has been cleared for cultivation, future planting of kudzu will require far less effort than the initial pioneering phase. Thus, even the simplest of minds among the orcs understands that the food obtained through agriculture vastly surpasses that acquired from foraging. Success. Observing the orcs reveling in their newfound bounty and the towering piles of kudzu, Blue Young Dragon exhaled a sigh of relief. When combined with the game hunted and the various fruits and seeds gathered, each orc within the dragon nest tribe consumes approximately 1 to 2 pounds of kudzu daily. Of course, a diet solely comprised of kudzu would likely require 3 pounds per individual, but with the current strength of the tribe and the domesticated rabbits and wild boars, they would not lack for food. Therefore, this 20 acres, yielding around 10,000 pounds of kudzu, could sustain over 700 orcs for several days, potentially extending to 20 days if rations were carefully managed. And this is merely the yield from the first 20 acres of cleared land. To date, under Austin's command, the Dragon Nest tribe has successfully cleared approximately 140 to 50 acres of land. As the cultivation timeline varies for each plot, the kudzu from the next 30 acres of cleared land will mature in about 10 days. Thus, rotating crops across these 140 to 50 acres will yield enough kudzu to sustain the entire tribe. This food crisis has been thoroughly resolved. Nevertheless, Austin remains committed to the work of land clearing. Although the current yield from the cleared land can support the burgeoning population of the Dragon Nest tribe, he has resolved to stockpile food supplies extensively before initiating any further conquests of other tribes. He must ensure a sufficient reserve of food to prevent any future crises stemming from rapid population growth. With the increasing numbers of orcs, the pace of land clearing will accelerate, resulting in even greater agricultural yields. Chapter 67. Achievements previously, due to food shortages. Austin was compelled to halt the cleansing of nearby tribes, a contingency he had not anticipated. Recognizing past mistakes must not be repeated, Austin resolved to solidify his foundations over the coming month, integrating the reformation of orc captives into the Dragon's Nest tribe's framework and significantly expanding arable land to cultivate kudzu. Once the military strength and supplies were adequate, he would launch further offensives. The inaugural harvest from the newly cultivated fields was immensely fruitful, an uplifting revelation for the entire Dragon's Nest tribe. If reality were akin to a game, the morale would surely reflect a perfect score of 100. Fueled by the bountiful harvest, the orc inhabitants of Dragon's Nest exhibited tremendous zeal in both training and land cultivation, transforming the tribe's landscape at an astonishing pace. Whether it was the training of orc captives, the construction of new dwellings, or the expansion of farmland, everything progressed with remarkable speed. In addition to the kudzu harvest, Austin did not neglect to inspect the wetland areas where wild rice was being cultivated, eager to observe the outcome of the orc's efforts. Although he had initially redirected the first plot of land to kudzu due to various reasons, this did not signify a complete abandonment of wild rice cultivation. Austin had instructed the orcs to clear the weeds from the ponds and sow wild rice seeds, and with the kudzu now ready for harvest, he anticipated that the rice would soon follow. As he arrived at the ponds accompanied by several orcs, Austin's expectations were met. The rice plants had begun to sprout and fill with grains, indicating that the harvest was imminent, merely a month and a half after sowing the seeds. It was clear that the growth cycle of crops in this otherworldly realm defied the timelines he had learned in his previous life. However, considering the stark differences in seasonal climates between the two worlds, this was understandable. Yet, The yield of the rice was modest, roughly 30 to 40 pounds per acre, a stark contrast to the bountiful kudzu. Nonetheless, rice offered a higher starch content and, as a staple food, would serve the tribe better than kudzu could. Although Austin found the rice yield disappointing, it was within his expectations, and he had already devised a plan to enhance the production. After the wild rice was harvested, he intended to establish a dedicated experimental plot where orcs would meticulously cultivate and nurture the rice. At harvest time, he would select the most robust and plump grains to serve as seeds for subsequent plantings. This process of natural selection, over generations, would allow for the artificial enhancement of the rice's quality, ultimately increasing its yield. Despite having forgotten much of his high school biology, he retained knowledge of these straightforward seed cultivation methods. Of course, such improvements would require a substantial time investment, potentially spanning a decade or two before the wild rice could be fully domesticated and its yield optimized. Although the process was time-consuming, it was imperative to commence, as early efforts would benefit future developments. This method of artificial enhancement was not exclusive to wild rice. Austin also aimed to apply it to the kudzu he was currently cultivating, as its yield had yet to reach its full potential. With each harvest, he planned to select the strongest and most productive kudzu vines for propagation, thereby simultaneously improving the wild kudzu and addressing the tribe's food supply needs. Having made his decision, Austin delegated the task to Quake. As the leader of the Dragon's Nest tribe, it was impractical for him to oversee every detail personally. He entrusted the execution to his subordinates. After assessing the rice's growth and issuing instructions, Austin spread his wings and soared back toward the Dragon's Nest. Ascending into the sky, the wind whipped past him, and from his elevated vantage point, he beheld the newly cultivated fields radiating outward from the cliff where the Dragon's Nest was situated. Concerned that overly dense deforestation could lead to soil erosion, he had ensured that a buffer of trees separated each plot by 10 to 20 meters, creating a visually refreshing landscape from above. In the fields, orcs, diminutive as ants, toiled diligently, while the felled trees piled high emitted columns of white smoke. On the surrounding flatlands, the captive orcs stood at attention, undergoing military training under the supervision of the Dragon's Nest orcs. Below the cliff, rudimentary houses rose from the ground, crafted by the orcs with a rough, primitive charm. This was the culmination of Austin's efforts over the past 6 months. While the strength of the tribe remained modest, they had achieved a degree of self-sufficiency and autonomy. Austin believed that one day, the tribe would grow to be a towering tree, providing him with substantial protection. The next step involved formulating a development plan for the tribe. Upon returning to the Dragon's Nest, Austin began contemplating the next course of action. The issue of food was largely resolved, yet land cultivation must persist. The captive orcs could engage in both training and land clearing simultaneously. Thus, within 1 or 2 months, food shortages would become a non-issue. The campaign to annex other orc tribes would also continue, scheduled for a month hence, without necessitating the deployment of the entire army. With the success of land cultivation alleviating food concerns, the primary focus of the Dragon's Nest tribe would now shift to warfare, sustaining conflict through conflict. The upcoming campaign aimed not only to absorb the remaining tribes from the previous engagement, but also, once sufficient military strength was amassed, to launch a decisive assault on the largest nearby warg tribe, seeking to acquire the potentially existing breath techniques. With the breath techniques in hand, the strength of the Dragon's Nest tribe would undergo a significant enhancement, providing them with the confidence to once again eradicate the spider cave. After solidifying his plans, the Dragon's Nest tribe entered a phase of diligent agricultural cultivation, honing their skills while assimilating the captive orcs and expanding their farmland. A month swiftly passed. During this time, nearly 600 orc captives had been seamlessly integrated into the Dragon's Nest tribe, and the cultivated fields had flourished. Additionally, the domestication of wild rabbits and wild boars had begun to yield meat. The War of Annexation was now entering its second phase. Chapter 68. The Ratman's Sacrifice in the midst of a vast plain. Towering reeds stretched endlessly, densely cloaking the terrain. Their intertwined roots nearly siphoned away all available resources, rendering it impossible for even trees to take root. Each blade of reed bore edges as sharp as a razor, and a careless misstep could lead to grievous cuts. Even herbivorous creatures shunned these prickly stalks, retreating to seek sustenance elsewhere. Thus, this expanse of reed became an impenetrable fortress for a tribe of rat men residing within. The lofty reeds stood tall, concealing the rat men within their embrace. To outsiders, the thick thicket posed an obstacle, but for the rat men, it was a sanctuary. The roots of the reeds yielded sustenance, while the foliage shielded them from pursuing foes. For ages, this tribe of rat men had thrived in safety, their population steadily climbing to over 300. The vast reed plain had, until now, afforded the rat men a sense of security, allowing them to remain vigilant against external threats. However, recent events had plunged the tribe's leadership into a state of disarray. The Dragon's Nest tribe had launched a sweeping assault on the nearby orc tribes, an onslaught that did not escape the notice of the rat men, who now found themselves gripped by fear. One tribe after another fell victim to the marauders, flames billowing skyward, their homes reduced to ruins. Captured orcs, bound and shackled, were herded away like cattle, while the marauders reveled in the destruction, turning the remnants to ash. Though the ratmen had not firsthand witnessed the fate of the captured orcs, they understood well the dire circumstances that awaited them. What shall we do? Another tribe has been obliterated by those marauders, and I witnessed Hadda and the others being taken. Shall we merely sit idly by? In the heart of the reed plain, beneath a makeshift nest of grass, a rat man paced anxiously, his face etched with terror. What shall we do? Those marauders are far beyond our capacity to confront. Do you truly wish to engage them in battle? That is not my intent, but we must at least prepare ourselves. Fear not. The great beast god protects us. Those marauders shall not breach our defenses. The immense reed plain had long served as a natural bulwark for the rat men, thwarting countless incursions throughout their history. While some rat men felt trepidation at the Dragon's Nest tribe's actions, they remained relatively unafraid. Yet, when whispers spread that the marauders were led by a dragon, even the blessings of the beast god seemed insufficient. Within the central dwelling of the ratmen tribe, chaos erupted as the ratmen chattered nervously, their anxiety palpable. Just then, from above, a ratman priest raised a staff taller than himself, crowned with a crimson crystal, silencing the tumult below. The ratman priest surveyed the assembly, cleared his throat, and spoke slowly. The Dragonkin are indeed a race favored by the heavens, powerful in their own right, yet that is merely a young dragon, not yet fully grown. Moreover, we are not without our strengths. Not only are we blessed by the beast god, but this sacred relic in my grasp could suffice to sate that young dragon's appetite. As he waved the staff, the crimson crystal glimmered with a dark red light, reminiscent of a lurking demon peering from the abyss, sending shivers down the spines of all present. May the beast god protect us. We are grateful for your mercy, the ratmen chorused, bowing deeply in reverence. The ratman priest maintained a demeanor of lofty detachment, secretly reveling in his elevated status. His position as the priest stemmed merely from finding a red crystal in an unknown ruin, which allowed him to conjure fireballs, thereby performing what they perceived as miracles. He lacked the true powers of a priest: healing, divine communication, and mastery of spells. Thus, he felt a degree of apprehension towards the blue dragon that occasionally soared overhead. Yet, he consoled himself, believing that as long as the ratmen remained hidden beneath the reeds, the dragon would not discover them. Buoyed by the worship of his kin, the ratman priest felt a surge of bravado. "Oh, small dragon, should you dare encroach upon our territory, I shall ensure you meet your reckoning." His voice resonated with authority, confidence spilling forth. Simultaneously, a palpable surge of magical energy rippled outward, visible in the form of rippling waves. The dark red glow within the crystal flowed like lava, coalescing at its core, raising the temperature of the surrounding air, as if poised to unleash a torrent of searing flames that would engulf everything in its path. With the staff partially activated, the ratman priest's confidence soared. Indeed, with this sacred relic in hand, and the support of my kin, what have we to fear from a mere dragon? However, in the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The ground trembled violently, akin to a wrathful dragon thrashing about, causing the ratmen within the dwelling to nearly tumble to the floor. An earthquake? The ratmen exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, a torrent of visible force cascaded from above, engulfing the reed structure in a tempest of wind, threatening to tear it asunder. In an instant, two monstrous, taloned claws descended, shredding through the thick reeds, ripping the roof apart as if it were mere parchment. The entire ceiling was lifted away by an overwhelming force, the reeds swirling chaotically in the turbulent air, blotting out the sky. What is this? The ratmen gazed up in horror, paralyzed by the terrifying spectacle, while the priest found himself momentarily at a loss for words. A voice, grand and commanding, echoed from the void. A massive, fearsome head peered down from above, surveying them with disdain. I sensed a surge of magical energy moments ago. Was it you, little ratman? The ancient, imposing voice scanned the frozen ratman, its blood-red gaze lingering upon the crimson crystal atop the priest's staff. Chapter 69. Magical artifacts. A profound silence enveloped the room, as the surrounding ratmen gazed in horror at the massive head looming above them, their limbs frozen in fear, rendered utterly immobile. The very reason Austin stumbled upon this ratman tribe and found himself here was due to the orc shaman's earlier triumphant display of a sacred artifact, which had drawn him in like a moth to a flame. As the Dragon's Nest tribe launched their offensive, numerous nearby orc tribes fell victim to their sweeping attacks. One by one, the orc tribes were annihilated, and countless captives were taken to the Dragon's Nest territory, leading to a rapid increase in the tribe's population. Amidst the chaos of war, the Dragon's Nest tribe began to assimilate other tribes, experiencing astonishing growth in numbers and expanding relentlessly. During this war, the Dragon's Nest tribe already possessed 9 dragon-blooded attendants, and with the subsequent acquisition of nearly 600 orc captives, the current strength of the Dragon's Nest Legion was formidable enough that even without Austin's presence at the center, they could easily vanquish local tribes. Consequently, after effortlessly annihilating several tribes, Austin resolved to allow them to act independently while he soared high above, embarking on an exploration of the outside world. The Ratman tribe was originally concealed beneath towering thatched roofs, constructed predominantly from abundant reeds, making it quite challenging to detect. However, as he flew, Austin suddenly sensed a faint ripple of magical energy emanating from below. Although subtle, in a desolate world devoid of magical presence for miles around, this pulse stood out like a beacon in the night, irresistibly drawing Austin closer. Thus unfolded the earlier scene. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be the orc shaman. Had he not activated the power of the staff, Austin would not have been lured here. Austin's gaze fixated on the staff beside the shaman, his keen senses revealing that the source of the magical disturbance was indeed that red crystal. Little mouse, was it you who conjured that magical surge? Austin's eyes narrowed as he focused intently on the Ratman shaman. I did not. I don't know, the shaman stammered, panic flooding his mind, his thoughts a chaotic blur. Austin remained silent, while the ratmen around bore witness to the shaman's increasing anxiety. Finally, in a moment of desperation, the shaman raised the staff, and a visible crimson glow radiated outward, drawing the ambient fire magic toward the red crystal as if pulled by an unseen force. In his overwhelming fear, the ratman shaman inadvertently activated the staff. His mind, too, clouded to think clearly. The next moment, a tremendous conflagration erupted from the air, roaring violently, consuming the surroundings with searing heat, and hurtling toward Austin with terrifying momentum. The oppressive heat distorted the air, igniting a flicker of hope among the ratmen. Truly, the shaman was fearless even in the face of a dragon. How could a mere dragon be a match for the shaman and his sacred artifact? As the fireball bore down upon him, Austin extended his claw toward the oncoming inferno. Boom! In an instant, the colossal fireball was crushed between his claws, bursting like a fragile balloon, and fiery tendrils erupted from within, dissipating into nothingness. In that moment, the ratmen stood frozen, as if a hand had gripped their throats, silencing them entirely. Impressive. I see you lack true mastery of magic. This fireball was merely conjured by that red crystal, was it not? Austin remarked, shaking his head, a dismissive snort escaping him. The scales on his claws bore signs of charred remnants, indicating the attack's potency was not as formidable as it appeared. Despite this, Austin could clearly sense that the fireball's latent power was significant. However, the shaman had failed to control it mid-flight, resulting in a dramatic reduction of its force by the time it reached him. Little mouse, do you dare to defy me? Austin's gaze bore down on the ratman shaman, his voice echoing ominously. And no, I did not mean to. Your Highness, spare me, please show mercy. The shaman's grip on the staff slackened, his legs giving way as he sank to his knees. What have I done? Terror surged within him as he repeatedly bowed and pleaded for mercy, trembling uncontrollably. The sacred artifact. Yes, the sacred artifact. Dragons are fond of shiny things. Suddenly struck by a thought, the shaman hastily retrieved the staff from the ground and raised it high above his head. The surrounding ratmen were paralyzed by the unfolding events. As the shaman knelt, the overwhelming dragon's aura compelled them to prostrate themselves in terror. Ratmen were inherently timid, even more so than goblins. And witnessing the futility of the shaman's attack left them utterly petrified. Austin, indifferent, extended his claw to grasp the staff, examining the fist-sized, smoothly shaped red crystal atop it with keen interest. His acute magical perception revealed that the wooden staff was merely a decorative facade. The true source of power lay within the radiant dark red crystal. Through the flickering light, Austin discerned intricate magical runes concealed at its core, while strands of fire magic naturally coalesced around the red crystal, as if it were self-charging. This red crystal seemed to function as a form of magical artifact. Thus, even ordinary orcs could unleash fireballs through its activation, although the resultant power was comparable to that of a novice spellcaster. To truly harness its potential, it would be best placed in the hands of a magical practitioner. Even an aspiring mage, merely beginning their journey, could wield it effectively by mentally controlling the fire magic's accumulation. In Austin's estimation, if entrusted to a true magical adept, the fireball conjured by the red crystal would transform into a fire explosion spell. Fascinating after a thorough examination and contemplation, he had already formed a suitable candidate for the staff's rightful owner. Little mouse, tell me, from whence did you acquire this artifact? Austin returned his intense gaze to the Ratman shaman, his voice imbued with an unmistakable authority. Chapter 70. Shock Your Highness. The Ratman priest stammered as he recounted the origins of the red crystal. It turned out that during a foraging expedition, he had accidentally fallen from a high mountain into a secluded valley. Fortunately, he survived the fall, cushioned by branches and leaves that mitigated the impact, sustaining only minor injuries. While searching for a way back, he discovered a hidden cave nestled among the grass. Driven by curiosity, he ventured inside and found a spacious chamber filled with several large stone tables, dusty jars, and animal hide parchments. In one corner lay a heap of white bones, casting an eerie atmosphere over the space. Feeling frightened and in pain, he hastily grabbed a radiant red crystal and left. Later, the Ratman priest learned to harness the crystal's power and used it to deceive many Ratmen, ultimately rising to become the priest of the Ratman tribe. Do you still remember the way to that place? Austin inquired with growing interest. Surviving a perilous fall, discovering treasures in a hidden cave, and thereby ascending to greatness. Was this narrative not oddly familiar? Your Highness, I do remember, but I returned to that valley hoping to find more treasures, only to encounter a group of centaur tribes that had settled in the nearby mountains. I dared not venture further after several attempts, the Ratman priest replied. He noted that the centaurs likely found the valley's environment appealing, suggesting they had not discovered the cave beneath the cliff, as their presence would have disrupted the tranquility of the place. After assessing the centaur tribe's strength, the Ratman priest had given up hope for that location. Very well. From this moment forth, you are all mine. Do you understand? Austin's voice resonated like distant thunder as he surveyed the Ratmen prostrated before him. Why, yes, we understand. The Ratmen, who occupied a position in this world not far removed from that of the goblins, were adept at assessing situations. Stay here and tend to your belongings. Soon, someone will come looking for you. As for you, follow me. In the room, only a dozen or so high-ranking Ratmen remained, while the others scattered in fear at Austin's imposing presence. Even the bolder among them merely hid beneath the thatched roof, trembling as they gazed at the colossal shadow. Austin was unconcerned about their potential flight. He had already gauged their cowardice. For him, the greatest value of the entire tribe lay in the red crystal and the information about the cave beneath the cliff. In comparison, while the population of 300 Ratmen was significant, the priest's knowledge was evidently more crucial. That cave might very well be the remnants of a wizard's laboratory. Austin extended his massive claw, seizing the Ratman priest before he could react, lifting him effortlessly into the air. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended, casting a vast shadow over the trembling Ratman tribe below. The wind howled as Austin soared through the sky, leaving the priest petrified by the height, his courage nearly failing him as he clutched his eyes shut. Fortunately, after a brief duration, Austin descended. Dragon's Nest tribe, we have arrived. As he touched down, the priest heard a cacophony of voices below, rallying cries echoing that drowned out the rush of wind. Unable to resist, he opened his eyes, only to be astonished. Below lay a vast expanse of cultivated land, meticulously tended, vines sprawling across the terrain. The sight of such human-altered nature struck him with overwhelming force. On the open plains, orcs stood tall, marching in formation, executing drills with precision. The battle cries reverberated through the air, instilling a sense of martial fervor that even the Ratman priest could not ignore. Unbeknownst to the priest, many of these orcs were recent captives from other tribes. With the ongoing transformation efforts, the Dragon's Nest tribe had devised effective methods to quickly instill basic military commands in the orc captives, maintaining their formations with ease. The sky was clear as Austin observed the bustling activity below, the entire tribe immersed in a fervent atmosphere of labor, teeming with vitality. Yet, what truly left the Ratman priest in awe was the orderly village at the center. Amidst the verdant structures stood a tall, two-story building made of stone, a sight he had never beheld in his lifetime. He understood that a stone building symbolized a tribe's wealth and strength. From his vantage point, he estimated that at least 1,000 orcs populated the vicinity. The sheer scale of what he witnessed left him agape. Unbeknownst to him, as Austin descended, he was blissfully unaware of the Ratman's thoughts. If he had, he would have found it quite amusing. These simpletons know nothing. Those are not mere stones, but bricks crafted through fire. The industrious goblins assigned to the manufacturing workshop had recently unlocked techniques to produce bricks, culminating in the construction of the very stone building that so astonished the Ratman priest. Chapter 72. The ownership of the staff as the Dragon Nest tribe flourished. The demand for tools grew exponentially each day. Thus, a dedicated workshop was established, employing 50 goblins who barely managed to meet the orcs' needs for work and housing construction. It remains uncertain whether some hidden conditions were unlocked or if the goblins possessed an innate talent for manufacturing. But they evolved from clumsily crafting simple wooden spear tools to independently creating new implements based on Austin's brief instructions. The bricks used for constructing the municipal center were produced by the goblins in the workshop, who also successfully created pottery, greatly facilitating the daily lives of the orc inhabitants of the Dragon Nest tribe. Furthermore, in their pursuit of efficiency, the goblins developed innovative grinding tools, such as grinding wheels, which significantly enhanced productivity in various manufacturing tasks. Austin, recognizing the inventive spirit of the goblins, commended the workshop's supervisor during his inspection, encouraging them to embrace innovation and to embody a spirit of active exploration. Suddenly, a tremendous gust of wind surged through the air as Austin descended from the sky, clutching the astonished Ratman priest. He landed in the vast plaza paved with stone bricks. Given the rainy and humid climate of the kava forest, the ground often turned to muck. Thus, after the bricks were fired, Austin instructed the orcs to lay stone flooring throughout the village to improve hygiene and aesthetics. Although only about half of the village's open space had been paved, a tidy plaza had begun to take shape. Your Highness, the noble blue dragon, you have returned. Upon Austin's arrival, the industrious orcs immediately saluted, and the village chief, a dog-headed creature named Vini, hurried over. Yes, take this fellow away. Also, send someone eastward to traverse over 23 mountain ranges until they encounter a mountain resembling a bull's head. There lies a thatched plain opposite Bull's Peak. Dispatch someone to retrieve the Ratman tribe from there. Austin released the Ratman priest onto the ground, reminding Vini to oversee the acquisition of the Ratman tribe. Considering the formidable aura Austin exuded upon his entrance, the Ratman's courage had surely dissipated, and resistance was unlikely. And summon quick to me. I have matters to discuss with him. Additionally, prepare a troop, ensuring as many of my Dragonblood attendants accompany us as possible. I intend to personally lead an expedition against the Centaur tribe. Since Quick established the system of traditional herbal medicine, he had been tirelessly gathering various plants with a few orcs, even setting up a rudimentary hospital within the tribe. However, the injured orcs were initially hesitant to enter, though they had no choice but to seek treatment. After Quick was transformed into a Dragonblood orc, his perceptual abilities significantly improved. Although the hospital could currently treat only a few simple ailments, the records of various herbal properties and their effects rapidly increased, laying a foundation for what Austin believed would eventually become an affordable healthcare system for the tribe. Upon receiving Austin's orders, Vini swiftly began to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Austin returned to his lair to examine the staff nestled in his claws. The crimson crystal glimmered with a vibrant red light, and intricate threads of radiance intertwined within, seemingly concealing profound and mysterious magical runes. Suddenly, an idea struck Austin. Buzz. The air vibrated violently, and visible ripples of red light spread outward in all directions. In the next moment, a massive fireball erupted into existence, hurtling forth and crashing against the walls of the dragon nest. Instantly, The entire space felt engulfed by flames, the scorching heat washing over everything, only to dissipate into nothingness. As the flames subsided, a mere black mark remained on the wall. What a pity, merely a trinket. Austin mused, shaking his head slightly. The power it exhibited was only a notch or two above that of the Ratman priest. The primary limitation was that it could not harness the fireball's energy as a true mage could, leading to excessive dissipation of its elemental power and heat during flight. Such power held little utility for Austin, save for being bestowed upon a subordinate. Setting aside these thoughts, Austin summoned the Ratman priest for a thorough interrogation. After extracting information regarding the Centaur tribe and the cave from the priest, Quick returned to the Dragon Nest tribe, burdened with a large basket. "My lord, you sought me?" "Indeed, I have acquired something remarkable. Take a look." Austin tossed the staff into Quick's hands. "My lord, this is..." Quick was momentarily taken aback, but upon sensing the magical vibrations emanating from the crimson crystal at the staff's tip, his expression shifted dramatically. "It appears to be a magical artifact. Assess its power." Quick's demeanor grew serious as he focused his mental energy on the staff's crystal. Buzz. Waves of red ripples spread through the air, while Austin felt the fire element's magical energy coalescing under the influence of the mysterious runes. In the next instant, boom! A colossal fireball surged forth, striking a nearby heap of wood. In an instant, the entire pile splintered and was consumed by fierce flames, turning to ash and vanishing into the air. Witnessing the roaring inferno, Quick stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless. "Indeed, to acknowledge your diligent efforts these past days, this artifact is temporarily entrusted to you. May you not squander its power." Perhaps due to the enhancement of his mental faculties and mage rank, Quick wielded the staff's power with greater efficacy than Austin had. However, Austin sensed that even at its peak, the fireball's potential remained somewhat lacking. After all, Quick was not a true mage, but had merely awakened latent talents through transformation. And harnessing half the power of an explosive fire technique was already commendable. "Your esteemed highness, thank you for your generosity." Quick clutched the staff, his face brimming with excitement. Chapter 73. Leading the expedition as one of the few sages of the Dragon Nest tribe, Quake was acutely aware that the dragon kin, regardless of age, were inherently captivated by wealth, particularly the glimmering allure of gold and crystals. He understood all too well the legendary difficulty of extracting even a single gold coin from the possession of a dragon. Thus, it was with profound astonishment that he received the staff from the esteemed prince, a gesture that spoke volumes of his regard for Quake. Overwhelmed with emotion, the fox-faced man found himself in tears, leaving Austin perplexed by the display. If Austin could hear Quake's thoughts, he would find them amusingly naïve. Although a dragon, Austin was a soul from another world, enriched by myriad experiences from his past life. Consequently, he felt little attachment to gold and crystals that he could neither consume nor utilize. At most, he found the red crystal aesthetically pleasing. The notion of trading a seemingly inconsequential red crystal for a significant enhancement of his kin's power struck Austin as perfectly reasonable. At this juncture, Quake was the orc within the Dragon Nest tribe most capable of wielding the magical power of the red crystal. Before long, Vinny had assembled a contingent of soldiers as per Austin's command. With the rapid expansion of the Dragon Nest tribe, they no longer needed to deploy their entire force when engaging other tribes. They could now simultaneously wage war and bolster their production capabilities. With an increase in population, mobilizing manpower became a simpler task. Austin's army comprised 200 elite warriors, including 6 of the 9 Dragon Vein attendants, while 3 remained behind to protect the Dragon Nest tribe from potential ambushes during Austin's absence. This time, Austin intended to take Quake along, not only to test the newfound strength bestowed by the red crystal staff, but also because Quake possessed a broader knowledge base than most orcs, potentially offering insights into the artifacts left behind in the cave. The troops stood ready in the square, their ranks meticulously aligned, embodying a discipline akin to iron. When the Ratman shaman was held aloft by Austin and descended from the skies, he was struck by the sight of towering warriors standing in silent formation, their spears gleaming ominously. The overwhelming aura of the battle-hardened assembly nearly caused the shaman to stumble backward in fear. The soldiers accompanying them had endured the ravages of war and were well-trained. Even an ordinary person from Austin's past life would be shaken upon encountering such a disciplined military force, let alone the Ratman shaman. The presence of this army, unprecedented in their world, was as if the very fabric of reality had been altered. "You have done well," Austin proclaimed, his wings stirring a tremendous gale as he descended. The Orcish army remained steadfast, unyielding in the face of the tempest. Observing the elite warriors forged from the ranks of ordinary orcs, Austin felt a sense of satisfaction. After initially guiding them, he had entrusted the subsequent campaigns to their leadership, and they had not disappointed him. Successfully conquering neighboring tribes and steadily augmenting the power of the Dragon Nest tribe, Austin envisioned a kinship that embodied discipline and ferocity, a formidable force capable of securing resources and confronting myriad challenges. Thus, he had emphasized the tribe's self-sufficiency, allowing them to develop independently after providing initial guidance. The results were promising. Even in his absence, the tribe would continue to thrive. "My legion, follow me," Austin commanded, seizing the Ratman shaman and soaring into the air. Behind him, the silent ranks of elite orc warriors surged forth, their synchronized footsteps raising a cloud of dust that billowed upwards. According to the Ratman shaman, the valley's cliff was somewhat distant. Although Austin could traverse the skies in a fraction of a day, the ground-bound orc army required just over a day and a night to approach within a mile of the Centaur tribe's territory. "Is that the valley?" Austin inquired, gazing towards a visible depression in the cliffs amidst the mountains. "Indeed, noble blue dragon prince. That is the spot where I fell and discovered the cave." The Ratman shaman gestured. "Alas, the Centaur tribe has since relocated to the nearby hills, and they often patrol the vicinity. I dared not approach again," he lamented. The Centaurs, regarded as a mid-tier race among the orc tribes, wielded considerable power in the treacherous Kava forest. Unless from the same tribe, any who dared encroach upon another's territory would face immediate and violent reprisal, often resulting in death rather than capture. It was no wonder the Ratman shaman had abandoned thoughts of revisiting the valley. His timid nature was a hallmark of survival. Austin effortlessly ascended, alighting upon a massive ancient tree, camouflaged within the lush foliage, his keen eyes surveying the landscape. His excellent vision revealed a group of centaurs nestled on the mountainside, their thatched huts intermittently visible amidst the trees, with the glow of fires indicating they were partaking in a meal. With approximately 300 centaurs gathered, it presented a fortuitous opportunity to strike while they were preoccupied. Quake, Team 1 and Team 2, lead a frontal assault with 100 warriors. Teams 3 and 4, take 50 warriors each to flank from the left. Once Quake breaches the centaur defenses, you shall emerge. Teams 5 and 6, do the same from the right. Austin instructed as he descended from the tree, rallying his Orcish army for the impending confrontation. Chapter 74. Charge in the military. To facilitate communication, Austin assigned code names to the Dragon Veins' close attendants. As beings on the verge of transcending into extraordinary power, these attendants could no longer be treated like mere foot soldiers. In previous battles, they primarily served as leading vanguards, with the army behind them strategically supporting their combat endeavors. Soon, the troops were divided into 3 groups, 1 large and 2 small, as per Austin's command. Advance. Without wasting any time, Austin ordered the army to strike. They would employ their strongest frontal forces to shatter the enemy, then flank left and right to completely demoralize the opposing troops. The tactic of surrounding 3 while leaving 1 open ensured a retreat path for the enemy, preventing them from fighting to the bitter end, ultimately leading to their rout. Of course, the notion of leaving 1 behind was merely theoretical. Once the morale of the Centaur forces plummeted and they fled in exhaustion, Austin would personally descend upon them, capturing them with ease. The Centaur race held a mid-tier status among the orc species, and due to their speed and stamina, Austin's subordinate legions would be unable to catch up if they ultimately fled. Thus, the strategy of surrounding 3 while leaving 1 open was Austin's best chance to defeat and subdue this group of centaurs. Regrettably, had I already reached adulthood, these centaurs would likely have submitted at first sight. However, were I an adult, I would not require such subordinate forces. Austin sighed softly. Fully grown dragons typically began as legends. Such beings naturally attract a host of powerful orc subordinates who revere strength. Yet, prior to adulthood, whether as a young dragon or a juvenile, one could only attract the attention of the most primitive orc races, such as goblins and gnomes, while higher-tier races would largely disregard them. Given Austin's current strength, the probability of subduing the Centaur tribe without shedding blood was exceedingly slim. This was precisely why he planned to crush their morale thoroughly before revealing himself. An army in retreat is the easiest to capture. and only when the centaurs were utterly demoralized would they stand a significant chance of submission to Austin. Such thoughts were futile. Austin soared into the air, concealed among the treetops, keenly observing the unfolding battle and waiting for the opportune moment. Perhaps the centaurs were preoccupied with feasting within their tribe. For it wasn't until the first wave of stealthy orc troops advanced within 200 meters that they were spotted by a centaur emerging from a meal. Enemies. The well-formed military ranks stood silent, their long spears poised as they gazed upon the fully armed orc legion encroaching upon their village. The centaur had no doubt that these intruders were not mere guests. With the centaur's cry, the entire tribe erupted into chaos. To survive in the treacherous kava forest, they maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. Armed centaurs swiftly grasped their weapons, pouring out from the village with fierce expressions, ready to deliver a heavy blow to the audacious foes. Charge! For our esteemed Lord Austin. In that moment of exposure, the Orc Legion abandoned all notions of stealth and charged forth, their battle cries reverberating through the air. The Orc forces surged forward in a cohesive formation, showing no signs of disarray. Meanwhile, the first batch of centaurs emerged from the village, brandishing wooden spears and clubs. A disorganized mass, yet propelled by their fervent spirit toward the Dragon Nest orcs. The orc tribes living within the kava forest were largely in a primitive state of foraging and hunting. The scarcity of food limited the population of the tribes and hindered their development of metallurgy. Most of their copper and iron implements originated from the human world, serendipitously finding their way into orc hands. Consequently, the weaponry used in their battles consisted of primitive wooden spears and stone tools. However, wooden spears did not imply a lack of lethality. The wood used was derived from a tree known as the iron fir, renowned for its hardness and straightness, making it ideal for spear crafting. Though inferior to true iron weapons, when sharpened and wielded with sufficient force, these spears could easily pierce the unprotected flesh of an orc. They were often the favored tools in the orcs' hunting and warfare. The centaurs, towering above the average goblin, charged forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. While they lacked the sheer force of a tank, their momentum rivaled that of a thunderous motorcycle. As these formidable beings surged forward, it resembled a torrential flood. If it were a typical orc army, they would likely scatter in fear upon contact. Yet, the battle-hardened Dragon Nest orcs remained unperturbed. They braced themselves, forming a line to meet the oncoming centaur charge. Slay these invaders. In the blink of an eye, the centaur forces, driven by a fierce resolve, collided with the Dragon Nest orcs, their battle-hungry fervor rendering them oblivious to the steadfast orc ranks and the threat posed by their spears. In previous conflicts, the centaurs relied on their size and speed to break through enemy lines, expecting that their mere presence would cause the opposing forces to crumble. However, in the next instant, the centaurs felt as though they had struck an iron wall. At the moment of impact, the two dragon vein attendants at the forefront unleashed their might, their thunderous roars echoing through the air. The massive shield in their left hand slammed toward the leading centaur, akin to a wall collapsing upon them. Crack! Caught entirely off guard, the centaurs had no preparation for counterattack. The enormous shield crashed into the side of the foremost centaur, sending two of them flying several meters away upon impact. Simultaneously, the hidden orc forces revealed their sharp fangs. With a swift whoosh, a barrage of spears pierced the air, striking down centaurs unprepared for the assault. Blood splattered as their massive forms crumpled to the ground. Chapter 75. Damage. The scene was not as catastrophic as one might imagine. The centaurs felt as if they had collided with an impenetrable iron wall, causing them to suffer grievous injuries. Spears were thrust forth, and the centaurs, in their rapid charge, found themselves unable to halt in such a short distance, forcing them to charge into the dense thicket of spears ahead. The sounds of spears piercing flesh echoed ominously. Blood splattered, and colossal bodies crashed to the ground. In the span of a mere breath, the centaur regiment had already suffered over half their ranks. The centaurs at the rear, horrified by the sight before them, desperately halted, yet the momentum of their massive forms propelled them forward into the sharp array of spears, resulting in easy impalement. Blood sprayed forth, transforming the battlefield into a veritable meat grinder. In an instant, the centaurs faced devastating losses. Yet the Dragon Nest Orc Legion was not unscathed. Despite the Orc army's strict discipline and formation, they were still pushed back several steps under the sheer force of the centaur charge. The once orderly rectangular formation of the Legion became uneven, almost on the verge of being torn apart. This disparity in size and strength could not be mitigated by mere discipline and cooperation. Even several orcs struggled to withstand the overwhelming force, their forms forced backward, the spears bending perilously close to breaking. Although the centaurs could not wield their weapons and suffered heavy casualties before the orc legion, their tremendous momentum still sent several orcs flying. One centaur unexpectedly soared into the air, crashing down into the orc formation and killing a goblin on impact, while nearby orcs suffered injuries of varying degrees. This battle was unprecedentedly brutal, with blood and corpses strewn about, the splattered blood creating a veritable rain of crimson in the air. At this moment, among the centaur squad that had ventured forth, after witnessing the horrific deaths and injuries of their comrades at the front, the final few centaurs, after covering several meters, finally halted before the legion. Fearful of lingering, they hastily turned their forms and fled in the direction from whence they came. Ultimately, only 3 or 4 managed to escape, resulting in a staggering casualty rate of over 70% for the centaur regiment. The few that returned were utterly demoralized, their expressions betraying their shock and fear. Meanwhile, the centaur leader, who had summoned his kin, felt a seething anger swelling within him upon witnessing the scene. His eyes nearly bulged with rage. When had their tribe ever suffered such grievous losses? Unbeknownst to him, the orcs of the Dragon Nest Legion were equally shaken. In their previous campaigns, they had never encountered such a brutal slaughter and sacrifice. Historically, the Dragon Nest tribe, bolstered by their dragon-blooded champions and unified formations, had faced numerous foes. Yet even in the fiercest battles, they had only suffered a few severe injuries, with no reported deaths. Yet now, against a mere squad of 10 to 20 centaurs, they had already lost 1 member, and more than 10 were injured. Though the loss paled in comparison to that of the centaurs, it marked the most painful casualty the Dragon Nest Orc Legion had ever endured. Charge! Our Lord watches us from behind. Despite the heavy losses sustained upon contact, the 2 dragon-blooded champions at the forefront roared, igniting a surge of fervor within the orc ranks. Their gazes, aflame with determination, turned towards the centaur tribe. Our Lord is right behind us. Upon hearing this, the orcs, who had just been struck by the centaur charge, were enveloped in a fiery spirit, quickly regrouping and roaring as they surged towards the centaur tribe with renewed vigor. Under Austin's leadership, the Dragon Nest tribe had undergone a profound transformation. Every orc living within the tribe harbored an indescribable reverence for him. Moreover, Austin had consistently instilled a sense of purpose and loyalty through his gentle guidance during military training and everyday drills. Now, the orcs of the Dragon Nest tribe possessed a resolute readiness to lay down their lives for Austin. The noble and benevolent Prince Austin was right behind them. What did mere centaurs amount to? Fueled by their fervor, the Dragon Nest Orc Legion charged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the centaurs within the tribe with an immense pressure that felt as if they would be submerged beneath an oncoming tsunami. Everyone, draw your bows. Eliminate the invaders. At this moment, the centaur leader gasped in shock. The relentless momentum of the Orc Legion, bolstered by their fervent resolve and structured formation, filled him with a sense of foreboding. In this critical moment, he cast aside his pride and commanded his kin to wield their bows. The centaurs, towering in stature, rarely resorted to archery unless faced with formidable foes, as employing such tactics against weaker adversaries like goblins or gnolls was considered a disgrace. Yet, in this moment of crisis, the centaur leader disregarded all semblance of pride. As he issued his command, the sound of bowstrings being drawn filled the air, and a volley of arrows surged forth, descending like a torrential rain upon the advancing Orc Legion. The orcs, caught in the deluge of arrows, witnessed some of their number fall to the ground, struck by the deadly projectiles. Although the orc formation had spaced out to mitigate casualties during their charge, fortune was not on the side of all. Several orcs were struck directly. Leading the charge, the dragon-blooded champions bore massive shields that rendered the incoming arrows harmless. The front line of orcs donned crocodile hide armor, which, while still allowing arrows to penetrate, limited the damage to mere inches. However, those further back were not so fortunate. While most arrows fell harmlessly to the ground, 2 orcs were struck in the eye, resulting in immediate death, while 5 others were pierced through, and over 20 sustained wounds on their arms and shoulders, blood flowing freely. The Dragon Nest Orc Legion had once again suffered the greatest losses in their history. The tale is about to unfold. Come and witness it. The journey has been long. Spanning 634 days since inception, nearly 2 years. From the rise of the god of ninja to martial movement through the heavens, and now to don't mess with that dragon. Despite occasional laziness and lackluster results, I have diligently concluded both previous tales without abandoning them. Now, I have transitioned from an obscure author to a minor figure in the realm of literature, who can truly understand the bittersweetness of this journey. The new story has not been without its struggles. The initial title deterred many readers, resulting in dismal clicks, and even after a name change, the effect seemed negligible. After completing martial movement through the heavens, I found myself somewhat weary of writing tales set in various realms. Coincidentally, I had recently discovered a captivating story about a creature that had transformed into a dragon, which inspired me to pen my own narrative. The essence of this book is fundamentally an attempt to fulfill my dream of cultivating a farming-themed story. As a child, I was an avid reader, enchanted by stories. My journey into literature began in elementary school with the four great classic novels: Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Water Margin, Journey to the West, and Dream of the Red Chamber. I have lost count of how many times I read Three Kingdoms, but it must be no fewer than 20. I could nearly recite the entire plot, especially the awe-inspiring moments when Liu Bei received guidance from Master Shui Jing and sought out Zhuge Liang in the humble thatched cottage. Thereafter embarking on a path of triumph, securing Jingzhou, entering Shu, and claiming the title of King of Han. The grandeur of those events filled me with exhilaration. However, as the story unfolded, one by one, the valiant generals of Shu Han met their demise. Zhuge Liang passed away on the plains of Wuzhong, leaving behind strategies to counter Sima Yi and the eventual surrender of the last ruler of Shu, with his disciple Jiang Wei falling in battle. The grand narrative of the Three Kingdoms finally drew to a close, and even at the tender age of 11 or 12, I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me upon reading Luo Guanzhong's reflection on the inevitability of division and reunification in the world. Many years have passed, and that copy of Three Kingdoms has long since vanished, yet the vivid scenes of a world akin to a chessboard, filled with the clang of weapons and the galloping of horses, continue to resonate in my mind. Next is Journey to the West. Although I watched the television adaptation numerous times in my youth, the literary version offers a uniquely rich experience, albeit I have mostly forgotten the overarching plot now. As for Water Margin, I likely read it about 10 times. I first encountered it around 6th grade and was immediately captivated by the heroic spirit of the 108 outlaws. Each tale of the heroes is familiar to me, and though the tragic fates of these outlaws deeply saddened me, it did not diminish my affection for the story. Despite this, I never revisited the arc of Lian Shan's rebellion against Feng La. The sorrow it evoked was simply too profound. Years later, after a gap of 1 or 2 years, I reopened Water Margin and found myself experiencing a different sentiment. The text was filled with the stark phrase grass and straw for human lives. The infamous moments of cannibalism aside, the seemingly benevolent Song Jiang orchestrated the slaughter of nearby towns to coerce Qin Ming into rebellion, resulting in countless innocent lives lost. Furthermore, in his pursuit of Lu Junyi, he ensnared a wealthy man with a cunning plan, leading to the ruin of that man's family. In another instance, to Ju Tong, he abducted the young son of a local governor, ultimately leading to the tragic death of the child at the hands of Li Kuei. There are innumerable such examples. While it is often said that the people rebel against oppressive officials, I observe that Lian Shan itself was the source of much of this strife. Speaking of Li Kuei, during Song Jiang's unjust imprisonment, a group of heroes charged into the execution ground. As they burst forth from the city gates, the streets teemed with citizens selling vegetables, blocking their path. In a frenzy, Li Kuei wielded his axe with abandon, indiscriminately slaying innocent people who fell into the river. Even as the terrified populace scattered in all directions, he relentlessly pursued them. It is tragic to think of the impoverished families who rose early to gather vegetables, only to return home to find their loved ones lifeless and headless. Li Kuei's exuberant declaration of slaughter only served to create more orphans and widows in the world. And what of Song Jiang? With a nonchalant admission of guilt, he brushed it all aside. Consequently, I vowed never to read Water Margin again. As for Dream of the Red Chamber, I must confess I lacked the sensibility to appreciate it fully. Despite several attempts, I could not progress beyond a certain point, ultimately resorting to a condensed version of about 20,000 words borrowed from a classmate, which provided a mere outline of the story. Even after finishing, I felt it paled in comparison to Three Kingdoms. In high school, I began to explore foreign classics, having read 2 of Gorky's trilogy, Childhood and In the World, while my university remains unread after purchasing it during college, largely due to the influence of online literature. Among the foreign works, the ones that left a lasting impression were Jules Verne's The Mysterious Island and Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, which could be considered early entries in the farming genre. I have read these two numerous times, though they are slightly inferior to Three Kingdoms. However, my exposure to foreign classics was limited. In my senior year, I stumbled upon a captivating comic titled Battle Through the Heavens in a magazine. I eagerly borrowed all available back issues and scoured the internet for more, ultimately completing the narrative. Frustrated by the slow release of the comics, I sought out the original novel. Thus began my journey into the realm of online literature, where one could say I was plunged into a vast ocean of stories. From Battle Through the Heavens to the works of the Three Little Shrimp, including Soul Land, Divine Seal, and a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, I became immersed in fantastical worlds filled with wonder. Time slips by so swiftly. Let us now turn our attention to the status of this book. It currently stands at a mere 160,000 words, which feels somewhat premature. Despite the editor's efforts to promote it during the new release period, its performance has languished in the lower tiers. The revival recommendations have fallen flat, and the prospects for further recommendations during this phase appear bleak. Given that many esteemed authors are launching new works, my humble endeavor, with its inherently niche subject matter, is likely to be overshadowed in the upcoming public phase. It feels as though I am exposed and vulnerable upon its release. According to the editor's advice, it seems prudent to launch this work early to gauge its reception and avoid being buried in the queue behind more prominent authors. Thus, I humbly request a wave of initial subscriptions. Based on the current collection, achieving 300 would barely meet expectations. 500 would elicit contentment, while 700 would bring me joy. 1,000. That would be a dream come true. Should I indeed receive 1,000 initial subscriptions, I would not hesitate to put in the effort to deliver daily updates of 10,000 words over the next half month. However, I believe such an outcome is improbable, so I do not harbor high hopes. After the launch, I will ensure a minimum of 2 updates, and regarding additional chapters, due to the lack of stored material, the first day will likely see 4 or 5 updates at most, followed by attempts to maintain 3 updates thereafter. In any case, the leisurely pace of the public phase will no longer be feasible. Alas, such is the plight of a struggling author. Chapter 76. Defeating the archers amidst the jungle of the sky, Austin furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. Near the Dragon Nest tribe lay a grove of bamboo, where, during the initial stages of food scarcity, Austin had taught the orcs how to eliminate the bitterness of bamboo shoots, transforming them into sustenance to augment the food supply of the Dragon Nest tribe. At that time, he had contemplated whether those bamboos could be fashioned into bows and arrows, thereby enhancing the strength of his subservient kin. The utilization of bows and arrows symbolized humanity's ascendance to the apex of the food chain in his previous life. He envisioned a scenario where each member of his kin wielded a bow, unleashing a rain of arrows that could not be resisted. However, when he attempted to craft them, he soon discovered that reality was far more stark than his aspirations. His ignorance regarding archery had resulted in the goblins producing bamboo bows that could only propel lightweight arrows a mere 6 or 7 meters, insufficient power to even pierce the skin of a hare. Despite his efforts to enhance their efficacy, he quickly abandoned the notion, leaving the matter to the goblins in the manufacturing workshop to experiment and seek solutions. Austin vaguely recalled that ancient longbows were made from seasoned oak and strung with horsehair, and conveyed this scant knowledge to the goblins, subsequently casting it aside from his mind. To his surprise, he now beheld genuine bows and arrows in this centaur tribe, and their power was formidable. Observing the Orc Legion suffering significant losses, Austin, while aiming to foster independence among his kin, could not stand idly by as they faced unwarranted casualties. Just as he prepared to intervene, a sudden buzz erupted amidst the Orc forces charging through a hail of arrows. A red glow surged forth, creating visible ripples that spread like a tidal wave. It was quick. The fox-faced man, employing the red crystal staff he had recently acquired. In the next moment, immense fire magic coalesced into a colossal fireball, searing the air and unleashing a torrid wave of heat that shot toward the centaur tribe. Boom! The centaurs, still within their village, had no time to react as the enormous fireball descended, detonating with a thunderous roar. As the fireball exploded, fierce flames erupted in all directions, transforming into serpentine tendrils of fire that spread rapidly, igniting the dry thatch of nearby houses and kindling a roaring blaze. The sky was clear, and the thatch and tree trunks, parched from the sun, allowed the flames to engulf 4 or 5 houses in an instant, signaling a potential inferno that could consume the entire village. Alarmed, the centaur chief felt a jolt of dread. As the fire spread, the centaurs halted their archery, scrambling to evade the searing flames. The entire tribe was thrown into disarray, unable to launch any further arrows amidst the raging inferno. Simultaneously, the Dragon Nest Orc Legion, enduring the onslaught of arrows, finally breached the entrance of the centaur village. One by one, the orcs surged over the barricades like a relentless tide. While the Orc Legion may have been outmatched in ranged combat, they excelled in close-quarters engagement, outclassing the centaurs significantly. This confidence stemmed from the Dragon Nest Legion's battlefield experience and rigorous training. The centaurs, initially panicked and scattered by the fire, hastily brandished their spears in defense as the enemy advanced. However, they stood no chance against the Orc Legion's impeccable coordination and ironclad discipline, swiftly succumbing to defeat. Close combat was the forte of the Dragon Nest Orc Legion. The centaur tribe, already in disarray due to the fire, could hardly muster any counteroffensive and was overwhelmed by the surging orc forces. As the flames blazed, centaurs fell pierced by the dense formation of orc spears, their anguished cries echoing as companions rushed from afar, only to find themselves unable to gather sufficient momentum in the narrow village pathways, easily toppled by the orcs. Retreat. Fall back. Upon storming into the centaur village, the Dragon Nest orcs unleashed their tightly knit formation upon the disordered centaurs, who posed no significant threat. With flames engulfing the surroundings and obstacles littering the village, the centaurs could not leverage their advantages, while the orcs thrived in their cohesive assault, tipping the scales of battle in their favor. Witnessing their kin fall amid the chaos, the centaur chief's eyes blazed with fury, anguish flooding over him as he saw the bodies of his former tribesmen strewn across the ground. Yet, once the Orc Legion had breached the village, the tide had turned irreversibly. Continuing the fight would only lead to further loss. Flee. Everyone escape. With the chief's thunderous command, the scattered centaurs snapped back to reality, bolting from the village in all directions. This war was no longer winnable. The pride of the centaurs lay trampled beneath the feet of these diminutive foes, crushed mercilessly. One after another, the centaurs fled the village in disarray. Yet at that moment, a resounding battle cry erupted, "Kill! For the prince!" The roar reverberated as 2 groups of orc soldiers surged forth from either side, their approach akin to a towering tsunami. In the wake of the previous brutal conflict within the tribe, the centaurs lacked the courage to confront the advancing orcs and instead turned to flee, a cloud of dust rising as they made a hasty retreat toward the back mountains of the village. Many, in their panic, dashed straight into the ranks of their own kin, their spirits shattered, and were easily overwhelmed and captured by the Dragon Nest orcs. Some even stumbled and fell in their flight, crying out in despair, only to be swiftly apprehended by the orcs. Ultimately, approximately 70 to 80 centaurs managed to escape through the rear pathways, each bearing wounds and a countenance marked by terror, their once indomitable spirit utterly crushed, rendering them minimal threat. The Orc Legion chose not to pursue the fleeing centaurs, knowing that the last possible escape route led to Prince Austin. Instead, they dispatched a portion of their forces to track them down for capture, while the remainder focused on extinguishing the flames, rounding up prisoners, and tending to the wounded in the aftermath of the battle. Chapter 77. Consolidation. The centaur chieftain, Chiron, fled through the forest in disarray, his hair a tangled mess and his face smeared with ash, his former aura of valor and pride utterly diminished. After running a considerable distance, panting heavily, Chiron finally paused to catch his breath. He turned around to see his remaining soldiers trailing behind, their spirits visibly crushed, heads hung low, and a pervasive sense of sorrow permeating the remnants of their ranks. All the pride and courage they once possessed had dissipated in the wake of the recent one-sided battle. What had transpired? Chiron's mind remained clouded, struggling to comprehend how defeat was even possible, let alone such a catastrophic one. Given their size, centaurs held an inherent advantage over other Orcish races. When they charged en masse, they were nearly unstoppable, especially against lesser races, where sheer numbers could not shake their confidence. Centaurs were not a peace-loving race. In the brutal world of the Kava Forest, there was no fertile ground for peaceful coexistence. Throughout history, countless tribal wars had been fought, and with their size advantage, they could trample their foes daily. It was not uncommon for them to face opponents of greater numbers. Defeating 100 or 200 enemies was a tradition among centaurs. Their pride led them to disdain the inclusion of other races within their tribes, resulting in a homogeneous centaur society. Yet now, they had suffered a resounding defeat, 300 to 100, an undeniable catastrophe. The battle had become a haunting nightmare they wished to forget. Many of their kin had been slain or captured, and the villages they had painstakingly built lay abandoned. They found themselves as lost souls, and if they could not find sustenance soon, they risked becoming mere bones among the many buried within the kava forest. As despair loomed over the defeated soldiers, a sudden cacophony erupted. The sky, obscured by lush foliage, was torn apart, and a colossal figure descended, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. A tremendous pressure bore down upon each centaur like an impending tsunami. Chiron looked up in horror to see enormous membranous wings unfurling above him, a spectral glow illuminating the terrifying visage of a dragon with blood-red eyes fixated upon them. A dragon. Chiron felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, as if a bucket of frigid water had been poured over him, an overwhelming chill enveloping his heart. His remaining warriors faltered, some collapsing under the dragon's fearsome presence, unable to rise. The choice for the centaurs was clear: submit or perish. The dragon's fearsome head lowered slowly, its cold, indifferent gaze locking onto Chiron. An ancient, resonant voice echoed in the air, devoid of any emotion. In that moment, Chiron found himself paralyzed, as if a mountain had settled upon his back. Once the flames consuming the centaur tribe were extinguished, the Dragon Nest Orc Legion ensured that their injured comrades and captives were tended to. Austin, the blue dragon, returned with the captive Chiron and his centaur kin. Under different circumstances, the proud centaurs would hardly have yielded to a mere young dragon. Yet, after experiencing an unprecedented defeat and with their morale shattered, they had no spirit left to resist the dragon's might. When Chiron and the centaurs learned that the Orcish legion attacking their tribe belonged to Austin's kin, any lingering reluctance vanished entirely. Indeed, while the Dragon Nest Orc Legion had claimed many of their kind in battle, the brutal truth of the kava forest dictated that the strong prey upon the weak. Every orc living here understood that their aggressions could result in their own subjugation. Among the Orcish races, the concept of blood feud differed vastly from that of humans. They revered strength as an innate instinct. With such a powerful lineage, it was likely that the blue dragon named Austin possessed formidable strength as well. Such might promise a life of stability and sustenance. Although the centaurs were strong and frequently raided other tribes for food, they still faced days of hunger and uncertainty. Perhaps serving under the blue dragon would offer them a more prosperous existence. Upon returning to the centaur tribe, Austin promptly handed over the captives to his subordinate Orcish legion. The weapons of Chiron and his defeated warriors were confiscated, their hands bound with vines, and led to the captive assembly area, awaiting their return to the Dragon Nest. The Dragon Nest orcs were all too familiar with this protocol, having merged with other tribes through numerous campaigns. My lord, Quick, the fox-faced orc overseeing the battlefield, bowed as Austin approached. What is the situation? Report, my lord. We suffered the loss of 6 warriors, 17 of whom are severely injured, while others bear varying degrees of wounds. This loss marks one of the most significant setbacks since the establishment of the Dragon Nest Legion. Since the emergence of the Dragon Blood Attendants, injuries during our assaults on other tribes had become a rarity, let alone fatalities. It was not surprising. The centaurs' natural size gave them a distinct advantage, and their proficiency with bows allowed them to triumph against greater odds. The idea of defeating a centaur tribe was something other Orcish tribes scarcely dared to contemplate. Furthermore, compared to the centaur tribe's losses, those of the Dragon Nest orcs were negligible. Take good care of the injured and recover the bodies of our fallen comrades. Since we have embarked on this path of conquest, casualties are inevitable, and the orcs were likely prepared for this eventuality. After issuing his instructions, Austin began to assess the spoils of war. First were the captured centaurs. Aside from the deceased, a total of 232 centaurs had been taken prisoner. The actual losses among their tribe were not as severe as one might think, with many merely wounded and incapacitated by Orcish spears. Capturing 232 centaurs significantly bolstered the military strength of the Dragon Nest tribe. Once the centaurs underwent military training and indoctrination, they could seamlessly integrate into the army, becoming a vital force in future campaigns. Additionally, their inclusion would remedy the Dragon Nest's previous shortcomings in cavalry. Chapter 78. Military branches, the rigorously trained Dragon's Nest Legion excels in direct confrontations, wielding a collective force that no orc tribe can withstand. However, when faced with swift adversaries such as centaurs, they encounter significant challenges. These agile foes swiftly retreat upon sensing danger, leaving the Legion unable to pursue effectively. In the early days of hunting the Blood Wolves, Austin devised a strategy of closing the gate to ambush them. In hindsight, had he employed the centaur kin at that time, he could have spared the need for such elaborate tactics against those beasts. Long before, Austin had contemplated establishing a cavalry. After eliminating the Blood Wolves, he had captured several of their pups, which have now grown into young adults. Yet, breeding them into sufficient numbers for a wolf cavalry remains a distant dream. 2 months prior, the Dragon's Nest tribe conquered a centaur tribe and acquired a herd of domesticated buffalo. Austin had considered forming a buffalo cavalry, but upon attempting to implement this idea, he realized the buffalo lacked the necessary explosive power and endurance. Even with training, they could only serve as heavy cavalry for charging, a far cry from the nimble cavalry he envisioned for pursuing foes. Thus far, no orc tribe has been able to withstand a direct assault from the Dragon's Nest Legion, rendering the buffalo cavalry, akin to heavy cavalry, of little significance to the Dragon's Nest tribe. Consequently, Austin trained a small squad of 12 buffalo cavalrymen as a reserve, intending to expand their ranks when the need for heavy cavalry arises. Cavalry. The effort expended to conquer this centaur tribe does not feel wasted. With a group of centaur captives at hand, a brief period of training will integrate them into the Dragon's Nest tribe, effectively addressing the current shortcomings in cavalry pursuits. This development will not only significantly enhance the military prowess of the Dragon's Nest tribe, but will also provide a wider array of tactical options during expeditions. Though the centaurs have submitted, the war has been brutal, necessitating careful attention to their psychological state during military training and conversion. At this moment, while the flames of the centaur tribe have been extinguished, thick smoke still rises, and the remnants of their homes lie in ruins, beams collapsed and charred by smoke, with the thatched roofs burned to ash, leaving a desolate wasteland. Quake's miniature fire explosion was indeed formidable, yet it was also a stroke of luck. The flames ignited the dry wooden and thatched structures within the tribe, spreading rapidly and causing chaos among the centaurs who had been shooting arrows. Just as the Dragon's Nest Legion charged in, swiftly overwhelming the centaur tribe. This incident served as a valuable reminder for Austin. The structural layout of the Dragon's Nest tribe's dwellings closely resembles that of the centaur tribe. A single spark could potentially lead to a catastrophic fire. Thus, he resolved to replace the tribe's wooden structures with brick and tile. Fortunately, the goblins had already replicated the technology for brickmaking, and tiles were likely nearing completion as well. Despite the abundant rainfall in the Kawa Great Forest, the sun's intensity is fierce. Within half an hour of rain, thatched roofs can dry completely, making accidental fires a real threat. Moreover, even with fire precautions, should an enemy ignite a blaze during an attack, the tribe could find itself in dire straits. Much like the centaur tribe. Your Highness, what does psychological state mean? Quake inquired cautiously amidst Austin's swirling thoughts. Oh, that. We'll discuss it back at the tribe. I will teach you then. Austin, though not a psychologist in his past life, had certainly encountered enough experiences to understand the basics of mental conditioning. However, this was not the appropriate setting for such discussions. As he walked toward the clearing, the Dragon's Nest orcs were gradually retrieving various spoils from the charred ruins, forming a small hill of treasures. They gathered wooden spears, sharp stone knives and axes, stone pots, longbows, arrows, grains, and other assorted items, with food comprising the majority of the collection. Austin picked up a longbow, blackened by smoke and still stained with blood. Unsure of its previous owner's fate, he tested the bow's tension, discovering that the limbs were crafted from a remarkably resilient wood, which explained its formidable power, while the bowstring was likely made from horsehair. Could this be termed self-sufficiency? An amusing image flashed in Austin's mind, a centaur plucking hairs from its tail, twisting them into a bundle, and binding them to the bow limbs to create a bowstring. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the whimsical notion. The weaponry crafted by the centaurs was commendable. Quake, when we return, instruct the goblins in the workshop to learn from the centaurs how to manufacture bows and arrows, so we can expedite production. The ability to mass-produce bows and arrows would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the Dragon's Nest tribe. With bows and arrows, the Orc Legion could further diversify into another military branch, archers. Infantry, archers, cavalry. These three constitute the primary military divisions of ancient armies in Austin's past life, serving as the backbone of terrestrial forces long before the advent of firearms. The segmentation into these three branches would certainly enhance the combat capabilities of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Indeed, Your Highness. Austin nodded, casually tossing the longbow back onto the small hill of spoils. The conquest of the Centaur tribe was not his primary objective. It was merely a supplementary gain. He had not forgotten the true purpose of his expedition, to explore the cavernous remnants likely left by a sorcerer beneath the nearby valley cliffs. Just as Austin prepared to lead his men toward the valley for exploration, a round, fuzzy object, roughly the size of a fist, rolled down from the pile of food, landing at his feet. It was likely something he had knocked down while discarding the longbow, possibly a type of fruit or grain. Initially indifferent, Austin's curiosity piqued upon glancing at it. He bent down to pick up the round object, sniffing it. Is this taro? Chapter 79. Taro, though its appearance was somewhat deviated, it indeed bore a considerable resemblance to the taro from Austin's memories. Even the scent seemed remarkably similar. Was it a food akin to taro? Contemplating the round, plump tuber in his grasp, Austin pondered silently. This world was vastly different from his previous one, and thus the variety of foodstuffs could hardly be identical. However, among these ordinary edibles, at least one or two similarities could be discerned, though the reason remained elusive. Nonetheless, these matters held little significance for Austin. He could not fathom the answers to questions such as why he had traversed worlds. What mattered more was the significance of the taro. Although the Dragon Nest tribe had embarked on the ambitious endeavor of land cultivation, with a sufficient workforce, the total cultivated area had recently approached 1,000 acres. Yet, even to this day, the only crops suitable for the orcs to cultivate were kudzu and a limited quantity of rice. The lack of variety in food sources was exceedingly unhealthy. Despite the current enthusiasm of the Dragon Nest tribe's orc militia as they fervently tilled the land, their sole concern was satiating their hunger, indifferent to whether their diet was monotonous or diverse. Though Austin was no expert in nutrition, he understood that a singular food source could not sustain the balance of essential elements in the human body. More critically, should the cultivated kudzu fall prey to viral infestations, the Dragon Nest tribe, in its current state, would be ill-prepared to withstand such a potential threat. Thus, it was imperative to seek out other grains and diversify agricultural cultivation. However, while the Kawa Great Forest boasted an abundance of edible resources, few were suitable for large-scale cultivation. Take, for instance, one of the fruits gathered by the orc tribe, thorn fruit. This fruit grew on thorny vines, was thumb-sized, and thrived in the crevices of rocky hills. When mature, it turned yellow, offering a dry, somewhat bitter taste with a hint of sweetness, and was relatively starchy, capable of filling one's belly. In his pursuit of agricultural diversity, Austin had previously instructed the orcs to cultivate an acre of thorn fruit, yet the sprawling nature of the thorny vines ultimately limited the yield, yielding only about 20 pounds per acre after a year-long growth cycle, which produced 2 harvests. This meager output was insufficient compared to the labor invested during the initial clearing. Although the thorn vine plants possessed a long lifespan, thriving for 10 to 20 years under proper care, and could continue yielding fruit after each harvest without the need to replant like kudzu, the limited annual yield coupled with the inherently low productivity of thorn fruit rendered it incapable of replacing kudzu as the primary crop for the orcs' cultivation efforts. For the sustenance of the Dragon Nest tribe, any viable food source must exhibit high yield characteristics, capable of meeting their basic survival needs. Austin had scoured the food collected by the orcs from nearby regions, but could only identify kudzu and rice as fulfilling these criteria. The wild rice remained unrefined and yielded poorly, leaving kudzu as the sole option. Presently, among the nearly 1,000 acres being cultivated by the Dragon Nest tribe, an overwhelming 98% was dedicated to kudzu. It would be troubling if a disease akin to the potato blight were to strike the kudzu, or if an infestation were to occur. However, if the tuber Austin had discovered truly resembled taro, it might provide a partial solution to the pressing issue of monoculture faced by the Dragon Nest tribe. After some deliberation, Austin summoned Quake to bring the Centaur leader, Chiron, for further inquiry. From Chiron, Austin learned that the tuber was a spoils of war acquired during a raid on another tribe. The specific name, growth patterns, and habits of this plant remained unknown to him, yet its taste was agreeable. Originally thought to have been consumed entirely, it turned out that one tuber had been left behind. The tribe they had raided had since relocated, leaving only this solitary tuber in Austin's possession. Upon hearing the backstory, Austin felt a twinge of regret. However, the past could not be changed. Thus, he resolved to name it Taro, a nod to his former life and a token of remembrance. He entrusted the solitary tuber to Quake, instructing him to find a suitable spot within the tribe to plant it. Should it flourish and yield abundantly, the food supply of the Dragon Nest tribe would increase, thereby enhancing their resilience against potential risks. The discovery of the taro was a serendipitous delight for Austin. He then rummaged through the spoils for any other valuable items, but found nothing of worth, prompting him to cease his search. It was a satisfactory haul, nonetheless. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus. Quake, summon the little mouse and gather the Dragon Pulse attendants. Also, select a few elite teams to accompany us. After spending the better part of the day clearing the Centaur battlefield, Austin finally turned his attention to exploring the cave left behind by the suspected mage. The location of the cliff in the valley was not far from the Centaur tribe, merely about a kilometer away. Guided by the Ratman shaman, they arrived swiftly. The mountain range in that region seemed to have suddenly collapsed, forming a nearly vertical abyss. Peering over the edge, a thick veil of mist obscured the view below, prompting Austin to question the shaman's extraordinary luck in escaping unscathed from such a perilous drop. This time, there was no need for the Ratman to mimic their previous descent. The orcs secured a rope woven from vines to a nearby tree, allowing the other end to dangle freely into the abyss. Several Dragon Pulse attendants seized the rope and began their cautious descent down the steep cliff. Meanwhile, Austin grasped the Ratman shaman and the fox-faced Quake, lifting them both with his wings as he soared directly into the valley. Before long, the group gathered at the valley floor, having navigated the descent without incident. Austin surveyed his surroundings. A thin mist enveloped the area, yet it did not obstruct visibility. The soil was littered with numerous bleached bones, remnants of animals that had likely fallen from above. This sight renewed Austin's skepticism regarding the shaman's fortune. Could he be the fabled protagonist of legend? How else could one explain such miraculous survival in a cave teeming with treasures? Chapter 80. Notes history must indeed exist. Do they think that by burning all recorded books and silencing the research of scholars, they can obscure the truth? No, humanity's quest for knowledge shall never cease. I have scoured numerous ancient texts, and all evidence suggests that after the collapse of that vast orc empire, the remnants of pure-blooded orcs retreated into the Kawa forest, vanishing into the dense wilderness. Damn, must I truly venture there? That is a savage land beyond the reach of human footsteps. I have achieved the golden level. Surely I should possess enough power to protect myself in that place. Very well, I shall set off tomorrow. Curse it, 3 years have passed, and I remain empty-handed. Did that colossal orc empire truly exist in history? If the remnants did indeed flow into this untamed land after the empire's fall, why have I encountered only half-orcs instead of the true pure-blooded orcs? I even doubt the authenticity of that orc empire's history. Never mind. If there are no leads this year, I shall return. Recently, my teacher's letters have inexplicably filled me with unease. Once again, my teacher has urged me in a letter. No, I absolutely cannot leave, for I have discovered something new. Initially, I believed those marks to be remnants of a meteorite that fell countless years ago, and I intended to collect some meteorite materials. But heavens, those are traces of civilization, creations of unknown life. I am certain my calculations are correct. This is indeed a colossal crater formed by some object plummeting from the stars. Yet it is absolutely not a natural formation, an artificial object capable of floating high in the sky. I have only heard of the crystallization of wisdom from the Magic Alliance, the one and only floating city in the sky. But why has this object descended like a meteor? Who crafted it? A deity? I cannot approach. The ghost grass grows too abundantly, and it automatically attacks any living creature that comes near. What could this possibly mean? Did they not say such bizarre plants only grow where the forces of the world intersect? Why does this place harbor such worldly power? What lies within the crater? What has been created, and by whom? I am incredibly fortunate. I expended considerable materials to craft a special fishing rod, originally intending merely to probe what lay within. But to my astonishment, I caught a skeletal corpse. Indeed, the remains are human. However, they differ slightly from modern human bones. It feels as though this belonged to an ancient human. It bore 2 magical artifacts, a red crystal orb capable of casting fireball and a ring that could unleash vine growth. The power of these spells is insignificant, but astonishingly, they can automatically recharge. This is an unprecedented technology. I would wager that even the headquarters of the Magic Alliance, that eternally floating sky city, possesses no such technology. It seems I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Alas, a sense of foreboding grips me, and my mediocre divination spells are frantically warning me that this is not a realm I should tread. Yet, I am exhilarated, tremulous with excitement. What should I do? I must return. I must hastily bring this skeletal remains to my teacher. If my suspicions are correct, then human history. In the Dragon's Nest tribe. Austin cautiously closed an ancient leather diary, his expression grave. It was now the second day since their exploration of that mage's cave, where they had uncovered a magical artifact, a ring capable of invoking a potent vine growth spell, which even Austin struggled to remove. Naturally, he entrusted the ring to Quake, the only apprentice mage within the Dragon's Nest tribe. This enhanced Quake's power immensely, granting him the capacity to assist Austin in battles against equally ranked foes. Yet, Austin felt no joy, for alongside the acquisition of the ring, they had also come into possession of a leather notebook, its middle section torn away. From its contents, it was clear that the original owner had ventured into the Kawa forest in pursuit of the history of the Orc Empire and pure-blooded orcs. In their fruitless search, they unexpectedly uncovered another grand secret. Why call it a spectacular secret? Because Austin beheld the final page of the leather notebook, where the words "I must return, I must hastily return," were inscribed. If that conjecture holds true, then human history. Previously, a small portion of the leather notebook had been missing. Before that fateful sentence, all records had been utterly obliterated, and the notes abruptly ceased. Austin could vividly imagine the mage, trembling hands etching that discovery onto the leather, only to be seized by extreme terror, tearing it apart and incinerating it, fearing the catastrophic consequences of leaving such conjectures on paper. Ordinarily, this would be inconsequential. Most individuals would merely feel a rush of excitement at glimpsing certain secrets. The more mysterious the subject, the more it captivates one's curiosity. Initially, Austin felt the same thrill as he perused the information. However, when he encountered the sketch of the ghost grass, followed by the diagram of the crater on the leather page, his heart plummeted. There could be no mistake. The crater depicted on the leather was precisely the reservoir lake near his lair, the very lake where he had hunted the ghost-headed crocodile and personally submerged himself to explore. Ah, how true it is that calamity can strike at home. Austin hurled the leather notebook to the ground, his head throbbing. The earlier excitement over capturing half-orc prisoners, acquiring new weaponry and food, and obtaining magical artifacts had vanished entirely. Now, he wished fervently for that cursed leather notebook to vanish far from him, wishing he had never laid eyes on it. As for history, or the secret that had sent a golden-level mage fleeing in terror, he had no desire to know. He merely wished to quietly cultivate in a corner, waiting to achieve legendary status before emerging to slay all in his path, leading the orcs to conquer the world and establish an empire solely for his indulgence. He even envisioned, relying on his longevity, instigating multiple industrial revolutions, creating gadgets like mobile phones and computers, and fostering the entertainment industry, all while living contentedly in the Dragon's Nest as a blissful hermit dragon. What a splendid life it would be. Yet, some matters, if you do not seek them, will seek you out. And they often appear unexpectedly, yet remain within the bounds of reason. Could it be that my transmigration is somehow connected to whatever nonsense lies within that crater? Damn it. If it troubles me, can I not simply evade it? I could move away if need be. Austin grumbled, but after taking several deep breaths, he reconsidered and picked up the leather notebook, placing it carefully aside. The 5th update is complete. Lastly, I humbly seek your monthly votes. Chapter 81. Efficiency of governance. As the saying goes, life is akin to a certain experience. If one cannot resist it, one must simply embrace it. Upon reflection, it is not particularly daunting. The treasures left behind in the cave of that golden-level archmage have largely succumbed to decay, evident that eons have passed, centuries, perhaps even millennia. Without a breakthrough into legend, one would have long perished in such a time span. The absence of the archmage from the cave over the years suggests, with high probability, that he did not survive. With the archmage's demise, the secrets lying beneath the nearby lake reservoir would remain undisclosed unless one chose to reveal them. What significance could such colossal secrets hold? This thought lightened Austin's spirits considerably. For the time being, safety appeared assured, and there was no pressing need for him to descend into the depths of the reservoir. Knowledge was not a necessity for him at this juncture. The paramount focus remained on the vigorous development of his clan. Regarding the phantom grass mentioned in the notebook, a peculiar plant that thrives only at the intersection of two realms, Austin found himself intrigued by that particular excerpt. Yet, given his current capabilities, such curiosity bore little practical use. He could merely bury it within his thoughts, awaiting a future opportunity for exploration. However, the information concerning the legendary Orc Empire piqued his interest. The note speculated that after the colossal Orc Empire's collapse, remnants fled to the rugged expanse of the Kava Great Forest, since he had established his roots in this land. Despite the Kava Great Forest covering an area comparable to that of Russia in his previous life, Austin's domain spanned a mere 20 kilometers, a modest village. The likelihood of encountering remnants was slim, yet as he aimed to expand his influence, such encounters could eventually transpire. The records suggested a distinction between pure-blood orcs and half-orcs. If the historical accounts within the notebook bore truth, where had the pure-blood orcs vanished? Were all his clans orcs merely half-breeds? Fascinating. The legacy of the dragons does not grant omniscience. It can trace lineage only up to 10 generations. Coupled with the dragon's inherent disinterest in the evolution of human kingdoms, Austin found himself lacking in historical knowledge, reliant solely on his own discoveries. Contemplating this, he carefully set the animal skin notebook aside and ventured forth. Quake might possess insights regarding the Orc Empire. At that moment, the sky shone brilliantly, unmarred by clouds, and the inhabitants of the Dragon's Nest tribe were fervently engaged in their tasks. In contrast to other orc tribes, which remained idle in their villages during times of non-hunting, the Dragon's Nest tribe differed significantly. Through rigorous military training and various political courses, the orcs were instilled with a soldier's duty to obey commands from the outset. Each day's tasks were systematically assigned by the command center, maximizing the orcs' labor and contributing to the rapid development of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Within a year, the tribe had expanded from 7 dog-headed men to over 1,000 inhabitants, cultivating vast tracts of land and erecting 47 houses, with the settlement sprawling over 100 acres. The orc teams operated with remarkable order, a testament to this highly efficient military political system. Of course, Austin, having experienced the fluctuating military systems of various nations in his past life, understood that such efficiency could not be sustained indefinitely. Nevertheless, for the foreseeable future, he anticipated minimal issues. As the tribe's population grew, Austin planned to gradually refine the management of his clan, aiming to enhance the efficiency of the orc kin. Each race possessed unique strengths. For instance, while goblins lacked physical prowess, they exhibited a natural talent for construction. Thus, Austin designated the more skilled goblins to establish a manufacturing workshop specifically for crafting weapons and tools, while assigning others to construct houses and fortifications. Beyond goblins, other races such as dog-headed men, bull-headed men, and wolf men also bore distinct advantages. To fully leverage these strengths, Austin recognized the need for his own exploration, a slow yet necessary reform. As he traversed the spacious corridors, the passing orc squads saluted him respectfully. Soon, Austin found Quake practicing with a newly acquired magical artifact in the training grounds. Vine spell. Quake raised his hand. The ring on his finger emanated a ripple, drawing magic from the surrounding air. The atmosphere warped, and moments later, from beneath a boulder 10 meters away, several fist-sized, dark vines erupted from the earth, intertwining like living entities, swiftly binding the stone securely. 2 nearby orcs approached and strained against the dark vines, yet they could not break the binding. After a brief moment, as the magic subsided, the vines receded like dust in the wind from the stone's surface. Excellent. Witnessing this, Austin silently nodded in approval. The ring imbued with the vine spell would require effort to break free from even for him, and combined with Quake's other magical item. Using the vine spell to ensnare an enemy followed by a miniature fire explosion from the red crystal staff would greatly amplify their offensive capability. With these 2 magical artifacts, Quake alone, supported by a squad of elite orcs, could have easily dealt with the head of the ghost-head crocodile and the blood wolf leader a year prior. Of course, Austin himself had transformed significantly over the past year. If he were to confront those foes now, he could undoubtedly dispatch them with ease. Despite Quake wielding 2 magical items, his combat prowess still paled in comparison to Austin's. Yet this was certainly a cause for celebration. Initially, when Austin reformed Quake, he doubted that without meditation techniques, spell construction runes, or any other knowledge of magic, Quake's innate talents as a transcendent being would go unutilized, wasting a precious magic stone. Yet, it appeared that awakening the warrior-type talent of the dragon-blooded attendant had proven to be the right path. Quake. Many thoughts swirling in his mind, Austin approached Quake and inquired, "Have you heard of the Orc Empire?" Chapter 82. The Orc Empire. The mention of the Orc Empire startled Quake. Although he was unsure of where Austin had heard that name, he did not doubt its authenticity. Thus, he recounted the information he had stumbled upon. It was said that many years ago, a vast kingdom established by orcs once stood on the civilized land, stretching from east to west across nearly the entire continent. There were even rumors that the entire Kava forest was part of that grand empire. In those days, the orcs were the sovereigns of the continent, with elves, dwarves, and even humans existing under the dominion of this immense realm, relying on the orcs for survival. However, for reasons unknown, the entire empire collapsed overnight, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, after the fall of the Orc Empire, various races engaged in fierce battles, ultimately leading to the dominance of humans on the continent. The orcs, once widespread across the land, were driven into the wilds of Kava Forest. In truth, Your Highness, the tales of the Orc Empire are merely myths circulated among the elites of some large tribes within Kava Forest, not to be taken seriously, Quake cautioned, glancing at the expression of the young blue dragon. In his mind, these legends were mere fantasies born from the orcs' desperate struggle for survival in Kava Forest, transformed into stories passed down through generations. Austin, however, remained non-committal regarding Quake's perspective. Even without the leather-bound notes, he did not consider these legends to be mere fabrications. Yet, if the notes were to be believed and remnants of the Orc Empire, the pureblood orcs, had indeed drifted into Kava Forest, they might pose significant challenges to Austin's plans in the future. What are the pureblood orcs? Have you ever heard that term? The information from the notes suggested that the so-called pureblood orcs were likely the remnants of the Empire's inner circle, while Austin's subordinates were classified as half-orcs by the mage. Pureblood orcs? Are they the green-skinned ones? Where have they gone? Why have I never encountered them? Quake's face betrayed his confusion. It surprised Austin that even Quake was unaware of the existence of pureblood orcs, indicating that no such rumors circulated among the orc tribes in Kava Forest. Otherwise, the mage would not have spent 3 years searching this land without any leads. Regardless, Kava Forest is vast, comparable to a former Russia. Even if they exist in some corner, the chances of encountering them are exceedingly slim for now. Soon, Austin cast aside thoughts of the Orc Empire and pureblood orcs. Nevertheless, this incident served as a reminder that the world was immense and fraught with peril. To survive well, one must strive to grow stronger. Austin had already resolved to stay hidden until he had amassed sufficient strength or his subordinates had grown in power, opting for safety over recklessness despite his curiosity about the outside world. As time flowed gently onward, the Dragon Nest tribe entered a period of peaceful development, beginning to digest the gains from their recent conquests. Prior to this, the continuous warfare and annexation of nearby tribes had left the orcs somewhat fatigued. To adequately manage the influx of captives and ensure sufficient food production, the entire Dragon Nest tribe had been operating at near full capacity. When the Centaur tribe was defeated and over 200 centaurs taken captive, the number of prisoners reached its limit, making the cessation of hostilities a logical next step. The ensuing phase would be one of adjustment and consolidation, while continuing to stimulate the growth of the dragon's physique with electrical currents. Austin also began to streamline the increasingly cumbersome internal affairs. The foremost issue was food production. Following several campaigns, the Dragon Nest tribe had swelled to a staggering total of over 1,400 members, leading to astronomical daily food consumption. Under normal circumstances, given the limited territory of just 20 to 30 kilometers, it would be inconceivable to sustain such a population. There were neither bountiful orchards nor rich fishing grounds nearby, nor was the tribe close to human borders from which to pillage food supplies. Yet, somehow, every member of the Dragon Nest tribe was assured of their daily sustenance, a fact well understood by all orcs, including Quake and the dog-headed Vinny. This was all thanks to the noble blue dragon, who had led the orcs in cultivating the land and ushering in an agricultural era. The high yields of kudzu had resolved the food shortages faced by the rapidly expanding tribe, ensuring that, as long as they continued to develop steadily, the Dragon Nest tribe would be free from the specter of hunger. In the eyes of the tribe's orcs, Austin held a status akin to that of a sage descended from the heavens. However, despite the intense veneration, Austin remained grounded. While the situation within the tribe appeared promising, challenges still loomed. From a fundamental perspective on food, although kudzu's yield was impressive and had alleviated the orcs' hunger, relying solely on a single crop was perilous. Should the kudzu face disease or pests, Austin had no means to produce pesticides, and a failure in harvest could plunge the entire tribe into a crisis of famine. For this reason, as the Dragon Nest tribe entered a phase of gradual development, Austin initiated reforms regarding the types of crops being cultivated. He first sought to diversify the food sources within the newly cleared farmland. After the kudzu harvest, he instructed the orcs to cease further cuttings of the kudzu vines, allowing only the newly cleared fields to be planted with kudzu. Meanwhile, the previously harvested lands were to be populated with various edible plants sourced from kava forest, thus ensuring sufficient kudzu production for the tribe while striving for crop diversity. Orcs are omnivorous creatures capable of consuming a wide array of foods. Some, like goblins, can even digest tree bark. Consequently, several fields soon boasted an assortment of crops. Among the most widely cultivated were thorn fruits and a plant Austin named ground rice, which had stalks resembling tall grasses. Its developed root system protruded in segments, yielding grains the size of rice. When cleaned, they appeared translucent and boasted a commendable starch content. Unfortunately, the yield was inferior to thorn fruits, and harvesting proved more cumbersome than with kudzu. Simultaneously, Austin began encouraging the orcs to cultivate rice paddies, preparing for a modest introduction of wild rice. Although wild rice had yet to be domesticated and paled in comparison to the hybrid varieties from Austin's past life, it was, under the current circumstances, the second most cost-effective crop in terms of yield within the Dragon Nest tribe. Chapter 83. Finn in his previous life, Austin, an avid reader, encountered a particular case. In the 18th century, the potato, due to its advantageous yield, triumphed over numerous cereal crops, becoming one of the main agricultural products in Ireland. However, one fateful year, a potato blight swept across the region, resulting in a catastrophic decline in potato production and creating a dreadful famine that decimated the population by a quarter. Remembering this case, despite the differing global conditions, Austin exerted considerable effort to ensure the diversification of food crops, anticipating any potential calamities. Of course, current cultivation could not be halted. For the foreseeable future, kudzu would remain the primary sustenance of the Dragon's Nest tribe, even after months of growth. The tribe's kudzu reserves only sufficed for 2 months of consumption. Provided no significant issues arose, kudzu cultivation would continue to dominate the fields. Both thorny fruits and wild millet were merely considered insurance against future kudzu diseases that could threaten yields. Thus, even though the wild rice had yet to be fully domesticated and yielded poorly, Austin commanded the orcs to commence small-scale rice cultivation, further securing the tribe's food safety. Regrettably, the solitary taro obtained that day would not suffice for large-scale planting until sufficient seeds could be cultivated in a few years. Reflecting on the taro brought a tinge of melancholy to Austin. He later tasked the centaur chief, Chiron, with leading a search around the ruins of that tribe, but ultimately, no clues were found. Though a source of disappointment, Austin was not one to dwell on such matters, quickly casting aside the regret. As Austin's decision to diversify food crops unfolded, the orcs of the Dragon's Nest tribe could not remain indifferent, especially when it pertained to their very survival. A significant stir arose within the tribe. The labor required for cultivating wild rice in paddy fields or thorny fruits and wild millet in dry lands was far greater than that needed for simple kudzu propagation, leaving the orcs puzzled. To them, the rationale was clear. If kudzu was easy to plant and yielded abundantly, why expend such effort on crops that barely produced a fraction of kudzu's output? Nevertheless, despite their confusion, none harbored any resistance. After their military training and indoctrination, every orc recognized that it was their esteemed lord who had proposed the agricultural endeavor to alleviate their hunger. This instilled in them an unparalleled reverence for Austin. They understood that their daily sustenance, warm and comfortable dwellings, and safe living conditions, along with their consistent victories in battle, were all thanks to the great Blue Dragon Lord. They would not hesitate to lay down their lives for Austin, let alone expend extra effort on cultivating other food crops. Moreover, some orcs reflected that after half a year of relying solely on kudzu, they were grateful for the ability to fill their bellies, a vast improvement over their previous days of hunger. Yet, even among orcs, after their basic needs were met, there lingered a desire for better nourishment. Thus, The prospect of diversifying their diet after growing accustomed to kudzu was indeed appealing. Finn was a deer man. His status among the myriad orc races in the Kawa forest somewhat precarious, positioned in the mid-lower echelon. As a half-beast, he was larger than dog-headed or wolfmen. Yet he inherited the timid nature of the elk, often fleeing at the first sign of danger, unwilling to confront formidable predators. In terms of physical prowess, he could not compete with centaurs in speed or endurance. Consequently, within the mixed orc tribe, deermen held a status akin to that of dog-headed orcs. Finn was a wandering orc who had been cast out during the harsh winter, or more accurately, he had fled, as the tribe's food supplies had dwindled to nothing. Remaining there meant risking starvation or, worse, becoming a meal for the brutal crocodile-headed chief. The winter landscape was a frozen wasteland, thickly covered in ice and snow, with even the roots and bark of trees nearly inaccessible. His hunger gnawed at him like a consuming fire, compounded by the relentless cold, and countless wandering orcs perished. Frozen solid before the dawn of the next day, that harrowing period of struggle was one Finn dared not revisit. Yet, by an extraordinary stroke of luck, he survived the bitter winter. As the ice began to melt, he found himself emaciated, a mere shadow of his former self. At that moment, fortune smiled upon him. He spotted a towering column of black smoke rising in the distance. After a grueling journey, he finally reached the Dragon's Nest tribe's recruitment site, successfully joining their ranks. From that instant, he was reborn, freed from the pangs of hunger, no longer fearing nocturnal predators, nor the threat of rain without shelter. Though the Dragon's Nest tribe imposed various strict regulations, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of confinement, Finn would choose it without hesitation. The reason was simple: it provided sustenance. Reflecting on his filled belly, Finn instinctively placed a hand on it, silently expressing gratitude. "Thank you, noble lord, for your kindness," Finn murmured in heartfelt prayer. He held this sentiment deeply, harboring immense respect for the Lord Austin above him. "Finn, your wooden materials have arrived today." "Oh, very well. I shall attend to it immediately," a voice called from afar, snapping Finn back to reality as he hurried over. Today's oak supply was limited. All must be transported to the mushroom room. The raw oak would be piled in a corner until it dried and decayed, ready to serve as a substrate. He reminded the orc squad leader to keep records. For who knew when the Lord might pay a visit? After the instructions were given, the leader departed, and Finn commenced his work, which primarily involved moving the mound of oak wood into the mushroom room for unified cultivation, ensuring sufficient edible mushrooms would be produced. Chapter 84. Mushrooms. The mushroom houses are not situated within the Dragon's Nest village, but rather beneath the expansive and lush canopy of trees nearby, reminiscent of the enormous banyan groves from Austin's former life. These colossal broadleaf plants, akin to the banyan trees of Austin's past, had yet to receive a name from the orcs, so Austin took the liberty of calling them banyan trees. The mushroom houses, therefore, lie nestled beneath this verdant grove. The trunks of these otherworldly banyan trees are thick enough to require several individuals to encircle them, their dense branches and foliage completely obscuring the sky above, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. In the tropical rainforest climate of the Kava Great Forest, when heavy rains fall, droplets cascade from the canopy's leaf gaps. Yet once the rain ceases, the sunlight is entirely blocked, resulting in a stifling, humid atmosphere akin to a greenhouse beneath the vast banyan trees. In such an environment, no herbaceous plants can survive. Only patches of moss blanket the soil, extending up the gnarled trunks, giving the entire setting an otherworldly appearance. Apart from the moss, another organism thrives splendidly in this milieu: mushrooms and other fungal life forms. The fallen leaves and twigs from the banyan trees quickly decompose in this greenhouse-like setting, and the spores resting upon their surfaces begin to sprout in the humid warmth, resulting in a profusion of mushrooms. It can be said that this otherworldly banyan grove serves as a natural incubator for mushroom cultivation. At this moment, the humid undergrowth has given rise to small, rudimentary thatched houses, approximately the height of a person, constructed by the goblins. These structures are specifically designated as mushroom houses, serving the Dragon's Nest tribe in their quest to cultivate mushrooms. Currently, the banyan grove is devoid of any human presence, as they are likely engaged in other tasks. However, Finn, a diligent goblin, shows no signs of idleness. He is panting heavily as he transports a small mountain of oak wood and various tools to the banyan grove, carefully placing each piece of oak into the mushroom house. Finn cherishes the days in the Dragon's Nest tribe when hard work guarantees a full meal. Thus, he works meticulously, even taking the time to label several items. In truth, there is little need for extensive processing. Simply tossing the wood beneath the banyan trees would lead to a variety of mushrooms sprouting within days. However, most of these mushrooms are toxic and inedible, which is hardly surprising. If these mushrooms were not poisonous, they would have long attracted animals to consume the scattered fungi. Even in this otherworldly realm, the laws of survival of the fittest prevail. After countless years of evolution, the spores floating in the air of this mushroom greenhouse have largely been filtered of non-toxic varieties. When Austin first discovered this treasure trove, he was filled with elation and ambitious plans for mass mushroom production. However, after poisoning several orcs, he came to realize that the matter was far more complex than anticipated. In this uniquely advantageous environment, the air is saturated with spores from various toxic mushrooms. Even after treatment, the wood thrown beneath the banyan trees still yields a bounty of poisonous fungi. In a moment of exasperation, just as Austin contemplated abandoning his mushroom project, Finn appeared before him, the timid and meek deer man, who was not adept at hunting and relied primarily on a herbivorous diet, included mushrooms in his repertoire. From a young age, he learned from his mother to discern which mushrooms were toxic and which were safe, honing survival skills passed down through generations. One key discovery was that mushrooms growing on oak wood were over 99% non-toxic. Though Finn did not fully understand the underlying principles, he had committed this knowledge to memory, allowing him to survive in the harsh forest after the demise of his parents' tribe. Consequently, Finn became the overseer of mushroom production, under Austin's guidance, focusing on the development of non-toxic mushroom cultivation techniques. The mushroom houses were a product of Finn's proposal. Although mushrooms growing in the wild on oak trees were predominantly safe, perhaps due to environmental factors, only about half of those sprouting beneath the banyan were non-toxic. This 50-50 chance of finding a non-toxic mushroom made large-scale production challenging without a reliable method of rapid identification. Through Finn's relentless experimentation, he ultimately discovered that by enclosing treated oak in a mushroom house, the likelihood of producing toxic mushrooms could be significantly reduced. The specific mechanism remained unclear, but it did not deter Finn from continuing his quest for improvement. In a moment of inspiration, after placing a specially treated oak into a mushroom house, Finn suddenly noticed a corner where mushrooms proliferated on the oak's surface. His eyes widened in excitement as he swiftly extracted it. Only 3 of the mushrooms were toxic? Splendid. He quickly sought to recall how the initial treatment was conducted, grabbing a recording board nearby, adorned with rudimentary sketches. That initial record, taught to him by Austin, contained much of the experimental theory. It began with burning the wood, charring it, followed by a wash with white mud water. Was this the process? Marvelous. With the blessings of the heavens, he had finally discovered the method. Joy, exultation, and sheer ecstasy surged through Finn. After so long, he finally glimpsed the prospect of success. Oh, Finn, it appears I have arrived at just the right moment. Have there been any developments? A deep voice resonated from behind. Austin had approached Finn, intending to assess the progress of non-toxic mushroom cultivation. For the Dragon's Nest tribe, the ability to mass-produce an additional food source represented a significant boon. Initially, Austin had entrusted Finn, who possessed some knowledge of mushroom toxicity, with a few experimental methods, hopeful that he could refine the cultivation techniques for non-toxic mushrooms. Before arriving, Austin held little expectation for Finn, but now it seemed there was indeed progress. Chapter 85, Civilizational Invasion. Amidst Finn's palpable awe and stammering narrative, Austin finally grasped that the peculiar oak substrate, adorned with mushrooms, only a few of which were toxic, was procured by charring the oak wood followed by treatment with lime water. The lime water was produced in a cavern beneath a cliff, where limestone was calcined to create quicklime, which was then mixed with water. This was one of the few chemical formulas Austin could recall, and the lime obtained from this process was intended by the goblins for the expansion of their dwellings. The recent conflagration triggered by the assault on the Centaur tribe had ignited a sense of urgency within Austin, prompting him to instruct the goblins to swiftly renovate their village, transforming the wooden and thatched structures into brick and tile edifices as a safeguard against future fires. Among the construction materials, lime was a crucial component, and he had not anticipated Finn's clever use of lime water in this context. Indeed, you have done splendidly, Austin remarked, lifting the mushroom-laden oak for a closer inspection and nodding in approval. Although there were still minor imperfections, the substrate possessed significant potential for large-scale cultivation, thus enhancing the food security of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Continue your diligent efforts, and shortly I shall summon Winnie to allocate additional personnel to conduct further experiments. We can commence small-scale production now. Finn, buoyed by Austin's praise and encouragement, felt a blend of exhilaration and trepidation, akin to a peasant in Austin's former life receiving an audience with the nation's highest authority and being entrusted with a grave responsibility. The strategy of casting a wide net to catch more fish was, in fact, derived from Austin himself. Without his numerous insights, Finn would not have conceived such methods, nor could he have achieved progress within such a brief span of time. Furthermore, due to Austin's undeniable authority within the Dragon's Nest tribe and the orcs' profound reverence and obedience towards him, a reciprocal influence began to manifest. The indigenous orcs were not merely swayed by Austin. Rather, they began to unconsciously adopt certain traits reminiscent of modern civilization. This gradual cultural infiltration unfolded like a gentle spring rain, subtly altering the landscape without Austin's awareness. Though he traversed this new world without the advanced scientific knowledge of space exploration, diving, or computing, he possessed the foundational elements of human civilization, scientific reasoning that he had inadvertently overlooked. This was the mathematical thinking he had cultivated over 9 years of compulsory education and an additional year of tutoring, characterized by problem identification, analysis, and culminating in logical conclusions. Austin failed to recognize the significance of this thought process, much like a fish blissfully unaware of the water that sustains it. The evolution of human society, from the initial observations of natural phenomena to the formulation of various principles, from the laws of thermodynamics that sparked the Industrial Revolution to the optical principles that led to the creation of telescopes and microscopes, has always relied on the enduring methods of discovery, analysis, and synthesis developed by generations of scientists. Even during Austin's time, despite the advent of advanced computational tools aiding cutting-edge scientific research, many aspects of inquiry remained tethered to this established mode of scientific reasoning. This framework served as the bedrock upon which humanity built its resplendent civilization. Now, the qualities inherent in Austin's former civilization began to permeate the Dragon's Nest orc tribe, facilitating the successful development of non-toxic mushroom cultivation techniques, which was inextricably linked to this scientific method of reasoning. Likewise, Quake's establishment of a traditional medicine system in this alien realm was grounded in this same analytical thought process. As time progressed, and Austin's scientific reasoning, unconsciously disseminated through military training and early education, took root, it would inevitably transform the cognitive approaches of the orc kin. In due course, this scientific mode of thinking would coalesce into a burgeoning scientific system tailored to the unique environmental context of this world. From nothing to something, brick by brick, a vast edifice would emerge, all stemming from the singular and extraordinary soul residing within Austin. After inspecting the mushroom facility and encouraging Finn to persist in his efforts while initiating small-scale production, Austin departed from the banyan grove. The mushroom establishment was merely one of many interludes in his broader agenda of diversifying food sources. Prior to this, he had also visited the bamboo grove, meeting with the orcs tasked with harvesting food from the bamboo shoots. To enhance the food supply for the Dragon's Nest tribe, Austin had previously developed methods for processing bamboo shoots and ferns, successfully transforming these abundantly available resources into staples for the orc diet. As the tribe flourished, the bamboo shoots had become a significant food source, with dedicated orc militia teams wielding goblin-crafted stone tools to forage for bamboo shoots daily. Another team would then peel the shoots and boil them, ultimately rendering them into a much-admired delicacy among the orcs. To secure a greater yield of bamboo shoots, the orcs had instinctively begun clearing some trees and underbrush from the bamboo grove, and some even experimented with propagating vines along the riverbanks, which would likely lead to a proliferation of bamboo in the coming years. During this period of peaceful development, the reform of food production was merely one facet of Austin's broader vision. After refining food policies, he turned his attention to the Goblin's manufacturing workshop. As the primary source of various tools for the Dragon's Nest tribe, the Goblins had made commendable advancements in their technical prowess during this time. However, the most pressing concern remained whether the Goblins could produce bows and arrows, which would be essential for Austin's forthcoming military reforms. Chapter 86. The art of bow and arrow crafting. At this moment, within the village of Dragon's Nest, Apart from the towering brick and tile structure of the central administrative hall, the goblins were diligently engaged in the reconstruction and renovation of the surrounding wooden and thatched dwellings. This rebuilding initiative had been underway since Austin's triumph over the Centaur tribe, albeit at a sluggish pace, with many alterations merely being incremental modifications to the existing wooden and thatched houses. Consequently, aside from the central administrative hall, several of the other structures appeared as a haphazard blend of brick, wood, and thatch, an antiquated and rugged aesthetic that evoked a sense of nostalgia in Austin. Nevertheless, the renovations had resulted in a sensible layout for each dwelling, and the mixed materials offered a degree of fire resistance, a fact to which Austin reluctantly acquiesced. In truth, Austin envisioned a dragon's nest that mirrored the elegant tiled structures of his previous life in the Jiangnan region. However, given the current manpower of the dragon's nest tribe, such aspirations could only be realized to a limited extent. He understood the wisdom and patience, recognizing that one cannot hastily consume hot tofu. After all, the newly established dragon's nest tribe was in its infancy, with numerous tasks awaiting attention, making it imprudent to expend excessive precious labor on housing. The goblin's workshop was situated not far from the square. While it was labeled a workshop, it resembled a rudimentary site for crafting wooden spears and stone tools essential for the tribe. The workshop was merely sheltered by a sizable canopy, offering protection from the sun and rain. Abundant timber lay stacked on either side, serving as raw materials for the creation of various tools. The ground within the workshop was littered with debris and scraps from production, which would eventually be transported to the kitchen for fuel or to the mushroom house for cultivation. At the heart of the canopy, a large, smooth stone slab bore an array of robust crafting tools fashioned by the goblins, including stone axes, chisels, grinding stones, and millstones. At this moment, Austin stood with a cluster of goblins in a corner of the workshop, grasping a bent bow arm and testing its resilience. Your Highness, according to the centaurs, the oak used for bow arms must undergo a year of air drying and various treatments. It is not feasible to produce longbows in a short time frame, chattered a beady-eyed goblin named Grilou, an early member of the dragon's nest tribe. His elevated consciousness and aptitude for management, coupled with his technical skills, had earned him the position of workshop overseer. However, we can produce arrow shafts quite swiftly due to the high demand for wooden spears. We have developed an extraordinarily intricate grinding tool that significantly enhances the speed of arrow shaft production by altering the size of its grooves, Grilou exclaimed, proudly displaying the convoluted grinding apparatus, a creation that supposedly cost the goblins many lost brain cells to conceive. Yet, when Austin beheld the grinding wheel, his eyelids twitched in disbelief. The so-called intricate design was merely a granite stone the size of a large basin, with a hole drilled through its center and supported by a sturdy ironwood axle. By rotating wooden levers on either side, the stone would turn, grinding the tips of wooden spears. Despite its apparent simplicity, Austin recognized that such an invention could only arise from the goblins' prolonged labor and ingenuity. Admittedly, the grinding tool was rudimentary. It required manual effort to operate and was labor-intensive, with its primitive transmission method leading to rapid wear on the supporting axle, necessitating frequent replacements. Nonetheless, this was an authentic creation born from the goblin's intellect, rather than a mere replica of the past world as envisioned by Austin. With this initial step, the future appeared promising. Upon witnessing the primitive grinding tool, Austin's mind raced with thoughts of improving the transmission mechanism to a gear-based system powered by foot pedals, or, even further, employing a water wheel for operation. However, the materials posed a challenge. As Austin contemplated this, Grilou continued to boast, with this grinding wheel, we can now produce over 3 wooden spears in the time it previously took to craft just one. The arrow shafts used by the centaurs are merely smaller wooden spears. According to them, crafting a single arrow requires nearly a full day's labor from one individual. Yet, after our modifications, we can produce at least 20 arrow shafts a day. The arrows employed by the centaurs were no trifling matter. Lacking iron for arrowheads and contending with the tough hides and robust physiques of the local fauna, simple wooden or bamboo arrows were insufficient to penetrate their defenses. Therefore, the arrow shafts crafted by the centaurs were not easily produced. The materials they utilized came from a tree they referred to as arrow wood, which thrived in rocky wastelands. These trees, akin to the size of a toe, grew straight and were remarkably similar in weight and texture to iron. Most crucially, the roots of these trees bore bulbous protrusions that, when sharpened, transformed the entire trunk into a suitable arrow shaft. The lethality of these arrow shafts rivaled that of steel arrows, which was one reason the Dragon's Nest orcs suffered considerable losses when they attacked the Centaur tribe. However, despite their formidable destructive potential, the manufacturing of these arrow shafts was laborious, rendering each arrow a near-family heirloom for the Centaurs. Consequently, they rarely utilized bows and arrows in battle, partly due to their pride and partly due to the exorbitant costs involved. Now, with the goblins accelerating the grinding process through their innovative tool, the speed of arrow shaft production had increased dramatically, by 10 to 20 times compared to the Centaur's output. Excellent. You have demonstrated ingenuity, and I am pleased to see you all thinking independently. Who proposed this idea? Make sure to record their contribution, Austin declared, consciously acknowledging the goblin responsible for the invention of this tool. His knowledge from a past life was ultimately limited, and the path ahead would require the tribe to navigate uncharted territory. Clearly, the goblins were making commendable progress. Chapter 87. Discussion. No technology has ever simply descended from the heavens. Austin's recollections are also limited, and the future path must be explored step by the orc kin. Currently, the goblins have evidently taken their first steps towards autonomous creation. It was only through Gulu's somewhat bashful remarks that Austin learned the idea originated with him. However, during the manufacturing of the grinding wheel, the goblins in the workshop contributed various suggestions for improvement. In response, Austin offered them ample encouragement, which elicited great excitement among the goblins present. Long before capturing the Centaurs, Austin had contemplated forming a unit of archers to endow the Dragon Nest tribe with long-range combat capabilities. Unfortunately, the bamboo bows he had crafted were woefully ineffective, unable even to slay a hare, leading him to shelve the idea. It was not until he encountered the Centaur tribe that he revisited this notion. Regrettably, although the Centaurs possessed the knowledge to manufacture bows, producing a sufficient quantity remained fraught with challenges. The materials required for the bow limbs of longbows were particularly difficult to procure, even if Austin began stockpiling oak. It would take at least a year before any could be usable, while the longbows could not be produced in the short term. The Centaurs already had some longbows at their disposal. Although the wealth among the Centaur tribe varied, meaning not every Centaur possessed a longbow, there were still nearly 100 available. However, the real issue lay with the arrows. Standard arrows, regardless of their processing challenges, had a power level that merely sufficed to hunt hares against heftier foes. They were utterly ineffective. For instance, against a minotaur, a volley of arrows might only graze the skin, rendering such projectiles of little value. To achieve sufficient power, arrows crafted from arrowwood were necessary, yet the processing of arrowwood was exceedingly difficult, yielding only 1 or 2 usable arrows after considerable time investment. In the event of a battle, firing 1 or 2 volleys of arrows would be futile, although arrows made from arrowwood could be reused. Was it feasible to retrieve them from the chaos of combat? This was utterly impossible. Thus, even with the Centaur's expertise in bow and arrow crafting, establishing a competent unit of archers remained a formidable challenge. However, with the goblins significantly enhancing their arrow production speed, Austin now had a foundation upon which to build his archery unit. His aim during this period was to produce as many arrows as possible, including standard arrows. Observing the arrow shafts made from arrowwood and feeling their distinctly superior weight and texture compared to ordinary shafts, Austin pondered aloud. Gulu appeared momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, standard arrows lack power. Should we not exclusively produce arrowwood shafts? No, we need standard arrows as well, along with wooden spears and shields. For the time being, work diligently to produce more. If manpower is insufficient, feel free to request assistance from Vini, Austin replied solemnly. Standard arrow shafts possess their own utility, particularly for routine training. And with the application of toxins to the arrowheads, even minor wounds could achieve significant effects. Previously, Austin had not contemplated the use of poison, as he could not find suitable toxins. But just after touring the mushroom chamber, he suddenly wondered if the toxic mushrooms within could serve this purpose. He was uncertain if there were even more potent poisonous mushrooms, but it was worth a try. You have done commendably. I am pleased with your work in the workshop. Always engage your minds. For instance, the grinding wheel you crafted is excellent, yet do not become complacent. Consider alternative power sources, such as foot pedals or harnessing the river's flow. Next, Austin began to educate the goblins on gears and various means of transmission. Whether it was his imagination or not, When he spoke of gears, the surrounding goblins' eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. Gazing at this group of eager goblins, Austin's mind wandered to the thought of how splendid it would be if an artist were present to capture this scene in a painting. In the envisioned artwork, a dragonling, 2 or 3 times the size of a man, would be nestled beneath the workshop's ceiling, surrounded by a diligent assembly of goblins, with primitive tools scattered about. Might this depiction, when the Dragon Nest Empire eventually flourished and swept across the continent, become a treasured historical artifact for scholars studying the early endeavors of His Highness Austin and the goblins? Such fanciful thoughts, however, were fleeting. The future's success remained uncertain, and Austin had no desire to become a relic for future generations to venerate. After imparting his limited knowledge of gears and water wheels to the goblins, Austin inquired, "Now, are there any questions regarding the workshop's operations?" The goblins exchanged glances, seemingly without issues. However, Galoo took a moment to raise his hand. "Your Highness, the workshop's most pressing concern is the fragility of our tools and materials. Do you have any alternative solutions?" Indeed, the grinding wheel's axle, even when crafted from ironwood, lasts no more than 2 or 3 days before failing. The stone axes dull quickly, and the stone hoes are equally difficult to manufacture, yet prone to damage, Galoo lamented. Upon this topic, the goblins began to chatter, their gazes fixed on Austin. After all, following his earlier impartation of profound knowledge regarding water wheels and gears, they regarded him as an immensely wise dragon who should possess a solution. "You need not worry about this. Focus on producing more arrow shafts, wooden spears, and shields. Soon enough, things will change significantly," Austin replied, his tone somber yet tinged with an air of mystery. He understood that the best way to mitigate tool wear was to transition to copper and iron. Previously, due to limitations, he had refrained from extracting copper from known deposits, opting instead to prepare a substantial quantity of charcoal for smelting. Now, it seemed the time was ripe. Before proceeding, however, he had another matter to address: military reform. Chapter 88. The 4 Great Legions. The issue of copper and iron had long been a thorn in Austin's side. Ever since the discovery of copper ore in the mountains, he had kept a vigilant eye on the werewolf tribe to the north, biding his time until his own faction grew strong enough to confront them. However, as time passed, Austin was alarmed to realize that the werewolf tribe's development was rivaling that of his own Dragon Nest tribe. This was astonishing. The Dragon Nest tribe boasted enhanced orcs, trained under his guidance, who swept through one tribe after another with unmatched prowess, continuously absorbing and expanding to reach their current scale. Yet, this journey was fraught with difficulties that required Austin's utmost efforts to resolve. What, then, was the secret behind the rapid growth of the werewolf tribe, whose population had surged to over 1,000 in just 6 months? Take, for instance, the issue of sustenance. In this 100-mile radius, relying solely on hunting and gathering with the primitive methods available to the orcs, it was inconceivable that a tribe of 1,000 could be supported. Where did the werewolves procure their food? They had not undertaken any agricultural endeavors. How could they sustain such a massive consumption? Adding to the enigma, after the harsh winter, the miniature tribe established by the lizardman Rodney was obliterated, and upon his capture while attacking the Dragon Nest tribe, he revealed that the leader of the werewolf tribe was likely a bronze-tier extraordinary professional. An extraordinary professional possessed the key to transcendent power, a breathing technique. To have such a technique implied a significant and complex identity, further shrouding the werewolf tribe's leader in mystery. All these factors combined led Austin to suspect that the werewolf tribe had formidable backing, possibly a powerful supporter, which could account for the rapid expansion of its population. Realizing this only intensified Austin's unease. The desire to eliminate this threat grew stronger, yet he became increasingly cautious. Having endured in hiding for more than half a year, Austin's forces had rapidly expanded from a scant few orcs to 9 warrior-class extraordinary beings loyal to the Dragon Nest, alongside Quick, a fox-faced individual wielding 2 magical items, capable of mobilizing an army of 1,400. This formidable strength bolstered Austin's confidence in confronting the werewolf tribe. Furthermore, since the successful attack and subsequent capture of the Centaur tribe, the Dragon Nest had enjoyed a prolonged period of stability, reaping several harvests of kudzu, ensuring sufficient food supply and lifting the spirits of the Dragon Nest orcs. The day of war with the werewolf tribe was drawing near. Austin instructed the goblins in the manufacturing workshop to expedite the production of arrows, wooden spears, wooden shields, and various weapons in preparation for the impending conflict. During this preparation phase, he began reforming the main military legions of the Dragon Nest tribe. The disparities among the different races were quite apparent. As Austin gazed at the uneven assembly of orcs in the vast square, he reflected on the early development of the Dragon Nest tribe, where, due to a limited population, he had been compelled to adopt a policy of universal conscription. Different races of orcs were integrated into the same legion, fighting as a cohesive unit, often deploying a mindless formation in battle. This group combat style had proven immensely advantageous against other orc tribes that lacked even rudimentary combat skills, enabling them to achieve multiple victories against numerically superior foes due to their discipline and coordination. As the orc population increased and more soldiers could be allocated, Austin began delineating the distinction between the formal legions and the production militias based on physical prowess. The formal legions were tasked with warfare, undergoing extensive training, while the production militias focused primarily on agricultural and basic production activities, receiving limited military training. The criteria for selection during this phase was based on physical attributes. The strong advanced, while the weaker gradually phased out of the formal legions, although the legions remained a mixed assembly of races. With the absorption of the Minotaur, Ratman, and Centaur tribes, and as the formal legions expanded to incorporate fresh blood, Austin recognized that continuing to select based solely on physical attributes would exacerbate disparities among the races and hinder the combat effectiveness of stronger races. The capture of centaurs and the introduction of archery weapons further necessitated military reform. The guiding principle of this military reform was to maximize the advantages of the various orc races. The Minotaurs, being large and powerful yet somewhat lacking in tactical acumen, could serve as frontline shield bearers, wielding wooden shields and spears. Observing the diverse races in the square, Austin contemplated their roles. The werewolves and dog-headed individuals, while similar in stature, possessed less resilience under direct assault than the Minotaurs. However, their agility allowed for effective cooperation in skirmishes, making them suitable as pure output spearmen, supporting the Minotaurs during engagements. The Centaurs, with their speed and endurance, were ideal for pursuing enemies after the Minotaurs had breached their lines, while also providing ranged harassment with their bows. The Ratmen, though not adept at direct confrontation, had keen night vision and heightened alertness, making them suitable for reconnaissance. Weighing the advantages and disadvantages of each race, Austin determined the path for military reform. He would select the 100 strongest Minotaurs to form a dedicated spear and shield unit, serving as the vanguard in battle. Following this, he would assemble 200 to 300 dog-headed and werewolf individuals into a spearman unit, positioned behind the Minotaurs to capitalize on their offensive prowess. Finally, he would designate 100 centaurs as cavalry archers, responsible for early harassment and late-stage pursuit, while also selecting elite ratmen for reconnaissance purposes. This triad of legions would comprise 500 individuals, representing over a third of the Dragon Nest tribe. These legions would not be fully detached from other duties. Even Austin could not sustain a completely separate force. However, their training would be more rigorous than that of other militias. As the 3 legions gradually took shape, they commenced intense training, rehearsing various tactics and cooperative maneuvers, awaiting the day when their efforts would culminate in explosive action.